Chapter 1. The Restoration of Memory and the Transformation of the First Monster. An underground experimental facility on a hospital bed, Adam West slowly opened his eyes, gazing around with a look of perplexity. What has happened to me? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Adam West's head, and a flood of memories emerged in his mind. But as he organized his recollections, Adam West's expression gradually shifted to one of complexity and resignation. It turned out he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. To be precise, he had crossed over to this world over 20 years ago and had acquired a system. However, at that time, he was merely an infant, unable to utilize the system's capabilities. Later, when he was 4 years old, he encountered a horrifying attack by Hydra while on an outing with his family, resulting in the loss of his memories and separation from his loved ones. Subsequently, he was captured by Hydra, brainwashed, and raised as an orphan. Now he found himself as a scientist for Hydra, having lapsed into a coma due to an experimental mishap, only to inadvertently regain his memories. Is this a blessing in disguise? Adam West mused wryly. Now that my memories have returned, it is imperative to contemplate my future. The immediate priority is to harness the system to gain some means of self-protection. Only by surviving can I pursue the obsessions that dwell within my heart. After all, if one is dead, how can one fulfill their aspirations? Adam West pondered silently. He suddenly recalled the family of this life, a twinge of sorrow in his voice as he mused. I wonder where they are now. Do they still remember me? Having been an orphan in his previous life, Adam West had always yearned for a family of his own. Thus, when he suddenly found himself with 3 family members upon crossing into the Marvel Universe, he was filled with excitement. Yet, a tragic turn of events had rendered him solitary once more. Sigh, I shall leave that for another day. The pressing concern is to acquire strength, to bolster my means of survival. Adam West lamented with resignation. Determined, Adam West resolved to examine whether there had been any changes to the system over the past 2 decades, calling out in his mind, system. Instantly, a familiar panel manifested in his mind, displaying invasion points, 10,000. Unlocked world, Kamen Rider Black World Invasion Progress 0. Item zone, none. Adam West then turned his attention to the attribute panel. Physique, ordinary human. Strength, ordinary human. Fusion power, none. Aside from accumulating 10,000 invasion points, nothing else has changed? Adam West furrowed his brow in disappointment. However, despite his frustration, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Well then, let us see what I can exchange. With that, Adam West accessed the Kamen Rider Black World Exchange interface, meticulously examining the items available for redemption. Power of the Genesis King, 1 million. Solar Stone, 600,000. Lunar Shadow Stone, 600,000. Ordinary Character Summoning Card, 10,000. Intermediate Character Summoning Card, 100,000. Advanced Character Summoning Card, 1 million. Monster Transformation Technology Ordinary, 10,000. Monster Transformation Technology Perfect, 200,000. Adam West gazed longingly at the redemption list, particularly at the power of the Genesis King, exclaiming, "It seems so enticing. Alas, it is far too expensive for someone like me at this moment." After perusing the redemption list for a while longer, Adam ultimately resolved to exchange for the ordinary monster transformation technology as the other affordable options held. Little utility for him at present that to amass a substantial number of invasion points. One must exert a significant influence on the Marvel Universe. This could be achieved by altering the course of events or reshaping the fates of pivotal characters within that world. The more significant the character whose fate is altered, the greater the invasion points one would acquire. Otherwise, the only recourse would be to produce a multitude of monsters, leveraging them to influence the Marvel Universe, thus enabling a rapid accumulation of invasion points. Only with a sufficient number of invasion points could he redeem superior items from the system. Additionally, as he was currently a scientist for Hydra, this facilitated his experiments in monster transformation. Just as Adam West completed his exchange for the ordinary monster transformation technology, a nurse entered the room. Upon seeing him awake, she swiftly approached the bedside and inquired, "Drive West, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Adam West shook his head and replied, "No." The nurse nodded in response. "How long have I been unconscious?" Adam West asked. "It has been 3 days, doctor," the nurse answered. Adam West nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. Noticing his reticence, the nurse tactfully remarked, "If the doctor has no further concerns, I shall take my leave. You may also wish to step outside for a brief walk, as it would aid in your recovery." Adam West nodded to indicate his understanding. Once the nurse departed, he exited the hospital room and, guided by his memory, returned to his own quarters. Seated on the sofa, Adam reviewed the recently acquired ordinary monster transformation technology, discovering that it did not encompass the formidable transformations of powerful monsters or figures like Black and Shadow Moon, but rather only the transformation of lower-tier monsters. However, this was entirely within expectations. Despite the limitation to lower-tier monsters, the individual strength of the transformed beings surpassed that of Captain America, who had received the Super Soldier Serum, not to mention that of ordinary humans. Upon finishing his review, Adam found that the monster transformation technology he had exchanged for felt as familiar to him as techniques he had mastered through repeated practice. With that, Adam West resolved to first recuperate before embarking on his transformation experiments. 5 days later, at the laboratory's workstation, Adam West commenced his inaugural monster transformation surgery, utilizing a cadaver as the experimental subject. For the first time, Adam West intended to transform a fly monster. Subsequently, after more than 2 hours of intense contemplation based on the technical knowledge in his mind, Adam West successfully completed a magnificent transformation. The corpse on the testing platform had metamorphosed into a humanoid fly creature. Moreover, he implanted commands in its mind that would compel it to obey only his orders. Adam West then proceeded to replenish its energy. Once the energy was fully restored, the fly monster opened its eyes and slowly rose from the experimental table. Observing that the creature had been activated, Adam West immediately requested testing equipment to measure its data. Before long, the measurements were completed, leaving the technicians gasping in astonishment. Strength reaches 15 tons, speed attains 30 milliseconds, and its defense is impervious to missiles, one technician exclaimed in disbelief. Adam West nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the results. Excellent. Report this finding to the leader, he remarked with a smile. Yes, drive west. The researchers promptly relayed the creature's data to the Red Skull. Upon receiving the fly monster's information, the Red Skull summoned Adam West as anticipated. After witnessing the demonstration of the creature's combat capabilities, the Red Skull clapped his hands in delight and said, "Splendid. Truly a formidable war machine. Can this creature be mass-produced? Drive west? Certainly, and not just this type of creature. Given sufficient time, I can engineer other, even more powerful monstrosities," Adam West confidently replied. "Oh, there are even more powerful creatures? I eagerly anticipate your outcomes, Doctor," the Red Skull marveled. Indeed, the bait has been taken, Adam West silently mused. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and stated, "Of course, with enough time, I could create creatures with strength surpassing hundreds of tons." Hundreds of tons? Such a monster can indeed be created? The Red Skull gazed at Adam West in astonishment, eagerly inquiring. Adam West, harboring disdainful thoughts, considered to himself, not only hundreds of tons as long as the invasion points are sufficient, crafting a star-exploding monster would be no challenge. However, such words must remain unspoken. Otherwise, the Red Skull might very well desire to seize Adam West's intellect for himself. Thus, Adam West feigned deep contemplation before affirmatively stating, "Yes, as long as I possess ample data, I can achieve that transformation." The Red Skull pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes before discreetly asking, "Is it possible to transform living beings without altering their appearance?" Chapter 2. Redemption of the Genesis King's power. Upon hearing the words, Adam West immediately discerned the concealed intentions of the Red Skull. He desired to be transformed, acquiring formidable power while retaining his human form. This, coincidentally, was precisely the outcome Adam West sought. At that moment, during the transformation procedure, he could subtly manipulate the process, rendering the Red Skull his puppet. After all, the Red Skull could never fathom that Adam West, raised under the indoctrination of Hydra, would suddenly regain all his memories and be a time traveler to boot. The method of transformation the Red Skull desired certainly existed. It was akin to the original concept of Kamen Rider Black, where the protagonists, Kotaro Minami and Nobuhiko Tsuburaya, appeared indistinguishable from humans in their daily lives, yet could metamorphose into Kamen Riders or monstrous forms during combat. Thus, having achieved his objective, Adam West feigned contemplation for a moment before responding, "That should be feasible, though I will require more time for research." The Red Skull, elated by this reply, promptly declared, "From this moment forth, you shall heed only my commands. You may freely utilize Hydra's resources to expedite the development of this transformation method. I trust you will not disappoint the leader's expectations." With that, Adam West gazed at the Red Skull with reverence, resolutely proclaiming, "Long live Hydra." Yet within his mind, he mused, "At last, I have reached my goal." Thereafter, he could leverage Hydra's resources to manufacture a plethora of monsters, subsequently utilizing them to garner more invasion points. Ultimately, he would control the Red Skull as a marionette, bending Hydra to his will. In this manner, not only would he accumulate a substantial number of invasion points, But he could also initiate the Kamen Rider production plan in earnest. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Adam West could not suppress a sly grin. Though my disposition may not allow me to become a hero, I can indeed create heroes for this world. In due time, the ideal world I envision shall gradually materialize. Unbeknownst to the Red Skull, Adam West's thoughts were far from his own ambitions. Satisfied by the admiration reflected in Adam West's eyes, the Red Skull enticed him further, stating, "Once you develop this technology, I shall elevate you to the position of second-in-command within Hydra." Adam West promptly feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my leader. I shall expedite the research." The Red Skull, pleased with Adam West's display, patted him on the shoulder and encouraged, "You are commendable. Hydra's goal of world domination will be realized because of you." Adam West responded with unwavering conviction, "Long live the leader. Long live Hydra." Yet inwardly, he scoffed, contemplating, "What future lies in aligning with you? There are no favorable outcomes for villains. Your dream of world domination may hold merit in an ordinary world. But in the Marvel Universe, your meager power renders such aspirations utterly ludicrous. Not to mention, with beings like the Ancient One residing in Kamartaj, and the myriad crises that may arise on Earth, you lack the capacity to resolve even the simplest of threats. Moreover, I aspire to strike down Thanos and deliver a kick to the Celestial Assembly. If possible, I even wish to engage the one above all in battle. Your modest vessel cannot possibly bear the weight of my ambitions." However, the Red Skull remained oblivious to Adam West's inner thoughts, smiling and nodding before departing. Observing the Red Skull's retreating figure, Adam West concealed his forced smile, adopting a stoic demeanor, his eyes brimming with derision. A month later, after a passage of 30 days, Adam West had successfully transformed an additional 99 monstrosities. Coupled with the original batch, he now commanded precisely 100 aberrations. The prospect of further augmenting the ranks of lesser creatures yielded scant benefits. It was time to contemplate alternative methods for acquiring additional invasion points, Adam West mused. But what actions could one undertake to amass a significant number of invasion points? After much contemplation, Adam West recalled that the current setting was during World War II. Under the guise of data collection, he devised a plan to deploy the monstrosities to the battlefield, directing them to hunt down spies and high-ranking officials from various nations, in hopes of hastening the conclusion of the war. If successful, this endeavor would undoubtedly yield a substantial number of invasion points, while simultaneously assessing the combat efficacy of his creations, an endeavor that promised to serve dual purposes. Thus, Adam West promptly dispatched all his monstrosities, instructing them to pay particular attention to the forces of the Neon Nation. This could be regarded as a means of collecting interest for the sacrifices of the heroes from his past life. Although he no longer identified as a citizen of Huaxia, his sentiments towards the nation remained unchanged. He envisioned a future where Huaxia would lead humanity on a global scale. Time flew by, and another year had elapsed. Throughout this time, Adam West had continued to transform an additional 200 monstrosities, all of which were subsequently deployed to the battlefield. They did not disappoint, as each appearance resulted in a veritable slaughter, instilling terror within the enemy ranks. They had become the nightmare of military forces worldwide, with tales of a demon emerging to wreak havoc circulating throughout the battlefield. The Neon Nation, in particular, suffered grievously. Under Adam West's command, their forces were decimated, dwindling to a mere 20 to 30,000. The remaining soldiers fled under the cover of night, fearing they would never again venture abroad, let alone invade other nations. After a year of such relentless endeavors, Adam West had amassed a considerable stockpile of invasion points, now exceeding 630,000. He found himself torn between redeeming the perfect monstrosity transformation technology or waiting until his invasion points reached 1 million to directly exchange for the power of the Creator King. Though he owned a transformed Kamen Rider Black and Kagesuki, he still required the Imperial Stone for that purpose. Nevertheless, Adam West had already made his choice regarding the candidates for transformation. This amount of invasion points is utterly insufficient. Is there not some form of discount or promotion available from the system? Adam West sighed heavily. System, in response to the host's needs. It is recommended to exchange for a power artifact devoid of energy, which requires only 1/10 of the original price. However, it necessitates the activation through a substantial quantity of high-level special energy to be utilized. Adam West, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed his frustration with an exclamation, questioning why such crucial information had not been disclosed earlier. Isn't it merely a matter of advanced energy? Does the Hydra organization not possess the Tesseract? He lamented. Recognizing that this energy source was indeed the Space Stone, the pinnacle of power within the Marvel Universe. The system retorted, but the host did not inquire. To this, Adam could only respond with a resigned sigh. So, this is my fault then. Please inform me of such matters in advance next time. The system acknowledged his request. Having concluded his exchange with the system, Adam eagerly redeemed the Sunstone, Moonshadow Stone, the power of the Creation King, and the perfect mutant transformation technology. expending a total of 440,000 invasion points, as the latter did not fall under the category of power items and had to be acquired at full price. After the transaction, he could hardly contain his excitement as he unveiled the Sun Stone, Moon Shadow Stone, and the power of the Creation King. The Sunstone and Moon Shadow Stone resembled two gemstones, embodying the sun and moon, their surfaces dim, likely due to the dormant nature of their powers. The power of the Creation King appeared as a swirling mass of gray energy. Adam sensed no inherent power within them, attributing this to their unactivated state. Perceiving no immediate results, he returned all items to the system space and proceeded to contact Red Skull, explaining his need for the Tesseract to harness energy for the experimentation of more formidable mutants. Upon hearing that the request was aimed at creating stronger mutants, Red Skull readily acquiesced. The following day, he arrived at the base with the Tesseract in hand. Dr. West, has the research yielded success? Red Skull inquired. Adam nodded affirmatively, exuding confidence as he replied, "Indeed, I have devised a method for the enhancement of mutants. The new technology enables individuals to retain their human appearance until transformation is necessary for combat, and even in their human state. Their strength and speed will significantly exceed that of an average human. Is that so? What is the maximum potential?" Red Skull pressed further. Provided the energy is sufficiently advanced, the mutant form could attain a maximum strength of 570 tons, with a velocity surpassing the speed of sound at 370 ms. However, in human form, only 1/10 of that power can be exerted. Furthermore, during the transformation, I can restore your appearance entirely, Adam hinted, casting a pointed glance at Red Skull. As anticipated, Red Skull's calm demeanor evaporated, replaced by palpable excitement. "Is that true? How confident are you?" he queried eagerly. Having conducted numerous transformations, combined with the limitless energy of the Tesseract, I am entirely confident, Adam replied with a smile. "Very well, let us commence immediately," Red Skull declared, his impatience evident. Adam, too, felt a surge of eagerness, albeit his anticipation stemmed from the desire to control Red Skull. Thus, Adam West promptly brought him to the laboratory. To ensure that no unforeseen incidents occurred during the transformation, the Red Skull ordered that no one be permitted to enter the laboratory until the procedure was complete. Subsequently, he fell into a deep unconsciousness under the influence of the enhanced anesthetic administered by Adam West. Chapter 3. Merging with the power of the Genesis King. As Adam West gazed upon the unconscious Red Skull lying on the operating table, a thought crossed his mind. "Red Skull, you could never have imagined that I have regained my memories. Unlike those brainwashed minions, I shall not be blindly loyal to you. Furthermore, you would not foresee that I possess the capability to not only alter your appearance but also reshape your very consciousness. Once the transformation is complete, you shall become my puppet, and Hydra will serve my purposes." With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Adam West's lips. He then commenced a transformation process that lasted over 6 hours. Initially, he transformed Red Skull into the Sword Saint, Byrkinia, and subsequently rewrote his consciousness to obey Adam West's commands. However, Adam West was unaware of a critical flaw in the directive he had established. The modified Red Skull would only heed Adam West's commands. If his name were no longer Adam West, this command would encounter a logical error, restoring Red Skull's self-awareness. Yet, Adam West remained blissfully ignorant of this fact. Upon the completion of the transformation, Adam West retrieved the cosmic cube to provide energy to the newly altered Red Skull. As the energy was absorbed, Red Skull slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Adam West, he immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "I greet you, Master." Pleased with the flawless execution of his command, Adam West nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Rise. Continue to fulfill your role as leader. I shall inform you when necessary." "Yes, Master," Red Skull replied with conviction before departing the laboratory. Once Red Skull had left, Adam West took out the Sunstone, Moonshadow Stone, and the power of the Genesis King from the system space. He approached the cosmic cube to channel energy into them, activating their powers. "System, commence energy absorption to activate them," Adam West commanded. The system responded, initiating energy absorption. "Please maintain the energy source within 1 meter." A surge of energy was drawn from the cosmic cube and gradually infused into the Sunstone. After more than 10 minutes of energy absorption, the Sunstone began to emit a radiant glow, transforming into something extraordinary. Once fully charged, the Sunstone took on a vibrant orange hue. Following the same procedure, the Moonshadow Stone was activated and turned green. Adam West then focused on charging the power of the Genesis King, an endeavor that lasted a full hour. As energy flowed into it, the power of the Genesis King gradually illuminated, shifting from a grayish-white to a brilliant red energy. Once all 3 items were activated, Adam West stored them away. After completing this task, Adam West noted that darkness had fallen outside. He patted his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. Thus, he returned to his bedroom. Upon entering, he summoned someone to bring food, satisfying his appetite. He then summoned the power of the Genesis King and began to examine its attributes. The power of the Genesis King. By merging, one can attain the complete might of the Genesis King, endowed with extraordinary telekinetic abilities and the capacity to transform into the Genesis King form. Possessing the strongest power in the universe, its will and strength can permeate the entirety of the cosmos. Once the power is fully integrated, it can merge with the world. The world is me, and I am the world. My demise would spell the end of the world. One can traverse time and space at will, and even alter the past without affecting the existence of the Genesis King in the present. Moreover, utilizing the power of the Genesis King enables the creation of an entirely new world. Adam West, upon reading the information regarding the power of the Genesis King, was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the enormity of it all. He then remarked, "Such an incredible power is available for merely 1 million? It's astonishingly cheap." A sudden realization of a great bargain washed over him. He eagerly urged the system to commence the fusion with the power of the Genesis King. System, detecting the host's desire to merge with the power of the Genesis King. Please be reminded that the rules of the Kamen Rider Black World have not fully integrated into the Marvel Universe. The host will be unable to achieve complete fusion with the strongest power from this tokusatsu world obtained through the system after fusion. Only 30 of the power can be utilized. The host must merge the acquired strongest power from this tokusatsu world with existing characters from the Marvel Universe. Only when the invasion progress of the tokusatsu world reaches 100 will the rules of the Kamen Rider Black World assimilate into the Marvel Universe. At that point, the host will gain the qualification for the fusion of the strongest power from this tokusatsu world. And this fused power will not cause the strongest powers of the Marvel characters to disappear. Upon hearing the system's notification, Adam West felt a chill in his heart. He quickly checked the invasion progress of the Kamen Rider Black World. Unlocked world. Kamen Rider Black World. Invasion progress 30. Only 30? How can I enhance the invasion progress? Adam West sighed as he gazed at the displayed progress. System. The host can influence the destinies of key figures in the Marvel Universe using the powers of the Kamen Rider Black World, significantly boosting the invasion progress. Additionally, merging the strongest power from the tokusatsu world with Marvel characters can also greatly enhance the invasion progress. However, merging the strongest power from the tokusatsu world is generally unattainable for ordinary individuals. The compatibility between the strongest power and the merger must reach a certain level before fusion can occur. I see. If I were to merge with the power of the Genesis King, could the system separate it again? Adam West, reluctant to merely observe such power without obtaining it, inquired of the system. System, yes, but the host must pay 100,000 invasion points. After a moment of contemplation, Adam West declared, then let us begin the fusion. Even if I can only wield a fraction of its power, it is far better than being a mere spectator. System, commencing fusion. Then, Adam West felt a surge of power entering his body, initiating a transformation within. It took approximately 10 minutes for this power to settle. The sound of the system resonated, signaling the completion of the fusion. Adam West clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, and exclaimed, "It feels as though I could obliterate a planet with a single punch. Is this truly only a fraction of my strength?" The system responded, upon assessment. The host can wield 30 of the power of the Creator King. Only 30? How formidable would I be if I unleashed my full potential? He pondered. Even with merely the strength of his physical form, he could annihilate a planet, not to mention the more potent telekinetic abilities and other powers at his disposal. He eagerly anticipated that day. With a hearty laugh, Adam West began to extend his consciousness outward, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire Earth. He then swiftly expanded it into the cosmos, halting only once it covered the entirety of the Milky Way. Experiencing the vastness of his mental reach felt as though he were witnessing it firsthand. A flicker of thought ignited within him, and a small asteroid was instantly obliterated into cosmic dust. It feels divine, Adam West marveled, to possess the power to determine the fate of others at will. He then directed his thoughts toward a living continent, where he perceived an elderly man seated upon a throne, accompanied by a hammer-wielding figure. Is this Asgard? Adam West mused. Amused by the information conveyed through his consciousness, he swept his awareness across Asgard, observing its customs and culture before retracting his mental presence. As Adam's consciousness brushed past Odin, the king upon his throne sensed a subtle shift, lifting his gaze, yet finding nothing amiss. Is it merely an illusion? He sighed, turning his attention to Thor, who was currently the subject of Loki's mischief, concern etched across his features, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, Adam West gradually withdrew his consciousness, reflecting quietly. He cleared his mind of distractions and declared with clarity, power is ultimately but a tool to achieve my objectives. Subsequently, he expanded his awareness across the Earth, meticulously probing its depths. Before long, he discovered the nascent deity Tiamat, gestating at the planet's core. Though still incomplete, the power within her was formidable. Adam sensed a fleeting urge to extinguish Tiamat's life, yet ultimately chose to refrain. While he possessed the ability to vanquish her and spare the Earth from the cataclysm associated with her emergence, such an act would undoubtedly provoke vengeance from the Pantheon. Should the divine beings descend upon him, he would find himself outmatched. At that juncture, not only his fate but the very survival of Earth would hang in the balance. Until he could summon powerful knightly forces to this realm, humanity remained defenseless. Gods? The time is nigh. You regard all living beings as mere ants, wielding your will to judge their existence and demise, all in the name of preserving more lives. Nonsense. It is but the law of the jungle. Must the weak inherently sacrifice themselves for a so-called greater good? What, then, is justice? Once I elevate humanity to greater heights, shall we not sacrifice you in exchange for the birth of more lives? Adam West remarked with a glint of cold cruelty in his eyes. Chapter 4. The Transformation of the Winter Soldier. Subsequently, Adam West suppressed the distractions in his mind, stifled a yawn, and proceeded towards his bed. Just as Adam West was about to succumb to slumber, in a distant realm known as Kamartosh, the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, furrowed her brow upon sensing Adam West's consciousness. However, just as she intended to delve deeper into this thought, it abruptly vanished. Ancient One began to suspect that a new dark entity had set its sights on Earth, prompting her to utilize the power of the Time Stone to investigate the unfolding events. Before long, Ancient One discerned an individual within the timeline who was not originally meant to exist, leading her to regard Adam West as an anomaly. Consequently, she resolved to meet him. Yet, as she prepared to open a portal, a sudden ripple coursed through the space before her, and a golden halo slowly expanded to form a gateway. On the other side of this golden portal stood a figure. Ancient One gazed intently and was taken aback. For the silhouette before her was none other than another version of herself. You are the future me? The present Ancient One inquired of her counterpart within the portal. It was only natural for her to harbor such a question. For the future Ancient One radiated an aura of nobility, exuding a regal presence that contrasted sharply with the calm demeanor of her present self. The Ancient One within the golden portal smiled and nodded, responding, "Indeed, but now is not the time for you to meet him." The present Ancient One appeared somewhat perplexed. What events transpire in the future? When shall I meet him? The Ancient One within the portal smiled again, refraining from directly answering the present Ancient One's queries, instead stating, "You will come to know in due time. When he wishes to meet you, he will seek you out." With that, she closed the portal, leaving the present Ancient One standing in a state of bewilderment, now a new victim of riddles, contemplating the words of her future self. Ancient One found herself bemused by the cryptic nature of her own future. Am I not deserving of clarity? She pondered. If you choose not to divulge, I shall peer into the future myself with the Time Stone. Thus, Ancient One began to weave her time magic, employing the Time Stone to glimpse the forthcoming timeline. However, the future lay shrouded in mist, with only fleeting images surfacing sporadically. Beyond that, she could discern nothing else. Realizing this, Ancient One had no choice but to cease her efforts. Nevertheless, from the ephemeral glimpses she managed to catch, she gleaned some valuable insights. What are Kamen Riders? Why are there so many of them in the future? Yet, they all seem to be warriors fighting for justice. Although her mind was still brimming with uncertainty, Ancient One forced herself to suppress her doubts. With a sigh, she wryly remarked, "After all these years, I never anticipated developing an interest in the future. I suppose I shall wait and see how events unfold." After conversing with his future self, Gui abandoned the intention of meeting Adam West at present. Meanwhile, Adam West, who was soundly asleep, remained blissfully unaware of this decision. Even if he were to learn of the meeting with Gui, he would not be daunted, after all. His current strength was sufficient to confront and even subdue both Gui and Odin. Moreover, even if he were unable to prevail in a confrontation, he was confident in his ability to retreat, though such an action would hinder his plans for development on Earth, significantly impacting his ambitions. The following day, Adam West awoke from his slumber, his eyes still heavy with sleep and a hint of confusion as he mused, "Is it yet another dream from my childhood?" However, he could not recall the details of his origins. Yet he remained resolute, declaring, "One day, I shall remember. Until that moment arrives." He resolved to integrate the powers of the Kamen Rider universe into this world as thoroughly as possible. After breakfast, Adam West perused the information gathered by his subordinates, gaining insight into the current situation of Steve Rogers, also known as Captain America. The reason Adam West did not use his consciousness to seek out Captain America was that he was unaware of Steve Rogers' unique aura. While a mental probe could swiftly locate Rogers, it would inundate his mind with a plethora of irrelevant information. This was precisely why, after acquiring the power of the Genesis King, Adam West refrained from constantly broadcasting his consciousness across Earth. He had no interest in surveilling the actions of its inhabitants. Upon reviewing the intelligence, Adam West contemplated, "Captain America has completed the serum injection and is now performing various goodwill appearances. It appears that my plan is ready to commence." However, prior to that, he acknowledged the need to prepare certain matters in advance. After a moment of deep thought, he proceeded to his laboratory to initiate his scheme. 2 days later, at the experimental station, Adam West surveyed the new creature he had meticulously engineered over the past 2 days, nodding in satisfaction at his creation. Reminiscent of Kamen Rider No. 1. This entity was conceived through the perfect monster transformation technology, merging elements of Kamen Rider Black, the grasshopper monster, with the visage of No. 1. The intention behind this creation was to guide Steve Rogers along the path of the Kamen Rider, imparting the spirit of the Kamen Rider to him. In dire moments, he might even choose to sacrifice this being to fortify Rogers' resolve, thereby awakening a more formidable power within him. After all, throughout the evolution of numerous Kamen Riders, the sacrifices of comrades or loved ones often steel the hearts of these warriors, enabling them to harness greater strength. Although pain is not the sole avenue to growth, it undeniably accelerates the journey. While Adam West did not subscribe to the notion that heroism must necessitate suffering, he recognized that the world is rife with unpredictabilities that can lead to unforeseen challenges. What we can do is to steadfastly resolve ourselves, so that we may not be defeated by the pain. Adam West refrained from granting consciousness to No. 1, for he intended to infuse a portion of his own awareness into it. This would not only allow his consciousness to become the first masked rider, but also enable No. 1 to play a crucial role in pivotal moments. With the power of the Genesis King merged within him, separating his consciousness to control this body was a trivial task for Adam West. The distinction of this body from the original No. 1 lay in its entirely black exterior, adorned with 2 large green compound eyes and antennae reminiscent of a locust. Silver patterns embellished the sides of its body and arms, while a silver numeral 1 graced its right chest, complemented by a red scarf bearing No. 1's emblem draped around its neck. Beholding this striking form, Adam West promptly retrieved the cosmic cube to provide it with energy. And soon enough, the activation was complete. Once charged, he swiftly stored the cosmic cube away and eagerly infused a portion of his consciousness into No. 1's body. With the infusion, No. 1's compound eyes ignited with a radiant green glow, and it rose from the testing platform. It flexed its fists and moved its body, emitting a deep voice as it spoke. Excellent. It feels just like controlling my own body. My strength has reached 600 tons, with a rider kick. It could surpass 700 to 800 tons. The only drawback was the absence of the Emperor Stones, Solar Stone, and Lunar Shadow Stone, which hindered growth. Yet the infusion of my consciousness granted it the extraordinary ability of telekinesis. Subsequently, No. 1 threw a few punches and, after a brief exercise, reverted to human form, resembling a matured man in his 30s. Adam West then guided No. 1 to depart from the underground base, embarking on the mission to direct Steve Rogers. Meanwhile, Adam West himself exited the laboratory. Upon leaving, he summoned a spider monster, instructing it to capture a soldier named Bucky Barnes from the battlefield and bring him back alive. He then returned to the laboratory to commence the transformation of advanced monsters. 12 days later, the spider monster finally presented Bucky Barnes before Adam West. Over these past days of transformation, Adam West had not only created the 3 divine officials but also augmented the ranks with over 30 advanced monsters. Unlike the lower tier monsters, these advanced beings possessed independent, sophisticated consciousness, indistinguishable from that of normal humans, and had the ability to assume human form. Adam West commanded that they obey only his directives. The swiftness of this transformation was due to the 2 days spent designing the appearance of No. 1. After all, it was his inaugural alter ego, and the considerable effort invested in making it appear striking was indeed worthwhile. With a slight smile curling the corner of his mouth, Adam West gazed at the unconscious Bucky and proclaimed, "My plan shall commence with you." The peculiar individual was promptly placed upon the experiment table, whereupon Adam West commenced the transformation of Bucky Barnes. Initially, Adam altered Bucky into a locust monstrosity reminiscent of Kamen Rider Shadow Moon. Subsequently, he retrieved the Shadow Stone from the system and implanted it within Bucky's body, thus establishing it as the source of Shadow Moon's power. He continued to brainwash Bucky's consciousness, ensuring his obedience to the commands of the Creator King. The decision not to rewrite Bucky's consciousness stemmed from Adam West's intention to prevent his demise in the confrontation with Steve Rogers. Instead, he envisioned a scenario where Bucky would ultimately be awakened by Steve Rogers, emerging as a Kamen Rider who fights for justice. In essence, this was not merely a trial for Steve Rogers, but also a crucible for Bucky. Once the transformation of Bucky was complete, Adam West chose not to rouse him from his slumber, allowing him to remain in a deep sleep until the opportune moment arrived. Chapter 5. The creation of the renovation card and the X Consortium. After completing all these tasks, Adam West retired directly for rest. After all, the arduous endeavor of transforming elite villains and the modification of Bucky Barnes had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Even with the fusion of 30% of the Genesis King's power, Adam West found himself utterly exhausted. Upon returning to his chamber, he collapsed into slumber, and this sleep extended for a full day and night. When Adam West finally awoke, he summoned Red Skull to gather all the high-ranking members of Hydra for a meeting, intending to announce the rebranding of Hydra as the renovation card. As the attendees assembled, the leaders of Hydra gazed at Adam West, who occupied the central seat, with Red Skull standing beside him, and murmurs of speculation began to circulate among them. Once everyone had arrived, Adam West, listening to their cacophony of discussions, commanded with a sharp tone, "Silence." Hearing his authoritative voice, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, eager to discern what Adam West had to convey. "I am Adam West," he declared, "and I have summoned you here today to deliver an important announcement. Henceforth, Hydra will be under my control. You are to obey my commands unconditionally. Do you understand?" Upon seeing their silence in response to his decree, Adam West continued. However, one individual could not restrain himself and stood up, expressing his displeasure. "Who does this young upstart think he is, speaking to us in such a manner and expecting our obedience? Are you worthy?" Adam West regarded the man calmly, then surveyed the others in the room. Although they remained silent, their faces betrayed their anger and dissatisfaction with his words. Realizing that without a demonstration of authority, they would be reluctant to heed his commands, Adam West understood that he must make an example of the outspoken individual after all. It is the head that draws the fire. Thus, Adam West raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. In an instant, the man who had dared to speak exploded into a myriad of fragments, blood spraying in all directions, splattering onto the faces of those nearby. The assembly was gripped by terror, their eyes wide with shock, cold sweat cascading down their brows as they looked fearfully at Adam West. Adam West slowly retracted his hand, narrowing his eyes as he coldly remarked, "I am not here to negotiate. You can either submit to me and have the opportunity to gain power, or I can send you to heaven right now." With that, he clapped his hands, and a dozen grotesque figures surged into the room, encircling the members of Hydra. Surrounded by these formidable beings, the attendees were struck with heightened fear, yet they quickly grasped the gravity of their situation. Immediately, some astute individuals proclaimed their allegiance. Witnessing this, the others hastily followed suit. For those who recognize the tides of time are truly wise, and defiance now promised only a path to demise. Moreover, Adam West's mention of the potential for power ignited a spark of greed within many. Adam West, observing that the crowd had chosen to submit, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You shall be grateful for your decision in due course. Now, the first order of business is the renaming of Hydra to the Grand Repair Card. Inform your subordinates accordingly." "Understood?" The assembly exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, eagerly affirming, "Understood." Finally, he instructed, "Return to me in 3 days, and I shall grant you formidable power. The order of your return is for you to decide." After their responses, Adam West cast a glance over the frightened assembly and continued speaking. Upon concluding, he rose and departed. After his exit, the peculiar individuals began to withdraw as well. The crowd resumed their discussion, with one questioning, "Is it true that he will bestow upon us power? Will it be akin to his own?" Another interjected, "Do you truly intend to submit to him? What alternative do we have? His power is far too terrifying for us to resist." Someone replied, fear evident in their voice. The group fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, one rational voice analyzed, "If he genuinely wishes to grant us power, what harm is there in submitting to him? Given the magnitude of his strength, no one could possibly oppose him. Rather than meet a futile end, it may be wiser to yield and gain power." With that, they too rose and departed. The others reflected on this and agreed. If such power were truly attainable, perhaps they would transcend humanity. Thus, submitting to him seemed less daunting. This thought ignited fervor within them, and they glanced at the heap of dismembered flesh, relieved they had not acted impulsively, before collectively departing. Meanwhile, the departing Adam West promptly dispatched individuals to monitor Steve Rogers' movements, ensuring the information was conveyed to them. 5 days later, during these 5 days, Adam West methodically transformed the former high-ranking members of Hydra into elite monstrosities, experiencing their newfound strength and the ability to revert to human form. They wholly surrendered to Adam West. The organization formerly known as Hydra was now officially rebranded as the Grand Repair Card. Furthermore, during this period, Adam West privately summoned Dr. Zola, specifically enhancing him with an extraordinarily powerful monstrous body to facilitate the transfer of his consciousness, granting him eternal life and significantly amplifying his abilities. Grateful for this resurrection, Dr. Zola immediately pledged his allegiance to Adam West. Subsequently, Adam West instructed Dr. Zola to infiltrate the upper echelons of various nations, establishing an organization that transcended all countries, known only to Adam West and Dr. Zola, and tasked him with assuming a concealed identity as the mastermind behind this organization. Adam West named this entity the X Corporation. Following his orders, Dr. Zola concealed all personal information, vanishing from sight while secretly controlling the world's resources. Adam West, having received intelligence from his subordinates, became aware of Steve Rogers' activities. Following the news of Bucky's disappearance, Steve Rogers was diligently scouring various battlefields in search of Bucky Barnes. Upon learning this, Adam West instructed his men to deliberately leave misleading information to guide Steve to this location. Days later, while relentlessly pursuing Bucky Barnes' whereabouts, Steve captured several enemies, pressing them for information about Bucky. Speak quickly. Have you seen a creature resembling a spider? Steve demanded, gripping one man's collar. No, the man stammered in response. Hearing this, despair washed over Steve, and he despondently thought, Bucky, are you still alive? It has been so many days, and I have yet to find a trace of the creature that took you. I must find you, Bucky, whether dead or alive. With a resolute shake of his head, Steve solidified his determination. At that moment, another soldier spoke up. I believe I saw a spider-like creature yesterday. Steve's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he rushed to the soldier, his gaze intense. Where? In the dense forest at the foot of the southern hills. I stumbled upon it while hiding from the enemy. It was terrifying. Thankfully, I managed to escape without being detected. The soldier indicated the direction, still trembling with fear. After hearing the soldier's account, Steve swiftly rendered them unconscious. He then set off alone, shield in hand, towards the direction indicated by the soldier. An hour later. Is this the place? Steve pondered as he gazed upon the forest before him. Without hesitation, he ventured into the woods, unaware that this journey would irrevocably alter his fate. Wandering deeper into the thicket for what felt like an eternity, Steve found nothing. How could there be nothing? Did that soldier deceive me? He thought anxiously, pressing forward. He eventually discovered a massive strand of webbing beside a tree. This thick web must belong to the spider creature, Steve mused, gripping the web tightly as he surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 6. The transformation of Steve Rogers. As Steve lifted his gaze, he noticed a web spun among the branches. Following the trail of the spider's web, he soon encountered a vast network woven between 5 trees. In the center of this web lay a monstrous creature, seemingly resting yet poised in wait for its prey. Cautiously, Steve advanced, fearful of disturbing the beast. Upon reaching the base of the tree, he scrutinized his surroundings in the web, yet found no trace of Bucky Barnes. A pallor washed over his face as despair gripped him. Had Bucky already fallen victim to the creature? The thought plunged Steve into a profound sorrow, swiftly igniting a fierce rage within him. Bucky, I shall avenge you, he vowed, and slay this wretched monster. With fury surging through him, he rose, fixing a fierce gaze upon the spider creature, as if intending to consume it whole. Without hesitation, he removed his vibranium shield from his back and hurled it forcefully at the creature's abdomen. Upon impact, the shield sparked brilliantly and ricocheted back into Steve's grasp. Remarkably, the creature sustained a minor injury from Steve's furious blow, awakening it from its slumber. Letting out an enraged roar, the spider creature rose, its fury palpable. Steve's heart sank at the sight. He could scarcely believe that his full-powered strike had merely grazed the beast. After its roar, the creature's gaze fell upon Steve, and with a swift leap from the web, it charged at him, seething with anger. The sight of the creature sent shivers down Steve's spine, and he held his vibranium shield before him, seeking a semblance of safety. However, the spider creature cared little for his defenses and lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at the shield. To Steve's astonishment, the vibranium shield absorbed the full force of the attack, leaving him unharmed, albeit staggered back several steps. He was taken aback. Never had anyone managed to push him back so far while he wielded the shield. Realizing its initial assault had failed, the spider creature contemplated its next move but recalled Adam West's orders to lure Steve to the base. With a resentful glare at Steve, the creature abandoned its pursuit and retreated up the tree, leaping into the distance. Steve, unwilling to let the monster escape, pursued it relentlessly, driven by the need for vengeance. After an indeterminate period of running, exhaustion overtook him, forcing him to pause for breath. Just as he lay down to rest, several tranquilizer darts shot toward him from the distance, piercing his body and rendering him powerless, plunging him into an involuntary slumber. After Steve fell into slumber, a peculiar figure resembling a bee emerged from behind the distant trees. This was none other than the nefarious bee monster, the very culprit responsible for Steve's tranquil slumber through its anesthetic stinger. Meanwhile, within the confines of the base, Adam West observed the scene unfolding on the surveillance monitors. With an excited glint in his eyes, he proclaimed, the first hero of this world, Kamen Rider Black, is about to be born. Soon, there will be many more Kamen Riders following in his wake. How exhilarating. Minutes later, the unconscious Steve Rogers was brought to the laboratory by the bee monster. Adam West gazed down at the figure of Steve Rogers upon the examination table, chuckling softly. I never imagined my first encounter with one of the Avengers' formidable trio, Captain America, would unfold under such circumstances. He then commenced the transformation procedure on Steve Rogers. Just as he had with Bucky Barnes, Adam West deftly transformed Steve into Kamen Rider Black, implanting a solar stone as the source of Black's power, yet refraining from activating it, allowing him to remain in slumber. Subsequently, Adam West devised a plan for all personnel at the base. He inflicted an injury upon himself, tattered his clothing, and assumed a disheveled appearance to awaken Steve Rogers. As Steve groggily opened his eyes on the surgical table, he scanned his surroundings with confusion. You're awake. Hurry, escape this place, Adam West urged, his expression fraught with urgency. Steve, upon hearing the voice, turned his gaze toward its source, a young man clutching his left shoulder. his pallor drained and his body marred with wounds, exuding a sense of distress. "Who are you?" Steve queried, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. "There is no time. They will return shortly. You must leave now," Adam West implored hastily. "What is coming? Is it the monsters?" Steve inquired further. "Yes, if we don't escape now. It will be too late," Adam West replied, his tone laced with tension. At this, Steve rose to his feet, albeit still perplexed. Just then, a loud crash reverberated through the air as the door was kicked open, revealing 3 monstrous figures. "Quickly, exit through the back door," Adam West urged, grabbing Steve and propelling him toward the rear exit. Though Steve was still enveloped in confusion, he followed Adam West's lead toward the back door. As they fled, Adam West rapidly conveyed, "You possess immense power within you, capable of saving the world, but you are unable to harness it just yet. You are the last hope for this world. You must not be captured, for if you are, all will be lost." Steve, bewildered by Adam West's words, thought to himself, "I have such great power? How was I unaware of it?" Just as he contemplated seeking clarification, the trio of monsters pursued them. Among them, the spider monster swiftly unleashed webs in an attempt to ensnare the two. Yet, Adam West forcefully shoved Steve forward, ensuring he remained untrapped. Turning back to assist Adam West, Steve hesitated, torn between his instincts. However, the 3 monstrous beings had already approached Adam West and seized him. Adam West, captured, shouted to Steve, "You must flee. The last hope for the world rests upon your shoulders. You must escape. They dare not kill me, so go." With that, Adam West clung tightly to the 3 creatures. Witnessing this scene, Steve heard Adam West cry, and his expression became one of turmoil. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, he resolved to trust Adam West, realizing he could hardly contend with even 1 creature, let alone 3. Furthermore, Adam West's actions made Steve acutely aware of the significance of the power he harbored within. Thus, Steve swiftly made his choice and turned to flee. Once Adam West saw Steve vanish from sight, he ceased his pretense and smiled, remarking, "It seems my acting skills are quite commendable." He then commanded the 3 creatures to pursue Steve relentlessly. Adam West had no intention of allowing the monsters to show mercy. After all, sparing them would defeat the purpose of their trial. Though fraught with danger, this approach would expedite Steve's growth. Meanwhile, after escaping the base, Steve had no time to discern his direction and ran wildly. After an indeterminate time, he found himself at the edge of a broken bridge. Realizing there was no path ahead, he halted, but the creatures were still in pursuit. Looking around, he dashed into a crevice beneath a massive boulder to conceal himself. Moments after he hid, the 3 monsters arrived at the broken bridge. They scanned the area, but, finding no trace of Steve, departed. After waiting a while, apprehensive of a potential ambush, Steve finally emerged when he was certain they had not returned and fled in another direction. As Steve evaded the monster's pursuit, Adam West at the base accessed the invasion system to review his current data panel. Invasion points, 17, 586. 400 unlocked world, Kamen Rider Black World, invasion progress, 90. Acquired items, monster transformation technology, common, monster transformation technology, perfect. Adam West then glanced at the attribute panel. Constitution, Genesis King Constitution, 30, Strength, Genesis King Power, 30, Skill, Telekinesis Power, 0-10. Have I amassed over 17 million invasion points? The invasion progress has reached 90. It appears that to rapidly accrue invasion points and enhance the progress, I must alter the destinies of pivotal Marvel characters more swiftly. Adam West exclaimed in astonishment as he scrutinized the data displayed on the system panel. Chapter 7. The awakening of Steve in the form of a monster suddenly confronted with a multitude of invasion points. Adam West felt an urge to indulge himself extravagantly. He excitedly addressed the system, inquiring how to unlock a new Kamen Rider world, as he was eager to revel in the opulence. The system responded, informing him that as a novice, he could only unlock 1 Rider world. Upon achieving a 100 invasion progress in the Kamen Rider Black World, he could complete the novice tasks, at which point the system would unlock all Rider worlds. Adam West's expression darkened upon hearing the system's reply, and he muttered in resignation, "Does this mean I can't even spend my invasion points now?" Sighing, he lamented, "I guess I'll just have to see what I can redeem in the Kamen Rider Black World." Opening the redemption list for the Kamen Rider Black World, he began to peruse it. After some searching, Adam West discovered that most items, aside from character summoning cards, were rather useless trinkets. However, when it came to summoning characters, he was at a loss as to whom to summon. Would he really summon Kamen Rider Black himself, Kotaro Minami, to compete for the transformation privilege? Summoning the peak version of the Genesis King would be futile, as he wouldn't stand a chance against him now. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Adam West suddenly recalled some inconsistencies and posed a question to the system. Why does the power of the Kamen Rider worlds within the system seem so much stronger than in the original narrative? The monsters possess strength exceeding 100 tons. The system explained, the powers within this system's tokusatsu world have been perfectly enhanced. rendering all abilities stronger than those in the original world. Upon hearing this, Adam West nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. In that case, I'll have a greater chance against the Celestial Gods group in the future. But will the characters summoned from the Kamen Rider world betray me? He inquired further. The system replied, the characters summoned are indeed their true selves, possessing their original personalities. Upon being summoned, they will only have an initial level of goodwill towards you and will not attack you unprovoked. However, to command their loyalty, you must find a way to earn it. Adam West felt grateful that he had refrained from hastily summoning characters from the original plot, as that would have wasted his invasion points. He then expressed his thoughts. System. Look at other systems. They are either immensely powerful or can summon loyal subordinates. Why can't you ensure the loyalty of the summoned characters? The system retorted. I am not your caretaker. Why should I control their loyalty? Moreover, this is the real world, not a game. The lack of control over their loyalty is ultimately for your benefit. Adam West was taken aback and questioned, how is that for my benefit? Shouldn't he ensuring their loyalty be the way to help me? The system's intention is to cultivate the host's abilities, transforming them into a truly formidable individual. Unlike other systems that treat their host as helpless infants reliant on constant assistance, this approach fosters genuine strength. Even if such hosts ultimately become powerful, they remain vulnerable. Devoid of the system's support, they would instantly revert to a state of ineptitude. Consider those who, under the oppressive control of a system, would be torn apart by their subordinates if the system were to vanish. Possessing great power yet being incapable of functioning independently, they would swiftly self-destruct. Such a method of cultivation undoubtedly serves ulterior motives. It is akin to raising livestock solely for the purpose of fattening them up, without any intention of allowing them to attain true strength. This way, the slaughter would require minimal effort. In contrast, my objective is to guide the host towards becoming a true powerhouse, endowed with formidable skills, strategies, and resilience, rather than a mere creature of burden, helpless outside the confines of the system. Upon hearing this, Adam West nodded thoughtfully and self-deprecatingly remarked, it seems I have been rather naive, thinking I could effortlessly ascend to greatness. The system responded, there is no need for such thoughts, as this is a common human sentiment. However, the path to becoming a genuine powerhouse necessitates diligent honing of one's abilities. The host need only proceed at a steady pace. Adam West acknowledged this with a nod, feeling a sense of relief as he declared, I shall strive to become a true strongman. Days later, the fleeing Steve found himself once again pursued by monstrous adversaries. Now encircled by 3 grotesque beings, he found himself in a dire predicament. The spider creature launched the first assault, charging towards Steve and delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Although Steve endured a severe blow, he deftly rolled upon landing and rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the trio of monsters. Throughout the past few days, Steve had been relentlessly hunted, yet he discovered that his resilience had markedly improved, along with his strength. Had this confrontation occurred in the past, such a strike might have proved fatal. However, now, the creature's standard attacks inflicted minimal damage upon him. While keeping a watchful eye on the 3 monsters, Steve contemplated his escape strategy, aware that even with his newfound prowess, the odds were not in his favor. The 3 creatures effectively blocked every potential exit, rendering his chances of escape exceedingly slim. Just as he was deep in thought, another monster unleashed a torrent of flames towards him. Steve leapt nimbly to evade the fiery onslaught. However, at that moment, the spider creature ensnared him with its webbing, rendering his hands immobile. With a powerful flick, the spider hurled Steve against the wall. Meanwhile, the 3rd creature launched a lightning strike at Steve using the sharp horn atop its head. As Steve rose to his feet, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly feeling his entire body succumb to paralysis, releasing a cry of anguish. Yet, misfortune compounded, as another monstrous being launched a fiery assault upon him. Unable to move due to his incapacitated state, Steve was directly engulfed by the flames, eliciting a more harrowing scream as his body was consumed by the blaze. Still reeling from the dual onslaught, Steve was suddenly kicked through a wall by a charging spider creature. The debris collapsed upon him, pinning him to the ground. In the throes of intense agony, Steve pondered, am I to perish here? But then, thoughts of Peggy Carter flooded his mind. He owed her a dance, and he was yet to avenge his dear friend Bucky's death. I cannot die yet. I must survive. His resolve began to solidify. Perhaps it was the energy from the attacks that coursed through his body, or perhaps it was the steadfast determination within him, or perhaps it was a combination of both. Steve felt warmth radiating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his being, as his pain began to subside rapidly, replaced by an overwhelming sense of strength. Once the warmth enveloped him entirely, a layer of black armor materialized upon his skin, transforming him into the visage of the locust monster. However, perhaps due to insufficient energy, Steve did not fully metamorphose into Kamen Rider Black, but rather into the juvenile form of the locust creature. Nevertheless, he sensed the immense power now coursing through him. With renewed vigor, Steve pushed aside the debris that restrained him and stood tall, glancing at his transformed body and feeling his face. In that moment, he comprehended that he had become a monster himself. Suppressing the discomfort within, he strode toward the wall's exterior, intent on confronting the three creatures outside. Though it seemed as if Steve had undergone a profound transformation, only a few seconds had elapsed. Outside, the three monsters, having driven Steve into the wall, were preparing to pursue him further when they suddenly beheld a shadow emerging from the gaping hole. It was Steve, now transformed into the locust creature. The trio paused, sensing the aura emanating from him, their agitation palpable. The first to succumb to fear was the spider creature. In a desperate attempt to quell its terror, it charged at Steve, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at his chest. Yet, Steve did not flinch or evade. He allowed the blow to land upon him. Remarkably, he remained unmoved, gazing disdainfully at the spider creature and uttering, "Is that all you can muster? It hardly tickles." The taunted spider creature, instead of responding with anger, found its fear magnified to an extreme. Witnessing Steve stand unfazed by its full force strike left it paralyzed with terror, consumed by an overwhelming desire to flee. Just as the spider monster contemplated fleeing, Steve seized his hand with a firm grip and coldly declared, "After striking me for so long, do you still wish to escape?" In an instant, Steve clenched his right fist and struck the spider monster with tremendous force, landing a decisive blow that met with the creature's terrified gaze. The impact sent the spider monster hurtling through the air, colliding with another monster lurking in the background, one capable of unleashing electrical attacks. A resounding explosion followed, and the spider monster was instantly vanquished by Steve's powerful punch. Chapter 8. Steve's initial encounter with the superior monster. The monster that had been struck down was severely injured and unable to rise for the foreseeable future. Observing Steve's formidable transformation, the third monster stood frozen in fear, the sheer might displayed by Steve, who had effortlessly dispatched the spider monster and gravely wounded another, filled it with trepidation. At that moment, having vanquished the spider monster, Steve shifted his gaze toward the remaining creature. The monster, sensing Steve's attention upon it, turned and fled in terror. Steve, witnessing the monster's retreat, thought to himself, "Do you truly believe you can escape? Just moments ago, you were relishing the thrill of battle. Is it not too late to run now?" With that resolve, Steve propelled himself forward, pursuing the creature with a speed that far exceeded its own. Upon closing the distance, he leaped and delivered a devastating kick, obliterating the second monster. Having dispatched the creature, Steve returned to confront the last remaining monster. The fallen beast, struggling to rise, gathered its remaining energy at its pointed horn, preparing for a final, desperate confrontation. Yet, the power that Steve now wielded was beyond its comprehension. Steve concentrated his energy into his foot and, with a mighty leap, executed the monster's own kick, deflecting its attack while delivering a crushing blow in return. With a resounding explosion, the final monster fell to Steve's might. As the battle concluded, Steve stood amidst the remnants of his adversaries, contemplating the transformation that had overtaken him, his heart filled with uncertainty about the future. Taking a moment to attune himself to the newfound strength coursing through his body, he ultimately reverted to his human form after a brief struggle. Without a second glance, Steve chose a direction and departed from the scene. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Adam West's avatar, Number 1, approached from a distance. It had been observing Steve's inaugural battle from afar, gazing at the remnants of the two monsters strewn on the ground. Number 1 mused, "Now that Steve has awakened his powers, my plan is firmly on track. The moment for my true appearance draws near." With a slight smirk, Number 1 chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Steve wandered aimlessly, uncertain of his path. Now a monster, he pondered whether Peggy Carter would accept him or fear him. Hesitant to gamble on that possibility, he resolved to confront the monster organization alone, seeking vengeance for Bucky. On Peggy Carter's end, she was tirelessly searching for news of Steve. It had been several days since he last contacted her. Although she found the soldier Steve had previously asked for directions, his whereabouts remained elusive. Her instincts told her something was amiss. "Steve, what has happened to you? Why haven't you reached out? What is going on?" Peggy gazed into the distance, her eyes brimming with concern. Days later, Steve continued his relentless quest on the battlefield, seeking traces of the monsters. At last, he encountered one that was mercilessly slaughtering a group of soldiers. Without hesitation, Steve transformed and charged forward. The soldiers were relentlessly firing their weapons at the creature. Yet their efforts proved futile. The bullets merely ricocheted off its formidable defenses. After dispatching one soldier, the creature advanced towards another, who, upon witnessing the impending doom, collapsed in terror, utterly immobilized. As the creature approached, it raised its lethal claws. Just as the soldier braced for his demise, the transformed Steve appeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying, subsequently aiding the fallen soldier to his feet. However, instead of expressing gratitude, the soldier, gripped by fear, scrambled away in a state of panic. Steve, shaking his head at the fleeing soldier, chose to disregard him and approach the creature he had just vanquished. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing the emergence of yet another creature, felt a profound sense of despair. Yet, upon seeing this new creature effortlessly dispatch the other and assist the fallen soldier without launching an attack, they collectively exhaled in relief, halting their assault to observe the ensuing battle. The confrontation between Steve and the creature was overwhelmingly one-sided, as the creature was merely a low-level adversary. In mere moments, Steve had the creature on the ground, delivering a final, crushing blow that obliterated it beneath his foot. The soldiers gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on Steve, fearful that he might turn against them as the fallen creature had. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, the soldiers aimed their weapons at Steve. Yet none dared to pull the trigger. To them, Steve embodied a greater threat than the deceased creature. Provoking him could spell doom for all present. After dispatching the creature, Steve noticed the soldiers brandishing their weapons yet felt no anger, recognizing that he now resembled a monster himself. Observing their anxious expressions, he hesitated before choosing to depart, leaving the soldiers in a state of bewilderment. As Steve walked away without attacking, the soldiers collectively sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground, grateful to have narrowly escaped death. In the ensuing month, Steve diligently sought traces of the creatures. During this time, he encountered 2 more low-level creatures, which he effortlessly dispatched under the sheer weight of his power. Afterward, he found himself without further encounters. As Steve continued to rescue soldiers on the battlefield, a legend began to circulate about a locust-like creature hunting down others, with surviving soldiers claiming that this creature posed no threat to humanity. This news reached the upper echelons of various nations, prompting orders to seek contact with this locust creature, even suggesting its capture. One must admit, humanity's arrogance is remarkable. Meanwhile, Peggy Carter, who had been searching for Steve for over a month, was nearing despair. Despite her exhaustive efforts and various strategies, she had garnered not a single lead. The military could no longer tolerate her actions and ordered Peggy Carter to immediately cease her search for Steve and instead focus on the mission to engage the locust beast. Peggy understood that despite her prolonged efforts, finding Steve seemed increasingly unlikely. With a heavy heart burdened by sorrow and concern, she reluctantly set out to confront the locust beast. Days passed. In pursuit of the monster, Steve found himself by a tranquil stream. As he contemplated pausing for a sip of water and a moment's respite, he suddenly noticed a creature lying on the grassy bank upstream. He leaned in for a closer look, but a massive boulder obscured much of the creature's body, leaving only its head visible. Once Steve discerned the features of the exposed head, he exhaled in relief, chuckling. "Oh, it's merely a rhinoceros." He shook his head with amusement and prepared to drink from the stream. Just as he was about to make his move, the rhinoceros stirred, shaking its head before rising to its feet, not on 4 legs, but on 2. This sight left Steve utterly bewildered, his mind racing with questions. Wasn't he a rhinoceros supposed to have 4 legs? It took him a moment to process that this was no ordinary rhinoceros, but rather a rhinoceros beast. Without hesitation, Steve charged forward, intent on neutralizing the creature once more. Little did he know, this impulsive decision would lead him into dire straits. The rhinoceros beast was an advanced entity, while Steve was in a juvenile state, capable of exerting a maximum force of 200 tons. In contrast, even the weakest advanced monsters boasted power exceeding 500 tons. The rhinoceros beast, in particular, ranked among the elite in strength and defense among advanced monsters. With Steve's current capabilities, he could scarcely breach its defenses. Chapter 9. Steve's Beating. Rescue 1. Unbeknownst to Steve, he charged forward, entirely unaware of the hierarchy among the creatures, high and low. In his mind, the peculiar beings he had encountered thus far were all easily vanquished. Thus, he assumed that this creature would similarly succumb to his might with little effort. The distinction between high-ranking and low-ranking creatures was imperceptible to him, and he remained oblivious to the existence of such a classification. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into action, ignorant of the impending thrashing he was about to endure. As he approached the rhinoceros creature, it too took notice of him. In an instant, Steve transformed into a locust monster and charged toward the rhinoceros creature, concentrating his strength in his legs. He leapt high into the air, preparing to unleash a monster kick aimed directly at the rhinoceros. However, he unwittingly replicated the iconic moment from his initial transformation into the spider monster. To the rhinoceros creature, it appeared as though a bewildered human was rushing toward it, only to metamorphose into a locust monster, soaring high before attempting a kick. The rhinoceros creature, mistaking this for a game, stood still, allowing the locust monster to strike. When Steve's full-force kick connected with the rhinoceros creature, it did not budge an inch. It merely stared blankly at him. A gentle breeze swept through, and the two monsters locked eyes. Steve offered an awkward smile. Suddenly, the rhinoceros creature raised its colossal fist, and with a forceful strike, it slammed down upon Steve's chest. The impact sent Steve flying, grievously injured. The rhinoceros creature continued its advance toward him. Clutching his chest and spitting blood, Steve slowly rose, watching in disbelief as the creature drew closer. How could this monster possess such strength? A single blow had left him gravely wounded. How could he possibly defeat it? Steve pondered, astonished. Unperturbed by Steve's thoughts, the rhinoceros creature approached and unleashed another punch. Seeing the fist barreling toward him, Steve hastily jumped back, only to find the rhinoceros creature employing its brutal skill, barbaric charge, with its massive horn aimed directly at him. It surged forward, intent on colliding with Steve, who was suspended in midair and had no means to brace himself. In that fleeting moment, the rhinoceros creature crashed into Steve, propelling him dozens of meters away. As the impact struck, Steve felt his ribs fracture, and his abdomen was torn open. With a resounding thud, he landed on the ground. Rendered immobile, blood loss taking its toll. His vision blurred, and consciousness began to wane. Was this truly the end? Steve lamented. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air. The night transformed, revealing a hazy figure before Steve, who could no longer sustain himself and succumbed to darkness, losing consciousness. The newcomer was Kamen Rider #1, who had been trailing Steve from a distance, careful to remain unnoticed. However, he had not anticipated Steve's audacity in confronting the rhino monster head-on. And by the time he arrived, Steve had already sustained grave injuries. Observing the unconscious Steve sprawled on the ground, #1 remarked with a wry smile, "Fortunately, I arrived swiftly, otherwise you would truly be in peril." He then turned his gaze towards the rhino monster, which, upon seeing another unfamiliar figure, immediately regarded him as an adversary and charged at #1 with reckless abandon. Frowning at the charging beast, No. One deftly sidestepped to the right and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature tumbling into a nearby stream, opting not to kill it. He then swiftly lifted Steve and departed from the scene. Once in a safe location, #1 laid Steve upon a rock, ensuring he was bathed in sunlight. It is well known that those possessing the Sunstone, like Steve, are nearly invulnerable when exposed to sunlight. The greater the sunlight, the quicker the recovery and enhancement of their powers. Although Steve had not fully awakened yet, his recuperative abilities were still remarkable. True to expectation, after basking in the sun for over 4 hours, the gaping wound in Steve's abdomen had completely healed, leaving #1 astonished. Yet, Steve remained unconscious, prompting #1 to carry him to his temporary residence. The following day, Steve awoke with a start, instinctively touching his abdomen to find it unscathed. With a sense of disbelief, he murmured to himself, "I'm not dead." As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in an unfamiliar room. "You're awake," #1 announced as he entered with breakfast, noticing that Steve had regained consciousness. Steve turned to the unfamiliar man and inquired, "Did you save me?" "Thank you." #1 smiled but did not respond directly. Instead, he said, "Let us discuss that after you've eaten," placing the meal on the table. Steve, heeding the suggestion, refrained from further questions and began his breakfast. After a moment, he asked, "Who are you? Are you also a monster?" He recalled the shadowy figure and the voice he had encountered before losing consciousness. "My name is Ming. You may call me that," #1 replied. After a brief pause, he added, "If you are referring to those who have been transformed, then I suppose I am also a monster, though I prefer to identify myself as a Kamen Rider." "Kamen Rider?" Steve queried, puzzled. "Indeed, Kamen Rider, no," one affirmed with a smile. "It is one who dons a mask to protect the virtuous and combat the forces of evil." "A knight of justice?" Steve contemplated, lowering his head in thought. "Mr. Ming, why did you choose to save me?" he asked, lifting his gaze once more. "You are the first among us, besides myself, willing to engage in battle against the aberrations. I perceive in you a reflection of my former self. We are of the same ilk," replied #1 with a smile. Steve gazed at #1, his expression marred by confusion. "But I am utterly unaware of what is transpiring within me. Nor do I know against whom I am to fight. You, like myself, are likely a product of the Dashioka organization's modifications." #1 responded after considering Steve's words. "Dashioka?" Steve inquired, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Observing Steve's perplexity, #1 resolved to elucidate the matter, as well as to redeem his own essence. He began, "Dashioka is an organization steeped in malevolence, endowed with supernatural powers." After a brief pause, he continued, his features betraying memories long buried. "In a previous life, I was a university professor, only to be ensnared by Dashioka and transformed into a subject for their grotesque experiments. I was subsequently altered by their scientists into a creature, tasked with the annihilation of others like myself to thwart Dashioka's ambitions of global dominion. It was only later that I uncovered the nefarious methods employed by Dashioka to coerce that scientist into aiding their endeavors in creating monstrosities. I ultimately liberated that scientist, and together we fought against Dashioka's tyranny. Yet, as we approached the brink of victory, we were met with a devastating defeat." At this juncture, #1 halted, a pained expression overtaking his countenance, as if he were reluctant to revisit those tumultuous memories. "What transpired?" Steve inquired, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 10. The devilish training of Steve. #1 regained his composure and continued, "We had vanquished all the monsters. Just when we believed that defeating the leader of the Great Shuka would bring an end to our ordeal, the leader suddenly appeared before us. At this juncture, Number one's expression grew increasingly pained. Yet, he pressed on. We stood before it utterly powerless. I could hardly move. Every cell in my body trembled uncontrollably. A manifestation of sheer terror. With a mere casual strike, I was grievously injured. Later, Dr. Adam selflessly shielded my escape, enduring its psychic assaults alone. As he spoke, Number one's voice began to quaver. Though I managed to flee, when I next saw Dr. Adam, he had been completely ensnared by it. Stripped of all consciousness. Upon concluding his tale, Number one could no longer contain himself, tears of anguish streaming down his face. Observing Number one's heart-wrenching sorrow, Steve fell silent. At a loss for how to comfort him, Steve too gradually succumbed to reminiscence, recalling the individual who had aided his escape. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the person who assisted him be the same as Dr. Adam, as described by Number one? Hastily, Steve recounted his own experience to Number one, detailing the appearance of his benefactor. Upon hearing this, Number one's spirits lifted, exclaiming, "So Dr. Adam is not dead. There is still hope. I must rescue him." Then, as if struck by a revelation, Number one asked Steve, "Did Dr. Adam impart any useful information during your escape?" Steve pondered for a moment before replying, "Dr. Adam mentioned that I possess a latent power within me capable of saving the world, yet I do not currently sense any extraordinary strength." After considering Steve's response, Number one stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Since Dr. Adam said so, there must be a reason behind it. Your lack of sensation might be due to the dormant state of the power within you." Steve nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plausibility of Number one's analysis. Consequently, Number one resolved to train Steve, aiming to help him unlock and master the power within him swiftly. Steve did not refuse, for he felt an inexplicable trust in Number one, recognizing that they could become steadfast companions in battle. Number one suggested that Steve first attend to some personal matters, as the forthcoming rigorous training would demand his undivided attention. After some hesitation, Steve decided to visit Peggy Carter. Having found a comrade who shared his experience of transformation, he felt less repulsed by his identity as an enhanced individual. After all, he was now part of an organization. Thus, Steve made his way to Peggy Carter's home, poised to knock on the door when he overheard her engaged in conversation with a man. Steve paused momentarily, and the man in the room spoke up. "Miss Carter, do not fret too much. Steve is a super soldier who has been injected with the serum. If you can harm him, he may simply be engaged in a battle somewhere, which is why he has not contacted you." It was Howard Stark, who had come to comfort Peggy Carter, knowing she was still worried about Steve. Yet, Peggy replied with concern, "But Steve has been missing for over a month, and I can't shake this feeling of unease." Howard Stark reassured her, "Take heart. Perhaps Steve is on his way back." After hearing this, Peggy merely smiled and remained silent. At that moment, Steve was outside, knocking on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Peggy stood up and walked to the door to open it. To her astonishment, the very man she had been worried about was standing at the entrance, smiling back at her. Without hesitation, Peggy rushed forward and slapped Steve, unable to contain her tears as she exclaimed, "Why have you returned only now?" Steve paid no mind to the slap and instead embraced Peggy, gently whispering in her ear, "I'm sorry for coming back late." Hearing the commotion, Howard Stark stepped out, only to find Steve holding Peggy. He nodded at Steve and retreated, granting the couple their privacy. Howard was indeed pleased by Steve's return, yet his thoughts drifted to his brother, missing for over 20 years, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. "Brother, where are you? Are you still alive? Why have I searched for over 2 decades without news of you?" 3 days later, Steve informed Peggy and Howard that he would be leaving for an extended training session, assuring Peggy that there would be no danger, alleviating her worries as he returned to the temporary residence of Unit 1. Thus began the grueling training of Steve under Unit 1. A year later, after enduring the relentless training and frequent sparring with Unit 1, Steve's combat prowess and skills had dramatically improved. Notably, after a year of daily guidance from Unit 1, Steve had come to accept his identity as a freak. With this acceptance, he finally felt the power of the Emperor's Stone, Sunstone, within him. Consequently, Steve evolved into the true Kamen Rider Black Sun, shedding the form of a monster. This transformation brought immense joy to both Steve and Unit 1. Today marked their final training duel. The two, transformed, charged at each other, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike resonating with intensity evenly matched. However, as the battle progressed, the sun in the sky began to grow larger, and Steve's strength gradually surged, pushing Unit 1 into a disadvantageous position. Not hesitating any longer, Unit 1 shouted to Steve, "This is the final strike, Black Sun." The Black Sun, named for the deep ebony hue of Number 1 after Steve's transformation and his ability to amplify strength under the sun, was suggested as the moniker for Steve's Kamen Rider persona, cleverly drawing from the original series. Upon hearing this, Steve nodded in agreement. In an instant, the two charged at one another, gathering power in their right hands, and collided with a forceful impact of fists. At the moment of their convergence, a colossal shockwave erupted between them, rapidly radiating outward, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. Following a tremendous explosion, a crater 3 meters deep remained within a 30-meter radius, where number 1 lay helplessly on the ground, while Steve struggled to maintain his balance. Gasping for breath, number 1 managed a weak smile and remarked, "You have now surpassed me, Steve. The training can conclude. It is thanks to Mr. Ming that I have been able to grow stronger so swiftly." Steve, in response, chuckled lightly, before collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Number 1, feeling a sense of relief, replied, "Do not belittle yourself. Your strength will far exceed mine in the future. Defeating the Great Repair Organization and rescuing Dr. Adam will depend on your power. I will continue to strive," Steve said earnestly. With that, the two shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 11. The first battle after training the following day. Number 1 once again enlightened Steve about the peculiarities of monsters. He explained, "Monsters are classified into high-level and low-level categories. Low-level monsters pose little threat to us, so I shall not elaborate further. High-level monsters, however, are further divided into sentient and non-sentient beings. The rhinoceros monster that previously defeated you belongs to the category of non-sentient high-level monsters." At this point, number 1 glanced at Steve and smiled. Steve, recalling his prior encounter, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Not continuing to tease Steve, number 1 proceeded. "All high-level monsters possess strength exceeding 500 tons, with upper limits varying according to their distinct characteristics. Non-sentient high-level monsters are engineered from animals and bear little difference from them. Their attack methods are simplistic and relatively manageable." After a brief pause, number 1 continued, "Sentient high-level monsters, however, are derived from humans and possess human-like intelligence, making them considerably more formidable. Their combat skills are advanced, some wield exceptional swordsmanship, while others may even exhibit supernatural abilities. You must exercise caution when encountering a sentient high-level monster." Nodding in acknowledgement, Steve understood that number 1 had his best interests at heart. "I comprehend," he replied. Then, recalling something, he curiously inquired, "Is the leader of the Dashioka also a high-level monster? What is it like?" Number 1 fell silent for a moment before responding. "The leader of Dashioka is not a high-level monster. It is a colossal creature over 3 meters tall, referred to by all as the Creator King. If one were to assign a rank, it would be deemed the sole divine-level monster. Interestingly, the appearance of the Creator King bears a striking resemblance to your Dark Sun form." Steve paid little heed to number 1's final remark and instead asked with curiosity, "The Creator King? Does it truly possess the ability to create worlds?" Unknown, number 1 shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. Steve dismissed the notion. For who would believe that a monster could possess such world-creating capabilities? And thus, time passed for another 2 days. Fully prepared, the duo commenced their quest to locate the Dashioka organization. Their first destination was the very site where Steve had been grievously injured by the rhinoceros monster. Steve yearned to redeem himself, while number 1 was eager to observe Steve's performance in actual combat. The two searched the vicinity of the previous battle for some time. Yet they found no trace of the rhinoceros monster. Had it vacated this area? Steve mused with regret. Just as they were preparing to depart, the rhinoceros monster burst forth from the woods on the other side of a stream, crashing through several trees. The tremendous commotion instantly captured their attention, and upon turning, they beheld the rhinoceros monster charging from the thicket. Overcome with elation at the sight of the creature, Steve dashed towards it, halting when he was merely a few meters away. With both hands clenched into fists, Steve struck the signature transformation pose of Kamen Rider Black, executing the transformation motion while proclaiming, "Rider, transform." In an instant, Kamen Rider Black made a dazzling entrance. After the metamorphosis, Steve approached the rhino monster with deliberate strides. The rhino monster, sensing the ominous aura radiating from Black Sun, felt its eyes redden as it raised its fists and charged at him. Steve deftly sidestepped the rhino monster's punch, retaliating with a powerful blow to its head, forcing it back several steps. This only fueled the rhino monster's fury, as it raised its fists again and relentlessly attacked Steve with a series of strikes. Unperturbed, Steve skillfully evaded the onslaught, maneuvering behind the monster to deliver a kick to its back, destabilizing it and sending it rolling a few meters forward. As the rhino monster regained its footing, its eyes glowed with rage, and with a furious roar, it turned to launch a savage charge at Steve. Sensing the impending assault, Steve's expression sharpened with vigilance. He leapt high into the air, executing a somersault to land behind the rhino monster. The creature, unable to halt its momentum, continued its reckless charge. Seizing the opportunity, Steve concentrated all his strength into his right leg and soared upwards once more, delivering a crushing kick to the rhino monster. Just as the creature managed to turn around, intent on another brutal charge, it was met with the full force of Steve's descending kick, sending it tumbling away. After toppling the rhino monster, Steve turned to strike a pose that epitomized the essence of a true man, one who never looks back at explosions. The rhino monster. Acknowledging the moment, stood up after rolling and let out a defiant roar before erupting in a dramatic explosion. Observing the battle from a distance, Number 1 couldn't help but smirk, internally musing, is he really that impressive? After quietly witnessing Steve's display, the two resumed their quest for the Great Shuka upon Steve's transformation reversion. Days passed, and after their arduous journey, Number 1 and Steve navigated through a dense forest, where they encountered one formidable monster alongside 7 lesser ones. Their awareness of the stronger foe stemmed from the identical appearance of the 7 weaker monsters, indicating their role as mere minions. Just as Steve prepared to transform, Number 1 intervened, feeling an urge to express his own prowess after witnessing Steve's earlier display. Positioning himself atop a height, Number 1 clenched his fists at his waist, gathering energy as a low growl resonated from his lips. "Rider," he intoned, executing the transformation motion while leaping high into the air. "Transform," he continued, channeling his energy into a punch aimed at the monsters below. Hearing his voice, the monsters looked up in confusion, only to see Number 1, engulfed in flames, descending upon them with a powerful strike. Before they could react, the higher-ranking monster was struck down to the ground by Number 1's punch. The lower-tier monsters surrounding the advanced one were immediately obliterated by the force of the strike, collapsing in a cacophony of chaos. The advanced monster, who had only time to emit a chilling scream, soon exploded as well. After the detonation, Number 1 remained poised in a superheroic landing stance, and then, expressionless, he rose to his feet, reverting to his original form. Meanwhile, Steve, witnessing Number 1's display, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow, I've truly learned." Number 1, turning to see Steve's astonished demeanor, exhibited no hint of pride. Instead, modestly responding, "Basic skills, nothing extraordinary." Yet internally, he felt a sense of satisfaction with Steve's reaction, thinking, "You still have a long way to go in your performance. Lad, take your time to learn." After concluding the battle, the duo resumed their journey, with the base now within close proximity. Following 2 more days of arduous trekking, Number 1 and Steve finally arrived near the base from which Steve had escaped. Remarkably, they had not encountered a single monster during their travels. Both men found this peculiar. Why was there an absence of guardians near the base? Surely, there must be a significant reason behind it. However, they chose not to dwell on it, as the base was now within sight. Glancing at each other, Steve and Number 1 shared a nod of understanding before entering the subterranean lair of the Great Repair Card together. Chapter 12, Exhaustion sets in. Shadows of the moon approach after stealthily infiltrating the Dashio card base. Steve and Number 1 expected to encounter a multitude of bizarre beings. However, to their astonishment, not a single guard was in sight. Doubts began to creep in. Could they have mistakenly entered the wrong location? Nonetheless, they remained vigilant and cautiously proceeded to search the premises. Deeper within the base, in a secluded chamber, a silver-clad metallic knight observed a screen intently. On that very screen were the images of Steve and Number 1, who were blissfully unaware that their covert approach had already been laid bare before the enemy's gaze. Meticulously, they scoured each room, and after several hours of thorough investigation, only one laboratory remained unexamined. However, not a single creature had been discovered throughout their search. Upon reaching the laboratory door, their expressions turned grave, and in unison, they forcefully kicked the door open. As anticipated, upon breaching the laboratory, they were met with 4 formidable creatures and a horde of lesser beings. As if they had been eagerly awaiting the duo's arrival, one of the advanced creatures spoke. "At last, you have arrived, Number 1 and Black Sunday. We have been expecting you for quite some time." With a clap of its hands, 4 more advanced creatures emerged from the shadows behind Steve and Number 1. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Steve and Number 1 exchanged glances, their faces clouded with concern. Without further delay, they positioned themselves back to back and commenced their transformation. Perhaps due to the peculiar invulnerability that accompanied this metamorphosis, the creatures refrained from interrupting their change, waiting instead until the transformation concluded before surging forward. Steve and Number 1 were immediately engaged in battle with the lesser creatures, all the while keeping a wary eye on the 8 advanced beings lurking nearby, ever alert for a potential ambush. Despite being outnumbered, the lesser creatures proved to be no match for the duo. Given a little more time, they would surely vanquish this inferior horde. As the tide began to turn against the lesser creatures, the advanced ones could no longer remain passive. They advanced to join the fray. One of the advanced beings seized an opportunity while Steve was distracted, leaping forward to strike him fiercely with its razor-sharp claws, sending sparks flying. Steve was propelled forward, a sharp pain erupting in his back. Just as he turned to assess the situation, another advanced creature delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Quickly recovering, Steve stood up, warily observing the 4 creatures encircling him. One of the advanced beings stepped forward, pointing at Steve and declaring, "Black Sun, surrender. Submit and become a knight of Dashio card." Steve, undeterred, retorted with a scoff, "You wish? Even if it costs me my life, I will fight against the Dashio card organization till the very end." On the other side, engaged in a fierce battle with 4 other formidable foes, Number 1 exclaimed, "Black Sun, we must seek an opportunity to depart from this place." Steve nodded in agreement without uttering a word. In response to Number 1's declaration, the advanced adversary coldly retorted, "Humph, stubborn resistance. Everyone, attack." The villain thrust his hands forward, summoning his minions to charge at Steve and Number 1. Instantly, the two found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle once more. However, this time they chose not to confront the advanced foe head-on. Instead, they evaded his assaults while systematically dispatching the lesser adversaries. With their combined efforts, the lower-tier foes were swiftly eradicated. As they fought and retreated, they began to make their way toward the exit of the base. Just as they neared the threshold, several monsters coordinated an attack on Steve, sending him crashing through a wall and into a concealed chamber. Inside the dimly lit room, illuminated only by the faint light from the gaping hole he had created, Steve beheld its sparse contents. The chamber housed a solitary black motorcycle resembling a locust, bound by 8 massive chains. As he gazed at the restrained vehicle, an unusual sensation surged within him. He could sense the motorcycle as if it were breathing, a peculiar yet undeniable feeling. Suddenly, as if awakened by Steve's presence, the locust motorcycle roared to life, emitting a thunderous engine sound. Steve felt an overwhelming sense of anger emanating from the machine. At that moment, 4 advanced adversaries entered through the breach he had created. Not sparing a glance for the motorcycle, Steve hastily adopted a defensive stance. The 4 formidable foes disregarded him entirely, launching themselves at him in a relentless assault. Overwhelmed by their combined might, Steve found himself retreating under their onslaught. He yearned to unleash his knightly ultimate technique but found no opportunity to do so. Just as he was driven against the wall once more, the locust motorcycle emitted a deafening roar. The 4 advanced adversaries turned, startled by the sound. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Steve, despite the pain coursing through him, focused his strength into his right hand and charged at the monsters. By the time they realized his intent, it was too late. Steve's fist connected with one of the adversaries, releasing a torrent of power upon impact. With a resounding explosion, the struck foe disintegrated, sending the remaining 3 adversaries flying. The chamber became a scene of utter chaos, with the chains binding the locust motorcycle shattering into fragments. Yet, the motorcycle stood eerily still, appearing as an ordinary vehicle once more, devoid of any peculiarities. Time was of the essence for Steve. As the 3 adversaries he had just dispatched swiftly regained their footing, he hurriedly exited the chamber and sprinted towards the base's exterior. Upon his emergence, he beheld Number 1 engaged in combat with 1 advanced foe, while the other 3 adversaries had seemingly vanished, likely eliminated by Number 1's prowess. Upon witnessing the scene, Steve swiftly rushed forward to join Number 1 in their assault against the monstrous being. United in their efforts, the two swiftly brought the creature to its knees. Subsequently, both Steve and Number 1 unleashed their knife fists, obliterating the foe. Just as they had vanquished this creature, 3 formidable adversaries emerged from the base, immediately pursuing them. Faced with this new threat, Steve and Number 1 chose not to retreat, but instead charged towards the trio, engaging in fierce combat. However, this time, the pressure upon them was significantly alleviated, as they adeptly countered the attacks of the 3 monsters. Though both warriors had expended considerable stamina, their offensive maneuvers grew increasingly fierce. Before long, another creature fell victim to a combined knife fist from Steve and Number 1, further easing their burden. Under the warming rays of the sun, Steve's wounds began to heal, and his strength surged, making the clash with the monsters increasingly manageable. Both warriors subsequently found themselves locked in battle with the last 2 creatures. After a prolonged skirmish, Steve and Number 1, having subdued their foes, concentrated their remaining strength into their right legs and unleashed their respective night kicks, decisively ending the last 2 monsters. Following the confrontation, they both knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, just as they believed the battle had concluded. A sound reminiscent of metal striking the ground echoed from a distance. Chapter 13. A bitter struggle against Shadow Moon. 2 in the face of death, Steve and Number 1 hurriedly turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. In the distance, beneath the shadows of the tunnel, a figure was approaching them. Each step echoed like a metallic clash. Steve and Number 1, sensing the gravity of the situation, fixed their eyes intently on the advancing silhouette. Could it be another creature from the Daishoku organization? Number 1 spoke slowly, his expression grave. Steve shook his head in response, indicating his uncertainty. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly trained on the approaching figure. Before long, the silhouette emerged from the darkness, stepping into the light, as if transitioning from shadows into brightness. Under the sun's rays, Steve and Number 1 finally discerned the figure's true form. It was a metallic knight, clad in shimmering silver with green compound eyes. The Silver Knight, now basking in sunlight, returned their gaze, and the 3 of them locked eyes. Unable to contain his curiosity, Steve addressed the Silver Knight. "Who are you?" The knight, known as Shadow Moon, looked at Steve, his voice resonating ominously from beneath his visor. "I am Kamen Rider Black Sun. My name is Shadow Moon, your inescapable fated adversary. My fated adversary? Steve replied, a mix of confusion and introspection in his tone. Indeed, like you, I am a creature transformed by the Daishika organization, possessing the Emperor Stones within us. You carry the Solar Stone, while I hold the Moon Shadow Stone. To become the new Genesis King, our two Emperor Stones must merge. A battle between us is inevitable. It is a fate we cannot evade, Shadow Moon articulated slowly in response to Steve's inquiry. To this, Steve resolutely declared, I shall not become the Genesis King, nor will I allow you to ascend to that position. I will defeat the Daishika organization and thwart your schemes. Shadow Moon scoffed at Steve's words, a derisive smirk forming on his lips. Do not be so naive. Whosoever among us loses their Emperor Stone shall perish. This is our fate, one you cannot resist, no matter the effort. With that, he charged at Steve. Reacting swiftly, Steve rose to confront him, only to be sent crashing to the ground by a powerful punch. Before Steve could regain his footing, Shadow Moon dashed forward again, delivering a kick that sent Steve sprawling several meters away, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Shadow Moon then approached the fallen Steve, flipping him over with a kick and placing his foot firmly on Steve's chest. You cannot defy fate, he proclaimed. Yet, Steve grasped the foot, pressing down on him with determination, locking eyes with Shadow Moon and resolutely stating, even so, I will never surrender. With a surge of strength, he shoved Shadow Moon's foot aside and rose to his feet. The pushback Shadow Moon, seemingly incensed by Steve's defiance, huffed in anger. Stubborn fool. He then launched another punch at Steve. Steve crossed his arms in a defensive stance, but he still could not withstand the force of Shadow Moon's blow, once again finding himself on the ground. In an instant, Ingwe placed his right hand before his belt and drew forth his weapon, the Shadow Saber. He then advanced towards Steve, intent on continuing his assault. However, Number One, weary and dragging his exhausted body, lunged at Ingwe from behind, landing a punch on his back while he was off guard. Yet, due to his depleted strength, the blow merely staggered Ingwe. Enraged by this attack, Ingwe pivoted, raising his blade in a fierce arc that struck Number One with great force. Following that, he executed a diagonal slash, delivering another brutal blow to Number One's body. Sparks flew as Number One cried out in agony twice before being sent hurtling backwards, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Ingwe approached, raising the Shadow Saber with both hands, ready to deliver a fatal stab to Number One. Just as the blade was about to pierce Number One's flesh, Steve suddenly charged in, kicking Ingwe away and saving Number One. He quickly turned to Number One, anxiously asking Ming, are you all right? To his dismay, he found that Number One had reverted from his transformation and had succumbed to unconsciousness. In a fit of rage, Steve let out a furious roar and charged at Ingwe again, re-engaging in battle. Yet, without a weapon, Steve proved no match for Ingwe. He found himself in dire straits under Ingwe's relentless onslaught, unable to draw near, thoroughly suppressed. Seizing an opportunity amidst Ingwe's relentless strikes, Steve managed to distance himself. He then mimicked Ingwe, placing his right hand before his belt. With a surge of intent, he drew forth his own weapon, a laser sword. Originally, in the source material, Black Sun was weaponless, but Adam West had specially equipped him with a laser sword akin to Black RX during the adaptation. Armed now, Steve posed a threat to Ingwe. The two clashed once more, but this time, Ingwe could not maintain his overpowering grip on Steve. They exchanged several strikes, each parried by the other. In a moment of synchronicity, both raised their swords to strike simultaneously, resulting in each being knocked to the ground. Rising to their feet, Steve charged at Ingwe once more. However, Ingwe, lacking any sense of martial decorum, unleashed a massive bolt of lightning from his left hand, severely injuring Steve. The searing energy brought Steve crashing to the ground. Wailing in agony, rendered immobile, forced to watch helplessly as Ingwe approached. Upon reaching Steve's side, Ingwe calmly declared, "It is over, Black Sunday." He then raised his sword, aiming to deliver a lethal strike to the fallen Steve, intending to conclude matters as he had with Number One. Steve could only watch helplessly as the Shadow Saber descended towards him, unable to intervene. Just as he believed his end was imminent, a deafening roar echoed through the air. A shadowy figure swept past, colliding directly with Ingwe and sending him flying. Before Ingwe could touch the ground, the shadow struck him again, propelling him against the wall. Finally, the shadow came to a halt. With great effort, Steve managed to rise, and upon gazing at the shadow, he discovered it was none other than the grasshopper motorcycle he had encountered in the secret chamber. As Steve turned his attention towards it, the motorcycle emitted a flicker from its headlights, resembling eyes, and shook its head as if to convey its prowess. Steve seemed to grasp the motorcycle's sentiment, raising his thumb and exclaiming with a smile, "Incredible." Upon hearing Steve's praise, the grasshopper motorcycle responded with a jubilant roar of its engine, moving closer to him. At that moment, Ingwe, who had just risen from the ground, glared at the grasshopper motorcycle beside Steve, clutching his injured chest and shouting furiously, "Battle Grasshopper, you chose him?" In a fit of rage, he raised his left hand, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning towards the battle grasshopper. The electric strike hit its mark, toppling the motorcycle and eliciting a cry of anguish. Steve, witnessing this, rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, "Battle grasshopper, are you all right?" Turning his furious gaze towards Ingwe. Steve was poised to retaliate but found himself utterly drained, barely able to remain upright. Ingwe, however, seized the opportunity to launch another lightning attack at Steve, causing sparks to fly and forcibly reverting him from his transformed state. Helplessly, Steve collapsed to the ground, gazing up at Ingwe, unable to rise again. Yet, Ingwe remained relentless, preparing to unleash another bolt of lightning upon Steve. Just as he raised his left hand, he suddenly crumpled to the ground in agony, clutching his head. After a brief moment, Ingwe rose once more, yet this time, he refrained from delivering the final blow. Instead, he spoke sternly, "Let our fate be decided next time." With that, he turned and, in a series of swift leaps, vanished from Steve's sight. Chapter 14. Shock after observing Shadow Moon's departure. Steve was unable to maintain his composure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Once he fell into a stupor, Number 1 rose from the ground, revealing that he had not truly fainted. He had merely exhausted his strength and pretended to lose consciousness, casting a glance at the unconscious Steve. He then turned his gaze toward the direction in which Shadow Moon had vanished, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. What could the original be doing now? After infusing his consciousness into my body, the original severed all ties with me, leaving me unable to establish any contact. I must await his initiative to reach out to me. However, the plans devised at that time only extended to this point. For what lies ahead, I can only tread cautiously. I hope the original does not indulge too excessively, otherwise. At this thought, Number 1 shook his head, refraining from voicing further thoughts. He then approached, hoisted Steve onto his back, and departed atop a battle locust. On the third day, Steve finally regained consciousness. Surveying his surroundings and recognizing the familiar room, he immediately realized it was the place he and Number 1 had resided during their training. Rubbing his temples, Steve rose and exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a lavish spread prepared by Number 1. "You should freshen up first. It will be ready shortly," Number 1 remarked without turning around. After refreshing himself, Steve and Number 1 commenced their meal. Once they had satisfied their hunger, they cleaned the dishes together and then sat on stools, contemplating their next course of action. After a moment of silence, Steve broke the stillness. "This base is a trap. The repair card organization has successfully concealed Dr. Adams' whereabouts from us. We are now completely at a loss regarding their movements. Furthermore, Shadow Moon from the repair card is yet another formidable adversary. And yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Upon hearing Steve's words, Number 1 mused that Steve and Bucky Barnes truly were kindred spirits, as he could sense this intuition. However, he kept this thought to himself and replied, "Indeed. For now, we can only proceed step by step. I am determined to rescue Dr. Adam from the clutches of the repair card organization." Steve, his brow furrowed with concern, responded, "The crux of the matter is that we currently possess no information to pursue." Noticing Steve's troubled expression, Number 1 placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "No matter the challenges we face, we must never abandon hope. If we persist in our search, we shall inevitably uncover clues. Let us commence by disrupting the activities of the repair card organization. We will surely find some trace." Steve nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the underwater base of the repair card organization, Adam West gazed thoughtfully at the unconscious figure of another Steve Rogers before him. This Steve was intended by Adam West to expedite the conclusion of World War II. He had dispatched a monster to wreak havoc among the armies of various nations, all while fearing for the safety of Peggy Carter, Steve's beloved, should she encounter danger. Thus, he had sent a high-ranking monster to protect her. Then, this formidable creature stumbled upon the stealthy Steve near Peggy Carter's residence. However, due to his striking resemblance to the masked rider Steve, the creature swiftly subdued him and brought him before Adam West. "System, what on earth is happening? How can there be two Steves?" Adam West inquired, utterly bewildered. Before the system could respond, he glanced at the Steve lying on the bed, whose visage and demeanor exuded a maturity far surpassing that of the masked rider Steve. A thought struck him, and he pondered aloud. Could this possibly be the future Steve? The system confirmed, "Your hypothesis is astute, judging by the residual temporal matter on him. This indeed originates from the future." Yet, Adam West remained perplexed. "But that cannot be. I have already transformed Steve into the masked rider Kamen Rider Black Sunday. Why does the future Steve show no signs of modification?" He questioned the system in confusion. The system replied, "Unknown." After this terse remark, silence enveloped the system. "You useless system, you don't even know this," Adam West exclaimed. The system retorted, "I am merely a tokusatsu invasion system, not an omniscient one. This falls beyond my scope." With that, the system lapsed into silence, unresponsive to Adam West's further inquiries. Sighing heavily, Adam West remarked, "Let us wait for future Steve to awaken before we inquire about the particulars." With that, he exited the room, leaving Steve in repose. Several hours later, upon awakening, Steve believed he had fallen into the clutches of extraterrestrial foes, for there were no creatures resembling monsters on Earth. In his attempt to flee, he was once again captured by the creature. Had it not been for Adam West's timely intervention, he would have been knocked unconscious once more. Realizing he was no match for the creature, Steve followed Adam West to the lounge, where they sat facing each other on the sofa. Steve fixed his gaze on Adam West, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked, "Which planet do you hail from?" Adam West chuckled, "I'm not an alien. My name is Adam West, a pure-blooded Earthling. Do you take me for a fool? If you were not an alien, then why do those monsters outside heed your commands?" Steve replied skeptically, regarding Adam West with suspicion. With a reassuring smile, Adam West responded, "Do not be alarmed. I assure you, I am not an alien. Not just me. But those outside are also Earthlings." Steve's expression conveyed disbelief, as he continued, Earthlings do not transform into monsters." Seeing that Steve remained unconvinced, Adam West sighed in exasperation. "It is true. They are beings I have engineered to forge a hero, one capable of battling the gods to safeguard the future of Earth." "Earth waging war against the gods? Why?" Steve, with a puzzled expression, inquired, for he had traversed from the future. Aside from the impending invasion of Earth by Thanos, he had not heard of any conflict between Earth and other deities. He then turned to Adam West, perplexed, and asked, "Are you undertaking this endeavor to combat Thanos, a formidable extraterrestrial being?" Adam West, dismissing Steve's words with disdain, replied, "Thanos? In comparison to the deities we are destined to confront. Even if Thanos were to gather all the Infinity Stones, he would merely be a slightly larger insect. Even I could effortlessly vanquish him when the time comes." Upon hearing Adam West's assertion, Steve was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are aware of Thanos? And this immensely powerful Thanos is merely an insect when juxtaposed with the deities you speak of? Just how formidable are these beings we are to face? Why must Earth engage in battle against them?" Adam West then added, "Not only do I know of Thanos, but I am also aware that you hail from the future." At this point, Adam West cast a meaningful glance at Steve and continued. Chapter 15. The tragic fate of future Steve. The deities that Earth must contend with are immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly creating and annihilating entire universes. Moreover, they are a race rather than a singular entity. As for the reason we must oppose them, here, Adam West paused momentarily, mentally organizing his thoughts before continuing. This is because they regard themselves as gods, the overseers of cosmic order, to better govern the life within the universe. They have sown the seeds of divinity upon various planets, allowing these seeds to absorb the energies of sentient beings, thereby nurturing them into new gods. However, when these new deities are born, the planet that harbored them shall face destruction, and all life therein shall perish to make way for the emergence of the new god. Regrettably, Earth is one such planet destined to give birth to a deity. When humanity's population reaches 7 billion, the god emerging from Earth will shatter the planet, leading to the demise of all its inhabitants. Thus, the war between Earth and the deities is inevitable. Upon hearing Adam West's words, Steve was left astounded, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Initially reluctant to believe Adam West, the revelation that he was a man from the future lent some credence to his claims. After a moment of shock, a thought seemed to dawn upon him, and he turned to Adam West, saying, "If we could expel the deity from Earth, wouldn't he that save our planet? Moreover, we would not have to engage in battle with them." Steve, feeling clever, even commended himself for this insight. However, Adam West callously shattered Steve's illusion, stating, "Setting aside whether we can achieve that, even if we could, the bodies of these deities are colossal. If we were to remove them from Earth, vast voids would form within the planet, leading to inevitable destruction." Silence enveloped Steve as he absorbed this information, only to become anxious and ask Adam West, "Is there truly no other solution?" Adam West replied with a sense of resignation, "None. To prevent Earth's annihilation, we must eliminate the deity before it fully develops. However, this would provoke even more formidable gods to assault Earth. Therefore, before that occurs, we must amass sufficient power to confront the entire race of deities, deterring them from launching an attack on our planet. Otherwise, Earth will still be doomed to its fate." After hearing this, Steve lay helplessly on the sofa, saying, "What if we tried negotiating with them?" Adam West gazed into Steve's eyes, bemused by his naive notion. He replied, "Do not be so naive. They are the most powerful deities in the universe. To them, all life is as insignificant as ants. They would care little for the fate of a few planets, just as you might not think twice about stepping on a few ants. Would you care if they bit you?" Upon hearing this, Steve's eyes glazed over as he sank into a profound despondency. Adam West, observing Steve's withdrawal, chuckled softly and offered words of encouragement, "Do not dwell too much on it. If my plan unfolds successfully, our Earth shall possess the strength to confront the divine." "Indeed." Steve's eyes rekindled with hope at Adam's words, and he inquired eagerly, "Do you truly have confidence in this? How may I assist you?" "Rest assured, I possess the utmost certainty," Adam West replied with unwavering confidence. I have already transformed your past self within this timeline, and he shall be the first hero forged to stand against the gods. After hearing this, Steve did not cast blame upon Adam for altering his former self. Instead, he felt a flicker of relief that his past could offer protection to the Earth in the future. After all, to fight for the survival of one's own planet is indeed a privilege, rather than being a mere spectator in times of crisis. Thus, Steve inquired further, "What can I do now?" He also wished to contribute to the defense of the Earth. Adam West pondered for a moment, refraining from answering Steve's question immediately, and instead asked, "Tell me how you traversed to the present." Subsequently, Steve recounted his battle against Thanos alongside the Avengers, detailing how he returned to the present using a time machine after vanquishing the Titan. Upon hearing Steve's account, Adam West felt perplexed, musing to himself, "This cannot be right. I have altered Steve Rogers' destiny. How could the future version still return as per the original narrative? It is impossible. Has something unforeseen occurred in my future? Or have I failed, resulting in a reset of the timeline?" Unable to fathom the situation, Adam West resolved to consult the system, thinking, "System, do you comprehend what is happening?" With a chime, the system responded, "Upon examination, no possibility of a timeline reset has been detected in this space-time continuum. Furthermore, the timeline experienced by the host has been secured and cannot be altered by external forces." Even after the system's explanation, Adam West remained bewildered and queried once more, "What insights do you possess on this matter, system?" The system replied, "The host's alteration of the future timeline was established when the host first utilized the system. Indeed, the future has undergone changes. However, in the original timeline, the future version of Steve did not choose to traverse forward again after returning to the present, thus creating a brief temporal branch. The host's modification of the main timeline did not affect this temporal branch. Consequently, this version of Steve has returned from the future of the original timeline, but he can only exist within this transient branch. Once the current timeline reaches the moment when the original timeline Steve traveled to the past, this version of Steve will be erased by time, essentially rendering him a remnant of the original timeline." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Adam West hastily inquired, "If I were to bestow upon him the power of the Creator King, would he be able to persist beyond the moment he traverses to?" He continued, "Or, dear system, do you possess any means to prevent him from being erased by time?" The system replied, "It is not possible. The original timeline of this Steve has already been altered by the host. From the essence of time itself, he does not exist. The powers of the system cannot retrieve an entity that does not exist into the present timeline. Therefore, upon reaching that temporal juncture, he will simply vanish, and the host will forget his existence." After listening to the system's words, Adam West gazed silently at the Steve before him, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, as if something had lodged itself within. In the Marvel Universe, the two individuals Adam West esteemed most were Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, for their willingness to sacrifice for a greater cause was something he felt he could never emulate. Even now, amidst the formidable powers he wielded in this world, he found himself unable to make such sacrifices for others. Perhaps Adam West was selfish. Yet who among us can claim to be selfless when faced with the specter of one's own life? It was precisely because he felt incapable of such selflessness that he held a profound admiration for the spirits of these two men, unwilling to let such noble souls simply fade away. However, Adam West found himself powerless to intervene, left only to watch in silence as he disappeared. Thus, Adam West remained silent. Chapter 16: The Birth of the True Genesis King. What troubles you? Has something occurred? Steve inquired of Adam West, who sat in silence across from him. Upon hearing this, Adam West looked up at Steve, hesitating momentarily on whether to share the words of the system with him. After a long pause, Adam resolved to reveal this harrowing news to Steve. Thus, he conveyed the system's message, hoping for Steve's understanding, as it was Adam's alteration of the timeline that had precipitated this outcome. Upon hearing the news, Steve fell into a contemplative silence. Adam, observing his friend's reaction, remained quiet, simply watching him. After what felt like an eternity, Steve let out a sigh, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's all right. I had long since prepared myself for sacrifice. Moreover, you are acting to save the Earth. In this timeline, I too shall become a hero, destined to protect our world. And I have many years ahead of me, do I not? This ending is rather agreeable." As he spoke, a smile broke across Steve's face. Adam, seeing this, offered a gentle smile in return, choosing not to speak further. The two men sat in silence on the couch, each lost in their own thoughts. After a considerable time, Steve suddenly turned to Adam with a grin and remarked, "Indeed, knowing of the Earth's peril, I find I cannot remain tranquil in these final moments. Allow me to take action. I wish to contribute to the Earth's salvation, rather than fade away quietly." Adam, inspired by Steve's enthusiasm, also smiled and replied, "Very well. I shall not let you down." Then, an excellent plan occurred to Adam, to enable future Steve to become the Genesis King. Given that the invasion progress of the Kamen Rider Black World was already at 95, merging the power of the Genesis King with future Steve could potentially push the invasion to its zenith. At that point, He would gain the power to fully integrate with the Genesis King, and future Steve would also wield this power. This would result in two Genesis Kings, enhancing their might. Furthermore, he could extricate himself from the clutches of the Great Repair card and redeem his own reputation. With this thought, Adam shared his plan with Steve. After listening to Adam's proposal, Steve found it intriguing and readily agreed to the course of action. Without delay, Adam led Steve to the laboratory. He first induced a state of unconsciousness in Steve and then addressed the system. System, separate the power of the Genesis King from my body. System, understood. Deducting invasion points. 100, 000. Adam then felt a peculiar sensation as something began to be drawn from his body. Waves of white energy emerged from Adam West, coalescing before him. Moments later, all the primordial power of the Creator King within Adam West was completely extracted by the system and reformed before him. Stripped of his immense strength, Adam West felt a twinge of discomfort, after all. Transitioning from a being capable of obliterating planets to an ordinary individual would evoke a sense of loss in anyone. Shaking his head to alleviate the unsettling sensation, he gazed at the primordial power of the Creator King and instructed, System, integrate the power of the Creator King into Steve's body. The system responded, commencing integration. Adam West watched as the primordial power gradually merged into Steve's form under the system's guidance. Several hours passed. Upon witnessing the complete assimilation of the primordial power into Steve, Adam West noticed that Steve remained in a deep slumber. Puzzled, he inquired, System, why hasn't Steve awakened? Is there a problem? The system replied, there is no issue with the integration. The sheer magnitude of the primordial power is too vast for Steve to master immediately. He requires a period of dormancy to gradually harness this formidable energy. Understanding dawned upon Adam West, yet he remained curious. But why did I not enter slumber when I integrated the primordial power? He asked. The system explained, that is because, during the integration of the powers from the special effects world, the system automatically assists the host in mastering the fused energy. Nodding in comprehension, Adam West remarked, now I see. No wonder I felt I could perfectly control the primordial power after the integration. It was due to the system's assistance. He then queried, how long will Steve need to remain in slumber to master the primordial power? The system responded, 50 years. What? 50 years? Adam West exclaimed in disbelief at the system's response. Is there any way to expedite Steve's mastery of this power? After his initial shock, Adam West hurriedly questioned the system again. The system replied, the host can expend invasion points to allow Steve to quickly master the primordial power. What is the cost of this expenditure? Adam West inquired. The system explained, 100,000 invasion points will reduce the dormancy period by 1 year. 100,000 for a year? So, 50 years would amount to 5 million. Adam West mused as he glanced at his invasion points. I currently possess over 50 million invasion points. 5 million is quite manageable. Thankfully, I haven't utilized many points previously. With a confident pat on his chest, Adam West gazed at the system's panel displaying his invasion points. Subsequently, he expended 5 million invasion points to assist Steve in mastering the primordial power within him. Indeed, the experience of spending resources was incomparable. Shortly thereafter, Steve awoke from his slumber. Blinking his eyes, he rose from the bed, curiously attuning himself to the newfound power within. Then Steve began to tap into the power within himself. In an instant, he felt his consciousness envelop the earth and swiftly expand into the cosmos. Before long, Steve's awareness transcended the solar system, then the Milky Way. Ultimately, his consciousness filled the entire universe. After a moment of reflection, he retracted his thoughts and, with a sense of wonder, exclaimed, what an extraordinary force. I feel utterly omnipotent. Adam West, upon hearing Steve's words, chuckled and said, otherwise, how could I possibly have the confidence to battle deities in the future? Steve then used his mind to explore the earth and instantly discovered a colossal life form within its depths. Sensing the energy fluctuations of this immense entity, Steve curiously inquired of Adam West, why do I perceive this deity's power as feeble, not nearly as formidable as you suggested? With such power, should we truly be concerned about these deities? Adam West, realizing that Steve had suddenly acquired such formidable strength, sensed a hint of arrogance in him. Thus, he replied, that is because this deity is not yet fully formed, and he is not the most powerful among them. Engaging in battle with such deities could potentially attract the attention of the creator of this infinite universe. He is the supreme being within this cosmos, invincible and unconquerable. We must not be arrogant, otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to win this war. After hearing Adam West's words, Steve recognized that his previous thoughts had been overly presumptuous. He began to calm himself and reflect rationally. Adam West, observing Steve's newfound composure, smiled and chose to remain silent. For he too had harbored thoughts of arrogance in that moment. Chapter 17. The origins of Adam West. Suddenly, Adam West appeared to recall a significant matter. His expression shifted, and he thought to himself, oh no. After bestowing the power of the Creator King upon Steve, I have become an ordinary man. and my consciousness within Unit 1 will begin to fade gradually. This was indeed troubling. He had momentarily overlooked this crucial detail. However, if he were to merge with the power of the Creator King once more, the consciousness of Unit 1 would persist. Yet, as Adam West contemplated this, he cast a glance at the invasion progress of the Kamen Rider Black world. World unlocked. Kamen Rider Black, invasion progress 99. Adam West sighed with resignation. A faint smile gracing his lips as he mused, it seems there is no immediate solution. Fortunately, he had infused Unit 1 with a substantial amount of consciousness, ensuring that it would not dissipate immediately. Moreover, with the invasion progress at 99, he was confident that it would soon reach 100. Subsequently, Adam West relayed several instructions to Steve, informing him that the monstrous entities of the Daisuke organization, excluding himself, were to heed Steve's commands. Soon after, Adam West retreated to the laboratory, embarking on the transformation of the monsters for the subsequent plans, eager to elevate the invasion progress to its zenith. Meanwhile, as Adam West withdrew the power of the Creator King from his being, Unit 1 suddenly sensed its consciousness beginning to dissipate, albeit at a slow pace. However, if this gradual fading were to continue, within 3 years at most, Unit 1's consciousness would vanish completely. It appeared that something had gone awry with the original entity. What could have transpired for the power of the Creator King to vanish from within? Unit 1 gazed into the distance, filled with worry. The following day, having endured a grueling battle, Steve and Unit 1 came to understand that the Daisuke organization's new advanced monsters had grown significantly more formidable. Their current strength was insufficient to defeat the Daisuke organization. Furthermore, they now faced a formidable adversary, Shadow Moon. Not to mention the even more terrifying leader of the Daisuke organization, the Creator King. Yet, they had lost all leads to track down the Daisuke organization and were utterly clueless regarding its precise location. After much contemplation, Steve concluded that he and Unit 1 would require assistance to gather intelligence on the Daisuke organization. Alone, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to uncover any trace of it. Steve's girlfriend, Peggy Carter, was a high-ranking agent, and he also had a close military advisor, Howard Stark. Thus, Steve proposed to Unit 1 that they seek the aid of the two. Unit 1 considered this suggestion and agreed that it was indeed a wise course of action. Consequently, Steve led Unit 1 to Peggy Carter's residence and summoned Howard Stark. Upon first laying eyes on Howard Stark, Unit 1 was taken aback, for Stark bore a striking resemblance to Adam West, making it hard to dismiss the possibility of a special connection between them. How could this be? Could it be that Howard Stark is a relative of the original before his amnesia? Number 1 gazed at Howard Stark in astonishment. Howard, bewildered by Number 1's shocked expression, turned to Steve and inquired, "What is wrong with your friend? Why is he looking at me like that?" Steve, equally perplexed, pondered the situation. At that moment, Number 1 regained his composure and apologetically said, "I sincerely apologize. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a dear friend of mine. I was momentarily taken aback. Please forgive me." It seemed that Steve, too, had made a connection, as he remarked to Howard Stark, "Indeed, Howard's appearance is quite similar to that of Dr. Adam." "What?" Howard Stark exclaimed loudly upon hearing their conversation. Immediately, he excitedly grasped Number 1's shoulders, his face alight with anticipation as he asked, "Is that true? Where is your friend now?" Startled by Howard's sudden action, Number 1, upon seeing the mixture of hope and fear in Howard's eyes, could only nod in response. At this juncture, Steve quickly intervened, pulling Howard away from Number 1, and said, "Howard, what has gotten into you? Why this sudden excitement?" Calming down after being pulled back by Steve, Howard Stark turned to Number 1 with a look of regret and said, "I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed by this news." "What could possibly make you so excited upon hearing this?" Steve inquired of Howard Stark. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, Howard replied, "Just now, I heard you, and this gentleman," he gestured towards Number 1. "My name is Ming," Number 1 introduced himself. Howard continued, "You mentioned a person who bears a strong resemblance to me, and I believe this individual could very well be my brother, whom I have been separated from for over 20 years. That is why I reacted so fervently." "Your brother? I had no idea you had a sibling." Steve responded with surprise at Howard's revelation. Howard glanced at Steve and Number 1, his expression turning reflective as he recounted, "That was a long time ago. When I was 12, I took my 4-year-old brother to the park one day. I placed him on a swing, allowing him to play with other children while I ran off to have fun with my friends. Just as we were enjoying ourselves, a horrific attack occurred. Explosions erupted throughout the amusement park, and chaos ensued as people fled in panic. I was terrified. However, I suddenly remembered my brother, and mustering my courage, I dashed through the chaos to find him. In the process, I was struck unconscious by a collapsing structure and found myself trapped beneath the debris. When I awakened, I was in a hospital room." As Howard Stark spoke, his eyes brimmed with tears. He continued, "Later, I encountered my parents, but they revealed to me that they had found me amidst the rubble. Many children who were in that park at the time were either deceased or missing, and my brother was among the latter. Our family embarked on a relentless quest to uncover my brother's whereabouts, yet our efforts proved fruitless. Years passed, and in despair, my parents succumbed to their grief one fateful night. Subsequently, I continued the search for my brother alone. Many advised me to cease my pursuit, asserting that after all these years, my brother was likely long gone. But I refused to accept this notion. I remained steadfast in my belief that my brother was still alive. Eventually, I established Stark Industries and even collaborated with the military, all in hopes of discovering my brother's fate. Yet, after more than a decade, I still found myself devoid of any leads. Until today, when your information led me to believe that the Adam you speak of might indeed be my long-lost brother. That is why I became so overwhelmed. As Howard Stark recounted his story, his emotions surged once more. Chapter 18. The special training concludes. Strength Enhanced. Number 1 gazed at the increasingly animated Howard Stark and remarked, "I see. I shall share with you what I know about Dr. Adam." Noticing Howard's eager anticipation, Number 1 continued, "Dr. Adam's full name is Adam West. According to him, he was adopted by the organization known as Hydra at the tender age of 4. However, it seems he has lost his memories and cannot recall anything prior to that age. He was subsequently raised by Hydra and became one of their scientists." Upon hearing this, Howard Stark's excitement surged. "Indeed, Adam West must be my long-lost brother. How wonderful. Brother, I have finally found you," he exclaimed joyfully. Yet, soon a look of confusion clouded his features as he inquired, "What exactly is this Hydra organization? How can I locate my brother?" Number 1, smiling at Howard's questions, replied, "This is precisely why we sought your assistance." He then reiterated what he had previously conveyed to Steve, informing Howard that Hydra's origins trace back to the organization known as Hydra, which was later controlled by the Creator King before being renamed. Once Number 1 concluded his explanation, Steve interjected, "Our purpose in confronting Hydra is to rescue Dr. Adam and dismantle the organization. However, we have currently lost all leads regarding their whereabouts. Seeking your help is crucial for us to uncover their location." After listening to Steve, Howard Stark promptly assured, "For the sake of rescuing my brother and supporting my friends, I will do everything in my power to assist you and Number 1 in locating Hydra." "I will do the same," chimed in Peggy Carter, who had been quietly listening without the opportunity to speak. Exchanging glances, Steve and Number 1 smiled at Howard Stark and Peggy Carter, saying, "Welcome aboard." The four then began to deliberate on how to gather intelligence regarding Hydra, preparing to confront the organization together. Howard Stark initiated the conversation, stating, "From what you have described, Hydra consists of many formidable individuals, and their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary people. Therefore, we must prepare some powerful weapons. I shall take charge of that." Peggy Carter quickly added, "Then I shall handle the intelligence gathering." At this moment, Number 1 interjected, "Steve and I will focus on training to enhance our strength. After all, Hydra's adversaries are becoming increasingly formidable, and we cannot afford to lag behind." Steve nodded in agreement, and Howard Stark and Peggy Carter expressed no objections to this arrangement. With tasks assigned, the four of them commenced their respective responsibilities. Meanwhile, in Hydra's underwater base, Adam West remained oblivious to the fact that his origins had been uncovered by Number 1, as he tirelessly worked on modifying new creatures. After some time, Adam West gazed at a creature that resembled a cross between a tiger and a hedgehog, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This is a transformation technique specially developed by Adam West to exert pressure on Kamen Rider Black Sun, capable of merging the powers of two distinct monsters to give birth to an even more formidable creature. After a brief respite, Adam West resumed his modifications. Meanwhile, Number 1 and Steve ventured into the wilderness. Uncertain about how to proceed with his training, Steve inquired of Number 1, "Mr. Strong, how should I train myself next?" After pondering for a moment, Number 1 replied, "You are currently unable to fully harness the power of the Emperor's Stone within you. Therefore, focus intently on comprehending the strength of the Emperor's Stone inside you, and strive to unleash its full potential as soon as possible." Nodding in acknowledgement, Steve responded, "All right. I understand." Thus, Steve and Number 1 commenced another round of training. Time swiftly passed, and 6 months later, Steve stood with closed eyes, his body erect beneath a waterfall cascading from a high cliff, allowing the torrents to pummel his form until his skin glowed crimson from the relentless impact. As he felt the water crashing against him, Steve gradually immersed his spirit within, quietly attuning himself to the power of the Emperor's Stone that resided within. After an indeterminate period, he seemed to sense something profound and opened his eyes, which sparkled with newfound brilliance. He then struck a transformation pose, morphing into Kamen Rider Black Sun, now imbued with a darker hue than before. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself from the waterfall onto the grassy bank. Clenching his fists, he slowly positioned them at the center of his belt. Moments later, he leapt high into the air, exclaiming, "Rider Punch." His fist collided with a colossal boulder, shattering it into countless fragments. Following this display of strength, Steve pivoted, once again placing his fists at the center of his belt. After a brief pause, he soared into the air once more, delivering a kick toward the waterfall while declaring, "Rider kick." Upon impact, an immense force surged through his leg, crashing into the waterfall. In an explosive eruption, the once mighty waterfall vanished, leaving only 3 slender streams of water in its wake, revealing a massive crater before Steve. Astonished by the outcome, Steve exhaled deeply and reverted from his transformation. As he did so, Number 1, having rushed over upon hearing the commotion, approached Steve and remarked, "It seems you are now capable of wielding the power of the Emperor's Stone, Steve." In response, Steve smiled and said, "Indeed. After awakening the power of the Emperor's Stone, my defense and recovery capabilities have multiplied several times over, and the potency of my Rider Kick and Rider Punch has significantly increased as well." Number 1 replied, "That is truly marvelous. Unfortunately, while my strength has improved, it has not increased by much. Future battles may not be of much assistance to you." After speaking, Number 1 helplessly glanced at Steve and smiled. Sensing the trace of disappointment in Number 1's tone, Steve offered words of comfort. "How could that be? Mr. Mung has always been of tremendous help to me, and he will continue to be." Upon hearing this, Number 1 dispelled his discontent with a smile and said no more. At that moment, a communicator in Number 1's pocket began to ring. Upon answering, the voice of Howard Stark came through the device. "Mr. Mung, we have detected the presence of a monster associated with the major repair card. We shall discuss the specifics when you and Steve return." With that, a couple of beeps signaled the end of the call. Upon hearing this, both Steve and Number 1 exchanged glances and promptly rushed to the battle locust, where they mounted it together and hurried back. Chapter 19. Adam West awaits execution upon the return of Steve and Number 1 to their clandestine headquarters. They found Peggy Carter and Howard Stark awaiting their arrival. Without indulging in idle chatter, Peggy immediately informed them. "My agents discovered a creature resembling a bat in an abandoned factory. They found it asleep and wisely chose not to provoke it, instead notifying me. I ordered them to evacuate the site to prevent unnecessary casualties." Steve and Number 1 nodded in acknowledgement. Number 1 remarked, "Bats are nocturnal. It is currently resting. We must act swiftly to eliminate it while it is still midday. If we delay until nightfall, it may escape." Steve, Howard, and Peggy shared no dissenting opinions. Thus, under Peggy's guidance, the quartet embarked on a 2-hour journey to the Forsaken Factory. Once there, they cautiously approached the sleeping creature's lair, led by several of Peggy's subordinates. Upon reaching the factory's rooftop, they beheld a figure nearly the size of an adult, resembling a massive bat. The creature hung suspended from the ceiling, soundly asleep, drool dripping from its sharp fangs. Just as Steve and Number 1 were poised to transform and strike while the creature slumbered, an unfortunate subordinate, either through fear or carelessness, accidentally knocked over a piece of metal, producing a sharp sound that shattered the factory's silence. The bat creature was abruptly awakened, letting out a piercing shriek. Peggy glared furiously at the errant subordinate and quickly commanded, "Retreat." Yet, it was too late. The creature had already detected their presence. It soared from the ceiling, launching 10 bone spikes towards Steve and his companions. In a swift reaction, Steve and Number 1 threw themselves over Peggy and Howard to shield them. Tragically, Peggy's subordinates were not as fortunate, as they were impaled by the creature's projectiles, meeting a grim fate. Fury ignited within Steve and Number 1 upon witnessing this calamity. They instructed Howard and Peggy to seek shelter before striking their transformation poses. Once transformed, they remained vigilant, fixated on the airborne creature. However, their inability to fly rendered them incapable of mounting an offensive against it. The creature, realizing it was out of reach, emitted a mocking cackle. Just as desperation loomed, a brilliant beam of white light illuminated the creature in mid-flight. It was Howard Stark, wielding an enhanced flashlight, directing its powerful beam at the bat creature. The bat-like creature soaring through the sky was suddenly blinded by a flash of white light, causing a sharp pain to surge through its eyes. With a shriek, it plummeted to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Steve and Number 1 turned their gaze backward, realizing that the blinding light emanated from Howard Stark's hand, and they nodded in acknowledgement. They then pivoted once more, charging towards the fallen bat creature, emitting cries of despair. Steve and Number 1 seized one of the creature's wings, hoisting it off the ground, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to its chest. The bat creature was sent crashing against the wall, uttering a cry of agony. Just as it attempted to rise, it was met with a punch from both Steve and Number 1, sending it crashing through the wall, where it lay groaning in pain. Steve and Number 1 followed through the wall in pursuit of the battered creature. As they prepared to execute a decisive knight's kick to finish the creature off, it seemed to comprehend its imminent demise. Quickly, it stood and waved its hands in a plea, exclaiming, "Wait, hold on, don't kill me just yet. You are friends of Adam West, aren't you? I know where he is." Upon hearing this, Steve and Number 1 halted their advance, fixing a steely gaze upon the bat creature. "Speak quickly, where is Dr. Adam West?" they demanded. The creature, intimidated by their fierce stares, took a few steps back, swallowing hard before saying, I can tell you, but you must promise to let me go. Otherwise, I will never reveal Adam West's whereabouts. Steve and Number 1 exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Number 1 stepped forward, stating, we can release you, but you must first disclose the location of Dr. Adam West. The bat creature hesitated, glancing between Number 1 and Steve, fear evident in its eyes. No, I don't trust you. If I reveal it here, you won't let me go, it protested. Unless you allow me to fly outside the factory first, I will not tell you where Adam West is. That won't do. We trust you even less. Number 1 retorted loudly. At that moment, Steve took a few steps forward, his voice stern, you have no choice. Either we dispose of you here, or you reveal Dr. West's location. The bat creature, now even more frightened, lowered its head and hesitated for a long moment, ultimately succumbing to its fear. Just as Steve and Number 1's patience wore thin, the creature divulged Adam West's whereabouts. During the slumber of the Cosmic Lord, Adam West managed to break free from his consciousness and released the brainwashed Black Sunday. Upon awakening, the Cosmic Lord was enraged and resolved to execute Adam West in 1 month. The execution was to take place on a small island, in full view of many creatures, with Lord Shadowmoon overseeing the proceedings personally. What? Quickly, tell us where the execution will take place. Steve and Number 1 shouted in unison. I don't know, the bat creature replied. On the eve of the execution, the location would only be revealed to the grotesque beings. Startled by the voices of Steve and Agent 1, the bat creature hastily uttered a response. Upon hearing the bat creature's reply, Steve and Agent 1 chose not to press further but instead turned away, intent on conveying this vital information to Howard Stark and Peggy Carter. Just as they were about to exit through the wall, the bat creature unexpectedly launched a surprise attack, firing its bone spikes at Steve and Agent 1 while exclaiming, once you perish, no one will know I divulged the details of the Grand Fixer's plans. Otherwise, Lord Genesis will surely not spare me. It then shouted in a menacing tone, you shall meet your demise. However, just as the bat creature believed it was on the brink of vanquishing Steve and Agent 1, they deftly rolled aside, evading the attack. I am sorry. Please spare me. The bat creature stammered, trembling at the sight of their escape. Yet, Steve and Agent 1 offered no mercy. They leaped high, executing a night kick. And in the bat creature's horrified gaze, they ended its existence. Without delay, they proceeded to reunite with Howard Stark and Peggy Carter. Chapter 20, Arrival on the Island. Confronting numerous oddities upon reuniting with Howard Stark and Peggy Carter, Steve and the first agent swiftly relayed the grim news that Adam West would be executed by the notorious Dr. Doom on a remote island in a month's time. The moment Howard Stark learned of his brother's impending fate, he became visibly agitated, urgently inquiring of the first agent and Steve, where is this place? I must rescue my brother at once. Observing Howard's distress, Steve and the first agent exchanged glances of helplessness and replied, even the Batman does not know the locations. We must investigate it ourselves. Overwhelmed by despair, Howard Stark sank to the ground, contemplating the vast number of islands scattered across the globe, many of which remain uncharted. With merely a month to locate his brother, the task seemed insurmountable. Just as he had discovered his brother's whereabouts, must he face the prospect of losing him again? The weight of sorrow pressed heavily upon Howard's heart. Steve and the others rushed to support Howard, who sat despondent on the ground, unsure of how to comfort him. After more than 20 years of searching for his missing brother, receiving the news of his imminent execution was an unbearable blow. Thus, they could only offer words of encouragement. Howard, do not surrender now. You must stay strong. We have a month. We will find this island. Think of your brother. Hold on. Hearing their resolute words and recalling his long-lost sibling, Howard gradually quelled his despair, allowing a flicker of determination to ignite within him. You are right. I cannot give up. My brother is waiting for my rescue. No matter the cost, I will save him, Howard declared with unwavering conviction. Brother, wait for me. I will come for you soon. With renewed purpose, Howard rose to his feet, silently resolving to act. Once the four returned to their base, they immediately employed their respective methods to track the whereabouts of the elusive creature. Howard Stark reached out to high-ranking officials in the military, requesting access to their satellites. Yet, the military was reluctant to grant such a favor. Thus, Howard offered to develop several weaponry prototypes for them in exchange for satellite access. In the ensuing days, Howard tirelessly scanned maps using the satellite, searching for any trace of the creature's island. He barely slept, often only managing 1 or 2 hours each night. However, as the days turned into weeks, Howard found himself devoid of any leads, and his spirits began to wane. 20 days passed without a single breakthrough, and Howard's countenance grew increasingly grave as despair began to seep back into his heart. The toll of sleepless nights had rendered him haggard, making him appear a decade older. Observing Howard Stark in such a state, Steve and the others had attempted to persuade him, yet Howard remained resolute in his decision. After a couple of days, realizing that their current approach was unlikely to yield results, Steve and the first agent resolved to adopt a different strategy. They approached Howard Stark and Peggy Carter to share their thoughts, to first locate several monsters, affix tracking devices to them, and then deliberately release these creatures, allowing them to lead Steve and his team to the elusive island. After contemplating Steve and the first agent's proposal, Howard Stark ultimately acquiesced. The quartet promptly commenced their search for the monsters. 3 days later, following a thorough investigation, they successfully discovered the whereabouts of 7 creatures. During this endeavor, Steve and the first agent had transformed into masked warriors, strategically placing the tracking devices on the monsters before feigning negligence and allowing them to escape. As the 4 of them monitored the radar screen in their base, anxiously awaiting the monsters' movements, the anticipated day arrived on the 29th. The monsters indeed began to stir. Without delay, the 4 sprang into action, following the radar's guidance to locate the island where Adam West was to face execution. Relieved, they decided to rest and recuperate for the arduous battle that awaited them the following day. At dawn, Steve and the first agent stealthily infiltrated the island while Howard Stark and Peggy Carter led the main force, concealed at a distance, awaiting the opportune moment. On the island, Steve and the first agent encountered numerous monsters but failed to spot Adam West, prompting them to continue their concealment until the time of execution arrived. As the sun reached its zenith, they finally beheld Adam West being restrained by 2 monsters and bound to the execution post. Amidst the throng of creatures, the Shadow Moon emerged, ascending the platform. Realizing they could wait no longer, Steve and the first agent leaped into the air, transforming mid-flight. Utilizing their knightly strength, they struck at the horde of monsters. With 2 resounding explosions, a circular area around Steve and the first agent was cleared. They swiftly regained their footing and charged into battle against the monsters. The sudden blasts diverted the attention of Shadow Moon and the bound Adam West, who regarded Steve and the first agent with expressions of recognition. Adam West smiled, relieved that their arrival had come in time to salvage the unfolding plan. Meanwhile, Shadow Moon, observing the unexpected appearance of Steve and the first agent, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Black Sun, first agent, how did you find yourselves here?" Surveying the monsters below, he furiously demanded, "Who leaked our plans?" Silence ensued, with none of the monsters daring to respond. A few of the creatures who had battled against Steve and the first agent days prior felt a pang of guilt, unable to meet Shadow Moon's gaze. Amidst the chaos of the monstrous beings, Steve and Number 1 surged forward, joining the fray against the onslaught. In a moment of fury, Shadow Moon witnessed Steve, emboldened by his newfound strength, striking down several of the creatures surrounding him. With a defiant gesture toward Shadow Moon, he declared, "Shadow Moon, we are here to defeat you." Shadow Moon, observing Steve's brazen audacity amidst the relentless assault, retorted, "You think you can challenge me? Perhaps in your next life." With that, he refrained from joining the battle, choosing instead to stand idly by as more and more monsters encircled Steve, disdainfully contemplating his need to first conquer these beasts. As the number of adversaries swelled around him, Steve's expression grew grave. Despite his significant enhancement in power, the sheer volume of foes posed a formidable challenge. While undeniably strong, he found himself outmatched, as multiple creatures overwhelmed him, sending him crashing to the ground. After rolling several times, Steve regained his footing and concluded that wielding a weapon would serve him better against the horde. He drew his laser sword from his belt, and with its presence, he became a whirlwind within the mass of monsters, delivering precise slashes and thrusts that felled his foes with lethal efficiency. Under the sun's radiant light, Steve's courage intensified, granting him the upper hand over the throng of creatures. In stark contrast, Number 1 lacked the royal stone and thus did not experience the same magnitude of power augmentation as Steve. Consequently, he found himself embroiled in a desperate struggle, repeatedly knocked down by a swarm of monsters, perilously close to facing dire consequences. Chapter 21. Steve's triumphant defeat of Shadow Moon and the painful truth. Observing Number 1 in a perilous predicament, Steve rushed through the throng of monsters to his side, alleviating much of the pressure. He then steadied Number 1, and the two began to fight back-to-back against the monstrous foes. Through their seamless coordination, the number of adversaries steadily dwindled. Just as they believed the end was near, Shadow Moon, perched upon a high platform, proclaimed, "This is far from over." With a sweeping motion of his arm, he summoned forth a new horde of monsters. Steve and Number 1, initially relaxed, felt their anxiety surge anew at this unexpected turn of events. As more creatures joined the fray, the battle grew increasingly arduous. Unbeknownst to them, additional monsters were converging around the island. Observing this from afar, Howard and Peggy Carter sensed impending doom, realizing that Steve and Number 1 were indeed embroiled in a fierce struggle. Consequently, Howard Stark revealed his position, commanding the soldiers to surface their nuclear submarine. Indeed, Howard Stark had brought forth a nuclear submarine, equipped with his latest weaponry. Once the submarine emerged, Howard immediately ordered an assault on the monstrous horde. A barrage of cannon fire rained down, decimating the creatures in waves. It was evident why Howard Stark was considered the most brilliant mind of his era. The formidable monsters were utterly obliterated by his inventions. Meanwhile, Steve and Number 1, hearing the resounding explosions, understood that Howard Stark had commenced his offensive. Seizing the moment, they resolved to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Luring the remaining monsters into a strategically advantageous position, Steve concentrated his energy. Directing the power of the Kingstone from his belt, he unleashed a newly acquired skill, the radiance of the Kingstone. A vibrant beam burst forth from his belt, sweeping through the monsters, resulting in the demise of the majority, leaving only a few untouched. On the high platform, Shadow Moon was taken aback. Realizing that the Black Sun had grown significantly stronger, he leaped down, brandishing his shadowy blade and advancing towards Steve. Unfazed, Steve entrusted the remaining monsters to Number 1 and drew forth his laser sword, meeting Shadow Moon halfway. As they stood merely a meter apart, each poised with their weapons, the air crackled with tension. At that moment, the explosions surrounding the island erupted once more, and in unison, they swung their blades with ferocity. Neither Steve nor Shadow Moon flinched, both striking true. The two combatants found themselves locked in a fierce exchange, their chests igniting with sparks as they struck each other, both letting out muffled groans and retreating several steps. Their initial clash resulted in a stalemate. Undeterred, they swiftly raised their weapons and charged at one another once more. As their blades met, Steve and Shadow Moon gripped their weapons tightly, exerting all their strength in a bid to overpower one another. Yet, they found themselves in a prolonged deadlock, each refusing to yield. In unison, they utilized the force of their opponent's strength to retreat once again. Once more, Steve and Shadow Moon surged toward each other. Shadow Moon slashed diagonally at Steve with his sword, but in the midst of combat, Steve executed a deft slide to evade the attack, countering with a strike from his lightsaber aimed at Shadow Moon's abdomen, inflicting a wound. However, with a stifled groan, Shadow Moon swiftly pivoted, lifting his blade to strike at Steve's back, wounding him in return. Steve, injured, performed a side roll, crouching on the ground while gripping his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Shadow Moon. In a sudden turn, Shadow Moon harnessed telekinetic power to hurl Steve against a rock. Upon impact, Steve screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and writhing in pain. Yet, Shadow Moon unleashed a barrage of lightning attacks, striking Steve and sending him flying. The relentless assault continued, and Steve, gritting his teeth against the pain, dodged Shadow Moon's strikes while inching closer to him. As Steve approached, he swiftly swung his sword toward Shadow Moon's arm, forcing him to retract his hand and cease his offensive. Seizing the moment, Steve launched a kick that sent Shadow Moon sprawling to the ground. Then, Steve advanced, aiming to stab the fallen Shadow Moon with his sword. Shadow Moon, however, rolled away just in time to evade the attack. Undeterred, Steve pressed forward, launching another assault. Shadow Moon deflected the blow with his blade and regained his footing. Once again, both warriors targeted each other's weapon-bearing arms in an attempt to disarm one another. Their strikes met simultaneously, resulting in both Steve and Shadow Moon knocking the weapons from each other's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, they resorted to fist fights, exchanging blows relentlessly. Initially, neither emerged as the victor. Yet, as time wore on, Shadow Moon began to falter under Steve's escalating prowess. Seizing an opening after Shadow Moon's attack, Steve landed a decisive punch to Shadow Moon's chest, sending him crashing backward. Shadow Moon rolled upon landing, regaining his stance and observing the now dominant Steve, realizing that if he continued to engage in close combat, he would surely succumb. Thus, Shadow Moon launched another lightning strike, but Steve adeptly dodged it with a series of rolls. Frustrated by his missed opportunity, Shadow Moon then employed his telekinetic powers to throw Steve away, fortuitously sending him tumbling near his discarded lightsaber. Seizing the moment while Steve was still down, Shadow Moon unleashed another lightning attack. Although Steve was struck once more, he quickly rose to his feet after a pained cry. Ingwe stood up and unleashed another bolt of lightning towards Steve. Glancing at the nearby lightsaber, Steve deftly rolled to evade Ingwe's assault and retrieved his weapon from the ground. He then charged towards Ingwe. Observing Steve rushing at him with the sword in hand, Ingwe hastily launched several lightning strikes in response. Yet, Steve skillfully dodged and continued to close the distance. Just as Ingwe was about to attack once more, Steve interrupted with a swift slash that disrupted Ingwe's offensive. With relentless precision, he struck Ingwe repeatedly, each blow eliciting anguished cries. Ultimately, with a powerful thrust, he sent Ingwe flying, forcing him to revert from his transformation amidst his cries of despair. Before Steve could relish his victory, he beheld the form of Ingwe after the forced reversion. His expression froze in disbelief, trembling as he gazed upon the familiar face, exclaiming in shock, "How can this be? How is this possible?" The identity of Ingwe was none other than Bucky. The battered Bucky Barnes lay on the ground, supporting his wounded body with trembling hands, his eyes fixed on Steve as he hoarsely shouted, "Black Sunday." But before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing this, Steve rushed forward, anxious to check on his friend's condition. However, before he could take a single step, a sudden wave of sword energy struck the ground beneath him, forcing Steve to hastily evade and halt his advance. Chapter 22. System Update. Unlocking all tokusatsu worlds, however, when Steve glanced back at Bucky Barnes, who lay on the ground, he noticed a peculiar figure beside him, wielding a blood-red sword. The figure, with a sneering laugh, proclaimed, "Behold the Black Sun. I am the mightiest of the minions under the Lord of Creation, the Sword Saint Bilyakinia. The outcome between you and Shadow Moon shall be postponed." With that, he unleashed a cross-shaped sword aura towards Steve. Reacting swiftly, Steve rolled away to evade the attack. Yet, upon regaining his footing, he found that Bilyakinia and Bucky Barnes had vanished without a trace. Frustrated, he surveyed his surroundings, but discovered nothing, and could only unleash a roar of rage and despair. At that moment, the one who had vanquished the monster, number 1, heard Steve's cry and rushed over, inquiring urgently, "What happened, Steve?" After venting his emotions, Steve offered a wry smile to number 1, saying, "I defeated Shadow Moon, only to realize he is my dearest brother." Then, out of nowhere, this creature claiming to be the Sword Saint Bilyakinia appeared and took him away. Number 1, listening to Steve's plight, reassured him, "Do not fret. Now that you know your brother is alive, you should feel joy. We can still bring him back." Upon hearing number 1's words, Steve's spirits lifted considerably. Regaining his composure, he and number 1 set off towards the location where Adam West was bound, simultaneously notifying Howard Stark and Peggy Carter in the distance. Meanwhile, Adam West, tied to a pillar, expressed his bemusement. "Why does everyone vanish mid-battle? No wonder in the original plot, every night's fight ends with a scene change. Weren't you all supposed to rescue me? Why does no one pay attention to my plight?" Not long after Adam West's lament, Steve and number 1 arrived to free him. Together, they proceeded to reunite with Howard Stark and the others. Shortly thereafter, Adam West spotted Howard Stark approaching and froze in place, puzzled by the sudden wave of emotion. Upon seeing Adam West, Howard Stark covered his mouth in astonishment and, trembling with excitement, cautiously asked, "Eirik, is that you?" At the sound of Howard Stark calling him Eirik, a sharp pain pierced Adam West's head, and he grimaced in agony. Observing this, Howard Stark's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to support Adam West, anxiously asking, "Eirik, what is wrong?" A long-buried memory suddenly resurfaced in Adam West's mind. He recalled that his original name was Eirik Stark, brought to the park by his brother Howard at the tender age of 4. However, Howard had left him to play alone on the swing, wandering off. Yet, as a time traveler, Adam had paid little heed to his brother's departure, swinging by himself. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the park. A sense of panic enveloped me, compelling me to seek out Howard Stark. However, I was swiftly rendered unconscious by the force of an explosion, resulting in a loss of memory. As fragmented recollections of the past surfaced, I, henceforth referred to as Eirik Stark, found myself gazing at Howard Stark, who supported me with a countenance marked by concern. My expression was a tumult of emotions, and I was at a loss for words. I shook my head gently and reassured him, "I am fine. I merely had a sudden recollection of my past." Upon hearing my words, Howard's expression mirrored my own complexity, and he lamented, "It is all my fault. Had I not insisted on taking you to the park, you would not have ended up like this." Observing the guilt etched across Howard's face, a flicker of warmth ignited within the solitude I had endured for years. I smiled and replied, "It is all right. I do not blame you. Brother, this is not your fault." Upon hearing me address him as brother, Howard's heart lightened, and he nodded with a smile, choosing to say nothing further. Noticing this, I smiled again and inquired, "How are father and mother?" The moment the words left my lips, Howard's mood darkened once more as he sorrowfully disclosed, "Father and mother passed away 5 years after your disappearance, succumbing to their overwhelming grief." I was momentarily taken aback, and a wave of despondence washed over me, leaving me momentarily speechless. Seeing that we had once again succumbed to sorrow, Steve and the others quickly interjected, "Today is a momentous occasion for your reunion as brothers. Let us refrain from dwelling on such melancholic topics. We should return to celebrate." At their words, both Howard and I shared a smile. Indeed, today should be a day of joy. That evening, Howard Stark and the 5 of us hosted a grand banquet to welcome Eirik Stark back home. The following day, I awoke from a drunken stupor, rubbing my temples to alleviate the lingering discomfort. Determined to explore the system interface, I recalled hearing a system notification the previous night amidst the revelry. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated the invasion progress of Kamen Rider Black's world to 100. You have completed the novice mission, system update in progress." However, in the midst of merriment with Howard and the others, I had neglected to investigate the system's messages. Thus, I called out to the system within my mind, "System, what new functions have you unlocked?" A chime resonated, and the system responded, "As the host has completed the novice mission, full system permissions have been granted. All tokusatsu worlds are now unlocked. The host may explore and exchange powers within these worlds. Other functions may be discovered through exploration." After absorbing this information, I promptly accessed the system interface to examine the system panel. Invasion points, 3, 958, 649, 758 Unlocked Worlds. Kamen Rider Black World, Invasion Progress, 100. Kamen Rider Kuga World, Invasion Progress, 0. Kamen Rider Ajido World, Invasion Progress, 0. Kamen Rider Decade World, Invasion Progress, 0. Kamen Rider Zeo World, Invasion Progress, 0. Kamen Rider 01 World, Invasion Progress, 0. Possessions: Monster Transformation Technology, Normal, Monster Transformation Technology, Perfect, Power of the Creation King, Reward, Attributes Panel, Constitution, None, Strength, None. Power of the Creation King, 30, Skills, None. Possessed powers, None. Eric Stark gazed upon the fully unlocked worlds of Tokusatsu, his excitement beginning to swell. At last, I can commence the exchange for powers from other Kamen Rider realms, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the system panel. As Eric Stark continued to explore the other unlocked Tokusatsu worlds, he was astounded to discover not only Kamen Rider universes but also the Armored Warrior series, the Amazon's world, and the Lord of the Rings Night world. With each revelation, his delight grew. Now, I can engage in even more captivating endeavors. Do not blame me. This is merely the trial that you must endure to become heroes, Eric Stark remarked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he contemplated the exciting possibilities that lay ahead. Chapter 23. Merging with the Power of the Creator King once more. The quintet Eric Stark retrieved another portion of the Power of the Creator King from the system's spatial realm. Gazing at the newfound power in his hands, he inquired of the system, what distinguishes this portion of the Creator King's power from the one I previously exchanged within the system? No sooner had Eric posed his question than the system responded. This portion of the Creator King's power is exclusively for the host's use and can be seamlessly integrated with all of your existing powers. Nodding in understanding, Eric Stark mused. Ah, I see. He then instructed the system to commence the fusion of this portion of the Creator King's power. In a matter of moments, with the system's assistance, Eric successfully completed the full integration of the Creator King's power. Surprised by the swiftness of the fusion, Eric turned to the system and queried, why was this fusion completed so rapidly? The system replied, all rewards are meticulously tailored for the host, allowing for perfect amalgamation. Realizing the reason, Eric's understanding deepened. The system continued, alerting the host, you have fully integrated the complete power of the Creator King and can now begin merging with the Marvel Universe. Once this fusion is accomplished, as long as this universe remains intact, the host shall enjoy infinite rebirth upon death within this universe. Upon hearing this notification, Eric was filled with excitement. Is that so? Let us hasten to merge with the Marvel Universe. Upon receiving Eric's command, the system promptly initiated the fusion process with the Marvel Universe. As the merging began, Eric felt himself transported to an extraordinary realm. Surrounded by a mesmerizing expanse of swirling nebulae, it resembled a miniature universe. Before him appeared an enormous entity, akin to a heart, composed of countless galaxies. As Eric marveled at this astonishing sight, his body was inexplicably drawn towards this heart. The moment he made contact with it, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Instantly, Eric comprehended that this heart represented the cosmic heart of the Marvel Universe. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his original room. Eric urgently asked, System, have I merged with the Marvel Universe? The system responded, no. The Marvel Universe perceives that you have not fully integrated into it, thus it has declined to merge with you. What is the meaning of this? Eric was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation. The system explained, it is possible that your inner self has yet to acknowledge your existence within this Marvel Universe, preventing your soul from fully merging. Hence, the cosmic heart has rejected the fusion. What shall we do now? After listening to the system's conjecture, Eric Stark felt utterly at a loss. The system responded that it could not assist the host with this dilemma and that he must resolve it on his own. Hearing this, Eric felt a pang of disappointment for lacking such a formidable means of self-preservation. With a sigh, he resigned himself to taking one step at a time. He subsequently ended the conversation with the system and left the room, making his way to Howard Stark's base. Upon arriving, he discovered Steve, along with Number 1 and Howard Stark, preparing for lunch. Eric opted to join them, engaging in conversation as they dined. Suddenly, Steve inquired, Mr. Stark, could you please tell me about Shadow Moon? He is my friend, and I must rescue him from the Daishoka organization. In response, Eric slowly replied, you may call me Eric. He continued, Shadow Moon was one of the strongest soldiers selected by the Creator King during my captivity, transformed into a knight. He was also a candidate for the Creator King's favor. However, he has been brainwashed and now obeys only the Creator King's commands. I had no idea he was your friend. Nonetheless, to rescue Shadow Moon, you must awaken his original memories. Otherwise, it is impossible. Upon hearing Eric's words, Steve's initially sorrowful expression gradually transformed into one of resolve as he declared, I will awaken his memories and save him. Then, recalling something, Steve asked Eric, what about that new adversary, the sword Saint Birakinia. Eric replied, Birakinia is one of the 4 high-ranking members of the Daishoka organization. He possesses exceptional swordsmanship and wields the Creator King's sword, the Sword of Satan, which has the terrifying ability to sever anything. The other 3 high-ranking members are High Priest Aram, High Priest Behum, and High Priest Barome, each possessing the stones of heaven, earth, and sea within them, making them formidable foes as well. Afterward, Eric cautioned Steve, if you wish to defeat them, you must possess greater power, otherwise, you stand no chance against them. Steve solemnly nodded in agreement, resolute in his determination to grow stronger. Howard Stark, who had been listening to Eric's conversation, remarked, Brother, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help you. Eric nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a warmth in his heart, and smiled at Howard, saying, Then please help me set up a laboratory. This way, I can explore whether I can enhance number 1's abilities. Upon hearing the request from Eric Stark, Howard Stark promptly set to work on constructing the laboratory that Eric had specified. Within 3 days, Howard successfully completed the laboratory to Eric's specifications. Upon entering, Eric was struck by the expansive size of the facility and the array of sophisticated instruments, which indicated Howard's earnest dedication to fulfilling his request. This realization fostered a renewed sense of kinship towards his long-absent brother. Subsequently, Eric Stark and Howard Stark, along with their companions, formed a quintet to confront the formidable organization known as the Repairka. As time passed, it seemed that the recent actions of Steve and his allies, having vanquished numerous adversaries, had led to an unusual lull, as Eric and his team had not encountered a single adversary for over a month. A few days later, Peggy Carter received peculiar intelligence from her subordinates. They reported an alarming phenomenon. A multitude of dead fish had washed ashore near several beaches. The seawater had turned a sinister shade of purple, and many individuals who had come into contact with the tainted water had succumbed to severe poisoning and lay in a deep unconsciousness. Upon hearing Peggy's report, the group sensed an underlying mystery and resolved to investigate further. Eric Stark, instantly recognizing the source of the disturbance, was aware of the creature responsible. Yet he was uncertain of its whereabouts, as the subsequent plan was to be executed by the current embodiment of the Creator King, Steve. Although it would have been feasible to locate the creature through mental means, doing so would complicate explanations to Howard and the others. Thus, Eric opted against using his psychic abilities and instead instructed number 1 and Steve to scour the beach vicinity for any traces of the elusive creature. Chapter 24. The emergence of the kidney-piercing sword after exploring several beaches. Steve and number 1 had yet to uncover any trace of Eric Stark and the peculiar creature they had described. Thus, the duo resolved to proceed to the next beach in their quest for the enigmatic being. However, after scouring the sandy shores, they found nothing of significance. Just as they were about to continue their search, a peculiar sound reached Steve's ears, akin to something calling out. Intrigued, he and number 1 decided to investigate, leading them to a strange creature at the edge of a cove, concealed by the tall grass. This bizarre entity appeared to be a hybrid of a snake and a bull, expelling a stream of purple liquid into the sea while emitting a deep, bovine grunt, precisely the sound Steve had heard. Recognizing this creature as the one they sought, Steve and number 1 prepared to approach. Unexpectedly, another creature leapt from the water. This one bore the head of a whale, and, upon reaching the shore, forcefully toppled the snake-bull hybrid. Steve and number 1 halted their advance, opting to remain hidden in the foliage and observe the confrontation between the two creatures. The snake-bull hybrid, rising in fury, bellowed at the whale creature, Whale creatures, are you attempting to betray the great Shuka? How dare you attack me? The whale creature, seemingly intimidated by the snake-bull's words, stammered, I simply cannot stand by and watch you pollute the ocean. The snake-bull, as if amused by a jest, scoffed, you think you can stop me? You wretched fool. With that, it swiftly overpowered the whale creature, leaving it writhing in pain on the ground, and disdainfully remarked, get lost, you worthless being. Dare to disturb me again, and I shall end you. The snake-bull resumed its grotesque act of spewing venom into the sea. Despite its agony, the whale creature, fueled by an unknown courage, stood up and charged at the snake-bull once more, declaring, I will not allow you to further desecrate the ocean. This defiance incited the snake-bull's wrath. It ceased its venomous expulsion and coldly retorted, then I shall eliminate you first. With that declaration, the snake-bull swung its serpentine tail at the approaching whale creature, sending it crashing against the rocks. Before the whale could regain its footing, the snake-bull lunged again, slamming its head into the whale's form against the rocky surface, following up with relentless punches. The whale creature, utterly powerless against the snake-bull's assault, soon found itself on the brink of unconsciousness. As the snake-bull prepared to deliver the final blow, Steve and number 1 could no longer bear to watch the brutal scene unfold. Therefore, Steve leapt from his hiding place and shouted, stop. Then the transformation commenced abruptly. Startled by Steve's sudden appearance, the serpent bull hybrid glanced back and beheld the transformed Steve standing atop a rock. The creature, puzzled, inquired, Black Sun, you have finally arrived. I, the mighty Serpent Bull, shall defeat you here and claim the title of the strongest monster. Steve, upon hearing this, merely smirked in disdain. Without wasting words, he drew his laser sword from his belt and leaped down from the rock, charging towards the Serpent Bull. The creature, undeterred, rushed forward to confront Steve. Despite its grandiloquent bravado, the Serpent Bull's prowess was lacking, as it found itself wailing under the relentless strikes of Steve's sword. In desperation, the creature resorted to a venomous ambush, spewing toxic fluid directly at Steve. Fortuitously, Steve sensed the imminent danger and sidestepped just in time, avoiding a fatal hit, though he was still splashed on the shoulder. Nonetheless, the corrosive venom inflicted severe damage upon him. Clutching his shoulder, Steve let out a pained cry. The Serpent Bull, witnessing this, chuckled triumphantly. Did you see my power? Black Sun, today you shall perish at my hands. With that, it launched another venomous assault at Steve. Reacting swiftly, Steve performed a roll to evade the creature's toxic spray. Meanwhile, Number 1, concealed in the grass, noticed Steve's momentary lapse leading to injury and promptly began to transform to assist him. The Serpent Bull, reveling in its perceived victory over Black Sun, felt no fear upon seeing Number 1's arrival, thinking to itself, if I can fell Black Sun, what is there to fear from you? It then directed its venomous attack towards Number 1. The latter, quick to react, dodged the oncoming venom, avoiding contact. The Serpent Bull, sensing its own success as Number 1 evaded in panic, grew increasingly arrogant, fixating on its target. Number 1, performing agile rolls and leaps, evaded the Serpent Bull's venom while circling around it. Observing that Number 1 was too intimidated to approach, the Serpent Bull's pride swelled, and it unleashed venom more rapidly in an attempt to corrode its foe. Just as the Serpent Bull focused intently on Number 1, Steve stealthily approached from behind. The creature suddenly felt a chill on its back, as if sensing danger, and hastily turned around, but it was too late. Steve thrust his laser sword fiercely into the creature's midsection, piercing it clean through. The Serpent Bull immediately clutched its wound, letting out a horrific scream, casting a venomous glare at Steve, but unable to utter a word. Seizing the opportunity, Number 1 swiftly delivered a powerful kick. The Serpent Bull succumbed to the combined might of Steve and Number 1, overwhelmed by their relentless assault. After vanquishing the Serpent Bull, Steve and Number 1 proceeded to the side of the nearly defeated whale creature. Upon witnessing the brutal demise of the serpent bovine creature at the hands of Steve and Number 1, the whale monster felt an overwhelming sense of dread as the two approached him, nearly succumbing to tears. Were it not for his immobilized state, he would have fled in terror. As Steve and Number 1 drew near, a wave of despondency washed over the whale monster, and he silently wished for a swift end when they decided to take his life, hoping it would be devoid of cruelty. Just as he closed his eyes in resignation, Steve and Number 1 lifted him from the ground and inquired, "Why did you attack the serpent bovine creature? Are you not from the same organization?" Relieved by their apparent lack of murderous intent, the whale monster slowly replied, "I am a creature of the ocean, and the sea is the sanctuary for all marine life. I cannot stand idly by while the serpent bovine creature pollutes our waters. If the ocean is tainted, countless marine beings will perish. Thus, I must thwart anyone who seeks to contaminate the sea." Chapter 25, Steve and the fateful battle with the Shadow Moon. Now that the serpent bull monster has perished, what are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing the whale monster's reply, Steve felt a flicker of admiration for the creature's spirit to fight for its homeland against formidable foes. Nodding, he inquired further. The whale monster remained silent for a moment, contemplating, before responding, "I have betrayed the Deshoka organization, and returning would certainly lead to my execution. Thus, I intend to retreat to my lair and hide." Upon hearing the whale monster's desire to conceal itself, Steve expressed his understanding. After all, the Deshoka organization wielded immense power, far beyond what someone who could not even defeat a serpent bull monster could contend with. Nodding, Steve asked the whale monster again, "Can you tell us where the Deshoka organization's base is located?" At Steve's question, the whale monster appeared to be struck by a wave of terror, its expression shifting to one of sheer fright, its body trembling as it stammered, I cannot say. If I divulge the information, I will surely be killed. Undoubtedly." Seeing the whale monster's reaction, Steve furrowed his brow, surprised that merely requesting the location of the Deshoka organization instilled such fear. "It seems I have underestimated the organization's strength, capable of instilling such dread in a monster." Steve pondered. However, in pursuit of the organization's location, Steve persisted. "We aim to overthrow the Deshoka organization, and we hope you can share its whereabouts with us." The whale monster, still trembling with fear, replied, "You do not comprehend the might of the Deshoka organization. With your current strength, you cannot possibly prevail. Even if the Deshoka organization is indeed powerful, we shall not surrender. I believe we can defeat them. Moreover, since you have betrayed the Deshoka organization, should they capture you, you will face execution." It would be wiser to reveal their location to us. Perhaps we could vanquish them, thus freeing you from your plight," Steve asserted resolutely, gazing into the terrified eyes of the whale monster. The whale monster stammered, but, noticing the hesitation in the whale monster, Steve grasped its shoulders earnestly. "Please, trust us. We will defeat the Dashioka organization." Seemingly moved by Steve's sincere gaze, the whale monster's fear began to subside, and it resolved to disclose the location of the Dashioka base. With great effort, the injured creature stood and revealed the coordinates of the Dashioka deep-sea base to Steve. With this newfound knowledge, a weight lifted from Steve's heart, and he contemplated inviting the whale monster to join their ranks. However, the whale monster declined Steve's invitation, opting instead to return to its lair and hide. Seeing this, Steve chose not to press further. After bidding farewell to the whale monster, Steve and Number 1 hurried back to the base to share the news with everyone. Upon hearing Steve's revelations, the members of the base felt a surge of joy. However, Steve was acutely aware that a decisive battle with the Dashioka organization loomed on the horizon, yet he remained uncertain about the leader of Dashioka, the Creator King. Thus, Steve turned to Eric Stark and inquired, "Eric, how much do you know about the Creator King? Do enlighten us." Eric Stark pondered for a moment, choosing not to reveal any information about the Creator King, wishing instead to allow Steve to discover the surprise for himself. He responded, "I do not possess much knowledge either. During the time I was under his control, all I learned was that the Creator King is also human, but I have never seen his true identity." The others, hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment but did not dwell on it. Consequently, with little useful information at hand, the group commenced preparations for the impending showdown with Dashioka. Days later, Eric Stark and the others were actively gearing up when Steve received a challenge letter delivered by Shadow Moon, demanding that he engage in a duel at a specified location 1 month hence. Steve conveyed this information to the group, who understood that Shadow Moon was no longer a match for him. Hence, they did not deter him from participating in the duel. Nevertheless, to ensure safety, they insisted that Number 1 accompany Steve. Determined to awaken Shadow Moon's memory and rescue his dear brother, Steve was resolute as the months swiftly passed. Arriving at the duel's designated site, Steve searched for Shadow Moon's presence. As he scanned the surroundings, Shadow Moon emerged slowly. He first assessed Number 1 beside Steve without uttering a word, then summoned 4 monsters to obstruct Number 1, preventing any interference in his duel with Steve. Realizing he could not assist Steve, Number 1 advised him to remain cautious before transforming and engaging the 4 monsters in battle. With Number 1 occupied, Shadow Moon turned his full attention to Steve, proclaiming his declaration of war. "Black Sun, this is our final battle. This time, I shall defeat you and seize your Emperor's Stone to become the new Creator King." With that, Shadow Moon charged eagerly at Steve. However, upon recognizing that Shadow Moon was his beloved brother, Bucky Barnes, Steve found himself unable to retaliate. As Shadow Moon approached, Steve helplessly shouted, "Stop, Bucky. I do not wish to fight you." Disregarding Steve's pleas, Shadow Moon closed the distance and commenced his assault. Steve, left with no choice, evaded the attacks with reluctance. Yet, Shadow Moon, intent on not allowing Steve to escape, relentlessly pursued him, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Steve, unwilling to harm his brother, could only defend himself passively while pleading, "Please stop, Bucky. I do not want to fight you." However, upon hearing Steve's words, Ingwe perceived them as a slight against her. Enraged, she launched a more ferocious assault on Steve, her fists raining down upon him like a tempest. Steve, forced into a defensive stance, found himself overwhelmed and at a loss. Witnessing his reluctance to retaliate, Ingwe's fury intensified. Gathering her strength, she delivered a powerful blow that sent Steve flying, shouting in anger, "Black Sun, fight me. Today, only one of us shall survive." With that, Ingwe charged at Steve once more. Chapter 26. As the heart-pierced Steve was sent flying, he had barely regained his footing when he saw Shadow Moon delivering another punch his way. Reacting swiftly, Steve crossed his arms defensively over his chest, his gaze fixated on Shadow Moon, pleadingly exclaiming, "Wake up, Bucky, please wake up." However, upon witnessing Steve block his punch, Shadow Moon retaliated with a fierce kick to Steve's abdomen. Instantly, Steve was propelled backward, clutching his stomach and rendered speechless on the ground. Nearby, Number 1, engaged in combat with 4 grotesque figures, noticed Steve's reluctance to fight back and his subsequent fall to the ground. He shouted, "Steve, fight back." Yet, amidst the fray, it was impossible to divide his focus, resulting in Number 1 being overpowered by the combined assault of the 4 creatures. Seeing Number 1 falter ignited a sense of urgency within Steve, yet he remained entrenched in his hesitation, unwilling to confront his dear friend. Shadow Moon, observing Steve's indecision, showed no signs of halting his assault. He drew forth the Shadow Army blade and charged at Steve once more. In response, Steve brandished his laser sword to defend himself. Yet, in a purely defensive stance, he stood no chance against Shadow Moon. After merely a few defensive maneuvers, Shadow Moon disarmed Steve with a powerful strike. Without his weapon, Steve was even more vulnerable to Shadow Moon's relentless attacks. Following the disarmament, Shadow Moon unleashed a flurry of savage slashes with the Shadow Army blade upon Steve. After issuing several anguished cries, Steve collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, Number 1 seized the opportunity to execute a night kick, eliminating 3 of the grotesque adversaries. Upon hearing Steve's agonizing screams, Number 1 swiftly glanced over, only to find Steve gravely injured and sprawled on the ground. Immediately, he yearned to rush to Steve's aid, yet was thwarted by the remaining creature. Thus, he could only hope that Steve could withstand the ordeal a little longer while he dealt with the last foe. Meanwhile, the fallen Steve, racked with pain, slowly crawled towards Shadow Moon. Grasping Shadow Moon's ankle, he hoarsely implored, "Bucky, please wake up." Yet, Steve's pitiful state failed to evoke any semblance of Bucky Barnes' consciousness within Shadow Moon. Instead, Shadow Moon seized Steve by the head, lifting him from the ground amidst his agonized cries. Then, raising the Shadow Army blade high, he brought it crashing down upon Steve's chest. With a heart-wrenching scream, Steve collapsed weakly to the ground, his transformation forcibly undone. Rendered voiceless by the brutal onslaught, Steve could no longer muster a sound. Witnessing Steve revert from his transformation spurred Number 1 into a frenzied assault on the remaining creature, desperate to defeat it and rescue Steve. However, he found himself unable to swiftly vanquish the last adversary. As he gazed upon the incapacitated Steve, Shadow Moon once again raised the Shadow Army blade, coldly declaring, "This is the final blow, Black Sun," before swinging the blade towards Steve. On his knees, Steve gazed at Shadow Moon, who had raised the Shadow Blade to deliver the final strike against him. It was in this moment of impending doom that memories of his past with Bucky Barnes flooded his mind, and amidst regret and sorrow, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to call out for his friend, Buck. Just as Steve believed he was destined to perish at the hands of his beloved companion, the Shadow Blade halted mere inches from his forehead. Shadow Moon, one hand clutching his head in a mix of pain and confusion, murmured, Why do I suddenly feel sorrow? Why has my hand, seemingly against my will, come to a stop?" Seeing that Shadow Moon had refrained from delivering the fatal blow and seemed lost in thought, a flicker of hope ignited within Steve, though he lacked the strength to call out his name any longer. Meanwhile, Number 1 had dispatched the last of the monstrous foes. Upon witnessing Shadow Moon's blade aimed at Steve, he was momentarily paralyzed by fear, but as the attack ceased, relief washed over him. Such emotions were unexpected for Number 1, as he was originally a creation of Eirik Stark, designed solely to train Steve and embody a fragment of Stark's consciousness. However, this did not negate his capacity for emotion. Indeed, Stark had imbued him with feelings during his creation. Though aware that the confrontation between Steve and Shadow Moon was part of a larger scheme, Number 1 harbored genuine concern for Steve. After severing the mental link with Eirik Stark, he had developed his own sentiments during their time fighting side by side, evolving into an independent persona. Thus, even knowing that Steve would not meet his end, indeed, that he could be resurrected by Stark, Number 1 felt a deep concern for him. Consequently, after vanquishing the last creature, he hastened towards Steve. Just as Shadow Moon ceased his assault, a figure emerged from the shadows, none other than the Swordmaster Bilyakinia, transformed by the Red Skull. For reasons unknown, Bilyakinia had regained the consciousness of his original self. With a sinister smile, he addressed Shadow Moon. "Since you cannot bring yourself to do it, allow me to assist you." He unleashed a cross-shaped sword energy in a surprise attack aimed at the exhausted Steve. In that moment, neither Steve nor Shadow Moon detected the impending danger from Bilyakinia. Fortunately, Number 1 arrived just in time, positioning himself to shield Steve from the onslaught. However, the power of the sword energy emitted by the Sword of Satan was immense, and Number 1 was grievously wounded, barely able to remain upright. Undeterred, Bilyakinia, upon seeing that his first strike had failed, snorted derisively and leaped forward, raising the Sword of Satan once more to thrust at Steve. Yet, Number 1 sensed something amiss when Bilyakinia attempted to ambush Steve in his incapacitated state, for this was not part of the plan. As Number 1 once again witnessed Bilyakinia lunging towards Steve, he dragged his severely injured body to shield Steve. Yet, the might of the Satan's sword was beyond what Number 1 could withstand. Consequently, he was pierced directly through the heart, the very source of his power. Even though he was an artificial being created by Eirik Stark, the destruction of his heart would lead to his demise. Moreover, upon his death, his consciousness would revert to Eirik Stark's physical form, yet the independent persona of Number 1 would cease to exist. This was precisely why Eirik Stark, after regaining the power of the Creator King, chose not to reclaim the consciousness within Number 1 in favor of a more potent essence. Upon discovering that Number 1 had developed a distinct consciousness, he resolved to allow Number 1 to persist. However, no one could have anticipated the unforeseen incident that would transpire here. After being pierced by the Satan's sword, Number 1 grasped tightly onto Byakuya's sword-wielding hand. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Byakuya staggering back, before collapsing to the ground, his transformation undone. At that moment, Shadow Moon and Steve became aware of the unfolding events. Shadow Moon, seething with anger, directed a fierce question at Byakuya. Byakuya, why do you interfere in my battle with Black Sun? Yet, Byakuya coldly retorted, do not call me Byakuya. I am the Great Red Skull. Upon hearing this declaration, Shadow Moon could no longer restrain himself and launched an assault on Red Skull. Meanwhile, Steve, lost in a daze, found himself indifferent to the confrontation between Shadow Moon and Red Skull. Chapter 27, The Last Words of Number 1. The enraged Steve gazed in disbelief as Number 1 collapsed to the ground, pierced through the heart. An inexplicable surge of strength compelled him to crawl beside Number 1, cradling him in his arms, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. In anguish, he implored, Ming, why did you have to do this? Number 1 coughed up blood and, in faltering breaths, replied, because we are comrades fighting for kindness and justice, as Kamen Riders. As his gaze began to dull, he continued, in the end, I'm so glad I could save you. From now on, you will fight alone. The future of the world rests upon your shoulders. Please, do not lose hope, Steve. With those final words, Number 1's eyes dimmed, and his breathing ceased. As Steve felt the lifelessness in his embrace, memories of the years spent alongside Number 1 flooded his mind, moments of their encounters and battles fought together. Overwhelmed, his body trembled uncontrollably, his heart filled with an immense sorrow and despair. His eyes, now bloodshot, emitted a primal roar of hopelessness. Following this cry, a chilling murderous intent toward the Red Skull surged within Steve. He turned his gaze towards the Red Skull, who was locked in combat with Shadow Moon, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. With a voice laced with lethal intent, he declared, I will slay you. Then, with another furious roar, Steve unleashed his wrath. As he howled, a layer of shimmering armor enveloped him, shifting between reality and illusion, reminiscent of a transformation, yet still in flux. With each continued bellow, the Emperor Stone within Steve resonated with the depths of his soul. When the resonance reached its zenith, a monumental shockwave of energy erupted from Steve, radiating outward. In that instant, he completed his transformation. The form he assumed bore little resemblance to his previous incarnation as the Black Sun, morphing into an entirely unprecedented knight within the Kamen Rider Black universe. Steve's transformation granted him claw-like appendages and sharp blades along his arms, rendering him a more feral version of the new Kamen Rider Black Sunday. Rising from his crouched position, he charged at the Red Skull with the ferocity of a beast. The energies unleashed by his transformation hurled both Shadow Moon and the Red Skull aside. As they witnessed Steve rise, they were immediately struck by the palpable aura of lethal intent and power emanating from him. Shadow Moon tensed, watching Steve with heightened vigilance, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The Red Skull, targeted by Steve's murderous glare, felt paralyzed, as if ensnared by a predatory beast, too terrified to move lest he invite a catastrophic blow. Yet he remained still, while Steve advanced. With a menacing glare fixated upon the Red Skull, Steve began to approach him slowly. Sensing Steve's approach, both Shadow Moon and the Red Skull felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. As Steve drew nearer with each deliberate step, Shadow Moon could no longer bear the terror that gripped him and launched an attack on Steve. However, it was as if Steve was oblivious to Shadow Moon's charge. He exhibited no sign of defense, continuing his forward march. Just as Shadow Moon's assault was about to connect, he was suddenly sent flying backward, crashing into the nearby hillside. Bewildered, Shadow Moon was unaware of the events that transpired. All he felt was a sudden darkness before colliding with the ground. Consequently, he was forcefully reverted from his transformed state, succumbing to unconsciousness. From a distance, the Red Skull witnessed the entire scene yet saw no action from Steve, only observing as Shadow Moon approached him and was instantaneously hurled past him. The sight sent a cold sweat down the Red Skull's spine, nearly paralyzing him with fear. Meanwhile, Steve, as if nothing had occurred, continued his relentless advance towards the Red Skull. As Steve drew closer, the Red Skull's legs trembled uncontrollably, his instincts urging him to flee. In desperation, he grasped the Sword of Satan and hurled it at Steve before attempting to escape. However, in that fleeting moment of his turn, Steve appeared right before him. The Red Skull's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could Steve, who had just been behind him, now be standing directly in front of him? Before he could process this surreal turn of events, Steve delivered a devastating punch that drove him into the ground. Then, Steve seized the Red Skull by the head, pulling him from the earth. At that moment, the Red Skull comprehended why Shadow Moon had been launched away upon mere contact with Steve. It was due to Steve's astonishing speed, so swift that they could neither perceive nor react to it. Spare me. I understand my mistakes, the Red Skull pleaded in terror as he gazed into Steve's murderous eyes. Yet, Steve remained cold and unyielding, his gaze locked onto the Red Skull. With deliberate intent, He pointed his fingers towards the Red Skull's abdomen and slowly pierced through it, eliciting agonized cries with each inch he advanced, ultimately rupturing the Red Skull's kidney. Afterward, Steve discarded the now sweat-drenched Red Skull onto the ground, intent on savoring the torment he would inflict upon him. The Red Skull, abandoned on the ground, disregarded his excruciating pain and crawled away in sheer desperation for survival. However, Steve, consumed by wrath, would not allow him to escape. With precision, Steve severed the Red Skull's hands, then his legs, and methodically dismembered him piece by piece. After an agonizing 10 minutes, the Red Skull finally succumbed to the relentless suffering inflicted by Steve. However, Steve, having slain the Red Skull, remained in his transformed state, rampaging like a frenzied beast. Observing the berserk Steve from the shadows, Eric Stark furrowed his brow and stepped into the light. After the demise of Number 1, his will had returned to Eric Stark's body, bestowing upon him the knowledge of both Steve's and Number 1's tribulations. Thus, he hurried here without delay. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the very moment Steve transformed. In an effort to allow Steve to vent his inner turmoil and rage, Eric had chosen to remain concealed. Yet, witnessing Steve dismember the Red Skull and succumb to his fury, Eric resolved to intervene, aiming to incapacitate Steve and prevent him from enduring further psychological trauma. In an instant, Eric materialized behind the rampaging Steve, delivering a precise strike that rendered him unconscious, gently laying him upon the ground. Gazing at the fallen Steve, Eric was taken aback by the significance Number 1 held within Steve's heart. Initially resolved to let Number 1 perish, he now found himself hesitant about the prospect of resurrecting him in a separate consciousness. For even if Eric were to revive Number 1, it would no longer be the true Number 1, but merely a new consciousness inhabiting Number 1's form. Moreover, Eric was reluctant to tarnish Number 1's body, for the independent consciousness of Number 1 had evolved into the genuine Kamen Rider, transcending mere fragments of his awareness. Ultimately, Eric chose not to resurrect Number 1's body, allowing him to pass alongside the true Number 1, honoring him as a genuine hero. Then, Eric turned his gaze to the dismembered Red Skull, his brow knitted in concern. He pondered why, despite having rewritten the Red Skull's consciousness, it still seemed capable of restoring its own awareness. What could be the cause? Was it the handiwork of the creator King Steve? Or was it a consequence of the Red Skull himself? Or perhaps it was due to the self-repairing nature of this world? Eric Stark found himself engulfed in a sea of uncertainty, contemplating the need to inquire whether the creator King Steve possessed any insights into this perplexing matter. Chapter 28. The three divine officers launch an assault on the base unbeknownst to Eric Stark, mere days after his departure from the Deshoka base. A mysterious figure had ensnared the future Steve in a web of control. Consequently, during Eric Stark's exchange with the Genesis King, Steve merely claimed that he had not regained the memories of Red Skull. Regarding the other two inquiries, Eric Stark surmised that the most plausible explanation lay in the self-repairing nature of this world. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that this was, in truth, a consequence of the bug he had inadvertently left behind. With his questions seemingly resolved, Eric Stark chose not to linger, departing alone without taking Steve or Subject One with him, for he feared the complications that would arise in explaining his presence to others. Hours later, Bucky Barnes awoke. Clutching his head, he wore an expression of confusion and anguish, as if he had traversed a lengthy dream. In this dream, he had been transformed into a grotesque being, brainwashed and compelled to battle his dear friend Steve, coming perilously close to ending Steve's life on several occasions. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Bucky was met with a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through his body. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, which felt both foreign and familiar. As he painstakingly sifted through his memories, he realized that this was indeed the site of his final confrontation with Steve. Was it not merely a dream? Bucky furrowed his brow, troubled by the revelation. Confronted with the harsh reality, Bucky's thoughts turned to his dear friend Steve, the very one who had rendered him unconscious. Recalling the ominous transformation Steve had undergone in his mind's eye, a wave of concern washed over Bucky. Thus, he followed the trails of his memories in search of Steve. Upon reaching the battleground of their final clash, Bucky was struck dumb by the devastation before him. The once verdant land lay ravaged, as if subjected to a missile barrage, littered with deep craters, shrouded in smoke, and permeated by the acrid scent of charred earth, with scarcely a patch of ground untouched. Witnessing such desolation, Bucky's anxiety deepened. He hurriedly began to inspect each crater, hoping to find Steve safe and sound. After searching through numerous pits, he finally discovered Steve, unconscious, within one of them. Rushing to Steve's side, Bucky called out urgently, "Steve." Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears, failing to rouse the unconscious hero. Realizing his attempts were futile, Bucky's heart raced with concern. After thoroughly examining Steve's body, he found no life-threatening injuries, merely a state of unconsciousness, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, as he gazed upon his fallen friend, the weight of heavy memories descended upon Bucky once more. Bucky Barnes reflected on his actions under the control of the Winter Soldier program, engulfed in a sea of confusion. Glancing at the unconscious Steve, he was reminded of the formidable power wielded by the leader of the organization. At that moment, Bucky resolved to confront the Creator King himself, seeking vengeance for his own suffering and to atone for the wrongs he had committed. With one last, lingering look at Steve, he resolutely rose and departed from that place. The following day, Steve finally regained consciousness. He immediately stood up, only to be met with a wave of pain that caused him to draw a sharp breath. However, there was no time for concern as he hurried to the side of Subject One's lifeless body, gazing at the corpse before him. The freshly awakened Steve was once again consumed by sorrow and anguish. After a long silence, he gathered his thoughts and began to worry about Bucky, whom he had struck with such force in a moment of despair and rage. He could only recall the moment he transformed and sent Bucky flying before he turned his fury upon Red Skull, ultimately losing control in a fit of rage. Steve had no recollection of how he ended up unconscious. Haunted by the possibility that his blow may have gravely injured or even killed Bucky, Steve frantically searched for him. Despite scouring every possible location, Bucky was nowhere to be found, though Steve did discover some traces he had left behind. A mix of concern and relief washed over him. It seemed likely that Bucky had managed to escape. Therefore, Steve hoisted Subject One's body onto his back and departed with a heavy heart. As for Red Skull, Steve could barely contain his hatred, wishing nothing more than to reduce the villain's remains to ashes, let alone consider retrieving his body. Thus, Steve returned to the base with Subject One's remains, where Howard Stark and Peggy Carter fell into a solemn silence upon seeing the grim sight. Eric Stark, too, was rendered speechless, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he regarded the despondent Steve. Since Subject One's consciousness had merged with Eric, he had inherited the experiences and feelings shared between Subject One and Steve over the years, yet Eric was not Subject One. Consequently, he felt a profound and intricate emotional turmoil towards Steve. Days later, a grand funeral was held for Subject One. While the emotions of the gathered crowd were shrouded in mystery, Eric found himself in a state of ironic amusement, feeling as though he was attending his own funeral. Even after several days had passed since the ceremony, Eric observed that the spirits of those around him remained low. Realizing that he could not allow Steve and the others to continue in such despair, Eric resolved to uplift their spirits. He gathered the somber group and served them a hearty dose of encouragement, hoping to rekindle their hope. Inform them that although Number One has passed away, his spirit has been inherited by many. They should not succumb to despair, but rather, they must diligently carry forward Number One's legacy. After partaking in Eric Stark's comforting broth, the group finally emerged from their sorrow. As a month elapsed, while Steve and the others continued their preparations against the formidable Daxuka, three peculiar figures suddenly appeared, launching an assault on Howard Stark's base. The leader of these strange individuals proclaimed, "Black Sun, come forth." Startled, the group hastily exited the base. Eric Stark furrowed his brow upon recognizing the trio as the three high priests he had engineered. How could they have arrived here directly? Was the Creator King Steve planning something grand? Confusion washed over Eric Stark. At that moment, the head high priest addressed him, "Black Sun. We are the high priests of Daxuka. We have come at the behest of the Creator King to enlist you as the new Creator King. Come with us at once." Upon hearing this, Eric Stark grasped that indeed, the Creator King Steve was orchestrating an event. Just then, Steve, having overheard the high priest's declaration, stepped forward in fury, declaring, "You shall not succeed. I will not join Daxuka, nor will I become the new Creator King." Upon hearing Steve's retort, the leading high priest scoffed, "That is not for you to decide. Since you refuse to comply willingly, we shall have no choice but to take you by force." Chapter 29. Future Steve under the control of a mysterious figure. Upon uttering these words, the three high priests simultaneously launched an assault on Eric Stark and the others. Witnessing this, both Eric Stark and Steve hurriedly shielded Howard Stark and Peggy Carter from the impending onslaught. However, the force of the attack caused the walls to collapse, threatening to crush the four of them. In response, Eric Stark discreetly employed his telekinetic abilities to deflect the debris, ensuring that none were harmed. Howard Stark, noticing the scattered rubble around them that had failed to strike even a single individual, breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "We are indeed fortunate to have escaped unscathed." Eric Stark chuckled in agreement, yet a sense of unease began to creep into his mind. Something felt amiss. Why did it seem as though the attacks were specifically aimed at him? He pondered this perplexity, but soon attributed it to the possibility that the Creator King Steve was merely enhancing the drama of the scene, allowing his doubts to dissipate. Unbeknownst to Eric, far away in the depths of the Great Repair Base, the Creator King Steve observed him using his powers to redirect the falling debris. A flicker of purple light flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed with delight, "Eric Stark, I never anticipated that you still lack the formidable protective light that once surrounded you." With a sigh of regret, he continued, "Alas, I have expended all my strength to arrive in this time. I no longer possess the power to seize your body. Otherwise, I could have harnessed this extraordinary potential for myself. Nonetheless, even if I cannot claim your form, I can certainly disrupt your plans. With this, the Creator King Steve erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, back with Eric Stark, Steve, relieved that everyone was unharmed, felt a surge of anger that propelled him into transformation. To his astonishment, he transitioned directly into his latest awakened form, amplifying his rage and igniting an overwhelming desire for destruction. However, he had little time to ponder. Suppressing his instinct to wreak havoc, he charged towards the three high priests. In an instant, he stood before them, delivering a powerful kick that sent High Priest Darum flying, crashing into several buildings before coming to a halt. High Priests Balloom and Bisham, taken aback by the sheer strength of the Black Sun, were bewildered by the distance Darum had been propelled. Yet, they quickly set aside their astonishment and united in their assault on Steve from either side. Remarkably, Steve chose not to defend himself, allowing their attacks to land upon him. In the astonished gaze of Bisham and Balloom, he retaliated with a punch that sent each of them soaring. Before they could even touch the ground, Steve appeared behind them, executing a swift kick that hurled Bisham and Balloom against the wall. At that moment, the High Priest Darum, who had been kicked away by Steve, rose to his feet. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he charged at Steve once more. However, before Darum could reach him, Steve seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Then, with a primal roar, Steve tilted his head back like a beast and wrenched one of Darum's arms from its socket. Darum immediately broke into a cold sweat, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Howard Stark and Peggy Carter, witnessing Steve's ability to effortlessly dominate three high priests, clapped their hands in delight. Yet, Eric Stark, observing the merciless transformation of Steve in battle, furrowed his brow. He understood that Steve's power was being influenced by anger and despair, fearing that he might succumb to the desire for slaughter and become a mindless beast, a result he did not wish to see. But as the battle raged on, Eric knew he could not interrupt Steve's fight. He would have to wait until it was over to address the matter. At that moment, having just torn off Darum's arm, Steve raised his right hand again, plunging it into Darum's chest and ripping out his heart. Darum's mouth gaped open in pain. Yet no sound escaped as torrents of blood poured forth. Without hesitation, Steve discarded Darum's lifeless body and heart onto the ground. The High Priest Darum had fallen in battle. Steve then shifted his gaze towards the newly risen Baihume and Baralam. The sight of Darum's gruesome demise filled Baihume and Baralam with dread as they met Steve's gaze, causing them to swallow hard. Their will to fight evaporated, and they sought to flee. In unison, Baihume and Baralam turned to escape. But their speed paled in comparison to Steve's. In the blink of an eye, Steve reappeared before them. As Steve prepared to strike down Baihume and Baralam, Baihume quickly interjected. "Wait, Black Sunday. Your dear brother, Shadow Moon, is in our possession. You cannot kill us." Steve, momentarily stifling the boiling rage within, replied coldly, "Hand him over." Elated by Steve's pause, Baralam quickly added, "No, you must spare us, or we will not relinquish him." However, upon hearing Baralam's words, the suppressed fury within Steve surged uncontrollably once more, and he glared with fierce intent, declaring, "You have no choice. Either surrender Shadow Moon, or I will end you immediately." Baihume and Baralam, upon hearing Steve's murderous tone, began to waver, their expression shifting between fear and uncertainty. They contemplated. Lord of Creation had severely injured Shadow Moon, intending to use him to coerce Black Sun into joining the Great Repair, thus enabling their control over him. Yet now, they were no match for Black Sun. And should they surrender Shadow Moon as well, they knew that the Lord of Creation would surely condemn them to death. Yet, should they refuse to comply, the Black Sun would surely bring about our demise. Just as the two hesitated, Steve felt the overwhelming urge for destruction welling up within him. He turned to Hume and Balaram with a fierce glare and declared, "My patience has worn thin. Refuse to surrender, and you shall meet your end." With that, the murderous intent within Steve surged uncontrollably. In response to the escalating threat from Steve, Hume, and Balaram, terrified that he might enact his wrath upon them, hastily released Shadow Moon from a peculiar realm. Without a moment's thought, they fled for their lives. Observing Shadow Moon's release, Steve felt a momentary sense of relief. Yet, as he turned his gaze toward the retreating figures of Hume and Balaram with the intent to strike again, he found himself unable to suppress his inner desire for chaos. Helplessly, he watched them escape, and with the last vestige of rationality, he retracted his transformation. Upon reverting, Steve was instantly overcome by exhaustion, collapsing to the ground in a profuse sweat as he gasped for air. Chapter 30. The decision to exchange for the Imperial armor. Meanwhile, the others surrounding Eric Stark rushed to support Steve as he reverted from his transformation. "Steve, are you all right?" Peggy Carter inquired. Concern etched on her face as she observed Steve's weakened state. "I'm fine, just exhausted from the exertion," Steve replied, a hint of warmth blooming within him at Peggy's worry. He smiled to reassure her, not wishing to burden her with his concerns. Upon hearing Steve's response, Peggy sighed in relief, her worries dissipating. Eric Stark, witnessing the tender interaction between Steve and Peggy, shook his head with a touch of exasperation. He interjected, "We should first see to Bucky's treatment at the base. You two can indulge in your affection later. This is hardly the right moment." Instantly, both Steve and Peggy felt their cheeks flush. Steve quickly diverted his gaze to the still unconscious Bucky Barnes, suggesting, "Let us hurry and attend to Bucky." Eric and Howard Stark, understanding the situation, refrained from calling out Steve. Together, they carefully lifted Bucky back to the base, while Steve, with Peggy's assistance, followed suit. After examining Bucky, Eric Stark, sensing Steve's anxiety, directly addressed him. "He is not in any immediate danger. He is merely unconscious from severe injuries. With proper care, he should awaken." Upon hearing this, Steve exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is a relief. As long as he is all right." Eric shook his head at Steve's reaction and pressed, "Have you considered what might happen if Bucky awakens without his memories?" Steve fell into contemplation, worry creeping back. After a moment of silence, he declared resolutely, "If he doesn't regain his memories, I will do what is necessary to rouse him." Eric, studying Steve's eyes intently, sighed after a few seconds. "I hope you can truly bring yourself to do that." Detecting the skepticism in Eric's tone, Steve responded firmly, "This time, I will not hold back." Eric recognized Steve's determination and nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to say anything further as he exited the infirmary, leaving Steve to keep vigil over Bucky. Initially, Eric had intended to discuss Steve's inability to control his powers post-transformation after their battle. However, observing Steve's continued anxiety for Bucky, he decided it was not the right time for such a conversation and resolved to wait a while longer. Yet, after the events of the day, a sense of unease lingered in Eric's heart. Thus, Eric Stark ventured alone into the laboratory, intending to exchange for powers from several special effects worlds, aiming to expedite his plans. However, after much contemplation, he found himself uncertain about which specific worlds to select. After all, certain Kamen Rider realms would be exceedingly difficult to fabricate in this era. Although Eric Stark could retrieve complete powers directly from the system, such an approach would be rather imprudent. Furthermore, in this age, the only Marvel superhero available was Captain America, Steve Rogers. Should he bestow the powers of Kamen Rider upon an unknown entity, the investment points expended would never be recovered, resulting in a substantial loss. Additionally, some powers would have little impact within the Marvel universe at this time. For instance, the worlds of Kamen Rider Decade and Kamen Rider W could not be manifested in this era. After much deliberation, Eric Stark resolved to first exchange for the powers of Kamen Rider Kuga and Kamen Rider Agito. The powers from these two realms predominantly belong to the mystical side, making them universally applicable in the current age. With a firm resolve, Eric Stark promptly exchanged for the powers of the Garangi tribe from the Kamen Rider Kuga realm, as well as the powers of the original Kuga, ensuring they remained sealed as per the original narrative. Subsequently, he projected his consciousness across the earth to locate a suitable site where he could bury the relics of the Garangi tribe and the first Kuga, awaiting the discovery by fortunate archaeologists. He pondered who might be destined to inherit the powers of Kuga. After entombing the relics, Eric Stark disseminated clues about their location throughout the world, anticipating the arrival of a worthy seeker. After completing the arrangements for the Kamen Rider Kuga powers, Eric Stark then exchanged for the powers of Kamen Rider Agito. In contrast to the powers of Kamen Rider Kuga, the abilities of Kamen Rider Agito were not standalone but could be disseminated within the human body, granting everyone a chance to awaken as Kamen Rider Agito. Therefore, after retrieving the powers of Kamen Rider Agito, Eric Stark swiftly spread them among the majority of humanity. The reason he refrained from distributing these powers to all humans was that he intended to summon the Black God from the Kamen Rider Agito world as a formidable adversary. Otherwise, should the Black God emerge to find all humanity transformed into Agitos, he would likely decide to annihilate the world. This would undermine Eric Stark's original intent to cultivate heroes. After all, Eric Stark aspired for humanity to shine brilliantly in despair, becoming true heroes rather than seeking their destruction. Although the Black God posed a formidable threat to these Agitos, Eric Stark firmly believed that humanity could indeed manifest miracles amidst despair. This was precisely the reason why Eric Stark sought to refine the Kamen Riders he had created. From this moment forth, a significant portion of humanity on Earth would possess the potential to awaken as Kamen Rider Agito, though the actual awakening would ultimately depend on their own fortuity. After accomplishing this, Eric Stark resolved to exchange for a formidable power for self-defense, as a sense of unease began to stir within him. Should he opt for the power of Omagatsumi or the Emperor Armor? Eric Stark found himself entangled in a dilemma between the two. The Emperor Armor was both stylish and powerful, yet the power of Omagatsumi could manipulate time and space at will, even capable of creating or annihilating worlds. It was an arduous choice. While Eric Stark remained indecisive, he happened upon an item in the exchange list of the Armored Warrior world that compelled him to instantaneously choose the Emperor Armor. Chapter 31. The Fusion of the Emperor's Armor. This artifact embodies the celestial power within the realm of the Armor Warriors. The celestial power, it stands as the supreme force within the Armor Warriors universe. To possess this power is to gain the privilege of transforming into any armor of the light attribute. Merely holding a fragment of this power allows the Emperor's armor to transcend its ultimate form, evolving into the Celestial Emperor's armor. In the domain of light, the Celestial Emperor's armor wields a strength hundreds of times greater than that of the Ultimate Emperor's armor, elevating all powers to their utmost pinnacle within the light realm. Should one acquire the entirety of this power, the Emperor's armor can ascend to the exalted state of the Light Emperor's armor. In the realm of light, both the strength and speed of the Light Emperor's armor are boundless and immeasurable. As long as light endures in the world, it remains an invincible entity. It inherently possesses the ability to create an infinite realm of light, impervious to any force that seeks to diminish its existence. Upon learning of the celestial power, Eric Stark's heart raced with exhilaration, prompting an immediate decision to exchange for the Emperor's armor and the celestial power. Forget about the power of the ominous. My true passion lies with the Emperor's armor, Eric thought excitedly. Hurry, system. Please facilitate my exchange for the Emperor's armor and the celestial power. Eric urged the system impatiently. System, the complete Emperor's armor and celestial power will require a total of 60,000,000 invasion points. Does the host wish to proceed with the exchange? What? Why is it so exorbitant? Are you calculating the price based on the unactivated power? Eric exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the system's announcement. System, the Emperor's armor is not classified as a power item, priced at 10,000,000. The activated celestial power is priced at 50,000,000. To activate any portion of the unactivated celestial power, a total of 10 sets of infinity gems is required. Does the host wish to exchange for the unactivated celestial power? 10 sets of infinity gems just to activate a part of the celestial power? Where am I supposed to find 10 sets of infinity gems now? Eric's composure shattered further as he reacted to the system's information, exclaiming once more in disbelief. Then, Eric glanced at his balance of invasion points. I still have over 65 million. After assessing his balance, Eric gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of regret, and declared, System, exchange for the complete celestial power and the Emperor's armor. A few seconds later, Eric heard a chime from the system. System, exchange completed. 60,000,000 points deducted. Upon receiving the system's notification, Eric felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pain of expenditure diminished considerably. Subsequently, Eric retrieved the Emperor's armor from the system's space. Suddenly, a card materialized in his hand, adorned with the image of the Ultimate Emperor's armor, appearing vividly lifelike. From this image, Eric sensed an aura of majesty. Eric Stark gazed curiously at the card of the Ultimate Emperor armor in his hand, questioning the system. System, how can the Emperor armor be encapsulated in a card? Surely, it cannot be activated through a mere card. Upon his inquiry, the system promptly responded. As long as the host silently utters use, the card will conjure the summoning tool of the Emperor armor according to the host's intent. It will thereafter exist in this manifested form indefinitely. Understanding dawned upon Eric after hearing the system's explanation. He picked up the card and envisioned the summoning tool of the Emperor armor in his mind, then silently whispered, use. Instantly, the card in Eric's hand soared into the air, expanding to 4 times its original size. To Eric's delight, a diminutive golden dragon emerged from the enlarged card. As the golden dragon fully emerged, Eric finally beheld its entirety. It resembled a small dragon of the Huaxia divine dragon, entirely adorned in gold. Reminiscent of the armored beast of the Emperor armor, it appeared akin to a miniature version of the radiant Emperor dragon. Once the golden dragon was completely free from the card disintegrated into a swirl of luminous particles that entered the dragon's form. The dragon seemed to awaken fully, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. After letting out a joyful cry, it circled around Eric, who suddenly felt a profound bond forming between them. In that moment, Eric comprehended that this golden dragon was the belt of the Emperor armor, akin to the Kiva and Kabuto transformation devices, always at his beck and call. Endowed with its own intelligence, this newfound connection not only allowed Eric to summon the golden dragon at will, but also enabled him to understand its intentions and communicate with it. As he felt the dragon's affectionate presence circling around him, Eric smiled gently and declared, from now on, your name shall be Emperor. Together, we shall engage in battle side by side in the future. Upon hearing Eric's words, the Emperor joyously spun in the air, emitting a delighted cry. Sensing the dragon's exuberance, Eric was also eager to witness his transformation into the Emperor armor. However, he realized that performing such an act here could draw the attention of Howard Stark and his companions, jeopardizing the unlocking of his powers and affecting Steve's training regimen. Thus, Eric summoned his strength and instantaneously transported himself to a deserted island on the opposite side of the earth, intending to explore the capabilities of the Emperor. He prepared to transform into the Emperor armor. Although the dragon would fly to him at a mere thought, Eric felt that calling out the name would be far more impressive. Therefore, he softly called out, "Emperor." As soon as his voice faded, the figure of the Emperor shot forth from a black void, appearing before Eric Stark. Then, Eric Stark raised his hands, and with a mere thought, the Emperor called out to him and swiftly flew towards his waist, transforming into the Emperor's belt. Following this, Eric Stark performed a respectful gesture, snapped his fingers with his right hand, and with a smirk, exclaimed, "Emperor armor, unite." Instantly, the Emperor complied with Eric Stark's command and began the armor fusion process. A tremendous surge of radiant energy erupted from the distant sun, cascading towards Eric Stark in an instant. Amidst a blinding brilliance, he metamorphosed into the ultimate Emperor armor. As he embraced the power of the transformed armor, Eric Stark felt as though he were enveloped in boundless light, utterly captivated by this newfound strength. After all, even without the augmentation of the Heavenly Path's force, the power of the ultimate Emperor armor surpassed that of the Genesis King's might, rivaling the strength of the Time Demon King. Although it lacked the ability to manipulate time and space at will, it remained unaffected by the influence of the Time Demon King's powers. Chapter 32. Upgrading the Emperor's armor. As Eric Stark reveled in the power of the Emperor's armor, he inadvertently startled the Ancient One from Kamar-Taj, Odin from Asgard, and Steve, who was possessed by a mysterious entity, with the tremendous commotion caused by his transformation. In Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One, sensing a colossal surge of energy directed towards a specific location on Earth, swiftly employed the Time Stone to discern the source of the disturbance. Shortly thereafter, she identified the commotion as the result of Eric Stark's actions. With a resigned shake of her head, she murmured to herself, "So it is he once again causing upheaval." The thought of her future self crossed her mind, prompting her to ponder, "How much longer until you seek me out?" However, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and returned to her own endeavors, choosing to no longer focus on Eric Stark. In Asgard, Odin was taken aback by the overwhelming energy radiating from Eric Stark's transformation. The magnitude of the disturbance was impossible to overlook. As the immense energy enveloped Eric Stark, Odin beheld him on Earth, adorned in the resplendent golden armor. Awed by the formidable power emanating from the Emperor's armor, Odin marveled. Has Midgard given birth to yet another mighty deity? Such formidable strength is truly terrifying. Upon comparing his own power to that of Eric Stark, Odin realized that should the armored figure wish him harm, he would stand utterly defenseless. This realization filled him with trepidation concerning Asgard's future. Yet, he felt a measure of reassurance, for the light emanating from the armor exuded a profound sense of goodness. Surely, a being endowed with such radiant power could not be malevolent. As long as Asgard refrained from provoking him, he would not become an adversary. Furthermore, perhaps by extending an olive branch, Asgard could cultivate an alliance, ensuring protection in Odin's absence. Meanwhile, in the depths of the S.H.I.E.L.D. underwater base, Steve, sensing the energy from Eric Stark's transformation, spoke grimly. "Eric Stark, I never anticipated you would acquire such formidable light so swiftly. It seems your attainment of ultimate power is imminent. Is this my doing? Have I altered the fabric of fate, allowing you to gain this power ahead of time?" He mused aloud. "I cannot remain here for long, otherwise." A chilling realization crossed his mind, prompting a cold snort. After a considerable time, Eric Stark emerged from his trance, having been utterly captivated by the profound brilliance of the Emperor's armor. Eric Stark, of course, sensed the probing presence of Agamotto and Odin, yet he chose to disregard it. For Eric Stark, both Agamotto and Odin no longer posed a threat. Thus, he fully immersed himself in the radiant essence of the Emperor's armor. Upon regaining his focus, Eric Stark willed the transformation of the Emperor's armor to cease. The armor instantly reverted to its original form, calling out to Eric Stark a few times before vanishing through a black hole, its destination unknown. After the Emperor's departure, Eric Stark smiled and retrieved the power of the Tao from the system space. In an instant, a vibrant orb of multicolored light appeared in his hand. He gazed at the orb for quite some time, finding it aesthetically pleasing yet revealing nothing further. Consequently, Eric Stark inquired of the system, "System, please explain how I might integrate the power of the Tao." Upon hearing Eric Stark's question, the system promptly responded, "The power of the Tao is inherently a force that transcends worlds, manifesting only under the influence of the system. Ordinarily, aside from the heavens and earth, no other being can integrate the power of the Tao. Otherwise, they would be assimilated into the Tao, losing their own will. However, as the host possesses the system, you may integrate the power of the Tao without fear of assimilation. Yet, since this power is exchanged by the host, you will only be able to wield 30 of its potential. Shall the host proceed with the integration of the power of the Tao? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Eric Stark nodded in understanding and resolutely declared, "System, initiate the integration." The system responded, commencing integration of the power of the Tao. In that moment, Eric Stark felt his consciousness blur, and he began to sway before collapsing to the ground, losing awareness. In the haze of unconsciousness, Eric Stark found himself in a mysterious realm. Here, he witnessed countless universes, each undergoing cycles of birth and annihilation, and endless repetition. After an indeterminate period, Eric Stark finally regained consciousness. Slowly rising, he attuned himself to the power coursing within him, realizing he had become a confluence of rules. He was the embodiment of those rules. Eric Stark sensed an elevation of his very essence, emanating a unique aura. Only he recognized it as the supreme essence belonging to the Tao, resembling a humanoid manifestation of the Tao itself. If others were to behold Eric Stark at this moment, they would perceive him as akin to an ordinary person gazing at the heavens, so near yet infinitely distant, a longing unattainable. This sensation stemmed from the disparity in the essence of life. As Eric Stark endeavored to alter the rules of the world, he discovered that he could only temporarily amend these rules, incapable of enacting permanent change. However, it did not take long for Eric Stark to realize that this was due to his current mastery of only 30 of the celestial power. Yet, Eric Stark remained undaunted, for he held a steadfast belief that he would eventually possess the entirety of the celestial power. After a moment of introspection regarding his transformation, Eric Stark gradually dissipated the aura of celestial power that enveloped him, returning to his former self. He then commenced his plans to experiment with the advancement of the Ultimate Emperor armor. Thus, Eric Stark summoned the Emperor once more and transformed again into the Ultimate Emperor armor. This time, however, he utilized the celestial power to shield the transformation from any prying eyes, ensuring that no one was aware of his metamorphosis. Once transformed, Eric Stark immediately channeled the celestial power within him into the Emperor armor. As he infused the armor with this power, it began to shimmer with an ethereal glow. The golden hue of the Emperor armor intensified, becoming increasingly radiant and resplendent. When Eric Stark had infused all of his celestial power into the Emperor armor, it instantly ascended to the celestial Emperor armor, which sprouted a pair of golden wings akin to those of an angel, elevating the armor to a level of sanctity and grandeur that seemed to descend from the heavens. As Eric Stark gazed upon the newly upgraded armor, now gleaming with magnificent brilliance and adorned with wings, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Chapter 33, The Birth of Iron Man. An unexpected emergence. Eric Stark then took a moment to reflect on his newfound powers, realizing that they had increased approximately 300-fold since his previous state. Elated by this surge in strength, he exclaimed, "Now I need not worry about the Celestial Assembly. With my current transformation into the Emperor's armor, few in the Marvel Universe can pose a threat to me." However, he reminded himself to remain discreet, for prior to this metamorphosis, he had not possessed such formidable power. Should he have been ambushed before his transformation, there would have been nowhere for him to lament his fate. After his initial excitement, Eric Stark adopted a more cautious demeanor. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he was being overly cautious, as even without transformation, he wielded the power of the Creator King and would not be easily vanquished. With no opportunity for transformation even arising, reassured by this realization, Eric regained his confidence. He subsequently deactivated his transformation and harnessed his powers to return to the base. The following day, the unconscious Bucky Barnes finally awoke after treatment. Upon witnessing Bucky's revival, only Steve bore a look of sheer joy, while Howard Stark and Peggy Carter remained vigilant, wary of any sudden aggression from Bucky towards Steve. However, upon regaining consciousness, Bucky greeted them with a smile, saying, "Steve, Howard, Peggy, it has been a while." The others collectively exhaled in relief. Steve, overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing Bucky call their names, exclaimed, "Bucky, have you regained your memories?" Bucky nodded with a smile, responding, "I actually restored my memories after our last battle. I had intended to confront the Creator King alone to atone for my past mistakes." However, his voice trailed off, his gaze dimming with the weight of his failure. The group understood that Bucky had been defeated and subsequently used as leverage against Steve by the Creator King. Seeing his dear friend in such a state, Steve quickly offered words of comfort, saying, "Bucky, this is not your fault. You were merely under the control of the reconstructive organization. None of this can be blamed on you." The others echoed his sentiments, and gradually Bucky began to shed his self-reproach, resolved to join them in the fight against the Creator King. Half a year later, Bucky's injuries had finally healed. During this time, a significant event had transpired. Howard Stark's son, the future Iron Man Tony Stark, was born. Eric Stark was elated to witness the emergence of Iron Man and had already envisioned nurturing young Tony Stark to become a masked hero. Initially, 6 months prior, Steve and the others had resolved to confront the Creator King. Yet, Eric Stark interrupted their proposal, due to Eric Stark's concerns regarding Steve's potential for another uncontrollable transformation. He resolved to subject Steve to new training and psychological guidance. Furthermore, the injured Bucky had yet to recover. Consequently, the group decided to wait until Steve completed his training and Bucky fully healed before allowing them to join forces against the Creator King. After 6 months, not only had Bucky recuperated, but Steve had also impeccably mastered the powers of his transformation, ensuring he would no longer succumb to rage. Today marked the day the group would set forth to confront the Creator King. After a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived at a desolate island, which served as the entrance to the deep-sea base of Dashioka. Just as Steve and his companions set foot on the island and discovered the base's entrance, 2 peculiar figures appeared to obstruct their path. These figures were none other than the high priests Baiham and Baralam, who had escaped from Steve 6 months prior. Upon sighting these adversaries, Steve and Shadow Moon intended to transform and engage in battle with Baiham and Baralam, but were halted by Eric Stark. Eric Stark understood the immense power of the Creator King, even though Steve had awakened a new form that maximized the power of his Imperial Stone. He recognized that the forthcoming battle would still be a formidable challenge for Steve. Thus, Eric Stark proposed that Steve and Shadow Moon confront the Creator King directly, deeming it unnecessary to expend their energy on this encounter. He believed Steve's training had been sufficiently rigorous and that facing these 2 high priests would hold no significance for him at this stage. All that was required was for Steve to engage in a final confrontation with the Creator King and briefly inherit his power. However, unbeknownst to Eric Stark, the future Steve had already fallen under the control of a mysterious figure, and his plans might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Oblivious to the true circumstances, Eric Stark instructed Steve and Bucky to proceed while he and Howard would handle Baiham and Baralam. Steve and Bucky, seeing the situation, complied without objection, bidding Eric Stark to remain cautious before departing. Meanwhile, Baiham and Baralam, witnessing Steve and Bucky bypass them towards the Dashioka base, made no attempt to impede their progress, remaining silent and staring blankly at Eric Stark and his companions. Consequently, Eric Stark and his 2 allies began to equip themselves for battle against Baiham and Baralam. The weapons they wielded were crafted by Howard Stark, based on Eric Stark's research into transforming the monstrous entities. As the trio commenced their assault, they swiftly restricted Baiham and Baralam's movements. The 2 high priests, now immobilized, offered no resistance or words, appearing as lifeless as statues. Eric Stark found this peculiar. Despite the plan's nature, the performance seemed too staged, devoid of any struggle. As Howard Stark prepared to showcase his invention to Peggy Carter, having restrained Baiham and Baralam, Eric Stark suddenly noticed a madness gleaming in the eyes of the 2 captives. Just as Eric sensed something amiss, Baiham and Baralam erupted with a ferocity that seemed premeditated. The force of the explosion surged towards Eric Stark and the others, and with imminent danger threatening Howard and Peggy, Eric hastily used his telekinetic powers to shield them. In an instant, 2 thunderous detonations resonated, and the explosive force engulfed the entire deserted island before cascading into the ocean. After what felt like an eternity, the tumult subsided. However, Eric Stark's expression was one of deep concern, for the magnitude of the explosion had been akin to that of 2 nuclear bombs. Had it not been for Eric's intervention, Howard Stark and Peggy Carter would have been obliterated in an instant. What in the world are you doing, Steve? Have you let the power of the Creator King inflate your ego to the point of wanting to eliminate me? Eric seethed inwardly. Chapter 34. The despairing opponent of Steve, however, Eric Stark quickly suppressed his anger and regained his composure. He was reluctant to believe that Steve would undergo a drastic transformation due to the power of the Creator King. After all, Steve was the purest soul in the Marvel Universe, the very embodiment of the Avengers spirit. Could something unknown have transpired? While Eric Stark pondered this perplexity, Howard Stark and Peggy Carter emerged from their earlier shock, bewildered by their surroundings. What on earth happened? Howard Stark and Peggy Carter exclaimed in astonishment, their mouths agape at the devastation around them. We were just struck by 2 nuclear bombs. Eric Stark replied absently, observing their return to reality. Upon hearing Eric's response, Howard and Peggy's hearts surged with renewed excitement, their eyes widening in disbelief. 2 nuclear bombs? How did we survive? Howard Stark inquired, regaining his composure. Could it be that you? Indeed, it was my powers that saved us. Eric Stark confirmed Howard's suspicion. But, Howard Stark began, eager to ask more. But Eric Stark interrupted, saying, now is not the time for such concerns. Upon hearing Eric's words, Howard refrained from further questioning. Given the magnitude of the disaster, Eric worried about Steve and Bucky's safety and decided to seek them out to prevent further mishaps. He addressed Howard Stark, please wait here. I shall check on Steve and the others. Howard Stark opened his mouth, hesitant to let Eric take such risks, uncertain of what to say, ultimately settling on. Just be careful. Eric Stark sensed Howard's concern and felt warmth in his heart. He smiled and reassured him, do not worry, brother, I will be cautious. With that, he utilized his abilities to enter the devastated entrance of the large base. Meanwhile, on Steve and Bucky's side, upon entering the large base, Steve and Bucky found themselves in a spacious room. As they were observing their surroundings, they suddenly heard two thunderous booms from above, followed by a violent tremor that shook the base, causing the room to begin collapsing. Steve and Bucky quickly transformed to shield themselves from the falling debris. Once the chaos subsided, they emerged from the rubble, only to find that their surroundings had been reduced to ruins, with crumbling walls and sparking wires scattered about. The air was thick with the scent of earth and the acrid odor of smoke. As Steve and Bucky anxiously contemplated the situation regarding Eric Stark and his companions, a shadow emerged before them. The figure stood in a corridor, half of which lay in ruins due to a collapse. The absence of light obscured the figure's features, leaving Steve and Bucky only with the silhouette. They regarded the shadow with heightened vigilance, feeling an inexplicable familiarity that eluded their understanding. Suddenly, the figure spoke, a smile gracing its lips. "At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." As the figure approached, Steve and Bucky's hearts surged with a notion they dared not voice. Upon closer inspection, they beheld the visage of the figure, and their eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be," they exclaimed in unison. The shadow was none other than a future version of Steve. The future Steve, observing the astonishment on the faces of his present selves, grinned with satisfaction. "Cannot fathom it. It is indeed I, the younger version of yourself. How could such a thing be possible?" Steve, grappling with the revelation, stammered, "Could it be?" "You are not mistaken," the future Steve replied, locking eyes with the present Steve. "I am your future self, the very being you must vanquish, the Creator King." With those words, he transformed into the formidable Creator King form. "This cannot be. It is a deception." Steve's world crumbled as he processed the truth, witnessing the towering figure of his future self. He collapsed to his knees, engulfed in profound self-doubt. The future Steve, reveling in the despair of his counterpart, smirked triumphantly. "Once you succumb to despair, I shall merge with you, amplifying my power while simultaneously disrupting Eric Stark's plans, a dual victory." As the one controlling the future Steve observed the despondent present Steve, he reveled in his thoughts. "I am indeed your future self, which means you will inevitably become me, the Creator King. This is your destiny." Following this declaration, he erupted into maniacal laughter. The crumbling Steve, absorbing these words, felt true despair take root. Just then, Bucky, having regained his composure from the shock, heard the ominous proclamation. Seeing Steve kneeling in hopelessness, Bucky grasped Steve's shoulders firmly, calling out with fervor, "Steve, stand strong. Do not surrender. Remember your comrades. Remember why you fight to this day." Bucky's words pierced through the veil of despair, illuminating Steve's heart like a ray of sunlight. Steve gradually began to recollect his past experiences, reminiscing about the times he fought side by side with Number One, reflecting on Number One's demise and the final hopes entrusted to him. In an instant, the despair that engulfed Steve dissipated, and he felt a newfound strength surging within him. He resolutely affirmed, "Mom, I shall inherit your spirit and will not let you down. Just watch over me." With determination gleaming in his eyes, Steve rose from the ground. The future version of Steve, witnessing the absence of despair in his eyes, shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. How is it that you have not succumbed to despair?" Rising to his feet, the present Steve chuckled softly and replied, "Because I am Kamen Rider." Upon hearing this declaration, the future Steve erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Why do you cursed Kamen Riders always rise again in the face of hopelessness?" With that, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful strike that sent both Steve and Bucky flying. The force of his wrath left them gravely injured. Yet, undeterred, the battered Steve struggled to his feet, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Because that is the true spirit of Kamen Rider." However, as Steve's words hung in the air, the future Steve's anger suddenly evaporated. He raised his hand, his expression devoid of emotion, and coldly stated, "Then take your foolish spirit and die." With that, he prepared to unleash a devastating blow upon Steve. Chapter 35, the time of Uma and Destiny. Just as the future Steve was on the verge of slaying his counterpart, time itself suddenly froze at that moment, plunging everything into stillness. Abruptly, a golden portal resembling a grand clock materialized before him. From this portal emerged a masked rider clad entirely in gold. Had Eric Stark been present, he would have immediately recognized this figure as Omazeo. At that moment, the future Steve, whose time had been halted, suddenly felt a surge of purple light emanating from his eyes, breaking free from the temporal stasis. Observing Omazeo stepping through the golden portal, the future Steve smirked, expressing his impatience. "Ah, it's you again, Ancient One. You continue to be quite insufferable." Unperturbed by his words, Ancient One calmly replied, "Fate, this ends here. You can no longer meddle with his past." Upon hearing Ancient One's statement, Fate snorted derisively, retorting, "If you possess the capability, then come and stop me." With that, he launched an assault towards Ancient One. Ancient One, maintaining his composure in the face of Fate's aggression, gently raised his hand to effortlessly deflect the attack. He then continued, his demeanor unruffled, "Surrender. While I may not be able to slay you, your current strength renders you no match for me. Fate, recognizing the truth in Ancient One's words, did not take offense. He understood that he was indeed no rival for Ancient One at this moment. Sensing the imminent arrival of Eric Stark, he decided to retreat. Knowing that once Eric arrived, escape would be impossible, especially with Ancient One's presence. Narrowing his eyes, Fate issued a dire proclamation to Ancient One. I shall eventually claim his body. None can thwart me. With those words, a swirling purple mist enveloped him. And when it dissipated, Fate had vanished from the scene. Just as Fate disappeared, Eric Stark arrived at the location. He gazed at Omazeo before him, bewildered. Have I ever exchanged for the power of Omazeo? Have I? Or have I not? Eric's mind was engulfed in confusion. Despite his uncertainty, Eric inquired of the figure before him. Who are you? Ancient One, upon hearing Eric's question, refrained from answering directly and instead said, The future war is brutal, but we have discovered a means to restore your consciousness. We are all waiting for your return to alter the course of events. With that, Ancient One opened a portal and departed, leaving behind a still baffled Eric Stark. Standing in place, Eric pondered Ancient One's words. Restore my consciousness? Could it be that I lose my awareness in the future? He murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. At that moment, time resumed its flow after Ancient One's departure. The halted Steve only perceived a fleeting glimpse of his future self transforming into the Creator King before he vanished, and Eric Stark materialized in his stead. Steve, filled with confusion, inquired of Eric Stark, Eric, what has transpired? Why are you here? Upon hearing Steve's question, Eric Stark contemplated for a moment, choosing not to divulge the events that had occurred during the time freeze. Instead, he replied, I am uncertain. There was a tremendous explosion above, and I feared for your safety, so I came in search of you and Bucky. Yet upon entering, I found only you standing there. Steve, upon hearing this, said nothing further but hastily rushed to the injured and unconscious Bucky, lifting him into his arms. Poor Bucky, having barely recovered, was once again gravely injured and unconscious. Upon witnessing Steve cradling Bucky, Eric Stark quickly urged, we must return Bucky to the base for treatment. Thus, Eric Stark guided Steve, who was carrying Bucky, back along the path they had come, reuniting with Howard Stark and Peggy Carter before collectively using telekinesis to lift them back to their base. The following day, Steve and the others, along with the awakened Bucky, fixed their gazes intently upon Eric Stark, eager to unravel the mystery of how he had acquired his extraordinary abilities. After enduring their scrutiny for over 2 hours, Eric Stark could no longer bear it and decided to concoct a story based on his experiences with Hydra to quench their curiosity. With a resonant voice, Eric Stark addressed Steve and the others. This tale begins with my adoption by Hydra. I was merely 4 years old when they took me in, and their scientists subjected me to inhumane experiments, utilizing an artifact known as the Tesseract to transform me. Howard Stark, upon hearing of Eric's harrowing past, was suddenly engulfed in fury, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, those fiends deserve to be condemned. Witnessing Howard's intense anger in response to his plight warmed Eric Stark's heart. Nevertheless, with a smile, he continued, eventually, I was one of the few children to survive their experiments, and I soon discovered I possessed extraordinary powers. Once Hydra realized my abilities, they brainwashed me, grooming me as one of their own, yet they underestimated the true extent of my powers. As I matured, my abilities grew stronger, and I regained my memories as a result. Later on, when Hydra was supplanted by the Rebirth Organization, I too went into hiding, secretly creating Subject 1 to combat them. However, that endeavor ended in failure. Subject 1 sustained severe injuries while escaping under my protection, and I fell under the control of the Genesis King. The rest, as you all know, is history. After listening to Eric Stark's narrative, Steve and the others felt a profound understanding wash over them. Satisfied with their curiosity, they gradually departed to attend to their own affairs, leaving only Howard Stark, who remained seated, visibly dejected, his expression one of sorrow, enveloped in silence. Upon witnessing the scene, Eric Stark immediately comprehended that Howard Stark was once again plagued by guilt over having lost him during their childhood. Thus, he comforted Howard, saying, Brother, all has transpired. Look at me now, I am perfectly well. Please, cease this self-reproach. I have never held you accountable. Upon hearing Eric's words, Howard managed a strained smile and replied, Indeed, all is in the past. Yet at that moment, Howard silently vowed to himself that he would protect his brother at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Unbeknownst to Eric, he was unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Howard's heart. Observing the smile on Howard's face and his cessation of guilt, Eric finally felt a sense of relief and rose to depart from the scene. Chapter 36, Summoning Evolto the following day. After several days of recuperation, Eric Stark and his companions decided to convene to discuss their forthcoming strategies. Eric Stark took the initiative to speak. We have successfully eradicated the majority of the monstrous beings from the Daisuke organization. The remnants have become elusive and dare not cause further chaos. The leader, the Genesis King, has also vanished without a trace. we can consider ourselves victorious against the Daisuke organization. What plans do we have for the future? Upon hearing Eric Stark's words, Steve was the first to respond. Although we may have subdued the Daisuke organization, the Genesis King remains unvanquished. He has merely disappeared. As long as he is not defeated, the Daisuke will not be entirely obliterated. Moreover, the Genesis King is my future self, and I fear he may resurface unexpectedly, bringing the Daisuke organization back with him. At this juncture, Howard Stark also stepped forward with conviction. Steve is correct. We must not let our guard down. To guard against the possible resurgence of the Genesis King, we must prepare adequately in advance, striving to eliminate him entirely next time. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging Howard Stark's prudent foresight while simultaneously harboring concerns for the future. Perceiving the somber atmosphere among Steve and the others, Eric Stark continued, "Let us not dwell excessively on our worries. After all, these are merely our speculations. Perhaps the Genesis King will never return, or it may be a considerable time before he does." Howard added, "Eric makes a valid point. We need not be overly concerned. Given sufficient time, I am confident that when the Genesis King reemerges, my inventions will easily vanquish him." Steve and Peggy Carter felt their apprehensions alleviated somewhat by the reassurances of Eric Stark and Howard Stark. Yet, Steve insisted, "Nevertheless, we cannot neglect those lurking monsters. I shall seek them out and eliminate them." Bucky, upon hearing Steve's declaration, chimed in, "Then I shall join you in eradicating the remaining monsters. Splitting our forces will hasten our efforts." Peggy Carter then added, "I will investigate the whereabouts of those monsters for you." Seeing that everyone had settled on their respective courses of action, Eric Stark concluded, "So be it. Steve and Bucky shall pursue and eliminate the hidden monsters, while Miss Carter will gather intelligence on their locations. My brother will continue researching new inventions to counter the potential return of the Genesis King, and I shall work on enhancing my own abilities." With no objections, Steve and the others nodded in agreement, bringing the meeting to a close. 5 days passed. Throughout these days, Eric Stark pondered the words spoken to him by the Time Demon King during his encounter at the Daisuke base. Yet he found himself no closer to understanding. Thus, despite his lingering confusion, Eric Stark resolved to cease dwelling on the matter, for he wished to embark on plans for the future. Although Eric Stark felt a sense of reassurance regarding his transformed powers and the impending confrontation with the divine adversaries, certain past encounters instilled a lingering apprehension about the future within him. The words spoken by the Time Demon King revealed to Eric that an unknown, formidable enemy might emerge, one that could potentially strip him of his consciousness. Thus, Eric resolved to make some preparations in advance to confront possible changes that lay ahead. His first thought was to transform Howard Stark into a Kamen Rider, for Howard was his biological brother. Eric could not bear the thought of remaining youthful while witnessing the demise of his family over the years. But which rider would suit Howard? After much contemplation, Eric decided to bestow upon Howard the powers of Kamen Rider build. Like Ryuga Banjo, Howard was a genius inventor. Had he not been constrained by the limitations of this era, Eric believed Howard might surpass even Tony Stark in brilliance. Once the decision to grant Howard the powers of Kamen Rider build was made, Eric began to ponder how to facilitate this transformation. It would be impractical to simply hand over the powers to Howard because of their familial bond. Every Kamen Rider's strength should have a complete origin. Soon after, Eric devised a plan for Howard to acquire the powers of Kamen Rider build. However, this training regimen would not be as merciless as the one imposed on Steve, for Howard was his brother, and Eric merely outlined a growth plan. Upon finalizing the plan, Eric immediately expended 2,000,000 invasion points to exchange for the Pandora box and a high-level character summoning card from the system. He then journeyed to a deserted island, where he retrieved the Pandora box and the high-level summoning card. Observing that the Pandora box resembled the one from the original storyline, Eric's gaze shifted to the high-level character summoning card. The silhouette of a character upon the card was continuously morphing, with a large question mark adorning its face. After scrutinizing the high-level character summoning card, Eric inquired of the system, "Can I modify the summon character?" The system replied, "Yes, host, but substantial alterations are not permitted. For instance, you cannot change a character's personality to the opposite or modify their will to be loyal to the host." Hearing this, Eric pressed further. "Can I instill human emotions and sensations in Evolto?" The system responded affirmatively. Upon hearing the words of the system, Eric Stark smiled with satisfaction and said to it, "Let us commence the summoning of Evolto." The system responded, "Please select the time period for the character you wish to summon." Eric Stark's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement at the system's prompt. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I choose to summon Evolto after he has triumphed over the Blood Clan's king." The system replied, "Summoning in progress. Please hold on." Before long, Eric Stark observed the shadow of the character on the advanced summoning card transform into the visage of a serpent-like creature resembling the Blood Clan. Subsequently, the card itself disintegrated into luminous particles that coalesced before him, forming the figure of Evolto. As the particles dissipated, the summoned Evolto awakened. Eric Stark watched as Evolto swiftly shifted from the form of the serpent-like creature to that of the coffee shop owner from the original narrative, now in human form. Evolto looked around in confusion. Upon noticing Eric Stark standing behind him, he grinned and inquired, "Hey there, could you enlighten me about where I am?" Eric Stark, amused by Evolto's question, smiled but refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he suggested, "You must possess memories of this world within your mind. If you reflect carefully, the answers will come to you." Upon hearing Eric Stark's words, Evolto took a moment to ponder, and indeed, memories regarding his presence in this world began to surface in his mind. Chapter 37. Eric Stark's new plan. After comprehending the memories, Evolto's demeanor returned to normal, and he regarded Eric Stark with a serious expression, inquiring, "So it was you who summoned me to this world? What is your true purpose?" Noticing the smile fade from Evolto's face, Eric Stark revealed his own intentions. "I wish for you to assist in training my brother to become another Kamen Rider build, akin to how you once mentored Sento Kiryu." Upon hearing Eric Stark's request, Evolto's gaze suddenly turned icy, and with a sardonic smile, he retorted, "Why should I heed your commands?" Rather than becoming enraged by Evolto's frigid refusal, Eric Stark instantaneously unleashed the formidable aura of his Genesis King power and the force of Heaven's path. Then, with a smile, replied, "Because if you disregard my orders, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you." Under the oppressive force emanating from Eric Stark, Evolto's body stiffened, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead after hearing Eric Stark's words. Swallowing hard, he forced a smile and said, "I was merely jesting. Do not be so hasty. Training heroes is my forte." Observing Evolto's strained grin, Eric Stark found amusement in the situation and withdrew his imposing aura. He reassured Evolto, "Rest assured, as long as you fulfill your duties, I shall not treat you unfairly. Furthermore, once you complete this task, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you may indulge in life at your leisure." With the immense pressure lifted, Evolto finally exhaled in relief and, feigning a smile, asked, "Why don't you train him yourself?" To this, Eric Stark responded, "Because I must gather more knightly powers for this world. It is far too perilous. Even you, in your ultimate form, could be vanquished at any moment." Surprised by the gravity of Eric Stark's words, Evolto questioned, "Is it truly that dangerous?" Though he found it hard to believe. Perceiving Evolto's skepticism, Eric Stark proceeded to describe some of the formidable entities from the Marvel Universe. After hearing Eric Stark's account, Evolto grasped the seriousness of the situation and promptly asked, "How powerful are you? Can you defeat them?" With confidence, Eric Stark replied, "Except for a select few who may pose a threat to me, the rest are inconsequential." Evolto was taken aback by this revelation, feeling a sense of relief that he had not been eliminated by Eric Stark at that moment. As Eric Stark observed Evolto's gaze transform from initial trepidation to profound reverence, he continued to address Evolto, "I have bestowed upon you the emotions and sensations of humanity. You may attempt to live as a human. I trust you will relish the journey that lies ahead." Evolto paused at these words, remarking, "No wonder I sense something distinctly different within me." Noticing that Evolto still struggled to grasp the nature of his transformation, Eric retrieved an ice cream from the system's space and offered it to Evolto, saying, "Give this a try." Evolto accepted the treat without hesitation, savoring its taste as he exclaimed, "This sensation is unlike anything I have ever experienced. It is so sweet. So cold." With that, he indulged in a few more bites. Eric, observing Evolto's delight, chuckled and inquired, "How does it feel? Is it not far superior to the emptiness you once experienced, which could only be filled through relentless destruction?" Evolto, smiling, responded, "Indeed. Compared to now, my previous existence felt akin to living in hell. Is this truly what it means to be human?" No wonder Rabbit and the others enjoy life so much. Realizing that Evolto had begun to appreciate the essence of humanity, Eric refrained from further discussion on the topic. He then shared all pertinent information regarding Howard Stark with Evolto, entrusting him with the Pandora's box and several other tools before sending him off to execute the plan. Once Evolto departed, Eric exchanged for the 5 elements bloodline of the armored warriors from the system. His objective was to expedite the invasion progress of the armored warriors world to 100, thereby obtaining the power of the heavenly path for complete integration. Consequently, Eric's consciousness began to envelop the earth as he sought his destination. Before long, he located the entrance to the ancient secret realm of Taro Village. Silently, he instantaneously arrived at the village's entrance. Upon arrival, he scanned the area with his mind, discovering the Elder of the Lake and the Soul Eater beast sealed behind the gate. Thus, he utilized his will to unseal the door. Instantaneously, the sky darkened, enveloping Taro Village in shadows. The villagers, witnessing this ominous transformation, rushed outside, their expressions grave as they gazed at the heavens. What is happening? Why has the seal been suddenly broken? As the villagers exchanged anxious murmurs, the village elder stepped forward. However, Upon hearing his words, the villagers shook their heads in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Seeing the uncertainty among them, the elder's countenance darkened as he urgently addressed his companions. The seal has been abruptly compromised. The imprisoned Soul Eater beast will soon escape. Quickly, arm the villagers and prepare for battle. We must not allow the Soul Eater to breach this place, or a catastrophic calamity will befall the world. Upon hearing the command, those around immediately shouted, "Everyone, heed the call. Quickly seize your weapons and prepare for battle." In an instant, the villagers of Taro rushed into their homes to retrieve their armaments. Before long, they donned their gear and assembled before the gaping portal of the seal. Bracing themselves for the impending confrontation, all eyes were fixed intently on the open gateway, their bodies tense and expressions grave. Soon, they beheld a small soul devourer emerging from the seal. Not long after its appearance, it seemed to send forth a signal to the creatures lurking within the portal. Suddenly, a multitude of soul devourers surged forth, their numbers blindingly overwhelming. The villagers of Taro were struck with a chilling dread at the sight of such an onslaught. Their previously grave faces now drained of color, rendered pallid and ghostly. However, the villagers' despair deepened when an exceptionally massive soul beast erupted from the portal. As they laid eyes upon this colossal creature, the flickering hope of victory that lingered in their hearts was brutally extinguished, plunging them into utter despondency. Yet, true to his wisdom, the elder, even in the face of such dire circumstances, managed to maintain his composure. With a pained expression, he bellowed to the villagers, "Commence the attack." Chapter 38. Merging the five elements bloodline into Taro village at the command of the elder. The despairing villagers suddenly regained their senses and began to retaliate against the soul devourers. However, the overwhelming number of soul devourers rendered their efforts insignificant. Akin to a drop in the ocean, a multitude of these beasts charged through the villagers' defenses, and the villagers scarcely managed to fend off any before they were seized. In a single onslaught, the soul devourers captured nearly all the inhabitants of Taro village, ascending into the sky to consume their souls. Witnessing their inability to withstand even one assault, the elder's heart sank into despair as he lamented, "Is this the end for Taro village?" Just as hope waned, Elric Stark observed the villagers being taken and realized that waiting was no longer an option. He ascended into the sky, proclaiming, "Emperor." In an instant, the Emperor manifested at Elric Stark's waist, transforming into the Emperor's belt. Without hesitation, Elric Stark called out, "Emperor armor, unite." A tremendous surge of power erupted, shattering the darkness that cloaked Taro village, illuminating Elric Stark and the villagers beneath its radiant glow. As the brilliant light enveloped them, the once despairing villagers beheld the luminous brilliance breaking through the shadows, akin to a sword slicing through their hopelessness. Feeling the warm sunlight upon their skin, it was as if their hearts, too, were bathed in light. The despair within them evaporated, prompting them to lift their gazes skyward. In that warm radiance, a divine figure clad in golden armor emerged. The villagers watched in awe as the golden armor traced a Tai Chi symbol with its hands, spreading wide, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. Wherever this energy flowed, the soul devourers disintegrated into dust, including the largest among them, which vanished without so much as a cry. Remarkably, as the energy coursed through the villagers, it inflicted no harm. Instead, they felt a comforting warmth. After vanquishing all the soul devourers, Elric Stark did not revert to his original form, but gazed down at the awestruck villagers of Taro, stating, "People of Taro village, more dark forces shall come to earth. I grant you the power to combat this darkness, embodied in the five elements bloodline and the corresponding 5 light shadow stones. Utilizing the light shadow stone associated with each bloodline will summon the respective 5 elements armor, the fire dragon armor, the wind eagle armor, the earth tiger armor, the snow mastiff armor, and the black rhino armor." With that, Elric Stark drew forth the 5 elements bloodline from the system and infused it into the bodies of the villagers of Taro. Henceforth, the villagers and their descendants would inherit the 5 elements bloodline, after the inhabitants of Taro village integrated with the bloodlines of the 5 elements. Regardless of which attribute they fused with, their inherent strength and physical resilience surged significantly, and the wounds sustained in previous battles were wholly healed. As the villagers sensed the transformation within themselves, their reverence for Elric Stark deepened. Subsequently, Elric Stark exchanged 5 luminous stones from the system and bestowed them upon the elders of Taro village. With the villagers gazing at him in awe, Elric Stark addressed them, stating, "I hope you will harness the power of these 5 armors to combat the dark minions and safeguard the earth." In response to Elric Stark's generous gift, the elder of Taro village respectfully remarked, "We are grateful for your blessing, noble one. The people of Taro village and their descendants shall wield the power of the armors to confront the darkness and protect our planet. Please, noble one, share with us your name." Upon hearing the elder's words, Elric Stark nodded in satisfaction and replied, "I am the Emperor of Light. You may also refer to me as the Night Emperor." With that, Elric Stark transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. After his departure, The villagers continued to gaze reverently at the spot where he had disappeared, bowing their heads only after a considerable time had passed. Yet, as they felt the surge of their newfound powers, they couldn't help but reminisce about the earlier event, their gazes once again filled with awe. The Emperor of Light? Such a title indeed suggests that he is a benevolent and mighty deity, the elder of Taro Village mused silently. Then, addressing all the villagers, the elder proclaimed, now that the soul-eating beasts sealed within the portal have been entirely eradicated by our benefactor, we have been entrusted with the mission to combat the darkness. Henceforth, every individual in Taro Village and their descendants must stand against the dark forces. Failure to do so will result in expulsion from our village. Does any villager have any objections? Upon hearing the elder's query, the villagers unanimously expressed their agreement. Satisfied with their response, the elder nodded and continued. Next, all villagers shall line up in front of the 5 luminous stones to attempt summoning the elemental armors. Prompted by the elder's words, the villagers swiftly formed a lengthy queue, each person eagerly anticipating the opportunity to become a summoner of one of the armors. In a short while, several individuals attempted to summon the armors before the stones. Yet none succeeded. The disappointment among those who had failed to summon the armors was palpable, their prior hopes fading into despair. As more individuals observed the failed attempts, anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. After a while, another dozen villagers completed their attempts, but still, none could summon the armors. The mood of those waiting in line grew increasingly tense, caught between hope and fear. Their earlier confidence waned, leading many to doubt their own ability to summon the armors. At that moment, a woman approached the 5 luminous stones, and she was none other than Ying Li, the future wife of Wen Wu and the mother of Shang-Chi. As she stood before the 5 stones, she closed her eyes to attune herself to their powers. Gradually, the firestone among them began to flicker in response to her presence. It seemed that Ying Li sensed the firestone's call, and she extended her hand to rest upon it. Instantly, she felt an increasing warmth enveloping her body, as if something within her veins was on the verge of awakening. Finally, at a certain moment, she perceived a shattering sound resonating within her bloodline. Following this, a continuous flow of energy surged from her veins. A torrent of ancestral memories flooded into Ying Li's mind, and in that moment of epiphany, she exclaimed, "Flame Dragon Armor, unite!" In an instant, a radiant light emanated from the firestone, enveloping her form, transforming her into the armored warrior, Flame Dragon Knight. Chapter 39: The Summoning of 3 Sets of Armor. As Ying Li transformed into the Flame Dragon Knight, the people of Taro Village were filled with excitement, as if they too had merged with the armor. The elder of Taro Village, witnessing the successful summoning of the armor by one individual, felt a quiet sense of relief wash over him. After all, among the 20 or so individuals tested, none had managed to summon the armor, leaving the elder in a state of palpable anxiety. He feared that if none of the villagers could summon the armor, Lord Emperor Knight would be disappointed and might even punish them. Fortunately, with one person successfully summoning a set of armor, the elder could finally set aside his worries. After releasing a silent sigh of relief, the elder noticed that his palms were damp with sweat, a fact he had overlooked in his earlier tension. Now, free from anxiety, he felt the coolness of his palms. He glanced at the villagers, who were all focused on Ying Li, the one who had summoned the Flame Dragon armor, oblivious to his presence. Thus, he pretended to rub his hands together to dry the sweat, and slowly approached Ying Li, smiling as he spoke in a calm tone. "Ying Li, congratulations on becoming the summoner of the Flame Dragon armor. As the first to succeed in summoning an armor, would you be willing to share how you achieved this? It may help the rest of us learn and increase our chances of summoning the armors as well." With a gentle smile, the elder continued, "Of course. If you prefer not to share, we completely understand." Initially, Ying Li, now transformed into the Flame Dragon armor, was engrossed in experiencing her newfound power. However, upon hearing the elder's inquiry, she promptly halted her reflection and responded to him with composure. "Elder, I would be more than happy to share my experiences with everyone. Moreover, after merging with the armor, I have begun to recall certain memories related to the summoners. I will share them shortly, hoping to assist everyone in summoning the remaining elemental armors." Seeing Ying Li's willingness to share her insights filled the elder with a sense of embarrassment, realizing he had underestimated her intentions. Thus, with a sincere tone, he addressed Ying Li. "I apologize, Ying Li. I was too hasty. My only desire was for all of Taro Village to fulfill the divine mandate entrusted to us. If I have caused you any discomfort, I ask for your forgiveness." Ying Li, touched by the elder's humility in apologizing, felt any lingering displeasure dissipate. She had intended to share her knowledge with the villagers, so she quickly replied, "No, not at all. I did not feel uncomfortable. I understand your concerns. I had planned to share my experiences regardless, so there is no need for such formality." The elder, realizing that Ying Li bore no resentment and was already inclined to share her wisdom, felt an even deeper sense of remorse. However, she did not speak further. Instead, she smiled at Ying Li, nodded, and turned to join the crowd, allowing Ying Li to share her experiences of summoning armor with the people of Taro Village. Once the elder of Taro village departed, the villagers eagerly gathered around Ingli, their eyes shining with anticipation. This sudden attention made Ingli feel somewhat uneasy. After a brief moment of confusion, she realized that the villagers were not gazing at her, but rather at the flame dragon armor she had transformed into. Understanding the reason behind their fascination, Ingli decided to remove the flame dragon armor in front of their eager eyes. Indeed, once she did so, the intensity of their gaze lessened, though they still looked at her with expectation, awaiting her insights on summoning armor. As the crowd settled down and their fervent stares faded, Ingli's discomfort gradually dissipated. She began to speak. After summoning the flame dragon armor, I suddenly gained memories regarding how summoners could evoke their armors. I will share these with you one by one. Upon hearing her words, the villagers of Taro village fell silent, eagerly anticipating what she would say next. Ingli took a moment to carefully reflect on the additional information in her mind, and then, under the expectant gazes of the villagers, she spoke slowly. For a summoner to directly evoke armor from the light and shadow stone, one must possess any one of the 5 elemental bloodlines: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, with a bloodline concentration of at least 80, along with a strong will. If the bloodline concentration is below 80, one cannot summon armor directly from the light and shadow stone, and must instead use a summoning device, which also requires a bloodline concentration of over 50. Should the concentration fall below 50, summoning armor becomes impossible. My fire bloodline concentration exceeds 90, which is why I was able to summon the armor directly. After listening to Ingli's explanation, the villagers began to express their concerns, fearing that their bloodline concentrations might not meet the requirements for summoning armor. Amidst their discussions, someone posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Ingli, how can we test our bloodline concentrations? And where can we find the summoning device? Upon hearing the inquiry, Ingli noticed the mixed expressions of hope and apprehension on their faces. And she continued without hesitation. Testing bloodline concentration and creating summoning devices require technological advancements. For now, we can only summon armor directly using the light and shadow stone. Therefore, one must possess a bloodline concentration of at least 80 to summon armor. As she finished explaining, the mood among the villagers of Taro village noticeably sank. They lowered their heads in silence, clearly doubting their ability to achieve a bloodline concentration of over 80. Ingli observed the once hopeful crowd now engulfed in despondency, and her heart swelled with compassion. She gently reassured the disheartened villagers of Taro, do not be overly troubled. For even if the current bloodline concentration does not meet the requirements for direct summoning of the armor, with diligence in our training, we can indeed elevate that concentration. As long as we persevere, the day will come when we can summon the armor. Furthermore, we can also explore the use of technology to create summoners, enabling most of us to call forth the armor. Upon hearing Ingli's words, the previously dejected villagers found a spark of hope igniting within them once more. Observing their renewed anticipation, Ingli chose to refrain from further commentary and instead made way for them to resume their attempts at summoning the armor. After the villagers of Taro had each taken their turn, a delightful surprise unfolded. 3 individuals, following Ingli, successfully summoned 3 distinct armors: the Wind Eagle armor, the Earth Tiger armor, and the Black Rhino armor. However, the Snow Mastiff armor remained elusive, as no one managed to summon it. Thus, Taro village now boasted a total of 4 armors. Chapter 40. The Tragedy of the Sky Wall. The elder of Taro village expressed immense satisfaction, having not anticipated that. In addition to Ingli, 3 individuals would possess a bloodline concentration exceeding 80. He had initially believed that at most one more armored summoner would emerge, yet to his astonishment, 3 appeared simultaneously. This revelation filled the elder's heart with joy, illuminating his demeanor with newfound vitality. Once everyone had completed their assessments, a mixture of delight and despair permeated the atmosphere. Those who had summoned armor were elated, while the others, who failed to do so, wore expressions of profound disillusionment. Amidst his joy, the elder encouraged the 4 successful summonings to diligently practice, striving to master the power of their armor. After offering some words of consolation to those who had been unsuccessful, he allowed them to depart and focus on their own training. As the villagers dispersed, the elder began to contemplate how Taro village might engage with the outside world. Historically, the village had remained isolated, but now, whether for the purpose of crafting the armor summoning devices or preparing to confront dark forces on Earth, interaction with the external realm became imperative. After much deliberation, the elder resolved to postpone this undertaking, preferring to wait until the 4 summoners had fully acclimated to their armor. The urgency of battling dark forces could be deferred, especially considering that the individuals from the outside world were not devoid of cunning and treachery. Engaging with them warranted careful consideration before any decisions were made. With this thought, the elder chose to divert his attention from the matter and, like the others, departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Eric Stark returned directly to the base after leaving Taro village. He had initially intended to summon some supernatural beasts into this world immediately, but he recalled that the villagers had only just acquired the elemental bloodlines and the shadow stones. At present, they likely lacked the strength to confront these supernatural entities, and it would take considerable time before they could muster adequate power for such a challenge. Eric Stark was reluctant to thrust the still-maturing villagers into a confrontation with supernatural beasts, for if the armored warriors of Taro were to falter, the resulting casualties could be catastrophic, undermining Eric Stark's ultimate goal of creating heroes. Thus, Eric Stark opted to wait until the armored warriors of Taro Village had undergone sufficient growth before exchanging for the supernatural beasts. And so, 6 months passed. On this day, Evolto triggered the Pandora's box in New York, causing 3 colossal walls to rise abruptly, cleaving the city into 3 parts. The Sky Wall, instigated by Pandora's box, continued to expand until it enveloped 2 additional cities. Once the expansion ceased, a wave of panic swept through the populace of the United States. Newspapers clamored to report on the phenomenon of the 3 immense walls, dispatching reporters to uncover the secrets within. In an instant, the entirety of the American landscape was inundated with relentless coverage. Under the weight of speculation and conspiracy theories proliferating across various newspapers, the citizens of America found themselves engulfed in anxiety, spontaneously forming protest marches demanding a reasonable explanation from their government. In response, the elected officials of the United States were besieged by turmoil, too apprehensive to venture outside, fearing they might be caught by the press. Consequently, these politicians fervently dispatched individuals to investigate the cause of the incident, yet despite their relentless efforts, they uncovered nothing of substance. Just as the nation teetered on the brink of chaos, a mysterious figure appeared before the President of the United States. This enigmatic individual was none other than Evolto. Possessing the essence of a military officer, Evolto addressed the President, stating, "Mr. President, although I do not know who instigated this tragedy, I have unearthed a secret regarding the sudden emergence of the wall." Upon hearing Evolto's words, the President maintained his composure, exhibiting the prudence befitting his position, and responded nonchalantly. "What secret?" The moment my soldiers investigated the wall, they inadvertently inhaled the gas emanating from it, and after enduring excruciating pain, they acquired powers akin to those of super soldiers, nay, even more potent than that, Evolto declared. Noticing the President's calm demeanor, Evolto pressed on with his carefully prepared speech, confident that his revelations would soon unnerve the leader. Indeed, the President's composure faltered upon hearing Evolto's claims, and his expression shifted to one of excitement as he exclaimed, "Is what you say true? Does such an effect truly exist?" Evolto, without uttering a word, simply nodded in affirmation. With this validation, the President's excitement surged. He envisioned a future where, under his command, America would produce an army of super soldiers to vanquish adversaries and dominate the globe. However, years of presidential experience compelled him to regain his composure. Casting a glance at Evolto, he inquired, "Have any side effects been discovered?" Evolto, witnessing the President's palpable intrigue, smiled inwardly and replied, "As of now, no side effects have been identified." The President, growing increasingly satisfied with Evolto's response, continued, "Does anyone else know of this matter?" Evolto promptly answered, "No one else has discovered it aside from myself." The President nodded and declared, "Classify this as a state secret. Immediately locate everyone who has come into contact with the wall and enlist them in the super soldier experiment. Should anyone refuse, eliminate them. Then, organize personnel to commence the super soldier program, which you shall oversee entirely. That will be all." Upon hearing the President's commands, Evolto felt a sense of triumph, swiftly responding, "Understood." He then departed the premises. A mere few days later, the American government issued a statement declaring that the suddenly manifested wall emitted toxic substances, prohibiting any American from approaching it. They dispatched a considerable number of troops to the vicinity of the Sky Wall to prevent anyone from disregarding the warning and drawing near. Concurrently, all individuals who had previously come into contact with the Sky Wall were apprehended and taken to a research facility, where experiments aimed at creating super soldiers were to be conducted on them. At this juncture, Howard Stark, serving as a military consultant for the American forces, received an invitation from the military requesting his participation in a systematic research experiment. Having previously committed to the American military to develop new weaponry, Howard Stark did not decline the invitation and, after conversing with Eric Stark, proceeded to engage in the research endeavor. Chapter 41, Blood Shadow vs. Night Dominator. Time swiftly passed, and 5 years had elapsed. 5 years later, Tony Stark was now 6 years old, gradually revealing his innate brilliance. At the tender age of 6, he had completed his high school education and could apply his knowledge with remarkable proficiency. Under the meticulous guidance of Eric Stark over these 5 years, Tony had developed a profound sense of kindness and justice. Eric was immensely pleased with Tony's consistent performance, frequently exclaiming that he was indeed destined to become Iron Man, the stalwart of the Avengers. On this particular day, Howard Stark's project on the Night System was nearing completion. As he gazed upon the finished Night System, Howard found himself engulfed in hesitation. Just days prior, He had stumbled upon a horrifying revelation. The military was conducting inhumane experiments on ordinary citizens using the nebula gas generated by the skywall. This discovery instilled a sudden distaste for the American military within Howard. After all, if a nation's army fails to protect its civilians and instead harms them, then the very existence of that nation is called into question. Moreover, Howard understood that the Knight system, which he had painstakingly crafted, would inevitably be deployed by the American military in their quest to invade other nations. He was acutely aware of the immense power inherent in the Knight system. Should it fall into the hands of the military for the purpose of aggression, it would lead to catastrophic loss of life. This realization left Howard in a state of internal conflict, uncertain whether to relinquish the Knight system to the military. In the midst of his indecision, memories flooded back of the days spent battling the nefarious organization alongside Eric, Steve, Peggy Carter, and the others. He then recalled a conversation with his 6-year-old son, who had expressed his desire to grow up and be a great hero like his father and Uncle Eric. How could I waver in my commitment to justice? Howard chided himself. It is utterly foolish. With newfound resolve, he declared, I cannot bring shame upon my brother or my beloved son. If they were to find out, how could I ever face them again? Determined to thwart the merciless machinations of the American military, Howard was resolute in ensuring that the Knight system he had created would not be used to inflict harm on others. He promptly copied all relevant data onto a USB drive and deleted every record pertaining to the Knight system from the laboratory. Grasping the Soul Knight belt he had fashioned and a Pandora panel brimming with energy cells, Howard stealthily evaded detection and hastily departed from the laboratory. Once Howard Stark escaped the laboratory, he swiftly mounted the motorcycle he had crafted, which was synchronized with the Knight system, and departed from the experimental base into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, a crimson-masked figure loomed above the facility, observing his departure intently. This individual was none other than Evolto, who had transformed into Bloodstock. As Evolto watched Howard Stark ride away until he vanished from sight, he reverted to his original form, producing an ice cream cone seemingly from thin air. Taking a lick, he gazed in the direction Howard had disappeared, remarking, as per the plan, he has taken the Knight system. It appears that the official scheme is about to commence. With that, Evolto savored another lick of his ice cream, relishing the moment as he mused, the sensations of being human are truly delightful. I hope to complete the plan soon and indulge in a life of freedom. I have already envisioned my vacation destination. With that thought, Evolto savored his ice cream and departed from the scene. 3 days later, when another supervisor of the Knight system visited the base to assess the development progress, he discovered that all the files pertaining to the Knight system had been erased, and the developer, Howard Stark, was nowhere to be found. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, he realized that Howard had deleted all the records and brazenly made his escape. Furious, the supervisor unleashed his wrath upon the other researchers in the laboratory, condemning them as inept for failing to notice the departure of a living individual. Meanwhile, Evolto, enjoying his ice cream, observed the supervisor's outburst and casually remarked, "There's no need to be so furious. This has nothing to do with them." The supervisor, hearing this, turned to face Evolto, who was still indulging in his ice cream, which only fueled his anger further. Striding up to Evolto, the supervisor furiously slapped the ice cream from his hand, exclaiming, "Thompson, given the circumstances, you still have the audacity to enjoy ice cream. You are the primary responsible party for this project, and you must bear the full consequences." The moment his ice cream was knocked away, Evolto's expression turned icy, and with a hint of malice, he coldly addressed the supervisor, "Wooks, do not forget that you are merely the deputy director. Do not overstep your bounds." Provoked by Evolto's menacing tone, Wicks retorted defiantly, "What? Do you wish to fight?" Seeing Wicks's attitude, Evolto's anger surged, prompting him to draw his transformation smoke gun and a fully loaded Cobra bottle. In response, Wicks could no longer contain himself, brandishing his own transformation smoke gun and bat bottle. Witnessing the imminent clash between Evolto and Wicks, the onlookers hastily scattered in fear. The two individuals wielding transformation smoke guns promptly inserted their filled vials into the devices. Following a burst of smoke and sound effects, they both completed their transformations. Kamen Rider Bloodstock and Night Rogue made their simultaneous entrance. Evolto and Wicks paused momentarily, observing each other's transformed forms, before launching into combat. Their exchanges were fierce and visceral, yet due to the similarities in their transformation systems, neither could secure a decisive victory. As Wicks prepared to engage Evolto with a ranged attack, Evolto, having previously experienced such a battle in the original Kamen Rider build universe, denied Wicks any opportunity. With swift precision, Evolto drew his weapon and effortlessly disarmed Wicks. He then unleashed his finishing move, resulting in Wicks' anguished cry as he was compelled to revert from his transformation. Upon witnessing Wicks' forced detransformation, Evolto refrained from further aggression. Instead, he remarked with a hint of mockery, "Consider this a lesson. Should you remain oblivious to your position, the next encounter may prove fatal." With that, Evolto activated the transformation smoke gun, enveloping himself in a cloud of smoke and vanishing from sight. Chapter 42. The The siege of Stark Manor. Wix, defeated by Evolto, lay prostrate on the ground, tormented by his loss. As Evolto mockingly taunted him one last time before departing, Wix's fist struck the earth in frustration, releasing a guttural roar of indignation. He could not fathom how, with equivalent transformation systems, he had succumbed to Evolto. After a moment, enduring the pain coursing through his body, Wix rose to his feet, his gaze landing on the researchers whose expressions danced between amusement and trepidation. Enraged, he bellowed, "What are you staring at? Get back to work." The researchers, frightened by Wix's impending wrath, hastily retreated to their posts, fearful that his embarrassment might turn lethal. Once he observed that all the researchers had returned to their tasks, Wix departed with a grim countenance. Meanwhile, Howard Stark, having escaped from the research facility, opted not to return home. Instead, he sought refuge in a modest inn in a small town, determined to thwart the nefarious actions of the American military on his own. He wished to shield his family from danger, choosing to confront all perils alone, believing this would spare them harm. Over the course of 3 days, Howard Stark utilized materials extracted from the Pandora's box panel to elevate his danger level to 5.0, enduring immense agony in the process. Fortunately, he persevered. Although a danger level of 3.0 would suffice to employ the Knight's Belt, Howard was unexpectedly delighted to discover his level had surged to 5.0. However, amidst the aftermath of his suffering, he had no time for elation, as he had lingered too long in one place, and the military would soon uncover his whereabouts. Thus, after cleansing his sweat-drenched body in the bathroom, he checked out of the inn. Shortly after Howard's departure, military personnel arrived at the inn, surrounding it completely. The innkeeper, terrified, feared he had committed an offense and promptly dropped to the ground, hands clasped over his head, pleading for mercy. "Please, don't kill me." Yet it was evident that the military was not there for the innkeeper's sake. After searching all the rooms and learning from the innkeeper that Howard Stark had already left, they swiftly evacuated. Simultaneously, a similar scenario unfolded at Stark Manor. A substantial military presence encircled the estate, forcibly breaching its confines without the consent of any resident. They not only invaded but also seized control of all the household staff. This incited profound fury in Eric Stark, who was outraged that they had frightened his only 6-year-old nephew and Tony's mother. Nevertheless, Eric refrained from immediate action. Unwilling to expose young Tony Stark to a scene of excessive bloodshed, Eric Stark could only suppress his seething rage while comforting Tony Stark and his mother. Yet, it was evident that these foolish officers were oblivious to the fact that Eric Stark was barely restraining the urge to eliminate them, possessing the capacity to annihilate them all in an instant. Nevertheless, the dim-witted officers intended to interrogate Eric Stark and Tony Stark along with his mother. As a group of menacing soldiers approached, the young Tony, frightened, quickly sought refuge in Eric Stark's embrace, clinging tightly to him. Observing this, Eric Stark gently reassured the boy by patting his head, signaling him not to be afraid, although the murderous intent within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Just as Eric Stark contemplated dispatching everyone in the room, Evolto suddenly burst in. Upon entering, Evolto furiously shouted at the soldiers, "Get out of here, you fools. There is no need for a search, evacuate everyone at once." The soldiers, taken aback by Evolto's command, stammered, but, enraged by their insubordination. Evolto struck one soldier down to the ground, bellowing, "What do you mean but? Leave, now, immediately." He thought to himself, these idiots have no idea, if they provoke Eric Stark, it's not just their lives at stake, but perhaps the very existence of America itself. While the fate of America did not concern him, if Eric Stark were to redirect his wrath towards him, he would be utterly doomed because of their incompetence. Seeing Evolto resort to violence, the soldiers gulped nervously, silenced by fear, and hastily dragged the fallen soldier out of the room. With the soldiers gone, Eric Stark reigned in his murderous intent. Though he still regarded Evolto with a frosty glare, dissatisfied that Evolto had failed to manage even this minor affair, allowing intruders to breach Stark Manor. Once the soldiers had departed, Evolto turned to find Eric Stark had quelled his fury, sighing in relief. However, upon noticing Eric's icy stare directed at him, he inwardly lamented and quickly explained, "This was the doing of another supervisor, and I had no part in it. As soon as I learned of it, I rushed here to intervene." Hearing Evolto's explanation, Eric Stark softened his gaze, calmly replying, "Then you should properly discipline that individual. I do not wish for such an incident to occur again." Realizing Eric Stark was no longer glaring at him, Evolto felt a weight lift from his chest and eagerly responded, "Of course, I assure you such a thing will not happen again." After hearing Evolto's promise, Eric Stark remained silent, gesturing for him to leave. Evolto, understanding the cue, nodded and exited Stark Manor without further ado. After witnessing everyone depart from Stark Manor, Eric Stark immediately smiled and gently patted young Tony's head, offering him solace. "Do not be afraid, Tony, they have all left." Hearing this, young Tony cautiously peered out from Eric Stark's embrace. Upon seeing that all the soldiers had indeed vanished, his fear dissipated, and he released his tight grip around Eric. stepping out from his arms. Then, with a puzzled expression, young Tony looked up at Eric Stark and inquired, "Uncle Eric, why did they come to capture us?" Eric Stark replied with a smile, "They sought to apprehend us in order to threaten your father, coercing him into submission." Upon hearing that the soldiers aimed to capture his father, young Tony immediately expressed his concern. "Why do they want to capture my father? Has he done something wrong?" Observing the worry etched on young Tony's face melted Eric Stark's heart, and he tenderly reassured him, "No, my dear boy. They wish to prevent your father from becoming a hero." Chapter 43, Howard Stark confronts Wicks. Upon hearing this, young Tony set aside his concerns, only to be filled with immediate anger, exclaiming, "They are truly a wicked bunch." In response to Tony's fiery words, Eric Stark chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair, and said, "Tony, you must strive to be a kind-hearted individual as you grow." Young Tony, upon hearing Eric's encouragement, nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with determination as he declared, "Yes, I will undoubtedly become a noble hero." Eric Stark, encouraged by Tony's resolute spirit, continued to touzle the boy's hair and promised, "When you are old enough to embody a hero, I shall present you with a special gift to help you realize your dreams. For now, let us pray for your father's safety." The mention of a special gift filled young Tony with curiosity and anticipation. He yearned to inquire about it but ultimately chose to remain silent. He then followed Eric's lead, beginning to pray for his father's well-being. As time swiftly passed, a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. In the midst of his flight and battles, Howard Stark had succeeded in dismantling one of the military's bases conducting inhumane experiments. However, today, unbeknownst to him, the military had intercepted him on the road. After halting Howard, a figure emerged from behind the soldiers, a man bearing a long scar across his face. This man was Wicks, the metamorphosed identity of the Night Systems project leader, Kamen Rider Night Rogue. The scar on Wicks' face had been inflicted a month prior when he had attempted to capture Howard Stark's family, only to be thwarted by Evolto. In his fury, Evolto had returned to the base and unleashed his wrath upon Wicks, leaving him disfigured. Since that incident, Wicks had exhibited signs of instability. With a twisted expression, Wicks stepped forward from behind the soldiers and furiously declared to Howard Stark, "Howard Stark, I have finally found you. Today, I shall eliminate you." With that, he brandished a transformation smoke gun and a full bottle, preparing to transform. Following a series of sound effects and visual displays, Wicks transformed into Night Rogue. As Night Rogue gestured, the soldiers behind him also produced their own full bottles, transforming into the Minion Smash, charging toward Howard. Observing this, Howard swiftly retrieved his rider belt along with the Rabbit and Tank full bottles, initiating his own transformation. In an instant, two sound effects echoed, Rabbit and Tank best match. As Howard Stark activated the belt, a dazzling display ensued, and he transformed into the base form of Kamen Rider build. Following his transformation, Howard Stark engaged the Minion Smash without restraint. Although the Minion Smash was no longer a match for Howard Stark, who had raised his danger level by 0.6. The transformed Night Rogue, Wicks, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind while Howard was engaged with the Minion Smash. This predicament forced Howard Stark into a difficult battle, having to contend with multiple minions while remaining vigilant against Wicks' covert attacks. Realizing that he was overwhelmed by the numerous smashes, Howard swiftly retrieved the Eagle Gatling bottle and transformed into the Eagle Gatling form. Armed with a Gatling pistol, he initiated a counteroffensive. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. With the advantage of long-range weaponry, Howard Stark swiftly eradicated the Minion Smashes. Soon, only Wicks and Howard Stark remained, locked in a face-off. The scene transformed into a frenetic gunfight, with bullets whizzing perilously close to both combatants. Yet, Howard and Wicks maneuvered through the hail of gunfire with remarkable agility, evading every shot. However, upon realizing that his bullets could not penetrate Wicks' defenses, Howard Stark activated his ultimate technique in the Eagle Gatling form. A barrage of bullets erupted from the Gatling pistol, hurtling towards Wicks. The sheer density of the assault left Wicks no room to evade, resulting in him being struck and forced to revert from his transformation. Upon witnessing Wicks revert to his human form, Howard Stark chose not to pursue further aggression. Unwilling to harm Wicks in his vulnerable state, unaware of Wicks' past attempts to threaten his family. Thus, Howard prepared to depart on his motorcycle. Meanwhile, Wicks, who lay defeated on the ground, was taken aback when Howard Stark opted to leave rather than continue the assault. The familiarity of this situation echoed in Wicks' mind, reminiscent of Evolto, who had similarly departed after forcing him to revert. This memory ignited an intense fury within Wicks, prompting him to emit a guttural roar of frustration. Enraged, he transformed into Bat Smash, filled with murderous intent, and charged at Howard Stark. Initially intending to leave, Howard Stark furrowed his brow at this unexpected turn of events, surprised that Wicks would choose to transform into his Smash after being forcibly detransformed. Confusion clouded Howard's mind as he pondered the reason behind Wicks' palpable animosity, as he believed he had never directly antagonized him. Unbeknownst to him, Wicks merely projected his rage and desire for vengeance onto Howard, mistaking him for another Evolto. Despite his inner turmoil, Howard Stark resolved to respond decisively as Wix, now a smash, lunged towards him. Howard unleashed a barrage from his Gatling pistol directly at Wix. To his astonishment, Wix, transformed into Smash, charged forward undeterred by the hail of bullets, seemingly devoid of reason. Although Howard was momentarily taken aback by Wix's audacity, he did not relent in his assault. Instead, he ascended into the air, deftly evading while continuing to launch his attacks at Wix. However, to Howard's surprise, Wix also took to the skies and retaliated with a fiery projectile aimed at Howard. Caught off guard by Wix's unexpected fireball, Howard was struck and plummeted to the ground. Yet, despite being knocked down, Howard Stark remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique once more against Wix. Chapter 44. Wenwu arrives at Taro Village after taking aim. Howard Stark pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that decisively defeated Wix once more amidst the relentless gunfire. How could I possibly lose to you? Impossible. Wix, stripped of his transformation, succumbed to his demise. His anguished roar twisting into a final cry as he disintegrated into particles of light, thus concluding his existence. Witnessing Wix's ultimate demise, Howard Stark exhaled a heavy sigh, relinquished his transformation, and rode away on his motorcycle. Meanwhile, in a villa somewhere on Earth, Wenwu was tirelessly poring over ancient texts. After extensive research through numerous tomes, he finally uncovered the location he had been seeking, Taro Village. Once an ordinary man, his life had transformed dramatically upon acquiring the artifact known as the Ten Rings. From that moment, his existence resembled a charmed life, granting him not only eternal life but also immense power. Consequently, Wenwu assembled the Ten Rings army and embarked on relentless campaigns across various nations. His unparalleled strength ensured his victories, and before long, he had conquered all lands, secretly ruling the world for a millennium. Yet, Wenwu's ambitions extended far beyond mere dominion. He yearned for even greater power. Thus, he persistently investigated enigmatic entities, intent on seizing their mysterious strengths to augment his own. At long last, fortune favored the diligent, and today, Wenwu discovered the fabled Taro Village, a place imbued with arcane power. With the Ten Rings army in tow, he set forth towards the village without delay. A month later, after enduring numerous perils and suffering the loss of some of his soldiers, Wenwu finally approached the vicinity of Taro Village. As he sought his path towards the village, he encountered a woman clad in a wide-brimmed hat and mask. He inquired, "Do you know how to enter Taro Village?" To his surprise, the woman remained silent and launched an attack against him. Enraged by her audacity, he, who had ruled the world for a millennium, had not faced anyone daring enough to strike him. Wenwu activated the Ten Rings to demonstrate their formidable power. However, the woman effortlessly deflected the attack, expending barely any effort. Fury surged within Wenwu as he charged at her, engaging in a relentless battle devoid of mercy. In a moment of either carelessness or fortune, he managed to strike her mask off. Revealed was Ingli, who had fused with the bloodline of fire and summoned the flame dragon armor. The instant Wenwu beheld her face, a ripple stirred within his heart, which had remained unshaken for centuries. An unfamiliar sensation blossomed within him, prompting Wenwu to instinctively temper his assault, showing her unexpected leniency. However, the once less formidable Ingli, having merged with the bloodline of fire and trained for over 5 years, had dramatically transformed her prowess. Her strength now far surpassed that of Wenwu, who, in a surprising display of restraint, had chosen not to unleash his full potential. Initially, Ingli had refrained from exerting her utmost power, opting instead to probe Wenwu's capabilities. Yet, after only a few exchanges, Wenwu was easily vanquished by Ingli. Surprisingly, instead of feeling angered by his defeat, Wenwu gazed at Ingli with keen interest, his eyes fixed upon her, unwilling to waver. This intense scrutiny made Ingli somewhat bashful, prompting her to hastily exclaim, "The Taro Village forbids outsiders. You should leave at once." With that, she swiftly fled the scene. Wenwu, however, continued to smile foolishly in the direction of her departure, seemingly oblivious to her final words. After a considerable time had passed, Wenwu found himself reminiscing about Ingli's figure, a smile involuntarily creeping upon his lips. He resolved to remain there, hoping to encounter the woman who had captivated his heart once more. Time sped by, and soon 6 months had elapsed. Wenwu, undeterred, persisted in his attempts to meet Ingli. After much mutual sparring, their feelings had blossomed, and they began to share tender glances. Wenwu decided to abandon the Ten Rings and elope with his beloved. On that fateful day, he professed his love and aspirations to Ingli, yearning for her to join him in a life of seclusion. Originally, the narrative suggested that Ingli would have been willing to elope with Wenwu. However, she was now burdened by the realization of her clan's responsibility to combat the forces of darkness, and as one of the 4 armor summoners of Taro Village, her departure would greatly diminish their strength. The thought of her kin suffering due to her abandonment was unbearable. Thus, Ingli, torn between her duties and her affections, sorrowfully rejected Wenwu. This conflict left her in profound anguish, as she could only choose one path: For Wenwu, being spurned felt like the collapse of his world. His heart was shattered, leaving him breathless with pain. Yet, amidst his sorrow, he persistently inquired about the reasons for her refusal, aware that she too was suffering. In response to Wenwu's probing, Ingli unveiled the responsibilities of Taro Village and her obligation to safeguard her people. Upon hearing her plight, Wenwu no longer wallowed in despair. Instead, he vowed to assist Taro Village in fulfilling their duties. He shared his origins and the immense power at his disposal, promising to mobilize the entirety of the Ten Rings army to support Taro Village, thus ensuring they could remain together without the threat of separation. After listening to Wenwu's heartfelt confession, Ingli was overwhelmed with astonishment. She had never anticipated that Wenwu not only possessed immense power but also commanded such a vast influence. However, amidst her shock, a wave of joy surged within her, for they would no longer need to part ways. The two, moved to tears by their elation, shared a brief moment of tenderness before Ingli hurried back to Taro Village to inform the elder about this development, hoping that the villagers would support their union. Yet, the elder of Taro Village expressed concerns about the treachery and cunning of outsiders, insisting on testing Wenwu to ascertain his genuine intentions towards Ingli. Faced with the villagers' resolute stance, Ingli could only manage a wry smile, refraining from intervening in their assessment of Wenwu. Fortunately, Wenwu and Ingli's love was sincere, and after enduring several trials, Wenwu ultimately earned the villagers' acceptance. In a departure from the original tale, this time Wenwu and Ingli celebrated their wedding in Taro Village, receiving the villagers' heartfelt blessings. Having witnessed the villagers' sincere well wishes after overcoming numerous challenges, Wenwu's resolve to wholeheartedly assist the people of Taro Village in fulfilling their mission solidified within him. Chapter 45. Peggy Carter captured. Meanwhile, in the office of the President of America, the President was unleashing his wrath upon Evolto. Thompson, are you utterly inept? It has been an eternity, and you have yet to apprehend Howard Stark. I find myself questioning your capabilities. It seems you no longer merit oversight of this project. Return to your former position henceforth. Upon hearing the President's words, Evolto felt a surge of discontent. Thinking to himself that his original intention was to cultivate Howard Stark into a hero, capturing him would thwart that ambition entirely. Yet, recalling the orders from Eric Stark, Evolto stifled his irritation and replied, I have extensive experience battling Howard Stark. He is not an easy adversary to subdue. Otherwise, we would not have failed to capture him for so long. This is not mere bravado. Without my involvement, others would stand even less chance of apprehending him. However, the President, dismissive of Evolto's defense, scoffed, Enough, you imbecile. I have no desire to continue listening to your drivel. You are no longer in charge of the Night System project. At the President's scornful remarks, a fierce urge to eliminate him surged within Evolto. Yet he ultimately refrained from acting on it. Suppressing his anger, he turned and exited the President's office, his thoughts laced with murderous intent. Since you show no mercy, do not expect it in return. I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Shortly after Evolto's departure, two tall and strikingly similar soldiers entered the President's office. Upon their arrival, the President greeted them with a smile. You shall take over the Night System project from here on out. I care not for your methods, only that I witness results. The soldiers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before responding in unison, Yes, sir. Pleased with their response, the President nodded approvingly and waved them off. The twin soldiers did not disappoint. Within a month of assuming control of the Night System project, they thoroughly investigated all pertinent details regarding Howard Stark. They also revived the long-stalled Night System research project, which, although progressing slowly, was at least operational once more. As the twins perused the comprehensive dossier on Howard Stark, they fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to devise a flawless plan for his capture. However, after much deliberation, they found the task to be rather daunting. As they perused the documents, it became evident that the files on Howard Stark's brother, Eric Stark, indicated an enigmatic past shrouded in mystery, with suspicions of possessing immense superhuman abilities, estimated to wield a force surpassing that of 4 nuclear bombs. Furthermore, Howard Stark's records revealed that he had once collaborated with Eric Stark, Steve Rogers, Peggy Carter, and another individual known as Mighty to form a quintet that opposed a clandestine organization. This mysterious entity was reputed to harbor a multitude of exceptionally powerful beings, inflicting considerable casualties upon various national armies and nearly decimating the forces of the Neon Empire. It was also suggested that the former super soldier, Steve Rogers, had undergone transformation by this clandestine organization, becoming a creature resembling a locust, endowed with immense strength, the upper limits of which remained undetermined. The individual referred to as Mighty could likewise metamorphose into a locust-like being, albeit with significantly lesser strength, and had already met his demise. As for Peggy Carter, she did not possess extraordinary powers, merely serving as a high-ranking agent. After revisiting the documents, the twin soldiers expressed their astonishment, remarking that the original project leader was not entirely inept, as the records indicated the formidable nature of the task at hand. They were taken aback to learn that the previous deputy leader, Wicks, had audaciously surrounded Stark Manor, intending to forcibly abduct Howard Stark's family, including Eric, as leverage against Howard Stark. They scoffed, questioning whether this fool had made any effort to comprehend the situation before acting. Fortunately, the previous chief leader had intervened, averting what could have been a catastrophic incident that would reverberate across the globe. The twin soldiers felt a surge of relief, grateful for their cautious approach in gathering information about Howard Stark in advance, thus avoiding the pitfalls that Wicks had encountered. Nevertheless, upon absorbing the detailed information, they found themselves in a precarious position, struggling to devise an effective plan. Yet, bolstered by the directive from the President of the United States, they steeled themselves for action. After much deliberation, the twin brothers resolved to target Peggy Carter, an ordinary individual lacking extraordinary powers. They decided to apprehend her first. Although this might provoke the transformed Steve Rogers, the twins retained a degree of confidence, believing that confronting a single Steve Rogers would pose no significant challenge, especially with a formidable backup at their disposal. Having made their decision, they promptly set about collecting intelligence on the movements of Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter. Upon completing their research, they discovered that for reasons unknown, Steve Rogers was wandering across Europe, while Peggy Carter continued her duties within the military. Thus, the twin brothers initiated their operation to capture Peggy Carter. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves before her, ready to execute their plan of apprehension. However, the bewildered Peggy Carter could not easily surrender and resolutely began to resist. Yet, as an ordinary individual, she stood no chance against the evidently enhanced twin brothers. Transformed by the nebula gas, despite her prowess as a seasoned agent, while her skills might suffice against regular opponents, it was utterly impossible for her to contend with adversaries so significantly augmented. Within mere moments, Peggy was effortlessly subdued by the twin brothers, lacking any means of resistance. Fortunately, at the onset of her predicament, she discreetly sent a distress signal to Steve. The reason she did not contact Eric Stark, who was present at Stark Manor, was her belief that Steve possessed greater strength. She knew that upon his return, he would undoubtedly seek out Eric Stark and Bucky. Although Eric Stark was formidable in his own right, this evidently premeditated situation was not one suited for someone tasked with protecting Howard Stark and his family. Thus, Peggy Carter was taken by the twin brothers to the experimental base of the Night System Project for confinement. Chapter 46. The dark scheme of Eric Stark. At the moment when Peggy Carter was captured, Steve was stealthily waiting in the underbrush, far from her. For a peculiar individual whose trail he had diligently pursued for an extended period, Steve had been in this spot for quite some time, ensuring that this sensitive figure remained oblivious to his presence by silencing his communicator, which regrettably caused him to miss Peggy Carter's distress signal. At this juncture, within an unknown dimension of the Marvel Universe, a mysterious plume of purple mist suddenly emerged from the void. As the purple fog dissipated, a towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, materialized. After surveying the surroundings with a keen gaze, the figure gradually diminished in size until it transformed into a robust middle-aged man. Astonishingly, this individual was none other than the future Steve, or rather, Fate, who had vanished from the base of the Great Repair. With a disdainful snort, the entity inhabiting Steve's form remarked, "Humph, the Ancient One, who commands all timelines, is indeed a troublesome character. It appears that intervening personally in Eric Stark's destiny is far too challenging. The Ancient One could intervene at any moment." As Fate pondered this, a flicker of delight crossed his face, and he added, "Fortunately, this venture has not been entirely fruitless. I have acquired this commendable physique." Just as Fate continued to admire the body of the future Steve, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Upon reaching Fate's side, the figure spoke in a low tone. "Fate, you have returned. Is this your prize for traveling back in time?" Casting a glance at the body of future Steve, the figure continued, "It seems adequate. It will suffice for our forthcoming plans." Upon hearing this, Fate turned to regard the newcomer with a bemused smile, saying, "Dark Time, you remain as elusive as ever. Could you not offer me a warning beforehand? You shall be the death of me." The individual known as Dark Time bore an uncanny resemblance to Eric Stark. However, unlike Eric, Dark Time's eyes were devoid of emotion, icy as the abyss, complemented by an unsettling, involuntary smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Responding to Fate's words, Dark Time cast a detached glance at him and coldly replied, "Thus far, we are the only two capable of entering this realm. And do you truly appear as if you might be frightened to death?" Fate, hearing Dark Time's retort, sighed in resignation and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "Very well. You make a valid point." After a moment's reflection, Fate's eyes brightened as he recalled something, and with a hopeful expression, he turned to Dark Time, saying, "Now that you are here, it seems you have devised a means to acquire Eric Stark's body, have you not?" Upon hearing the words of Fate, the figure known as Ungshi appeared to contemplate something exhilarating. a flicker of fervor igniting within his otherwise indifferent gaze. Indeed, he proclaimed, is it not true that Eric Stark has always believed in humanity's capacity to unleash a spirit transcending despair? Let us transform him into the embodiment of humanity's greatest despair. As he spoke, Angshi's expression morphed into one of manic delight, exclaiming, in that case, I cannot believe he will harbor any hope thereafter. I am utterly eager to witness how the light within him succumbs to darkness. With that, Angshi erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Observing Angshi's exuberance, Fate, too, was swept up in excitement, exclaiming, truly, you never cease to amaze me. Angshi, what an extraordinary idea you have conceived. As Angshi basked in Fate's praise, he momentarily halted his laughter and continued, however, before we proceed, we must first sow a seed of darkness within Eric Stark's heart. With this declaration, Angshi's enigmatic smile grew ever more cryptic. Yet, Fate, accustomed to Angshi's peculiar demeanor, felt no discomfort and inquired directly, and how shall we accomplish this? Thus, Angshi articulated his plan. Conclusively, he summarized, when despair envelopes him, we shall invade his consciousness, suppress his will, and seize control of his body. In doing so, we shall acquire the most formidable vessel. After hearing Angshi's strategy, Fate could not help but admire its brilliance. Should they succeed, Eric Stark's body would be theirs. Recognizing that Fate comprehended his design, Angshi urged, now, employ your powers to initiate our scheme. Expedite the first step. Acknowledging Angshi's words with a nod, Fate commenced their plot. Suddenly, an intense violet radiance emanated from Fate's eyes, revealing the intricate web of purple lines surrounding him. These were the threads of destiny binding all living beings in this world. Among these lines, one particularly thick thread stood out, from which numerous finer threads branched forth. Fate recognized this prominent line as Eric Stark's destiny, yet every attempt to alter its course had met with failure. Now, with a newfound enhancement of power, Fate mused, even if I cannot directly change Eric Stark's destiny, I can influence it by manipulating the fates of others. Even if the effects are fleeting, it shall suffice for the execution of our plan. Thus, Fate began to adjust several threads of destiny, and immediately, their trajectories shifted, unbeknownst to them, in a distant realm of the Marvel Universe. Two colossal deities felt a stirring in their essence. They foresaw a future where a figure clad in golden armor would bring about the annihilation of their race, prompting them to resolve to eliminate this individual in its infancy. After altering several trajectories of fate, Destiny came to a halt. With a deep sigh, Destiny wiped away the non-existent sweat from its brow and declared, the first phase of the plan has been accomplished. The next step was to thwart the Ancient One in her attempt to restore the threads of fate. Observing that Destiny had fulfilled its task, the Dark One extricated a fragment of darkness from itself and cast it into the unknown realms of time and space. Upon completing this act, the Dark One and Destiny departed from this enigmatic place, intending to thwart the movements of the Ancient One. Meanwhile, in the future sanctum of Kamartaj, as Destiny altered the once immutable threads of fate, the Ancient One suddenly opened her eyes. A frown crossed her face as she raised her hand to conjure a portal into the fabric of time. Chapter 47. Eric Stark's foreboding as the Ancient One prepared to traverse time in a bid to restore the altered historical narrative. A shroud of darkness accompanied by a swirling violet mist abruptly materialized in the temporal expanse. This was none other than the Dark Time and Fate, who had come to impede the Ancient One. Upon witnessing their appearance, the Ancient One furrowed her brow and addressed them, stating, Dark Time, you and Fate should cease this futile endeavor. His destiny has long been sealed and cannot be altered by you. In response, Dark Time chuckled and replied, we do not wish to alter his fate. We merely intend to embellish his history with new elements. Fate chimed in, indeed, Ancient One, do refrain from being an obstruction. Seeing that Dark Time and Fate remained obstinate in disregarding her counsel, the Ancient One let out an exasperated huff, declaring, then allow me to witness whether you possess the capability to thwart my actions. With that, she summoned the belt of the Time King, the Omo Shiju, which materialized around her waist. Grasping the sides of the belt, she forcefully pushed them together, following a resounding auditory spectacle and visual effects. The Ancient One transformed into the supreme and benevolent Time Monarch, Omo Shiju. On the other side, Dark Time and Fate, sensing the formidable transformation of the Ancient One, felt an overwhelming pressure and dared not underestimate her. They promptly initiated their own transformations to confront her. Returning to the present moment, Eric Stark, who was playfully engaging with young Tony at Stark Manor, suddenly felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, a harbinger of foreboding. It was as though he sensed that an ill omen was looming on the horizon. Despite his confidence in the strength he wielded as the Emperor of the Heavenly Path, he could not shake off the growing sense of unease. Consequently, Eric allowed young Tony to play alone while he sought a secluded spot to ascertain the source of his disquiet. Yet, despite his earnest attempts to probe with his consciousness, he uncovered no anomalies. Unwavering in his vigilance, Eric resolved to devise additional plans to preempt any unforeseen calamities. Thus, Eric expended over 5 million invasion points to exchange for the complete manufacturing technology of the 01 system and Shimegia, including the 01 driver, 02 driver, and Satellite Z. After some contemplation, he also procured Satellite Arkansas. Eric first deployed Satellite Z into outer space, setting it on its predetermined trajectory. He then concealed Satellite Ark in a secret location, establishing a condition for its activation upon Tony Stark's inaugural transformation. Lastly, Eric entrusted all remaining items to Jarvis, instructing him to present them to the future Tony Stark when he was ready to inherit this newfound power. Moreover, encouraging videos were recorded for Tony Stark, intended for Jarvis, to present to him during times of need as he matured. This Jarvis was a creation inspired by the late butler of Stark Manor, Jarvis, who had served under Eric Stark. Eric Stark subsequently exchanged for the dormant version of the power of the Demon King, expending 1 million invasion points, a sum that, at this juncture, held little significance for him. However, upon acquiring this unactivated power, Eric intended to energize it with the Space Gem, only to be met with a system notification indicating that the power of the Demon King could not be directly charged with the Space Gem. Rather, it required the essence of time for its activation. Consequently, Eric set the power aside, planning to complete other tasks before seeking the Time Gem from the Ancient One. Following this, Eric redeemed all the psychic beasts from the system, arranging for their incubation in a location that could gradually supply energy, ensuring that only one would emerge at a time, thereby preventing the armored warriors of Taro Village from being overwhelmed. He refrained from summoning the formidable Shadow Guardians and ancient psychic beasts, fearing that should he encounter unforeseen peril, the armored warriors might struggle to summon the Emperor armor, leading to dire consequences. Having completed these preparations, Eric Stark arrived at Kamartosh. Just as he was about to seek the path into Kamartosh, a golden circular portal materialized before him. A smile graced his face as he mused. It stands to reason, for the Ancient One wields the power of the Time Gem. She surely anticipated my arrival and conveniently opened a portal directly to her. Without hesitation, Eric approached and stepped through the portal. Upon crossing, he found the bald Ancient One pouring tea at a small table. After serving the tea, she turned and gestured for him to take a seat, saying, "You have finally chosen to seek me, Mr. Eric Stark. Please, have a seat." Eric, unreserved, sat down and inquired with curiosity. "It seems you were aware of my impending visit, Master Ancient One?" His tone conveyed certainty rather than mere inquiry. The Ancient One smiled softly and replied, "Indeed. My future self informed me that Mr. Eric Stark would eventually come to find me, but the timing remained unspecified." Understanding dawned upon Eric as he nodded knowingly, realizing that the future version of the Demon King had already met with the present Ancient One. As for why Eric Stark knows that the Dark Lord is, in fact, the Ancient One, it is because his visit to Kamartosh is intended to bestow the powers of the Dark Lord upon her. Thus, in the future, the Dark Lord shall indeed be the Ancient One herself. With a smile, Eric Stark addressed the Ancient One, saying, "Surely you must be aware of the purpose of my visit." Upon hearing Eric's words, the Ancient One returned his smile and replied, "While I was uncertain before, I am now indeed aware. You wish to confer upon me a power not of this world." Eric Stark nodded and inquired, "Will you choose to possess this power?" Ancient One. It is not surprising that Eric posed this question, for the Ancient One, having mastery over the Time Stone, can foresee countless possible futures. Perhaps she might suddenly choose to reject the powers of the Dark Lord. After contemplating Eric's query, the Ancient One responded, "Before that, I would like to ask why you're doing this, Mr. Stark." Reflecting on her question with anticipation, Eric Stark replied, "The Ancient One has always protected Earth from the threats of other dimensions. I merely wish to shield humanity from those divine dangers. I believe that only humanity itself should determine its own future, rather than allowing deities to script it from the very beginning." Chapter 48. Bestowing the power of the King of Twilight on Ancient One. After listening to Eric Stark's words, Ancient One fell into a contemplative silence. She yearned to shield the Earth from any threats, yet her own powers felt woefully insufficient. Merely safeguarding the planet from the perils of the Dark Dimension had already stretched her to the limits, let alone contending with the mightier deities. In this world, humanity remained insignificantly small, teetering on the brink of annihilation with the slightest misstep. Surviving was a privilege in itself, and the thought of opposing divine beings seemed utterly fanciful. After a moment of silence, Ancient One finally spoke to Eric Stark. "However, humanity lacks the strength to defy the gods. The outcome of such rebellion would merely hasten our extinction. It may be wiser to adhere to the divine narrative, for at least in doing so, humanity might endure." To this, Eric Stark responded with a determined smile. "My intention is precisely to empower humanity to resist the gods, to liberate them from the fear of divine threats. My purpose in coming here today is to endow you, Master Ancient One, with the strength to confront these deities. Yet Ancient One remained skeptical. But the gods we face are far too formidable. Can you truly grant humanity the power to stand against them? Undeterred by her doubts, Eric Stark confidently replied, absolutely. I am convinced that I can ensure humanity will no longer face any threats. Once you acquire this power, you will see I do not speak in vain. As Ancient One gazed into Eric Stark's confident eyes, her resolve solidified, and she smiled. Then let me witness if you can indeed bestow upon me the strength to confront the gods. Hearing her words, Eric Stark retrieved the power of the King of Twilight from the system space and said to Ancient One, please lend me the time stone for a moment. Observing the grayish-white dial that had materialized in Eric Stark's hand, adorned with an image of a future version of himself, Ancient One inquired with curiosity. Is this the power you intend to grant me? Indeed, Eric Stark confirmed. This is the power of the King of Twilight. Possessing the immense ability to control all of time and space, capable of both annihilating worlds and creating new ones. As he spoke, he silently instructed the system to extract the power of the Time Stone to activate the King of Twilight's power. In an instant, a surge of energy from the Time Stone was funneled into the dial of the King of Twilight. Ancient One, taken aback by Eric Stark's explanation, smiled and remarked, I did not anticipate such formidable power contained within. It seems you may indeed be able to relieve humanity from the fear of divine threats. Eric Stark simply smiled at her words without elaborating further, focusing intently on the dial that was about to be activated. Noticing his concentration, Ancient One ceased her inquiries and quietly observed the dial in Eric Stark's hands. After a brief interval, the system finally ceased to extract the power of the time gem. The dial of the King of Time in Eric Stark's hand transformed from a dull gray to a resplendent gold. Observing the fully activated power of the King of Time and the now dimmed time gem, Eric smiled, subsequently presenting both to the Ancient One. Upon receiving the time gem and the dial of the King of Time, the Ancient One first stowed away the gem, glancing at the golden dial in her grasp. She remarked, then, I shall attempt to harness this power. With that, she activated the dial of the King of Time. In an instant, a surge of golden energy interspersed with crimson erupted from the dial, coalescing around the Ancient One's abdomen. Once the energy had fully manifested, the dial vanished from her hand, replaced by a belt of the King of Time around her waist. Concurrently, memories of how to wield the power of the King of Time flooded her mind, and she instantly comprehended the transformation process. Without hesitation, she clasped the sides of the belt and pushed inward, culminating in a spectacular display of effects and an accompanying chant. After the transformation, the Ancient One raised her hands, marveling at her newfound strength, and expressed her astonishment to Eric Stark. I underestimated this power. I now truly believe you can bestow humanity with the strength to contend against the divine. Eric, upon hearing her words, smiled but did not engage further. Instead, he stated, since you have completed your transformation, I shall take my leave. You savor this newfound power. Understanding that Eric had other matters to attend to, the Ancient One did not attempt to retain him. She too wished to fully immerse herself in her immense new strength. Nodding with a smile, she replied, I will. With that, Eric Stark departed from Kamartosh. Upon leaving, he returned directly to Stark Manor. Noticing Tony busily tinkering in the lab, Eric chuckled softly, choosing not to disturb him. Instead, he retreated to the living room sofa, contemplating what tasks lay before him. Suddenly, Eric recalled how he had previously struggled to accept his transposition into the Marvel Universe, which hindered his ability to merge with the heart of the universe. Determined to attempt the fusion once more, he felt a sense of belonging after years spent with Howard Stark and young Tony, believing that this time he could undoubtedly integrate with the heart of the Marvel Universe. Consequently, Eric instructed the system to initiate the fusion process once again. Following the same experience as before, he found himself once more in that peculiar realm. Yet this time, he was convinced that he could seamlessly merge with the Marvel Universe. After all, he no longer felt like an outsider in this realm. His foreign soul had finally found its place within it. As expected, Eric Stark was not rejected by the heart of the Marvel Universe, and soon, the fusion was complete. Upon awakening after the amalgamation, Eric Stark sensed a peculiar feeling but did not notice any enhancement in his powers. Instead, he discovered he possessed a formidable regenerative ability. Even if reduced to a single cell, he could restore himself to his original form, albeit at a significant energy cost. Moreover, even in the event of complete demise, he could resurrect within the heart of the universe, though it would require a millennium to do so. With such a potent means of survival, Eric Stark's anxieties diminished considerably. After all, as long as the Marvel Universe remained unscathed, even death would not be a finality for him. Furthermore, equipped with the Emperor's armor of the Heavenly Path, Eric Stark was confident that no one could vanquish him in an instant. Chapter 49. Peggy Carter transformed upon reflecting on this. Eric Stark relinquished his unease and allowed his worries to dissipate. Once freed from his concerns, he was suddenly reminded that in just a few days, young Tony would celebrate his 7th birthday. He resolved to inquire about any gifts young Tony might desire. Thus, Eric Stark rose once more and made his way toward the laboratory. The days swiftly passed. Steve, who had been patiently biding his time, finally awaited the appearance of the creature. This peculiar being resembled a hedgehog, adorned with numerous sharp quills on its back. Yet, it was timid as a mouse, cautiously surveying its surroundings with each careful step. Only upon confirming the absence of onlookers did it sluggishly emerge from its lair, intent on foraging. After all, it had not ventured out to hunt since it had escaped from Steve's grasp over a fortnight ago. Had it not been for its gnawing hunger, it would have remained hidden. What it did not anticipate was that Steve had been steadfastly waiting for 7 or 8 days. The creature's excessive caution, or perhaps its timidity, compelled it to flee and hide at the mere sight of Steve. However, whenever Steve was out of sight, it would re-emerge to wreak havoc, a quintessential bully that preyed on the weak. Had it not possessed the ability to burrow underground, Steve would have captured it long ago. But this time, Steve was determined not to let it slip away. As the creature drew near, Steve transformed and charged toward it. The creature, startled by Steve's sudden appearance, promptly attempted to burrow back into the earth. Yet, with the enhanced speed of his transformation and the proximity of their encounter, escape was futile. Steve lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature sprawling to the ground. Realizing its escape was hopeless, the creature curled into a ball, raising its quills defensively as it rolled towards Steve. Steve, having learned from past encounters, adeptly evaded the threat, recalling the sharpness of the creature's spines that had once pierced his shoulder. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he could have suffered a grievous wound. Understanding the danger posed by even the seemingly feeble adversary, Steve had prepared himself. He swiftly drew his laser sword from his belt and cleanly severed the creature's quills, rendering it no longer a threat. With the creature now defenseless, Steve decisively gathered his strength and executed a knightly kick that ended the creature's menace. Afterward, he reverted to his original form and retrieved his communicator to check for any messages. His heart tightened upon discovering a distress signal sent by Peggy Carter several days prior. A wave of regret washed over him as he realized that in his pursuit of the creature, he had failed to respond promptly to Peggy's call for help. The only solace he found was in the knowledge that she had only reported being captured and, for the time being, was not in mortal danger. However, several days had elapsed, and Steve was left in the dark as to what had transpired during that time, concerned for Peggy's safety. In a state of urgency, Steve promptly summoned the battle grasshoppers and rode back with haste. During his journey, he informed Bucky and Eric Stark of Peggy Carter's abduction. Upon receiving Steve's message, Eric Stark was visibly perplexed. He was unaware of Peggy's capture, as he did not constantly extend his consciousness to monitor events on Earth. However, now that he was apprised of her predicament, Eric Stark utilized his mental prowess to ascertain Peggy's location. To his astonishment, he discovered that she was being held at Howard Stark's experimental base for the Night System, where she was undergoing an infusion of nebula gas. Eric Stark initially contemplated rescuing Peggy immediately, but he then realized that she remained an ordinary human amidst their small group. For Steve to maintain a lasting relationship with Peggy seemed implausible, as the powers he had inherited from Kamen Rider Black Sun would grant him an extended lifespan. Decades later, when Peggy had aged and passed away, Steve would still appear youthful. Thus, he considered the possibility of transforming Peggy into a Kamen Rider as well, enabling them to be together eternally. With this thought, Eric Stark abandoned his immediate rescue plan and instead enhanced Peggy's physical capabilities, elevating her danger level to above 4.0, ensuring she would not devolve into a mindless smash. Meanwhile, the twin brothers responsible for infusing Peggy with nebula gas remained oblivious to Eric Stark's intervention. They merely observed as Peggy's danger level escalated with each infusion of gas. Before long, her danger level soared past 4.0, continuing to rise until it ultimately reached 5.7, at which point it ceased to increase. The twins were taken aback, as their original intention had been to transform Peggy into a smash and then use her to coerce Howard Stark into surrendering the Night System's data and all filled vials. They had not anticipated that Peggy's danger level would reach such heights, necessitating a revision of their plans. Just as the twins contemplated how to adapt their strategy, Bloodstock, transformed from Evolto, suddenly appeared before them. The twins, instantly on guard, scrutinized Evolto with suspicion, voicing their displeasure. "What brings you here? Do you not realize that this territory belongs to us?" In response to their wary gazes, Evolto recalled the task assigned to him by Eric Stark. Ignoring their hostile tone, he smiled and inquired, "Are you struggling with how to control this woman? I have a splendid solution." He then stood silently, awaiting the twins' response. Upon hearing Evolto's words, the twin brothers scoffed, saying, "Would you truly be so benevolent? I cannot bring myself to trust you. Perhaps you should plainly state your intentions." In response to their skepticism, Evolto let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Very well, I shall be candid. I merely wish to experiment with the new belt I have developed." The twins, puzzled, inquired, "A new belt?" Evolto then revealed the compression belt alongside a robotic jelly bottle, addressing the two. Behold, this is the belt of my latest invention. You can implant a control chip within her body and subsequently utilize my new belt to transform and engage in battle against Howard Stark. This way, you need not formulate a new plan, and I shall obtain my experimental results, a mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? After a moment of hesitation, the twin brothers, recognizing the merits of Evolto's proposition, acquiesced to his plan. With his objectives achieved, Evolto bid them farewell and departed the experimental base, enveloped in a cloud of transformation smoke. Chapter 50. Eric Stark is devoured by the spatial rift after departing from the experimental base. Evolto once again found himself in the abandoned factory where Howard Stark was hiding. At that moment, Howard Stark was deep in contemplation, pondering how to dismantle the skywall. He had observed that despite his relentless efforts to obliterate one human experimentation base after another established by the American military, they would invariably construct new facilities. Although his actions had slowed the government's aggressive advances across the globe, they failed to address the core issue. This cycle of destruction was futile. No matter how many bases he dismantled, the military continued its inhumane experiments unabated. Thus, Howard Stark resolved to tackle the problem at its root by destroying the source of this calamity, the skywall itself. He held firm in his belief that the military would no longer be able to conduct human experimentation once the skywall was obliterated. However, despite his extensive research, he had yet to discover a method to dismantle the skywall. Previous attempts at forcibly breaching it had proven fruitless, no matter how powerful his attacks were. The skywall remained unscathed. Such actions had attracted the attention of the military stationed around the skywall, which ultimately led to his narrow escape. But not without raising the government's alertness. They dispatched additional troops to guard the skywall vigilantly, making it increasingly challenging for Howard Stark to approach it again, let alone destroy it. Just as Howard Stark found himself at an impasse, he suddenly noticed a plume of smoke materializing before him. As the smoke dissipated, a crimson knight emerged, none other than Evolto, transformed into Bloodstock, seeking out Howard Stark. Upon encountering Evolto, Howard Stark immediately adopted a defensive stance, his gaze fixed intently upon him. He recognized the individual before him as the head of the Night System Project, a man he had encountered previously. Surprised by the swift revelation of his location, Howard Stark initially suspected that Evolto had come to apprehend him. Consequently, he resolutely declared, "You may as well give up. I will never surrender the data or the filled bottles of the Night System to you." With that, Howard Stark swiftly retrieved the Night Belt, preparing to transform and confront Evolto. However, upon seeing Howard Stark's readiness to transform, Evolto hurriedly waved his hands in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "No need to be alarmed. I am not here to capture you. I have come to convey a message." Upon hearing Evolto's words, Howard Stark paused, still clutching the filled bottles. But his vigilance remained intact as he inquired with a furrowed brow, "A message? What message?" Evolto observed Howard Stark ceasing his transformation and, with a smile, remarked, "I have come to inform you that your companion, Miss Peggy Carter, has been taken for human experimentation." Upon hearing Evolto's words, Howard Stark remained skeptical, convinced that this was merely a deceitful ploy to ensnare him. With a face full of suspicion, he retorted, "Huh? Do you truly think I would believe your fabrications?" Seeing Howard's disbelief, Evolto chose not to engage in an argument, instead stating, "Regardless of your belief, it remains an undeniable truth. I am here merely to alert you and to present you with something." Howard, noticing Evolto's indifferent demeanor, began to entertain the possibility of truth in his words, yet still questioned with a hint of skepticism, "Even if this is true, why would you take the trouble to inform me? We are adversaries after all." Evolto, recognizing that Howard had begun to trust him to some extent, produced a small device and tossed it to Howard with a grin, saying, "Because I am no longer the head of the Night System. Assisting you is to my own advantage." Howard caught the device and examined it, perplexed. He inquired, "What is this?" Evolto, addressing Howard's curiosity, explained, "This is a reinforcement device that can amplify your abilities several-fold. However, should the danger level not be sufficiently high, using it may result in a state of berserk." Howard's confusion deepened upon hearing this, prompting him to ask, "Why would you give me such a thing? Are you not concerned that I might use it to obliterate your bases?" With a chuckle, Evolto replied, "I have already stated it. Aiding you serves my interests. Moreover, even if you were to destroy all the experimental facilities, it would bear no consequence for me." With that, Evolto bid farewell, utilizing his transformation smoke to depart, leaving Howard with a multitude of unanswered questions. After a moment of contemplation, Howard resolved to trust Evolto's words. However, in his quest to rescue Peggy Carter, he was at a loss as to the location of the experimental base where she was held. Thus, Howard contemplated revealing his whereabouts, intending to sabotage several research facilities to draw the military's attention, hoping they would seek him out. Meanwhile, at Stark Manor, Eric Stark was personally preparing for young Tony's birthday celebration that evening. After a few uneventful days, Eric Stark had long since cast aside his earlier unease, believing that his prior discomfort was perhaps a premonition of Peggy Carter's capture. After all, the most alarming news in recent days had indeed been her abduction. Everything else remained as usual, and he had not felt any further disquiet. Thus, Eric Stark resumed his tranquil life of nurturing his child, much as he had before. Eventually, after considerable effort, Eric Stark completed the preparations for the birthday celebration. Following his labor, he intended to take a moment to relax and indulge in a modest drink as a reward for his hard work. However, just as he was about to sink into the couch to savor his well-deserved respite, a sudden rift tore open in the fabric of the sofa, as if it had been slashed by an unseen hand. In that moment, as he sat down, he was abruptly engulfed by the spatial fissure. The rift closed instantaneously after consuming Eric Stark, leaving no trace of his presence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 51. The disappearance of Eric Stark at this moment. Eric Stark, who had been consumed by a rift in space, found himself bewilderedly seated on the ground. He had anticipated a serene repose upon a soft sofa, yet was abruptly plunged into darkness, only to awaken in an unfamiliar realm. Towering trees surrounded him, while several colossal planets loomed in the sky, confounded by his alien environment. Eric soon realized he was no longer on Earth, yet the reason for his sudden arrival on this strange planet eluded him. Determined to ascertain whether any intelligent life inhabited this world, Eric swiftly extended his consciousness. However, as he did so, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as though his very existence was under grave threat. Instinctively, he expanded his awareness across the cosmos, seeking the source of his unease. Upon enveloping the universe with his consciousness, his countenance shifted dramatically. In a flurry of urgency, Eric retracted his awareness to safeguard his corporeal form, transforming into the Genesis King. He prepared to summon the Emperor, donning the Emperor's armor. Yet, it was all too late. Before he could utter the word Emperor, the blinding wave of destruction he had sensed surged towards him. In a fleeting moment, the white light flickered past, obliterating his body before his horrified gaze. "Curse you," Eric muttered, the last vestige of his spirit fading into oblivion as consciousness slipped away. In an instant, the entire universe was reduced to ashes. After an indeterminate span, two colossal entities emerged from the void left in the wake of the cosmic explosion. Had Eric Stark been present, he would have recognized them as members of the Celestial Assembly, Essen, the Seeker, and Exitar, the Eradicator. "Is he dead?" The Eradicator Essen inquired of the Seeker Exitar. "Without a doubt, he is deceased. I can no longer perceive his life force. After all, he is merely human and could not possibly withstand the cataclysmic force of a cosmic explosion," Essen asserted with unwavering certainty. Essen, still pondering, added, "Was it truly necessary to annihilate an entire universe to eliminate him? He is but a single human." With an impassive demeanor, Exitar replied, "According to the omens we have gleaned from fate, our celestial assembly is destined for ruin because of him. Should we perish, the world would cease to birth new life. Thus, for the sake of all existence, we must eradicate him completely, leaving him no chance whatsoever. Had it not been for the existence of Tiamat on the earth of his universe, I would have detonated that cosmos to eliminate him long ago." The Seeker Essen nodded upon hearing this, then remarked, "Since we have eradicated him, let us return to our mission." The Eradicator Exitar also nodded in agreement. With a mere thought, the two were engulfed by immense black holes, vanishing without a trace. Just after Exitar and Essen departed, a dimensional wall abruptly materialized in their wake. A youth clad in a black suit, adorned with a magenta camera around his neck, arrogantly stepped through the portal. This young man was none other than the enigmatic Kamen Rider Decade's transformant, Tsukasa Kadoya. Upon emerging from the dimensional barrier, Tsukasa, with his hands in his pockets, surveyed the spot where Exitar and Essen had vanished and mused, "I see. Now I understand why you were so intent on eliminating them." After a moment of contemplation, Tsukasa glanced in a particular direction, hesitated briefly, yet ultimately decided against intervening. With a casual gesture, he summoned another dimensional wall and stepped back into it, departing from the scene. Meanwhile, far off in the direction Tsukasa had gazed, a shattered heart was propelled aimlessly by the explosive force of the cosmos. This heart belonged to Eric Stark, who, in a final act of defiance, had exhausted all his strength to withstand the cosmic explosion. In the original world, no one yet knew that Eric Stark had vanished from existence. That evening, young Tony eagerly awaited the arrival of his uncle Eric, hoping his wish would be fulfilled. However, as the festivities of Tony's birthday party drew to a close, Eric failed to appear. Disheartened, Tony curled up on the living room sofa, gazing at the door, yearning for his uncle's return to surprise him. Tony's mother, Maria Stark, observed her son's despondency, unsure how to console him, as she too was unaware of Eric's whereabouts. Attempting to offer comfort, she said, "Tony, do not be sad. Perhaps Uncle Eric is simply preoccupied with urgent matters and could not attend your birthday party. When he returns, he will surely have a grand surprise for you." Understanding the sentiment behind his mother's words, the considerate young Tony's spirits lifted slightly. Yet, he remained reluctant to retreat to his room, choosing instead to wait on the sofa for his Uncle Eric's return. He wished to ensure that Eric's first sight upon returning would be of him, patiently awaiting his arrival. Eager for a magnificent surprise that would allow him to forgive Eric for missing the celebration. Seeing this, Maria Stark had no choice but to embrace Tony, joining him in waiting for Eric's return. However, as the hours passed, Tony's eyelids grew heavy, and despite his hopes, Uncle Eric did not return. Maria Stark noticed little Tony had fallen asleep, so she gently carried him back to his room. The following morning, she found herself somewhat perplexed by the absence of Eric Stark, who had yet to return. In the past, whenever Eric ventured out on errands, he would return within a few hours at most, yet this time he had been gone for an entire day, particularly on little Tony's birthday. Given Eric Stark's evident affection for his son, such a prolonged absence seemed utterly implausible. With this thought, Maria Stark began to sense something amiss. She summoned the artificial intelligence butler, JARVIS, and inquired, JARVIS, do you have any information regarding the time Eric departed yesterday? JARVIS responded, Madam, the surveillance indicates that Mr. Stark did not leave Stark Manor yesterday. Maria Stark was immediately filled with confusion. Just as she contemplated asking JARVIS to retrieve the surveillance footage from the previous day, Steve and Bucky entered the room. Having hurriedly returned to America, they had come directly to Stark Manor, determined to enlist Eric Stark in their mission to rescue the abducted Peggy Carter. Chapter 52. The heartbreaking news upon entering the living room. Steve and Bucky immediately spotted Maria Stark engaged in conversation with JARVIS. Without hesitation, Steve approached her, saying, Mrs. Stark, could you please summon Eric? We have urgent matters to discuss. Maria Stark, with a hint of resignation, replied, I'm afraid Eric seems to be missing. I was just about to ask JARVIS to pull up the surveillance to see where he might have gone. Since you're here, let us take a look together. Upon hearing of Eric Stark's disappearance, both Steve and Bucky furrowed their brows in concern. Though anxious, they felt powerless and decided to join Maria Stark in reviewing the footage. JARVIS soon retrieved the surveillance from the previous day, revealing a scene where Eric Stark, after preparing for young Tony's birthday celebration, intended to rest on the sofa, only to be consumed by a spatial rift. This sight deepened the worry of the three present, as it indicated that Eric Stark had indeed vanished without a trace. They were left in the dark regarding his whereabouts after being engulfed by the rift, and they had no assurance of his survival. After all, anyone falling into such a rift could easily be torn apart by the ensuing spatial storm, and it seemed increasingly unlikely that Eric Stark had survived the ordeal. Miss Carter has yet to be rescued, and now this has happened to Eric. Bucky lamented after a moment of silence. Is there any chance he can come back alive? You're mistaken. Uncle Eric would never perish. He has merely gone out for a bit and will return shortly. Young Tony, who had just woken up, exclaimed in a daze, having overheard their conversation and mistakenly believing his uncle had returned. He rushed out of his room only to find Steve and the others instead. Hearing Bucky's last statement, he glared at him angrily. Steve and the others turned, realizing too late that they had been so consumed with worry that they hadn't noticed young Tony had approached from behind. At that moment, Tony looked at Maria Stark and insisted, Mom, you must tell him that Uncle Eric just went out on an errand and will be back soon. Maria Stark, upon hearing her son's words, found herself at a loss for how to convey the tragic news. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at Tony, struggling to find her voice. As young Tony perceived his mother's silence and sorrowful expression, he sensed something was amiss. Shaking his head, he began to cry, No, you're all liars. Uncle Eric cannot be dead. I refuse to believe it. With that, he ran out of the living room in tears. Seeing this, Maria Stark hastily followed after him. Left behind, the sorrowful Steve and Bucky stood in place, at a loss. Young Tony, weeping, fled the living room and ran to a place where his beloved Uncle Eric Stark had once played with him, only to stumble over a stone. Instead of rising, the fallen Tony remained on the ground, wailing in anguish. Maria Stark, who had hurried after him, gazed at the distraught boy but felt utterly helpless in her attempts to comfort him. She understood the profound significance that Uncle Eric held in Tony's heart. During Howard Stark's absence, it was Eric who had consistently been by Tony's side, sharing meals, bedtime, and playtime. Under Eric's indulgent care, Tony had come to regard him as the most pivotal figure in his life, even surpassing his own father, Howard. Thus, the devastating news of Uncle Eric's possible demise struck Tony with unimaginable force. Witnessing the heart-wrenching scene before her, Maria could not contain her own tears. She was at a loss for how to alleviate Tony's sorrow and chose instead to join him in his lamentation, perhaps believing that through shared sorrow, she might lighten his burden, even if just a little. She gathered young Tony into her arms, weeping alongside him. Time passed unnoticed, and though Tony's voice grew hoarse from crying, he continued to sob. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep, though even in slumber, he occasionally stirred with quiet sobs. Maria, observing Tony's restless sleep, felt a deep pang in her heart, powerless to ease even a fraction of his pain. In her anguish, she could only pray for his strength, hoping he would not remain engulfed in despair. Tenderly, Maria carried Tony back to his room, remaining vigil by his bedside. As she watched him sleep, thoughts of her husband, Howard Stark, surfaced. She knew well the guilt her husband felt for having searched for Eric for over 20 years. If Howard were to learn of Eric's disappearance, he too would be plunged into a chasm of sorrow and despair. The prospect of her husband and son enduring such pain left Maria feeling utterly lost and helpless. She longed to bear their suffering in their stead, yet felt powerless, forced to witness their anguish from the sidelines. The thought of it twisted her heart in agony. Meanwhile, Steve and Bucky found themselves equally at a loss, grappling with the absence of any news regarding Peggy Carter, now compounded by the grim tidings of Eric Stark being consumed by a rift in space. The minds of the two were at a loss as to what their next course of action should be. However, having endured numerous setbacks and anguish, Steve soon summoned the strength to suppress his sorrow and began contemplating how to seek information about Peggy Carter. Just as Steve felt overwhelmed and uncertain, Howard Stark, who had devised his own plan, reached out to him. Howard sent a location for Steve to rendezvous. As Steve gazed at the message from Howard on the communicator, he hesitated over whether to inform Howard about the fate of Eric Stark, who had been consumed by a temporal rift, leaving his life in uncertainty. After much deliberation, Steve resolved to deliver this grim news in person when they met, fearing that if he revealed it now, Howard might succumb to despair without anyone to support him. Chapter 53. The controlled Peggy Carter. Soon, Steve and Bucky arrived at the location indicated by Howard Stark. Howard had been waiting for them for quite some time. Upon seeing Steve and Bucky, Howard joyfully embraced them, exclaiming, "It's been a long time, Steve, Bucky." The two friends, witnessing Howard's exuberance, wished to convey the news of Eric Stark's fate, consumed by the temporal rift. Yet, the words eluded them, and they could only muster forced smiles, replying, "Indeed. It has been a while." Noticing the strained smiles on their faces, Howard furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it, Steve? Is something wrong?" Steve and Bucky, upon hearing Howard's question, averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. A sense of foreboding washed over Howard as he observed their discomfort, prompting him to press further. "Steve, what has happened? Please tell me." Seeing Howard's anxious demeanor, Steve opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. The ominous feeling in Howard's heart intensified as he turned his gaze towards Bucky, silently imploring him to reveal the truth. Bucky, feeling the weight of Howard's stare, sorrowfully confessed, "It is Eric. He has been consumed by the rift, and his fate remains unknown." Upon hearing Bucky's words, Howard's expression became vacant, rendered speechless, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Steve and Bucky hastily rushed to assist him, but Howard pushed them away, yearning for solitude. Sitting on the ground, Howard's face oscillated between laughter and tears, his eyes reddened yet unable to shed a single tear, clearly spiraling into despair. Witnessing Howard's breakdown, Steve and Bucky felt a profound ache in their hearts, yet they understood the necessity for Howard to find strength. Hence, Steve gently reassured him, "Howard, do not despair too deeply. We cannot yet ascertain Eric's fate. Perhaps he is still alive, waiting for us to rescue him. You must find the strength within. For Tony and Mrs. Maria still need you." Steve was uncertain if his words would truly bolster Howard's spirits. He was acutely aware that the likelihood of Eric Stark surviving the rift was exceedingly slim, and even if he were alive, locating him would pose a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Steve felt compelled to speak thus, for only through instilling a glimmer of hope could he inspire Howard to rise again. As anticipated, Howard, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly brightened, akin to a desperate soul grasping the last straw of salvation. "Yes, you are right. Eric must still be alive. He is waiting for me to rescue him. I will find him again." Howard Stark spoke with unwavering conviction, as if addressing Steve while simultaneously engaging in a self-affirmation. Upon witnessing Howard regain his composure, Steve promptly assisted him to his feet and, with a smile, asserted, "Our immediate priority is to rescue Agent Carter. Afterwards, we shall devise a plan to bring Eric back." Howard Stark, upon hearing Steve's words, nodded resolutely and replied, "Indeed, let us first extricate Miss Carter." Subsequently, he shared his strategy with Steve and Bucky. Thus, the trio commenced their mission to dismantle the military's experimental facilities. Upon learning that the American government was subjecting civilians to inhumane experiments, both Steve and Bucky were filled with indignation and profound disappointment towards their nation's leadership. Consequently, they approached the destruction of the military bases with fervor, virtually reducing each facility to rubble. Just as Howard, Steve, and Bucky were wreaking havoc at the fourth base, the twin brothers finally made their appearance. The brothers glared furiously at Howard, Steve, and Bucky, seething, "You scoundrels. Are you intent on betraying this country? Do you have any idea how much the military has lost due to your actions?" In response, Howard Stark scoffed, "It is not we who have betrayed this country. It is you who have betrayed its people." Steve echoed with determination, "No matter how many experimental facilities you possess, we shall dismantle every single one." The twin brothers, angered by their defiance, retorted with disdain, "Do you truly believe we are powerless against you?" With that, they clapped their hands, and a golden armored figure emerged from behind the wall, eliciting a swift alertness from Howard, Steve, and Bucky. Unable to contain himself, Steve demanded of the twins, "Where have you taken Carter? Release her at once." The brothers, smirking, replied, "Isn't she right before you?" Startled, Steve widened his eyes as realization dawned upon him. Could that golden knight be? Indeed, the brothers interjected, "This knight is a creation born of Peggy Carter. She is now under our control." Rage surged within Steve, compelling him to charge forward to rescue Peggy. However, before he could act, the twins uttered words that further enraged him. "We advise you not to act recklessly, or else her head may explode." They brandished a remote control, ensuring Steve understood that the device was in their possession. Steve was seething with rage upon witnessing the scene, yet the sight of the remote controls in their hands rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. He could only fixate on the twin brothers with a gaze brimming with lethal intent. Noticing that Steve and his companions were reluctant to make a move, the twins began to articulate their demands. "Howard, swiftly hand over the night system data and all the filled vials. Otherwise, do not blame us for the dire consequences that may follow." Upon hearing the twins' words, Howard Stark immediately countered, "What if I surrender the night system data and the vials? And you prove to be untrustworthy?" At that moment, Steve interjected, "Indeed, you must first relinquish the controllers." The twins, with a cold smirk, retorted, "You have no choice. Either surrender the night system data and the vials, or witness Peggy Carter's demise." Chapter 54. A rift with the American government. Upon hearing the words of the twin brothers, Howard Stark hesitated, troubled by the thought that even if he relinquished the night system data and the full bottles, the twins might still not release Peggy Carter. At that moment, Peggy, transformed into Kamen Rider Decade, suddenly interjected, "Howard, do not hand over the night system data and full bottles to them. Otherwise, the military will be able to mass-produce even more formidable knights." At that time, however, before Peggy could finish her sentence, the twins tormented her with their controller, leaving her writhing in agony on the ground. Steve, witnessing Peggy's suffering, turned to Howard Stark with urgency. "Howard, you." Yet, before Steve could finish, Howard nodded to indicate his understanding, signaling that no further words were needed. Subsequently, Howard deactivated his transformation, removed his belt, and threw all the full bottles to the twin brothers. After collecting the belt and the full bottles, the twins still did not release Peggy. Instead, they pressed a button on the controller, forcibly controlling Peggy's consciousness, taunting, "We hope you enjoy the next phase." They then utilized a smoke bomb to make their exit. Once the twins departed, Peggy stood up stiffly from the ground, resembling a robot. After pausing momentarily, she charged towards Howard Stark and the others. Upon witnessing this, Steve was overtaken by a surge of murderous intent but found no outlet for his rage. Observing that Steve was on the brink of losing control, Howard quickly advised, "Steve, see if you can knock Miss Carter out. If that fails, we will devise another plan to break her free from their control." Steve, upon hearing this, managed to regain some composure, yet he resolved to eliminate the twin brothers at the first opportunity. Thus, Howard stepped aside, allowing Steve and Bucky to attempt to subdue Peggy. Although Steve and Bucky were slightly stronger than Peggy in her Grice form, they found themselves hesitant to unleash their full might. Moreover, Peggy, under control, adeptly wielded various tools, making it difficult for Steve and Bucky to subdue her in the heat of the struggle. After some time, Steve finally seized an opportunity, delivering a precise strike to Peggy's neck, rendering her unconscious. However, just as Steve and Bucky exhaled in relief, Peggy unexpectedly rose again, resuming her battle against them. Watching from the sidelines, Howard Stark furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a viable solution to rescue Peggy. The situation had reached an impasse, with no immediate ideas. Howard could only instruct Steve and Bucky to deactivate Peggy's transformation and secure her for examination back at the base. Soon, Steve and Bucky seized Peggy Carter's belt, forcing her transformation to cease. They bound her with cables and transported her back to the base they had previously used in their confrontation with the formidable doctor. Upon inspection, Howard Stark discovered that the chip embedded in Peggy's mind required exceptionally delicate techniques for removal. Any attempt at forceful extraction could result in irreparable damage to her brain, the consequences of which were utterly unpredictable. Unfortunately, they found themselves without anyone capable of performing the necessary surgery, and Peggy, in her current state of struggle, was in no position to undergo such a procedure. Thus, the only choice that lay before Howard and his companions was to reclaim the controller from the twin brothers and seek an opportunity to extract the control chip from Peggy's mind. However, they were utterly unaware of the twins' whereabouts, let alone how to retrieve the controller. Consequently, Howard, Steve, and Bucky found themselves ensnared in a predicament. As Howard pondered how to locate the twin brothers, Steve, watching Peggy's relentless struggles, exclaimed in frustration, "Since we cannot find them, let us compel them to find us. Bucky and I will dismantle all their bases. They will have no choice but to emerge." Upon hearing Steve's words, Howard contemplated and replied, "The 4 bases we previously destroyed took me considerable time to uncover, and currently, we possess no information on any other locations. They emerged last time because I held something they desired, yet now they have obtained what they sought, making it considerably more challenging to lure them out. Perhaps we should leak news of the military's human experiments to the press. That would surely agitate them and draw them out with ease. However, the consequence of this action would be that we would become targets of the military and government." Steve, reflecting on Howard's statement, found himself in a state of indecision. While he yearned to free Peggy from her control, he was reluctant to place his friends in the peril of being hunted by an entire nation, especially considering Howard had a young son. Yet, Howard, observing Steve's hesitation, smiled and remarked, "There is no need for doubt. I have been at odds with the military for so long that they will inevitably turn against me. Previously, they refrained from issuing a pursuit order because they had yet to acquire the night system data and the fully equipped modules I possess. However, they have now obtained this information and will likely dispatch someone to hunt us down soon. I have also prepared to send Tony and Maria to a safe location, so you need not hesitate." Upon hearing Howard's words, Steve recognized that Howard aimed to alleviate his guilt through this approach. Moved, he replied, "Thank you, Howard." Howard, with a chuckle, responded, "Let us refrain from such sentiments between us. Now, let us prepare for the battle that lies ahead." Upon hearing this, Steve chuckled and nodded at Howard Stark. 3 days later, Howard Stark discreetly transported Tony Stark and Maria Stark to a clandestine safe haven known only to a select few. He then utilized his secretly copied night system data to fabricate a new belt, and based on the perilous triggers provided by Evolto, he crafted both the double rabbit and double tank bottles. Thus, despite having lost his belt and all fully stocked bottles, Howard Stark regained the ability to transform once more into Kamen Rider build, now with enhanced strength. With everything meticulously prepared, Howard Stark and his companions divulged to the owner of a newspaper the incriminating information and footage of the United States military conducting human experimentation. They initially believed that the newspaper would hesitate to publish such a story and intended to approach several other publications for further attempts. Chapter 55. The confrontation with the twin brothers. Unexpectedly, the proprietor of the newspaper immediately recognized the immense profit that could be derived from this news. Without hesitation, he agreed to Howard Stark and his associates to disseminate this news that had the potential to incite turmoil across America. However, given the explosive nature of the information, a single newspaper was insufficient to contain such a significant story. Consequently, the newspaper that acquired the materials and footage collaborated with several other publications to report the major news overnight. In a single night, this sensational news spread throughout the streets and alleys of America. From octogenarians to 6-year-olds, everyone became aware of the military's inhumane human experimentation. As a result, a multitude of American citizens began to march, demanding the resignation of the president and a satisfactory response from the government. This news left the president, upon waking, utterly shocked, rendering him unconscious. He realized his reign was over. With the number of protesters escalating, officials within the American government found themselves in a dire situation, compelled to provide the public with a reasonable explanation to quell their fury and avert a potential coup. Thus, the president, who had once dreamt of global dominance, was ousted and imprisoned, awaiting his final judgment. Meanwhile, in an upscale restaurant, Evolto, who was dining in a private room, was taken aback upon hearing this news. He had not anticipated that Howard Stark and his associates would risk government and military persecution to expose the transgressions of the American government. After his initial surprise, Evolto found the situation rather amusing. Glancing at the news of the imprisoned president, he chuckled and remarked, "Let me add a touch more intrigue to this affair." He then conjured a doppelganger to possess the body of the American president. As the nation descended into chaos, Howard Stark and his companions finally attracted the attention of the twin brothers. The brothers furiously shouted at Stark and his allies, "You fools, look at what you've done." Due to the president's fall from grace, the military intended to use the twins as scapegoats to pacify the enraged populace. Not wishing to meet a similar fate, the twins escaped and found themselves branded as wanted criminals. Just yesterday, they were high-ranking officers, yet this morning, they awoke to find themselves fugitives. This drastic turn of events filled the twins with overwhelming rage. Upon hearing their frantic outbursts, Howard Stark responded with a sardonic smile. "This is merely the consequence of your own actions." The twins, incensed by his words, brandished their nebulous smoke guns and transformed into the masked heroes, Kamen Rider Remicon Bros and Engineer Bros, intent on exacting revenge on Howard Stark and his companions. In response, Stark and his allies also transformed, preparing to engage in battle with the twin brothers. Although Howard Stark, along with Steve and Bucky, outnumbered the twin brothers by 1, The latter's seamless cooperation momentarily resulted in a stalemate. Nevertheless, the twins' strength paled in comparison to that of Steve. Had it not been for Steve's lack of proficiency in ranged combat, the twins' synergy would have been insufficient to withstand the onslaught of Howard and his companions. Despite this, as time passed, the twins gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against the increasingly synchronized trio. Observing the growing harmony among Steve's group, the twins decisively distanced themselves after a fierce exchange. Then, to the astonishment of Howard, Steve, and Bucky, the twins merged into a new night. Post-merger, while the twins' power surged, they opted not to engage in close-quarters combat with Howard and his companions. They had discerned during their previous encounters that Steve and Bucky excelled in melee combat, thus, continuing to fight them up close would be unwise. Consequently, the newly formed twins initiated a ranged assault against Howard and his group. With their enhanced attack power and speed, they adeptly retreated while simultaneously striking, denying Steve and Bucky any opportunity to close the distance. Incredibly, they managed to suppress Howard and his allies in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Given that Steve and Bucky were largely incapable of ranged attacks, they found themselves on the receiving end of the assault. Fortunately, both Steve and Bucky possessed considerable defensive capabilities, allowing them to endure the barrage without sustaining significant harm. As Howard Stark, now in his dual tank form, emerged as the sole individual capable of launching a counterattack, the burden of the situation fell squarely upon him. However, he momentarily struggled to devise a strategy to halt the twins' relentless assault. While contemplating his next move, Howard suddenly spotted a water tank behind the twins and an idea sparked in his mind. He stealthily maneuvered the twins toward the tank's position. Then, feigning a missed shot, he unexpectedly struck the tank, sending it crashing down upon them. The twins, however, had long anticipated Howard's ploy and were not easily deceived. The merged twins scoffed, declaring, "You are too naive. I have already seen through your intentions." In an instant, they raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage, obliterating the tank without allowing a single shard to strike them. Yet, as the cascading water enveloped the twins, Howard's lips curled into a slight smile as he called out to Bucky. Bucky, quickly attack the water flowing from the tank with lightning. Upon hearing this, the twins suddenly realized the trap they had fallen into, their expressions darkening as they exclaimed, "This is bad. We've been deceived." Completely engulfed by the water, they now faced the grim reality that they were cornered from every direction. Yet, even if they stood still, the splashes of water would still cascade upon them. Upon hearing Howard Stark's call, Bucky, though perplexed by the reason, instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the descending splashes, driven by trust. In an instant, all the splashes shimmered with Bucky's electric attack, cascading down onto the now united twin brothers. Consequently, the twins were rendered utterly paralyzed by the electric shock. Observing this, Howard Stark promptly executed a decisive attack against the immobilized twins. Steve, witnessing the scene, hastily activated his sole-ranged finishing move, the King's Stone Flash, targeting the twin brothers. A chilling scream echoed as the twins were struck by the 2 lethal blows, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Chapter 56. Evolto seeks an alliance with Howard just as Howard Stark and his companions believed they had vanquished the twin brothers. The elder sibling suddenly revealed a controller belonging to Peggy Carter, laughing maniacally as he declared, "Since we cannot survive, let us take your companion with us to the grave." Howard Stark and Steve were taken aback, unable to fathom that he would drag Peggy Carter down with him in death. However, it was too late for them to intervene. As despair washed over Steve, witnessing the elder brother poised to press the self-destruct button, a gunshot rang out, shattering the elder brother's hand and the controller he held. The stunned trio of Howard Stark, Steve, and the elder twin immediately turned toward the source of the gunfire, discovering Evolto, transformed into Bloodstock, still aiming his weapon. In a fit of rage, the elder brother emitted a furious cry upon realizing it was Evolto who had fired, before disintegrating into particles of light. Howard Stark and his companions were still reeling from this unexpected turn of events when Evolto, noticing their stunned expressions, casually slung his gun over his shoulder and approached them, greeting them with a nod. At this moment, Howard Stark's trio regained their composure. A grateful Steve promptly expressed his sincere thanks to Evolto, saying, "Regardless of who you are, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention." Steve felt a surge of relief. When he saw the elder brother brandishing the controller to detonate the chip in Peggy Carter's head, despair had begun to envelop him. The sudden appearance of Evolto, who shattered the controller and saved Peggy, filled Steve with profound gratitude, causing his gaze toward Evolto to soften considerably. Upon hearing Steve's gratitude, Evolto turned his attention to him, smiling as he replied, "No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort." As Steve and Evolto conversed, Howard Stark, now regaining his wits, posed a question that had been troubling him. "How did you come to be here? What compels you to assist us this time?" However, instead of directly answering Howard Stark's inquiry, Evolto responded, "This is not an opportune place for discussion. Follow me. Once we are away from here, I shall reveal my purpose for being here and a secret you are yet unaware of." With that, Evolto deactivated his transformation and gestured for Howard Stark and his companions to follow him, leading the way. A secret unknown to us? Although Howard Stark felt a surge of curiosity, he recognized that this was indeed not a suitable location for a conversation. After exchanging a glance with Steve and Bucky, the trio reverted from their transformed states and hastily pursued Evolto, following him from the location. Evolto subsequently led Howard Stark and the others to an abandoned factory, devoid of human presence. Upon finally halting, Howard Stark eagerly addressed Evolto, inquiring, "Now you may speak, correct?" In response, Evolto nodded and revealed his intentions. "I have come to forge an alliance with you against my fellow kin." This declaration left Howard Stark and the others further perplexed. Howard Stark then inquired, voicing their collective confusion, "Why ally with us against your kind?" Upon hearing this, Evolto smiled faintly and replied, "This is the secret I am about to disclose." With that, Evolto detached himself from the American officer's body, transforming before the astonished gazes of Howard Stark and the others into the original form of Eiji Saruji. The American officer, now freed from Evolto's possession, collapsed unconscious to the ground. The restored Evolto observed the shocked expressions of Howard Stark and his companions, smiling silently as he allowed them a moment to regain their composure. After a brief silence, Steve, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "What the heck? You are an alien." At this moment, Howard Stark added, "I had suspected the existence of extraterrestrial life on Earth, but I never imagined I would actually encounter an alien today." His excitement was palpable as he gazed at Evolto, a desire to study him bubbling within. Bucky, equally astonished, found himself at a loss for words as Steve and Howard Stark monopolized the conversation, leaving him to simply stare wide-eyed at Evolto. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Howard Stark's gaze, Evolto swiftly shifted the topic, stating, "Our blood clan has traversed the cosmos in pursuit of consuming the energy of planets, leading to the devastation of those we deplete." He continued, "Initially, my purpose in coming to Earth was to absorb its energy, but unforeseen circumstances granted me human emotions and sensations, setting me apart from my kin. After residing on this planet for some time, I grew fond of it and wished to prevent its destruction. Unfortunately, another of my kin accompanied me to Earth. Yet he lacks the emotional depth I possess and continues to devise plans to siphon Earth's energy. The barrier in the sky is a construct of his design, created using the Pandora's box to facilitate the consumption of Earth's energy. Once Pandora's box has absorbed all the power contained within the filled vessels, it will enable the construction of the Pandora's tower from the barrier. In due time, he will harness the energy of the Earth to bring about its destruction. And my current power is insufficient to defeat him. Thus, I seek to ally with you to prevent his annihilation of our planet." Upon hearing Evolto's words, Howard Stark was indeed distracted, exclaiming, "What?" Steve and Bucky, after listening to Evolto, were equally astonished but began to comprehend the underlying reasons, furrowing their brows and remarking, "No wonder the sky wall suddenly appeared over America. Is this the cause?" After recovering from his shock, Howard Stark regained his composure and, regarding Evolto with a steady gaze, articulated, "Even if what you say is true, why should we believe that you would confront your own kin to safeguard the Earth? Let us not forget that your initial purpose for coming to this planet was to absorb its energy. We cannot place our full trust in your words." Chapter 57. Evolto's escape from prison. Upon hearing Howard Stark's analysis, Steve and Bucky also calmed down, beginning to regard Evolto with a sense of skepticism, sensing their lingering doubt. Evolto felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He rubbed his temples and continued, "While your skepticism is understandable, I genuinely wish to protect the Earth. Unlike my fellow kin, I possess humanity, which allows me to experience the profound satisfaction of life on this planet, whereas their sole intent is destruction. Moreover, he has already seized all the full bottles, and it is only a matter of time before he constructs the Pandora Tower. If you do not act swiftly to thwart him, the Earth may face annihilation." With that, Evolto relinquished the decision-making authority to Howard Stark and his companions. Howard Stark, still harboring doubts, hesitated to fully trust Evolto's words. At that moment, Steve interjected, "Howard, regardless of the truth of his claims, we cannot ignore the impending crisis facing the Earth. We must destroy the sky wall. We should proceed with caution to achieve our objective." Evolto added, "Furthermore, the opportunity you had to study the Night System was orchestrated by me. Even your escape with the Night System and the full bottles was facilitated by my intervention. Did you truly believe you could slip away unnoticed? Everything I have done is to prevent my kin from harnessing the full power of the bottles to obliterate the Earth. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would relinquish all the full bottles in a bid to save your companion." Reflecting on Steve and Evolto's words, Howard Stark recalled his own audacious escape from the research facility, which had occurred without detection. With this realization, he felt inclined to trust Evolto. He spoke, "Very well. We shall ally with you." Hearing Howard Stark's willingness to ally, Evolto smiled and said, "From now on, you may call me Evolto. That is my true name." Howard Stark nodded in acknowledgement. Evolto understood. Now, tell us how we can thwart your kin. Evolto responded with a smile. My kin are immensely powerful, with your current strength. You cannot hope to stop them. Thus, you must attain even greater power. Howard Stark, puzzled, inquired, how can we acquire this enhanced strength? Evolto, contemplating, realized he could not simply divulge the need to create the genius full bottles. Moreover, I am unaware of the technique required to create the genius full bottles. Thus, Evolto could only suggest, perhaps you might consider utilizing the panels of the Pandora's box to explore the development of formidable enhancement items. Upon hearing Evolto's counsel, Howard Stark merely nodded and replied, I understand. I shall endeavor to create more powerful enhancement tools. Evolto, sensing the gravity of the situation, solemnly urged, you must act swiftly. Our time is limited. Recognizing the urgency in Evolto's demeanor, Howard Stark gravely nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I understand. After this exchange, Evolto refrained from further discourse, offered a brief farewell, and departed. Following Evolto's exit, Howard Stark and his companions hastened back to their base. Upon their return, Steve wasted no time and immediately rushed to meet Peggy Carter. Howard Stark proceeded directly to the laboratory, commencing his research on the panels of Pandora's box, eager to fabricate new enhancement items as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Bucky, feeling abandoned as Steve and Howard rushed off, retreated to the training room to commence his own rigorous training to grow stronger. At that very moment, while Howard Stark and his companions were fervently engaged in their respective endeavors within an American governmental prison, Evolto's doppelganger had taken possession of the American president. Suddenly, the president's eyes glowed red as he retrieved the evolution driver from behind, securing it around his waist. He then produced the Cobra full bottle and the Night System full bottle, shaking them before inserting them into the driver after activating their switches. With a few deft movements and a flourish of sound effects, he transformed into Kamen Rider Evolto in his Cobra form. Effortlessly, he shattered the prison walls and strode out. The piercing sirens of the prison blared in response. Yet, the Evolto doppelganger remained unfazed, leisurely making his way toward the exit amidst the cacophony of alarms. Before he could reach the prison's exit, he was surrounded by numerous guards who had rushed in response to the alarms, weapons drawn. Halt! Raise your hands and surrender! The guards shouted at the Evolto doppelganger. However, he appeared oblivious to their commands, completely disregarding the guards encircling him, continuing his advance without hesitation. The guards, seeing that the Evolto doppelganger was unresponsive, issued a command, open fire, now? Instantly, a barrage of gunfire erupted as each guard unleashed their weaponry. Countless bullets erupted from their firearms, striking the Evolto doppelganger, yet he remained impervious to the onslaught, pressing forward without a hint of pause. The prison guards across the way were taken aback upon witnessing the indomitable Evolto doppelganger, unfazed by bullets. A wave of panic washed over them, as they could not comprehend the sudden appearance of this creature within the confines of the prison. As Evolto drew nearer, their trepidation reached a crescendo. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled in disarray, scrambling to escape, unwilling to linger any longer. Evolto, however, paid them little mind. He held no interest in this swarm of insects and had no desire to squander time in pursuit. Yet, should they choose to obstruct his departure, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Fortunately for the guards, they lacked the resolve to face certain death. After scattering in fear, they vanished into hiding, failing to return and impede the exit of the Evolto doppelganger. Thus, with an air of audacity, Evolto strode confidently out of the prison, under the watchful eyes of both terrified inmates and guards. Chapter 58. My tomb has been robbed long after the Evolto doppelganger had escaped from the prison. The warden gulped and finally regained his composure from the panic. He hastily rushed back to his office to report the news of the American president's escape, who had been possessed by the Evolto doppelganger, to his superiors. Upon receiving this alarming information, the higher-ups promptly informed the officials of the American government. Consequently, when all the officials witnessed the footage of the Evolto doppelganger casually demolishing the prison walls and then nonchalantly evading gunfire to flee, a sense of dread enveloped them. They feared that the American president might seek revenge against them out of spite. However, they were overthinking. The Evolto doppelganger would not squander time pursuing them, mere ants. Instead, he would wait for the opportune moment to obliterate half of America. Meanwhile, in a distant location on Earth, a group of 7 or 8 middle-aged men stealthily arrived in a remote mountainous area. Each of them, with shifty eyes, carried a travel backpack. The purpose of their visit unknown. Upon reaching a certain spot, the leader retrieved an ancient-looking map from his pocket for comparison. After surveying the surroundings, he pointed to a specific location and declared, Monkey, that should be the entrance to our destination. Let's begin digging from there. The individual referred to as Monkey appeared to be a lean young man, his eyes occasionally glinting with a cunning spark. Upon hearing this, Monkey eagerly approached the leader and inquired, Brother, should we start digging now or wait until nightfall? The leader surveyed the area and replied, We are deep in the mountains, and it's unlikely we'll be seen by anyone. Let us start now. All right. Monkey responded enthusiastically and led the others to the location indicated by the leader. Once there, they produced ropes, explosives, and a Luoyang shovel from their backpacks and began their excavation. Unbeknownst to many, they were a band of tomb robbers. Several hours later, they had indeed unearthed a burial passage. Upon this discovery, the group was filled with exhilaration, momentarily forgetting the fatigue of their labor. The leader, gazing at the entrance of the revealed tomb passage, shared his excitement with the group, stating, "According to our findings, this tomb is of considerable antiquity. If we succeed this time, we shall never have to worry about sustenance again. We won't need to engage in such morally questionable activities any longer." The group, upon hearing this, grew even more animated and eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, let us hurry and descend to claim the treasures." Observing their impatience, the leader chuckled and admonished, "What is the rush? Haste makes waste." He then led the group into the tomb passage one by one. The tomb was not particularly large, and after a few minutes of walking, the band of tomb robbers arrived at the main burial chamber. In the center of the chamber stood 2 stone coffins. As the group realized they had only walked for a few minutes to reach the main burial chamber, disappointment washed over them. One among them remarked, "Brother, this tomb is so small, surely there can't be anything of value here." The leader shared their sentiment, but endeavored to uplift the spirits of the others, saying, "Fear not. As long as we uncover a single valuable item, our worries about sustenance will be alleviated. Let us be vigilant and not overlook any treasures." Thus, the group commenced a meticulous search for valuable artifacts within the chamber, yet their efforts yielded no discoveries. A palpable gloom settled over them, and doubts began to creep in regarding the existence of any valuables within the tomb. The leader's expression mirrored their dismay, yet he remained resolute, stating, "The burial goods must surely be placed within the sarcophagus. We shall open it." The others, sensing the validity of his claim, rallied behind him. Under his guidance, they approached 2 stone sarcophagi, intent on prying open the one on the right. After considerable exertion, they finally managed to remove the lid. As it was set aside, the sight within the sarcophagus was revealed: a male body clad in simple garments, a belt adorned with a large gemstone encircling his waist. The body appeared remarkably lifelike, hardly resembling that of someone long deceased. As the group continued to examine the contents of the sarcophagus, a sudden scream from Monkey startled them all. Anger flared among the group as they turned to him, demanding an explanation for his outburst that nearly frightened them to death. However, Monkey, trembling and wide-eyed, pointed towards the body and stammered, "Why, you all need to listen. He seems to still be breathing." Panic ensued as they strained to listen, and indeed, the sound of breath emanated from the man lying within the sarcophagus. Instantly, they recoiled in terror, huddling together in search of comfort. Their rapid heartbeats and trembling limbs rendered their frantic movements almost comical, yet no one present could muster a laugh, clinging tightly to one another. After a considerable time, someone managed to regain composure, albeit with a trembling voice, stating, "Brother, could it be that we have encountered a zombie? Perhaps we should flee." The others fervently nodded in agreement. However, the leader, upon hearing this, scoffed and declared with authority, "What does it matter if it's a zombie or a rice dumpling? Should it dare rise, I shall shoot it down without hesitation." With that, he drew a handgun from his waist, gesturing for the others to remain calm. Seeing the firearm in the leader's hand, the group's anxiety began to diminish, yet Monkey, still gripped by fear, suggested, "What if we cannot defeat this zombie? It might spell our doom if we attempt to flee." The leader, observing the monkey still uttering despondent remarks, swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of its head, rebuking, "You coward! What are you afraid of? Did you not see the magnificent gem on his belt? If we acquire it, our fortunes will be made. Even if he rises, I refuse to believe he can disregard my bullets." The others, upon hearing this, were invigorated, echoing, "The boss is right, Monkey. Your courage is woefully lacking." Seeing that his companions were unwilling to heed his counsel, the monkey chose to remain silent, harboring skepticism about anyone's ability to withstand bullets. Thus, the group hesitantly approached the stone sarcophagus once more. Gazing upon the man still lying within, eyes shut, they collectively exhaled in relief, though a sense of dread lingered. The leader, with the gem belt tantalizingly close, felt a surge of excitement amidst his trepidation. He then inquired of the group, "Who among you will retrieve the belt?" Chapter 59. The enraged Daguba upon meeting the gaze of their leader, the crowd hastily shook their heads, signaling their unwillingness to retrieve the item. The foremost among them, noticing their reluctance, expressed his irritation, exclaiming, "Can you not show a bit of ambition? Must you cower at such trivial matters? What use are you?" At that moment, someone spoke up, "Boss, we are simply timid. Why don't you go and get it?" The others nodded in agreement. Their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at their leader. The leader glared fiercely at the speaker, yet he knew he could not allow himself to be humiliated after boasting so boldly. Thus, he swallowed hard and, under the expectant stares of the crowd, trembled as he extended his hands towards his belt. Upon feeling the belt, he glanced at the figure lying within the stone coffin. Noticing that the figure had neither opened its eyes nor exhibited any changes, he finally felt a sense of relief. After a moment of fumbling, he forcefully yanked the belt from the man's body, just as he held the belt triumphantly before the crowd. The man who had still been breathing in the coffin instantaneously turned to ash. The crowd gasped in shock, momentarily believing they had succumbed to an illusion. Rubbing their eyes and looking again, they confirmed that the man was indeed gone. Confused, they turned their gazes towards their leader, seeking an explanation for the mysterious occurrence. Feeling awkward under their scrutiny, the leader was at a loss, as he too did not understand why the man had disintegrated into ashes. However, as the elder brother, it was unfathomable to admit ignorance before his subordinates. Thus, caught in a dilemma, he cleared his throat and, with his limited high school education, fabricated an explanation. This is undoubtedly due to the belt. The man was already dead. It was merely the belt that made him appear alive. Thus, when I removed it, he instantly turned to ash. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded vigorously, praising him. Truly the elder brother, your knowledge surpasses ours. The leader felt a surge of satisfaction at their flattery, thinking to himself how easily they were deceived. Otherwise, he would have been severely embarrassed. As the crowd continued to commend him, the monkey seemed to harbor many lingering questions. He intended to inquire further, but upon meeting the leader's murderous glare, he swallowed his words and refrained from asking. After this incident, the group promptly resolved to open another stone coffin. However, unlike the first, this coffin bore a massive stone lock and peculiar engravings, appearing to be intentionally designed to seal whatever lay within. As they gazed at the coffin, which seemed to be sealed with purpose, a sense of apprehension crept into their hearts. One individual voiced, "Boss, could it be that a monster is truly sealed inside this coffin?" The leader retorted angrily, "Stop frightening yourselves. There are no monsters in this world. It appears that the master of the tomb has fashioned the coffin in such a manner to instill fear within us." Upon hearing this, the crowd found it rather plausible. Thus, at the command of their leader, they commenced preparations to open the second stone sarcophagus. However, this particular sarcophagus proved to be even more resistant than the first. After employing some explosives, they finally managed to create a small opening in the coffin's lid. Little did they know that at the moment of the explosion, a white creature lying within the coffin had abruptly opened its eyes. For reasons unknown, it chose to close its eyes once more, refraining from breaking free from its confinement. This white creature was none other than Daguba, the king of the ancient Longqi clan. Meanwhile, the crowd rejoiced at the sight of the newly created gap in the sarcophagus, blissfully unaware of the imminent peril approaching them. After a brief respite, they resumed their efforts to pry open the coffin lid. Yet, it seemed far heavier than they had anticipated. With no other choice, their leader stepped forward to assist. "Monkey, hold on to the belt. I will help, whatever you do. Don't let it fall, or you shall face dire consequences." After issuing this warning to the monkey, the leader joined the others in their endeavor to open the coffin lid. Through their collective strength, they gradually pushed the lid aside. However, before they could celebrate their success, Daguba suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. With a swift motion, he struck down the two closest individuals, sending them crashing against the wall. They had no time to scream before their insides were obliterated, and they perished in a shower of blood. The abrupt turn of events filled the crowd with terror, for they had never imagined that a monster truly resided within the coffin. Yet, it was too late for any words of caution. In a panic, they began to flee in all directions. Daguba, however, was not inclined to let them escape so easily. Awakened from his slumber by their disturbance, he was determined to eliminate them all to quell his wrath. Shortly after the crowd fled the tomb, Daguba pursued them. It was as if he were toying with his prey, casually dispatching them while emitting light, mocking laughter. In no time, only the monkey and their elder brother remained among the group. The leader, witnessing the monster slaughtering the others, was gripped by an overwhelming fear. He did not wish to die, he desired to survive. Yet, upon seeing the equally terrified monkey beside him, he seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, his fearful gaze transforming into one of determination. "Monkey, I will hold it off for you. Seize the opportunity and flee with all your speed." After casting a profound glance at the monkey, the leader picked up a wooden stick and charged toward the pursuing monster. "Brother!" the monkey cried out in anguish, halting in his tracks at the sight of his sibling rushing toward the creature on his behalf. Among the group, they were the only two who had relied on one another since childhood, while the others were merely subordinates of the leader. Others had already fallen victim to this monstrous creature, and now, in a desperate bid to afford his younger brother a fleeting chance of escape, his own brother willingly embraced his demise. This anguish pierced the monkey's heart, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Yet upon hearing the monkey's desperate cries, the leader, without glancing back, bellowed, "Do not stop, flee at once." He then raised a wooden stick and charged towards Daguba. However, he stood no chance against Daguba, who effortlessly sent him flying with a mere strike, shattering his ribs and rendering him incapable of rising again. Witnessing his brother being hurled away by Daguba, The monkey instinctively yearned to rush to his aid. Yet before he could make a move, his brother, blood spilling from his mouth, noticed that the monkey still stood frozen in place, refusing to flee. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he shouted in a fit of rage, "Run!" Upon hearing his brother's fervent plea, the monkey hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately chose to turn and escape. Chapter 60. My belt fell into the hands of Wenwu. I exerted every ounce of strength to flee, unwilling to let my brother's goodwill go to waste. My brother, who lay on the ground, smiled with a sense of relief as he witnessed my retreat. At that moment, Dagobah passed by him and resumed the pursuit of my escape. Yet, my brother would not allow Dagobah to continue hunting me. He desperately grasped Dagobah's ankle with all his might. Dagobah looked down in confusion, wondering how this man still clung to life. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for he could kill him once more. This time, he would snap his neck directly. Thus, Dagobah halted his advance, shook off my brother's grip, and seized him by the throat, lifting him into the air. However, my brother, unable to breathe, felt no fear of death. Instead, he gazed longingly in the direction of my escape, silently praying, "Farewell, brother. You must survive." But before he could complete his prayer, Dagobah twisted his neck, carelessly discarding his lifeless body onto the ground. After slaying my brother, Dagobah could no longer see me. Yet, he paid it no mind and continued his pursuit at a leisurely pace. To him, it was merely a game to pass the time after waking, a delight in watching his prey flee in terror, only to extinguish their lives in despair upon capture. Such a chase was what brought Dagobah amusement. Meanwhile, under my brother's protection, I fled without pause. The fear within me, coupled with my brother's last words, propelled me forward, leaving no room to dwell on the pain in my heart. I ran with all my strength, seeking to escape the anguish, until eventually, I could no longer endure. Stumbling upon a loose stone, I fell, utterly drained of energy. Darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. Perhaps my brother's prayer bore fruit, as I collapsed near a stronghold of the Ten Rings army established by Wenwu. Shortly after my unconsciousness, I was discovered by patrolling members of the Ten Rings. In the past, they would have shown no concern for the life of an ordinary person, for they held little regard for such matters. However, since Wenwu's marriage to Ingli, he had reformed the army's ethos, pledging to assist Taro Village against the forces of darkness. Previously, Wenwu's actions with the Ten Rings would not have categorized him as a virtuous man, but his union with Ingli transformed his desires. He no longer wished to be a villain. He sought to support her in the fight against malignity, thus altering the objectives and methods of his subordinates within the Ten Rings army. Consequently, I, still clutching my belt in a state of unconsciousness, was taken to the Ten Rings stronghold for treatment. Yet, this decision would ultimately bring disaster upon that very stronghold. About an hour after the monkey was brought back to the stronghold, Dagobah, following the scent of the monkey, discovered the location. Upon realizing Dagobah's presence, the members of the Ten Rings army immediately assumed a defensive posture, poised to eliminate this formidable creature. However, once surrounded, Dagobah chuckled with amusement, feeling that it was finally time to indulge in some play after his awakening. With fervor, he charged into the ranks of the Ten Rings army, wreaking havoc. Despite realizing that none could stand against Dagobah, the soldiers pressed on like fearless warriors, relentlessly assaulting him. Yet, within mere minutes, Dagobah decimated a significant portion of their number. The leader of the Ten Rings army, sensing the dire situation, promptly alerted Wenwu and then plunged into battle against Dagobah. Although the leader's martial prowess surpassed that of his comrades, he fell victim to Dagobah, who pierced his heart after a few exchanges. Thus, the Ten Rings army was utterly annihilated. Following their defeat, Dagobah, guided by the lingering scent, located the still unconscious monkey and snapped its neck. Consequently, not a single soul remained alive in that stronghold, and the monkey followed in the tragic footsteps of his brother. After the carnage, Dagobah felt no joy as he had in the past. Instead, with a furrowed brow, he assessed the diminished power coursing through his being, disgruntled as he remarked, "I find that my strength has dwindled to less than 10%. The time required for restoration will be extensive. Though this duration is trivial in the span of my eternal life, it prevents me from unleashing the Galanki clan and embarking on a new gang. How frustrating." He sensed several formidable powers in this world, each posing a lethal threat even to a fully restored version of himself. It appeared that the current realm was far from simple. Dagobah then shifted his tone, adding, "Yet, this only heightens the intrigue. I eagerly anticipate the chance to engage them in combat once my strength is fully restored. Until then, I shall find a place to wait until I regain my full power." With that, Dagobah shed his transformation, resuming the guise of a young man clad in a white shirt, a characteristic smile gracing his lips as he departed from the Ten Rings stronghold. 2 days later, upon receiving news, Wenwu finally arrived at the Ten Rings stronghold. Surveying the scene of carnage before him, he grimaced and inquired of his subordinates, "Have we determined the cause of this devastation?" One subordinate promptly responded, "My lord, we have discovered a suspicious belt at this location." He presented the empty belt to Wenwu. Upon examining it, Wenwu immediately recognized that the belt bore an extraordinary quality. The moment his fingers brushed against it, fleeting glimpses of a mysterious warrior battling a horde of monsters flashed through his mind, only to vanish in an instant. This ephemeral vision piqued Wenwu's curiosity further, deepening his sense of the belt's remarkable nature. Wenwu regarded the belt as akin to the 10 rings he once possessed, pondering that it too might be a relic of extraordinary power. With that thought, he picked up the belt, eager to ascertain whether he could harness its abilities. However, upon fastening it around his waist, nothing transpired, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Yet, Wenwu did not concede defeat. Instead, he resolved to keep the belt close at hand, hoping to uncover a method to utilize it. After securing the belt, he inquired further with his subordinates. Have there been any other discoveries apart from this belt? Upon hearing his question, a subordinate promptly replied, from the scars on the bodies of our fallen comrades, it appears they were all brutally slain by a singular, immensely powerful individual. Beyond that, there are no additional findings. Wenwu furrowed his brow at this revelation, contemplating the implication that they had all been killed by one person. Could it be that someone was exacting revenge upon him? Yet, he mused, none of his adversaries possessed such formidable strength. Dismissing the notion of vengeance, Wenwu found himself at a loss for leads. He commanded his subordinates to continue their search in the vicinity, expanding their efforts to uncover any potential clues. With that, Wenwu departed from the scene. Chapter 61. The transformation of Wenwu and Kongwa. A few days later, Wenwu, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the ruins of Kongwa. Observing the state of the tomb, Wenwu surmised that a monster had escaped, leading to the massacre of this stronghold of the 10 Rings army. He meticulously examined the murals on the walls of the ruins, yet found himself unable to decipher their meaning. Reluctantly, he instructed his subordinates to take them back for further study, hoping they could translate the findings. With no other discoveries to be made, Wenwu returned home. Just as Wenwu intended to indulge in a tender moment with Ingli, he received an urgent message from his subordinates. It turned out that Dagobah, who was still searching for a hiding place, had been discovered by the 10 Rings army. After transforming and dispatching several of their men, Dagobah had been reported to Wenwu. Upon receiving this news, Wenwu resolved to rush to the rescue. At Ingli's behest, he brought her along to the location indicated by his subordinates. The following day, Wenwu and Ingli arrived at the site where Dagobah had been spotted. As soon as they arrived, Wenwu inquired of his subordinates, "What is the casualty report for the 10 Rings army? Where is that monster now?" One of his men promptly replied, "After we discovered it, it killed a dozen of our personnel before we retreated. We have been monitoring it via satellite, so the casualties are not extensive. I will lead you to the creature immediately." The subordinate guided Wenwu and Ingli to Dagobah's position. Upon seeing Wenwu and Ingli's sudden appearance, Dagobah furrowed his brow and impatiently remarked, "Lindo, have these ants resurfaced?" Wenwu and Ingli, hearing Dagobah's words, were perplexed, unable to comprehend the language of the Galanki clan. Noticing their confusion, Dagobah switched to the human tongue, asserting, "Humans, do you wish to challenge me, Dagobah? However, I have no interest in the weak." In response to Dagobah's mocking tone, Wenwu, filled with rage, retorted with a bitter smile, "You monster. Let me see what prowess you possess to speak to me in such a manner." With that, he commanded the 10 Rings to attack Dagobah. Easily evading the strike from the 10 Rings, Dagobah chuckled, "Is there truly a warrior among humans like you? You have piqued my interest." He then charged at Wenwu. Wenwu unleashed a flurry of assaults with the 10 Rings, yet Dagobah effortlessly countered each one. A casual punch from Dagobah sent Wenwu flying several meters. If not for the protection of the 10 Rings, Wenwu would have sustained severe injuries. Realizing he was no match for Dagobah, Wenwu's expression soured. Feeling somewhat embarrassed before his wife, Ingli, originally an observer, was taken aback by the monster's extraordinary strength, having completely subdued Wenwu in just a few exchanges. Fearing for Wenwu's safety, she rushed forward to assist him in confronting Dagobah. Then, Wenwu and Ingli commenced a spirited mixed doubles match against Dagobah. Through their harmonious coordination, Dagobah gradually began to take the contest more seriously. Consequently, the intensity of their engagement escalated. As Dagobah became increasingly invigorated, he began to gain the upper hand, momentarily forcing Wenwu and Ingli into retreat. After successfully repelling them once more, Dagobah exclaimed with elation, "This is fantastic. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in ages. I shall now unleash my full strength. I hope you can become even stronger, or this will be quite dull." Wenwu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Just as he was about to charge once again, Ingli restrained him. With a smile in response to Dagobah's words, Ingli declared, "In that case, I too shall summon all my strength." She then began to sense the Fire Shadow Stone, located far away in Taro Village. Once she connected with it, she initiated the armor fusion. Suddenly, a beam of energy descended from the sky, enveloping Ingli, who transformed into the armored warrior, Flame Dragon Knight. Seeing Ingli's transformation into the Flame Dragon armor exhilarated Dagobah even further, as he remarked, "Ah, a new warrior transforming from a human? Just like me? How delightful. With that, he charged at Ingli. Unyielding, Ingli brandished her flame blade and surged toward Daguba as well. In an instant, they clashed, unleashing a tremendous energy shock that sent Wenwu flying. Rising to his feet, Wenwu's expression darkened, yet he refrained from rejoining the fray. He understood that he could not withstand the onslaught from either combatant. Should he recklessly engage Daguba, it would only distract Ingli, forcing her to protect him. This realization filled Wenwu with frustration, yet he felt powerless, anxiously watching Ingli battle Daguba, hoping she would prevail. After a brief pause, Ingli and Daguba resumed their back-and-forth combat. Observing Ingli fiercely engaged in battle, Daguba laughed with excitement, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Such a thrilling fight is truly exhilarating." Following his fervent declaration, Daguba intensified his assault, increasing both the speed and power of his strikes. Initially, Ingli had held her ground against Daguba, but soon she began to falter, finding herself with little opportunity to counterattack. Watching Ingli struggle, Wenwu felt a surge of anxiety. He berated himself for his weakness, feeling helpless as he watched his wife fight on her own. Just as he was about to despair at the sight of Ingli under siege, a vision of a mysterious warrior engaged in battle flashed in his mind. Realizing something, Wenwu rushed to retrieve the belt he had acquired a few days prior. Grasping the belt firmly, he spoke with unwavering determination, "If you truly are a divine artifact, grant me the strength to protect my family. I beseech you." Then, Wenwu once again secured the belt of Kuangwa around his waist. It was uncertain whether Kuangwa's belt recognized Wenwu's resolute determination at that moment, but after donning the belt, it seamlessly fused with his very being. Suddenly, Wenwu experienced a sharp pain at his waist, and he witnessed the belt merging into his body. Instantly, a reservoir of memories flooded his mind, detailing the powers and capabilities that the belt bestowed. With a moment of recollection regarding the belt's functionalities, Wenwu focused his thoughts with unwavering resolve and initiated his first transformation. The belt, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared around his waist, and with a decisive slap to both sides, he transformed into Kamen Rider Kuangwa in his ultimate form. Upon completing his transformation, Wenwu immediately commanded his 10 rings to strike at Daguba, who was fiercely battling against Ingli. Chapter 62. Completion of the enhancement item manufacturing. Daguba sensed the approach of the 10 rings and immediately leaped backwards, creating distance between himself and Ingli while evading the incoming attack. Interrupted in battle, Daguba felt a surge of anger and turned to glare at Wenwu. However, upon witnessing Wenwu's transformation into Kuangwa, he expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that he had not anticipated Kuangwa's power choosing him. Then, he launched into a frenzied battle monologue, declaring, "This just became more interesting. Come at me together. Let me indulge in this fight." He provocatively beckoned Wenwu with a finger. Wenwu, having never endured such an insult, glared at Daguba with icy intensity. Feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him, he retorted mockingly, "I hope your body proves as resilient as your words." With that, he charged at Daguba wielding the 10 rings. Instantly, the two clashed fiercely. Ingli, eager to join Wenwu in a coordinated assault against Daguba, was met with resistance from Wenwu. He desired to confront Daguba alone to restore his honor. Sensing the endless power within him, Wenwu brimmed with confidence. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of offense and defense, their combat producing a symphony of sonic booms in the air. It was undeniable that Wenwu's transformation into Kong had elevated his strength to an entirely different realm. The potency of his 10 rings attacks had multiplied beyond measure. Each strike he delivered was forceful and decisive, creating massive craters where Daguba dodged. Daguba, feeling the terrifying might behind Wenwu's blows, refrained from absorbing the impact with his body, opting instead to evade Wenwu's relentless assaults. As Wenwu observed his significant enhancement in power, his aura swelled, akin to a warrior unleashed. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious and devastating. This intensity began to frustrate Daguba, causing his strikes to become erratic and disorganized. Daguba had initially believed that even with Wenwu transformed into Kuangwa, he could hold his ground against both Wenwu and Ingli. Yet, he could not fathom how Wenwu had become so formidable, starkly contrasting the Kuangwa he had faced previously. Now, with only Wenwu slightly overpowering him. The potential addition of Ingli, who remained on the sidelines, posed a grave threat. The thought unsettled Daguba, darkening his expression and heightening his agitation. Thus, he resolved to disengage from Wenwu. He yearned to retreat and recover his strength. Once restored to his peak, he would return to face Wenwu and Ingli, seeking to reclaim his lost honor. With this determination, Daguba distanced himself from Wenwu after a brief exchange, scoffing as he declared, "Let us fight again another day. When I have regained my full strength, I hope you will not disappoint me." Upon uttering his words, he detonated the surroundings, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos to make his escape. WNW and YNGL, upon hearing DGB's declaration, instantly comprehended his intent to flee. However, as they attempted to rush forward to thwart him, they were thwarted by the explosion. Once the thick smoke dissipated, DGB had vanished without a trace. W&W could only let out a disdainful snort, remarking, "That fellow certainly knows how to make a swift getaway." Y&GL, troubled by DGB's escape, furrowed her brow and expressed her concern. He must be one of the dark forces spoken of by the Emperor Armor. Moreover, judging by the intelligence he conveyed, his strength is far beyond what we have witnessed. Now that he has eluded capture, we cannot fathom the extent of the peril he may unleash upon the world. In response, W&W reassured her, "Do not fret excessively. I possess the capability to subdue him on my own. When the 5 armors of Lu village unite alongside me in the future, even if he grows stronger, we shall prevail. There is no cause for such alarm." Upon reflecting on W&W's words, YNGL found solace in his reasoning and allowed her worries to dissipate, her brow unknitting. Subsequently, the two of them deactivated their transformations and left the battleground, now a scene of devastation wrought by their conflict. Upon returning home, W&W urged his subordinates to expedite the development of the armor summoning device, as he sensed that the world ahead would become increasingly fraught with uncertainty. He needed to empower himself and his wife to confront the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Thus, W&W commenced training alongside YNGL, aspiring to maximize the potential of the power contained within their belts. As time swiftly passed, 2 months soon elapsed. In Howard Stark's secret base on American soil, he finally succeeded in developing a new enhancement tool. This device, a small black box, was crafted directly from the panels of Pandora's box, initially completed half a month earlier. Howard found himself unable to utilize it. It was not until Evolto informed him that his danger level had yet to reach the threshold for using such a device. However, Howard was at a loss as to how to elevate his danger level in the immediate term. Consequently, he resumed the development of additional gadgets. Before he could finalize any new inventions, Evolto notified him that their adversaries had commenced their operations. Thus, Howard had no choice but to halt his work and join Steve and the others in thwarting the enemy. Evolto had 2 motivations for sharing this information with Howard. Firstly, to stimulate Howard's growth and danger level through combat. Secondly, to elevate the danger level of his own doppelganger, who was likewise unable to access the black hole trigger, by engaging in battle with Howard and his allies. Although Evolto has been aware for the past 2 months of Eric Stark's disappearance, he cannot bring himself to believe that Eric has perished within the spatial rift. He surmises that Eric is likely trapped in another dimension temporarily, yet will eventually return. Consequently, Evolto intends to persist with the training program for Howard Stark, lest Eric return to find Howard still lacking mastery over the genius-infused power. Should Eric be displeased and take drastic measures against him, it would be a regrettable turn of events. Thus, Evolto resolved to manipulate his avatar to utilize the Pandora's box, transforming the Wall of Sky into the Pandora Tower with the intention of pitting Howard and his companions against his own avatar. Unbeknownst to Evolto, however, 2 individuals in a different realm are also observing their conflict, harboring ulterior motives to intervene during the battle. Chapter 63, The Fate Control of Evolto's Avatar at this moment. The Ancient One from Kamar Taj had finally mastered the powers of the Time King. She foresaw that the battle between Howard Stark and Evolto's avatar would yield devastating consequences. However, she chose not to intervene, for this was a meticulously crafted plan by her future self, designed to facilitate a significant event for the future. Thus, she feigned ignorance regarding the matter and resolved to eliminate her long-standing adversary, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, who sought to consume Earth. By vanquishing this perennial foe, she intended to showcase her current strength to other malevolent deities. Unbeknownst to their own fate, Howard Stark and Steve, accompanied by others, arrived at the Pandora Tower under the guidance of Evolto. It is noteworthy that the American forces, stationed near the Sky Wall, had been entirely annihilated after Evolto's avatar gained control of the Pandora box. Consequently, the entire nation was engulfed in profound panic, allowing Howard Stark and his companions to traverse their path unimpeded. Upon reaching the base of the Pandora Tower, they encountered Evolto's avatar, who had been waiting for them. Evolto remarked, "He is another kin who has come to Earth with me, named L. You should exercise caution." However, there was no need for further warning, as the mere sight of Evolto's avatar had already put Howard Stark and his companions on high alert. Evolto's avatar, with a disdainful gaze, addressed Howard Stark's group. "Do you intend to thwart me? Then I shall graciously obliterate you all." With that, he transformed into Kamen Rider Evolto in his Cobra form. Infuriated by the devastation they had witnessed on their way, Howard Stark and his companions did not hesitate to transform as well. It is worth mentioning that, due to Evolto entrusting his Cobra full bottle and evolution belt to his avatar, he could only transform into Kamen Rider Mad Rogue. Once transformed, the group launched a coordinated assault against Evolto's avatar, resulting in a 5-on-1 confrontation. Unlike Howard Stark's quartet, who fought with unwavering determination, Evolto merely engaged in a pretense of combat, as he was not genuinely invested in defeating his own avatar. Nevertheless, under the relentless onslaught of Howard Stark and his allies, Evolto's avatar was subdued. After several attacks, it was sent flying. Noticing how easily they had managed to overpower Evolto's avatar, Howard Stark expressed his confusion to Evolto. He doesn't seem as formidable as you claimed. Evolto fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging that the initial strength of his avatar indeed paled in comparison to the current capabilities of Howard Stark and his companions. However, his initial plan did not account for Steve and the others, which ultimately led to the current situation where the clone's power was easily suppressed. If this continues, the Evolto clone will soon be vanquished, failing to compel Howard Stark to transform into his genius form. Yet, Evolto found himself at an impasse. The clone was unable to utilize the black hole trigger to attain its complete form and could only seek opportunities to enable its use. Thus, Evolto remarked, "This is merely his first form. I am uncertain as to why he refrains from employing his complete form, yet we cannot afford to be complacent." At that moment, Steve interjected, "In any case, this is a fortuitous situation. Let us seize this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all." The others nodded in agreement. Consequently, Howard Stark and his companions resumed their righteous assault on the Evolto clone. As the clone neared defeat, Evolto could no longer remain passive. Feigning a blow from the clone that sent him crashing into Steve and the others, he momentarily halted their onslaught, granting the clone a brief respite. Throughout the ensuing battle, Howard Stark and his allies' attacks were occasionally interrupted by Evolto, who cleverly devised various distractions. The Evolto clone, living up to expectations, elevated its danger level to a critical threshold, mere moments away from utilizing the black hole trigger. After sending the Evolto clone flying once more and sensing an opportunity, Evolto smirked slyly and urged Howard Stark and his companions, "Let us combine our ultimate techniques to bring him down." The group nodded in agreement and began to unleash their special attacks. Seizing the moment, the Evolto clone deftly retrieved the black hole trigger at the last instant to absorb the energy from their ultimate techniques. Although the clone was forced to revert from its transformation under the relentless assault of Howard Stark and the others, it successfully met the conditions to activate the black hole trigger. Witnessing this, Evolto could not suppress a triumphant smile, though it was obscured by the mask of his transformation, remaining unseen by others. Unbeknownst to Evolto, in a realm beyond time and space, two figures were intently observing the unfolding battle, Fate and Darkness. Upon witnessing the activation of the black hole trigger by the Evolto clone, Fate gleefully exclaimed, "Allow me to add some spice to this battle. Let you all truly experience the essence of despair." With that, Fate raised his hands as if manipulating an unseen force. As Howard Stark and his companions believed they had struck a decisive blow against the Evolto clone, they were taken aback when the seemingly defeated clone slowly rose, a wicked smile gracing its lips. "Now, prepare to witness my true power," it declared, inserting the black hole trigger into the driver and commencing its transformation anew. "Cobra, Rider System, Revolution. Are you prepared? Black hole, black hole, black hole, revolution." Fwahaha. In an instant, a black hole enveloped the avatar of Evolto. As the sound effects subsided, the Evolto avatar transformed into the Kamen Rider Evol in its black hole form. Upon witnessing this transformation into yet another distinct form, Howard Stark and his companions sensed an ominous danger, a foreboding feeling stirring within them. Their intuition proved accurate. The avatar of Evolto, now in its black hole form, effortlessly conjured a miniature black hole directed at them. The ensuing explosion from the black hole inflicted significant injuries upon Howard Stark and his companions, while Evolto and Peggy Carter were forcefully stripped of their transformations, collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise. Chapter 64, The Powerless Multitude. Evolto, under simultaneous assault, found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to fathom why his doppelganger would turn against him. Regaining his composure, a surge of fury propelled him to seize complete control over his alter ego's actions, fearful of any unforeseen consequences that might arise from allowing it autonomy. However, to his dismay, he soon realized that the connection between himself and the doppelganger had inexplicably severed. A grimace spread across Evolto's visage as uncertainty loomed large in his mind. He could not comprehend the sudden loss of control over his own creation. This unsettling development suggested that events were spiraling beyond his influence, and he was left to ponder the impending trajectory, which he surmised would not bode well. Caught in a dilemma, Evolto hesitated, contemplating whether to hastily evacuate Howard Stark and his companions. With his grip on the doppelganger relinquished, he could no longer coerce Howard Stark into activating his genius form without endangering their lives. The prospect that Howard and the others might be annihilated by a fully upgraded doppelganger weighed heavily on his mind. Resolutely, Evolto addressed Howard. "We are no longer a match for him. We must flee this place immediately." Howard Stark and his companions, still reeling from the devastating blow dealt by Evolto's doppelganger, struggled to comprehend how an adversary they believed defeated could suddenly transform into a more formidable entity, inflicting injuries upon them all with a single strike. Upon hearing Evolto's words, they acquiesced, recognizing that they truly stood no chance against the doppelganger's overwhelming power. Consequently, They were swiftly transported away by Evolto using his transformation smoke gun. However, upon witnessing their escape, the doppelganger scoffed, "Did you truly believe you could elude me?" Such naivety. With that, it conjured a black hole, teleporting itself to the location where Howard Stark and his companions had fled. Just as the recently transported Howard Stark and his group exhaled in relief, believing they had found safety, they were met with the sudden emergence of another black hole from which the doppelganger emerged. Their expressions turned grim as they realized the enemy had pursued them with alarming swiftness. The doppelganger, regarding Howard Stark and his companions with a derisive tone, proclaimed, "Do not struggle. You cannot escape my grasp. No matter where you flee, I can pursue you in an instant." Understanding that the adversary would not allow their escape, Howard Stark and his companions, despite their grievous injuries, recognized that they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Thus, the yet-to-be-untransformed Howard Stark, along with Steve and Bucky, charged forward to engage in battle against the Evolto doppelganger. Upon witnessing this, both Evolto and Peggy Carter had no choice but to transform once more and join Howard Stark in the fray. However, they were woefully outmatched by the Evolto doppelganger. As Howard Stark and his companions recklessly approached, the Evolto doppelganger disdainfully remarked, "Futile, you stand no chance against me." While uttering this, he casually deflected their attacks and effortlessly sent Howard Stark and his companions flying with a single blow. Realizing that their efforts were utterly ineffective against the Evolto doppelganger, while each of the doppelganger strikes was beyond their capacity to withstand, a profound sense of helplessness surged within Howard Stark and his allies. Meanwhile, Evolto himself felt a surge of frustration, struggling to comprehend how a well-laid plan had devolved into such chaos, leaving him feeling as though he had been betrayed. A bitter knot tightening in his chest. With gritted teeth, Evolto directed his ire towards the doppelganger he could not control, demanding, "What on earth are you trying to achieve?" The doppelganger, however, scoffed in response, "You are merely a pawn in my game. There's no need for you to know so much. Soon, you shall all meet your end." Realizing that his doppelganger might be under someone else's influence, Evolto furiously inquired, "Who are you?" The doppelganger retorted mockingly, "I have already told you. You lack the right to know." With that, he conjured a miniature black hole and hurled it towards Evolto. Howard Stark and the others, sensing the imminent danger, dared not confront it head-on and hastily scattered in an attempt to evade the black hole's pull. Yet the gravitational force it generated rendered escape impossible. Had it not been for Evolto's quick thinking, utilizing his transformation smoke gun to teleport them out of harm's way, they might have faced dire consequences. Although they narrowly avoided this attack, Evolto regretted entrusting the evolution driver and black hole trigger to the doppelganger, as it rendered him incapable of unleashing his full power. However, lamentation was futile. Survival was the priority. Thus, Evolto addressed Howard Stark, "You must utilize the new enhancement device immediately. Otherwise, we are doomed." Upon hearing this, Howard Stark recalled his enhancement device and quickly produced it. Despite his uncertainty about its functionality, he felt compelled to attempt its use. He inserted the device, crafted from the Pandora's box panel, into his belt, but to everyone's dismay, it remained ineffective. With no alternative, they pressed on, continuing their struggle against the Evolto doppelganger. Yet their attacks continued to yield no effect, inflicting no damage even upon contact. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, casting a shadow of gloom over Howard Stark and his companions. It seemed that the manifestation of Evolto had grown weary of their game, issuing a death proclamation to the group. "Delight in the despair I have meticulously prepared for you, then perish within it. Your demise shall serve as a grand gift for Eric Stark." Haraha. Before anyone could react, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his being, sending them all hurtling through the air. After 5 agonizing screams, Howard Stark and his 4 companions found themselves forcibly reverted from their transformed states. However, despite the pain, Howard Stark, having heard Evolto's taunting words, rose with determination and fury, declaring, "You scoundrel, do not even think of laying a hand on my brother." Chapter 65, Transformation into a Genius Form. As Evolto's doppelganger observed Howard Stark struggling to rise, a contemptuous smile crept across his face. "What of my actions against him? Can you truly thwart me? Not only will I strike him, but I shall also subject him to the agony of taking his family's lives with his own hands, plunging him into the depths of despair before seizing his very being." Haraha. He erupted into a fit of laughter. Upon hearing Evolto's words, a torrent of fury surged within Howard Stark. Glaring at the laughing doppelganger, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Through clenched teeth, he declared, "No one shall harm my brother. I will slay you." Evolto's doppelganger, mocking Howard's fury, retorted, "You cannot achieve that." Yet Howard Stark remained silent, his gaze fixated on the doppelganger, the malice intensifying in his eyes. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Howard's mind: to eliminate the man before him and safeguard his brother. He would not permit any harm to befall his sibling. Should Evolto assess Howard Stark's danger level now, he would undoubtedly discover it escalating exponentially. Howard retrieved the enhanced device fashioned from the Pandora's box panel, inserting it into his belt, and declared with a voice laden with menace, "Anyone who dares to harm my brother shall find no mercy. I shall be the one to vanquish you." He then began the transformation process, shaking his belt in preparation. Meanwhile, the prostrate Evolto and his comrades observed Howard's transformation with anticipation. This time, due to Howard Stark's heightened danger level and resolute conviction, the enhancement device finally evolved into the genius full bottle. Transformation upon Howard Stark exclaiming transform. The effects of his metamorphosis manifested, accompanied by a resounding sound effect. Genius. Yeah, 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 yeah. Are you ready? The flawless bottle boy. Build genius. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. With that, Howard Stark completed his inaugural transformation into the genius form. Evolto's doppelganger, witnessing Howard's unexpected change into a new form, was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could you still possess the power to transform? This is impossible." However, he quickly regained his composure, calmly stating, "Nevertheless, even if you have transformed, you cannot defeat me." He then lunged forward to initiate an attack against Howard Stark. This time, however, Howard effortlessly intercepted the assault, thwarting the blow that he had anticipated would send him flying. Witnessing this scene, Evolto's doppelganger found it difficult to accept, exclaiming in frustration, "This is impossible. How could you have become so powerful?" However, Howard Stark offered no response, directly delivering a forceful kick that sent him staggering back a few steps. Following that, he leaped into the air, delivering a punch that knocked the doppelganger to the ground. Observing Howard Stark's ability to subdue Evolto's doppelganger, Steve and the others felt a surge of joy, hoping that Howard would be able to eliminate him entirely. The fallen doppelganger rose in fury, shouting angrily, "You will never defeat me." He then charged at Howard Stark, launching a frenzied assault. Despite Howard's consistent domination throughout the battle, he found it increasingly challenging to finish off the doppelganger due to his own severe injuries, which left him physically outmatched. As the battle wore on, Howard's strength began to wane. Evolto's doppelganger quickly recognized the shift and adopted a strategy of prolonging the fight. Yet Howard, acutely aware of his own condition, seized the doppelganger's hand, intending to unleash his ultimate technique to bring him down. With determination, Howard executed his signature rider kick, propelling the doppelganger away. Unfortunately, Howard underestimated the doppelganger's defenses. The kick merely caused him to revert to his normal state without ending his life. As the doppelganger regained his footing, he regarded Howard Stark with a mix of respect and trepidation, astonished that Howard could elevate his power to such heights, even in a severely injured state, thereby overcoming him in his black hole form. However, Evolto chose not to continue the battle, opting instead to enhance his power before seeking revenge. Initially, he had believed he could eliminate Howard and the others effortlessly, which prompted him to pursue them without absorbing the power of the Pandora box. Now, he realized he must retreat to absorb that power before he could confront Howard Stark again. With that, Evolto's doppelganger transformed into a serpent-like creature and swiftly departed from the scene. Howard Stark, witnessing this retreat, felt a sense of helplessness, having exhausted his physical strength. He could only watch as the doppelganger escaped. After the doppelganger fled, Howard reverted to his normal form and collapsed, losing consciousness on the ground. Meanwhile, Steve and the others, seeing Howard faint, struggled to rise and check on his condition. Evolto, upon realizing his doppelganger's escape, felt a surge of dread. He understood that the doppelganger was heading to absorb the power of the Pandora box. However, recognizing that he was no match for the doppelganger in his current state, he felt powerless to prevent the absorption. Evolto, filled with anxiety, addressed Steve and his companions. "My kin must have ventured forth to absorb the powers of the Pandora's box. Once he has assimilated that strength, he shall become invincible. We must vanquish him before that occurs, otherwise we shall never triumph over him." Upon hearing this, Steve and the others grasped the gravity of the situation and urgently inquired, "How much time do we have left?" To which Evolto replied, "No more than 2 or 3 days at most." After a moment of contemplation, Steve declared, "We must hasten to revive Howard. Only his strength can defeat Al." With that, Steve and his companions swiftly carried the unconscious Howard Stark to the hospital for treatment. Chapter 66, Bucky's Demise. Meanwhile, the fleeing Evolto doppelganger made its way directly to the Pandora Tower. Upon grasping the Pandora box, it expressed its displeasure, remarking that it was unexpected for Howard Stark to unleash such formidable power. These Kamen Riders were indeed troublesome. After this, it commenced the fusion of the Black Panel's power within the Pandora box, seemingly oblivious to the fact that all villains had perished due to their own verbosity. As time swiftly progressed, the following afternoon arrived. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, casting a somber pall over the land, instilling a sense of oppression in all. Howard Stark had regained consciousness, his physical condition having significantly improved, though the exhaustion from his earlier exertions had rendered him unconscious for an entire day and night. Upon awakening and learning that the Evolto doppelganger was absorbing the power of the Pandora box to grow stronger, he promptly resolved to seek it out. Once more, Howard Stark and his companions found themselves at the base of the Pandora Tower. However, this time, the Evolto doppelganger awaited them not at the base, but rather at the pinnacle, where it continued to siphon the power of the Pandora box. Upon reaching the base, the group did not linger but hastened their ascent toward the top of the tower. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, and although a sense of foreboding washed over Howard Stark and his companions, they pressed on resolutely into the Pandora Tower. Upon their entrance, the Evolto doppelganger became aware of their arrival. To ensure it could absorb the power of the Pandora box without interruption, it conjured a horde of Smash using the box's power to impede Howard Stark and his party. Nevertheless, none among them were to be underestimated. Upon encountering the Smash, the group swiftly transformed and began to eliminate the adversaries. Initially, the Smash posed little threat, falling rapidly to their onslaught. However, as they ascended higher, the Smash grew increasingly formidable. Fortunately, the group continued to vanquish them with relative ease, maintaining their pace up the tower. To conserve Howard Stark's strength and bolster their chances against the Evolto doppelganger, Steve and the others convened and decided that the weakest among them, Peggy Carter, would remain alongside Evolto to fend off the ever-stronger Smash. Although Evolto was reluctant to acknowledge this fact, it was indeed weaker than Steve and Bucky at this moment. Thus, Evolto and Peggy Carter were left to confront the last few levels of Smash, while Howard Stark and Steve ascended directly to the tower's zenith. At that very moment, the Evolto doppelganger completed its absorption of the Pandora box's power, achieving its ultimate evolution into its final form. Upon noticing the driver around the waist of the grotesque Evolto doppelganger, Howard Stark and his companions immediately comprehended that they were facing an Evolto clone infused with the power of the Pandora box. Consequently, Howard Stark promptly retrieved the Genius Energy canister and transformed into his genius form. Upon seeing Howard and his allies, the Evolto doppelganger smugly declared, "You are too late. I have now evolved into my ultimate form, and you shall never defeat me." With that, he utilized the Pandora box to alter the battlefield. Although Howard Stark and his companions were taken aback by the sudden change of scenery, they remained resolute, asserting, "Even if you have attained your ultimate form, we can still vanquish you." They charged towards the Evolto doppelganger. Unwilling to concede, the Evolto clone engaged in a fierce battle with the trio. Despite their numerical advantage, only Howard Stark's genius form was capable of contending with the ultimate form of Evolto, as Steve and Bucky lacked the requisite power. In an instant, Steve and Bucky were sent flying, while Howard Stark managed to hold his ground against the Evolto doppelganger. However, Steve and Bucky were not the type to easily surrender. They scrambled to their feet and launched themselves at the Evolto clone once more. Although their combined attacks temporarily restrained the Evolto doppelganger, they could not fully subdue him. Provoked by their relentless assault, the Evolto clone began to focus his fury on the comparatively weaker Steve and Bucky, launching a frenzied assault to incapacitate them and cease their onslaught. Consequently, Steve and Bucky were repeatedly sent hurtling through the air. Fortunately, their high defense allowed them to continue fighting. Otherwise, they would have already been vanquished. Yet, the Evolto doppelganger grew increasingly impatient as he observed Steve and Bucky rising time and again after being knocked down. After repelling Howard Stark, he sent Steve flying once more, and before Steve could regain his footing, unleashed his devastating black hole attack. As Steve beheld the terrifying assault hurtling toward him, Bucky suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding him from the impending doom. Steve could only widen his eyes in horror as he watched Bucky absorb the brunt of the black hole strike. A tremendous explosion erupted, propelling Steve away. Nevertheless, upon landing, he disregarded his pain and hastily rose, crying out in anguish, "Bucky!" He dashed toward the billowing smoke left in the wake of the explosion. Howard Stark, witnessing this unfolding tragedy, was engulfed in fury. He had not anticipated that the Evolto doppelganger would unleash a black hole attack on Steve, nor that Bucky would sacrifice himself to protect him. "You monster!" Howard Stark let out a furious roar and charged towards the Evolto doppelganger, launching into a frenzied assault against him. Amidst the swirling smoke and debris, Bucky, his mask shattered from the blast of a black hole, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his life hanging by a thread. Upon witnessing this, Steve hurriedly cradled him in his arms, sorrowfully lamenting, "Bucky, why did you take the hit for me? It should have been me." "Why?" Despite Steve's anguished expression, Bucky managed to smile and replied, "Do not grieve, Steve. You must unite my King S-Stone with your King S-Stone to become the new Creator King and then defeat him." As he spoke, blood trickled from his lips, yet he persisted, saying, "The world depends on you. You must prevail." With those final words, he smiled gently and closed his eyes in Steve's embrace, surrendering to the eternal silence. Chapter 67. Steve completes the transformation into the Creator King. As Steve cradled Bucky's lifeless body, an overwhelming wave of anguish and guilt surged within him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Why? Why must someone perish because of me? Bucky, why did you all choose to save me? It is all my fault. My weakness has led to your demise. Steve murmured in torment. In the midst of his self-recrimination and despair, the Evolto doppelganger, after repelling Howard Stark once more, cackled maniacally. All of you shall perish at my hands, becoming the very catalyst for my ascension to Eric Stark's form. Haraha. He then unleashed a devastating black hole attack upon Howard Stark. Seeing this, Howard hastily raised his drill, the Crusher, to shield his chest, but was still hurled backward by the immense force, sustaining significant injuries. Witnessing this scene, Steve's inner turmoil of pain and rage found an outlet. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the Evolto doppelganger and proclaimed with seething anger, I will bring you down and avenge Bucky. The Evolto doppelganger, dismissively tilting his head, scoffed, Oh, do not jest. You are incapable of defeating me. Yet, Steve's resolute gaze, filled with murderous intent, replied, I carry the hopes entrusted to me by Bucky and others. I wager everything to vanquish you. He then placed his hand upon Bucky's belt. Suddenly, a surge of green light erupted from the belt, which Steve grasped. It was Bucky's moonstone. With a mixture of sorrow and determination in his eyes, Steve declared, Bucky, I will defeat him. Please lend me your strength. He then positioned the moonstone before his own belt and absorbed its energy. In an instant, Steve's body levitated, enveloped in a radiant cocoon of light. Within this luminescence, Steve began his transformation into the Creator King. The Evolto doppelganger, observing this transformation, though unaware of its nature, could not stand idly by as Steve completed his metamorphosis. Therefore, he began to coalesce an even larger black hole, intent on interrupting Steve's transformation and denying him the opportunity to augment his power into a threat. However, Howard Stark would not allow this to transpire. He charged forward to disrupt the doppelganger's assault. Although the Evolto doppelganger felt a surge of anger, he recognized he had no choice but to subdue Howard Stark first. Yet, he underestimated the tenacity of the Kamen Rider. Despite being knocked down time and again, Howard Stark persisted, rising each time with renewed vigor. With every fall, his power increased, gradually closing the gap with the Evolto doppelganger. The doppelganger soon realized that with each of Howard's resurrections, he was compelled to expend greater strength to repel him. After having successfully knocked Howard Stark down several times, the Evolto doppelganger realized that Howard now possessed the ability to withstand his attacks without faltering. This development sent a wave of unease through Evolto, as the situation was clearly shifting unfavorably for him. In a state of anxious contemplation, he began to devise a strategy to reverse the tide of battle in his favor. After sifting through all the memories stored in his mind, the Evolto doppelganger finally conceived a plan to break the deadlock. He would exploit Howard Stark's perilous trigger and his own black hole trigger, inserting them into the Pandora's box to create a new Pandora's box panel, thus enabling him to transcend to an ultimate form with the power to annihilate the universe. With this thought in mind, the Evolto doppelganger set his sights on Howard Stark's perilous trigger attached to his belt, seizing an opportunity during their subsequent confrontations. And unbeknownst to Howard, the Evolto doppelganger managed to snatch the perilous trigger from Howard's belt. The moment Howard lost the trigger, the potency of his genius form diminished significantly. Capitalizing on this moment, the Evolto doppelganger delivered a powerful kick, sending Howard sprawling. As Howard Stark regained his footing, he cast a grim look at the perilous trigger now in the hands of the Evolto doppelganger and, filled with fury, exclaimed, What do you vile scoundrel intend to do? However, the Evolto doppelganger merely chuckled in response, Of course, I aim to defeat you. With that, he disregarded Howard and instantly teleported to the location of the Pandora's box. There, he placed both the black hole trigger and the perilous trigger into the Pandora's box simultaneously. As the Pandora's box shimmered, it expelled two panels, one black, intricately crafted, and the other white. The Evolto doppelganger initiated the fusion of the black Pandora's box panel into his being, perhaps due to his prior integration with the black panel. He found himself able to fully assimilate its power almost immediately. With the additional power from the black Pandora's box panel, he felt his strength surge severfold, eliciting a sense of elation as he reveled in his newfound might. Just as the Evolto doppelganger prepared to absorb the white Pandora's box panel, Howard Stark dashed forward, intent on thwarting his attempt to harness the power of the white panel. Enraged by Howard's intrusion, the Evolto doppelganger concentrated his energy into a powerful kick aimed at Howard. In response, Howard swiftly gathered his own strength and retaliated with a punch directed at the Evolto doppelganger. However, without the perilous trigger, Howard Stark found himself inadequate to confront the avatar of Evolto, especially now that it had absorbed the powers of the black Pandora panel, enhancing its strength severfold. As Howard Stark charged forward, he was swiftly struck by the concentrated force of Evolto's kick, sending him flying before he could even reach the white Pandora panel, forcibly reverting him to his original form. Lying injured and unable to rise, Howard Stark could only glare at the avatar of Evolto with a mix of resentment and fury. Yet, upon witnessing Stark's wrathful expression, Evolto merely scoffed dismissively, and turned its attention back to absorbing the white Pandora panel. Just as Evolto had absorbed half of the white panel, Steve finally completed his transformation into the Genesis King. Chapter 68. The Battle of Unknown Outcomes. As the radiant light enveloping Steve dissipated, his formerly dark form was now adorned with intricate silver and gold patterns, bestowing upon him an aura of both majesty and mystery. Gradually, Steve descended to the ground, his eyes beneath the mask fluttering open. Awash in the newfound power coursing through him, he marveled at the transformation he had undergone. To think that upon becoming the Creator King, my strength would surge to such unprecedented heights. There is a world of difference compared to my former self. With a newfound fury, Steve turned his gaze toward the Evolto doppelganger, which was engrossed in absorbing the white Pandora panel. With a mere lift of his hand, Steve unleashed his telekinetic prowess, effortlessly sending the Evolto doppelganger crashing against the wall. A casual flick of his wrist sent it hurtling toward another wall. Howard Stark, who lay on the ground, watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, unable to fathom that Steve's transformed might could so easily overpower the Evolto doppelganger. Yet amidst his astonishment, Howard felt a wave of relief wash over him, rejoicing for Steve's newfound strength. Rising from the ground, the battered Evolto doppelganger seethed with rage and disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can you possess such formidable power?" Consumed by anger and unable to comprehend his own defeat at Steve's hands, the Evolto doppelganger began to channel all its energy into a devastating attack, the black hole explosion, in a desperate attempt to vanquish Steve. As Steve observed the Evolto doppelganger charging its attack, he too gathered energy in his hands, preparing to counterstrike. In an instant, their attacks collided, and Steve's forceful strike sent the doppelganger's assault back upon itself. A tremendous explosion erupted as both attacks struck their target, reverberating through the air. Protected by Steve's telekinetic shield, Howard Stark couldn't contain his joy upon witnessing the explosion, thinking to himself that they had finally triumphed over this formidable foe. However, as the flames subsided, it became evident that the Evolto doppelganger, though weakened, had merely reverted to its original form and remained alive. As the smoke cleared, the doppelganger knelt, clutching its chest, and erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha. I have completely fused with the white panel, all thanks to you. Ha ha." Howard Stark's expression turned pale, puzzled as to why such a potent attack had failed to obliterate the Evolto doppelganger. Yet, upon witnessing Steve's new form, he gradually found solace. Hearing the doppelganger's words, Steve calmly replied, "Even if you grow stronger, I can still defeat you. You may only prolong your existence for a few more minutes." Upon hearing Steve's words, the Evolto doppelganger let out a cold snort, indignantly declaring, "Let us see you try." With that, it commenced its transformation, this time directly into a white monstrous form. Once the metamorphosis was complete, the furious Evolto doppelganger charged at Steve, eager to redeem its earlier shame. After absorbing the doppelganger's wrathful punch, Steve found himself momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that the Evolto doppelganger had grown so formidable, rivaling his own power as the Creator King. Consequently, Steve ceased to underestimate the doppelganger and resolved to confront it with his utmost strength. Thus, Steve and the Evolto doppelganger clashed at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Their fierce collisions tore the very fabric of space apart, creating fissures in the air. Under normal circumstances, such tremendous power would wreak havoc and cause extensive casualties on Earth. However, unbeknownst to them, the Ancient One had discreetly drawn the entire Pandora Magic Tower into a mirrored space, rendering their fierce battle harmless to the Earth itself. Despite this, Steve and the Evolto doppelganger had no time to ponder the situation. Their singular focus was to utterly defeat each other and claim victory. Each strike exchanged between them was executed with full force, trading injury for injury and life for life, a fierce struggle to the bitter end. Observing the intensity of the clash, Howard Stark did not remain idle. Instead, he transformed into his genius form and joined Steve in battle. Perhaps due to the heightened danger he now faced, Howard's strength surged as well. Although still not on par with Steve, he was now capable of participating without being instantly overwhelmed. With Howard's interference, the Evolto doppelganger gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Frustrated, it attempted to turn its focus on Howard, hoping to neutralize him first before concentrating on Steve. Yet, Howard moved with the agility of an eel, evading capture just as Steve provided cover, much to the doppelganger's annoyance. Helplessly, it watched as its position deteriorated. The Evolto doppelganger even contemplated fleeing, but each attempt was thwarted by Steve. After all, Steve's will was now nearly omnipresent, making it effortless for him to anticipate and obstruct the doppelganger's escape routes. Soon enough, Steve and Howard Stark cornered the Evolto doppelganger into a desperate situation. The two began to unleash their ultimate techniques, preparing to eradicate the Evolto doppelganger once and for all. Cornered and desperate, the Evolto doppelganger glared at Steve and Howard Stark with a fierce intensity, feeling a tumult of anger and helplessness within. Realizing there was no escape, a glimmer of fury ignited in his eyes as he bellowed at Steve and Howard Stark. "Since I cannot defeat you, neither shall you find respite. Let us descend into hell together." With that declaration, he summoned the Pandora's box, infusing it with all his might before triggering a catastrophic explosion. In an instant, the blast tore open a rift in the fabric of reality. Steve and Howard Stark, sensing the immense power emanating from the rift, exchanged grim expressions. They understood that if the rift were not neutralized promptly, it would continue to widen, threatening to obliterate the world itself. Astonished by the doppelganger's madness, which sought to drag the entire world down with him, they realized there was no time for contemplation. They hastily summoned every ounce of their strength to assault the rift, hoping to destroy it before it expanded further. Although the uncertainty of their survival loomed large, hesitation was a luxury they could not afford. In unison, Steve and Howard Stark executed a powerful knight's kick directed at the burgeoning rift. Chapter 69. The accurate history. After the battle, a brilliant flash of white light erupted, followed by a tremendous explosion that obliterated the rift. As the blinding radiance dissipated, the rift vanished without a trace. However, along with it, Steve and Howard Stark also disappeared. The two heroes who had saved the world vanished from existence, unbeknownst to anyone. With the disappearance of Pandora's box, the Pandora Magic Tower too dissolved into motes of light in the air. In the midst of battle, Evolto and Peggy Carter were elated to see the Pandora Magic Tower vanish, realizing that Howard Stark and his companions had finally triumphed over Evolto's doppelganger, heralding a future of peace for the world. "We must not be underestimated," Evolto remarked with a smile. Thus, both Evolto and Peggy Carter unleashed their ultimate techniques to vanquish the final smash. After defeating their last foe, they reverted from their transformed states, intent on reuniting with Howard Stark. However, upon reaching the site where Howard Stark had battled Evolto's doppelganger, they were met with the lifeless body of Bucky, still in his Shadow Moon transformation. Howard Stark and Steve were nowhere to be found. The sight of Bucky's corpse cast a pall over Peggy Carter and Evolto, their earlier joy replaced by a heavy sense of foreboding. Worries for Howard Stark and Steve's safety began to gnaw at their hearts, fearing they too had met with misfortune. With little time to dwell on sorrow, Peggy and Evolto hastened their search for Howard Stark and Steve. Despite their extensive efforts, they uncovered no leads, intensifying their anxiety over the possibility of dire misfortune befalling them. Peggy harbored concern for Steve and Howard Stark's safety, while Evolto feared the repercussions he would face from Eric Stark should anything happen to Howard. Thus, the two, consumed by dread, pressed on in their relentless pursuit. Days passed with no signs of Howard Stark or Steve, and their hope began to wane. Just as despair settled in, the whale-like creature, previously saved by Steve and Number One, approached them. This time, the creature sought them out to repay the debt of gratitude for Steve's earlier heroism. Although still frightened by the terrifying aura of the battle between Steve and Evolto's doppelganger, the creature steeled itself, recalling the life-saving deeds of Steve and Number One. Upon sensing the essence of Steve within Peggy Carter and Evolto, the whale monster hastily revealed his connection to Steve, fearing that he would be eliminated by Peggy and Evolto if he delayed. The whale monster's apprehensions were not unfounded upon encountering him. Peggy and Evolto nearly transformed to eradicate him, but they halted upon hearing his words. Once the hostility dissipated, the whale monster disclosed his ability to communicate with other creatures. Consequently, Peggy and Evolto encouraged him to inquire with nearby animals, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of Steve and Howard Stark. After consulting the aquatic beings in the vicinity, they learned that Howard Stark and Steve had vanished into a rift. Upon receiving this news, Peggy's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to contain her tears. Evolto, upon hearing the revelation, fell into silence, unsure of how to proceed. After an extended period, Peggy ceased her weeping and rose, her gaze heavy with sorrow. She resolved to first lay Bucky to rest. Observing Peggy's newfound resolve, Evolto suddenly remarked, "They merely disappeared into the rift. No one has witnessed their demise. Though the odds are slim, perhaps they will return safely." His words lacked conviction, leaving it ambiguous whether he sought to comfort Peggy or himself. However, Peggy found a glimmer of hope in his statement, though she refrained from voicing it. The trio then returned to Bucky's lifeless form. Upon seeing Bucky's body, the whale monster unexpectedly suggested, "Let me take Lord Shadow Moon's remains. Perhaps, by immersing his body in the essence of our kind, he might have a chance at revival." Taken aback, Peggy responded with surprise, "Then I entrust it to you." Evolto, in agreement with Peggy's decision, voiced no objections. Thus, the whale monster departed with Bucky's body. After this ordeal, Peggy felt a significant uplift in her spirits, resolutely deciding to wait for Steve's safe return. Evolto, too, resolved to care for the family left behind by Howard Stark, hoping that when Eric Stark returned, he would spare him out of gratitude for looking after his loved ones. Although Evolto had contemplated fleeing the Earth, the thought of Eric Stark's formidable powers dissuaded him. With a sense of purpose, Evolto took Peggy back to their base before departing to find the hidden Tony Stark and his mother. After Evolto's departure, Peggy settled into their former base, intending to remain here indefinitely, waiting for Steve and Howard Stark to return, until later, when they established an organization with Evolto. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Peggy Carter and Evolto, in Camartage, the Ancient One finally returned to Camartage after vanquishing the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. The Ancient One then harnessed the power of the Sorcerer Supreme and glimpsed the fates of Howard Stark and Steve, which unfolded as anticipated. However, their battle with the Evolto doppelganger subtly altered the trajectory of the rightful timeline. Consequently, the Ancient One first utilized her magic to erase the memories of the majority of ordinary people, ensuring they forgot the cataclysmic battle that nearly obliterated the world. Following this, she employed temporal magic to restore the ravaged locations to their former state. Ultimately, she wielded the power of the Sorcerer Supreme once more to steer the world back onto the correct historical path. Chapter 70. The Summoning of Wang Xiaoming. Men Shirshir. 5 years after Howard Stark and Steve engaged in battle against the Evolto doppelgangers, in the vast expanse of the void, the fragmented heart left adrift by the cosmic explosion has been restored to its former completeness. However, the consciousness of Eric Stark remains dormant. As this heart drifts toward the unknown, a massive dark matter, whose origins are shrouded in mystery, descends upon it, gradually, over an indeterminate span of time. This dark matter begins to merge with Eric Stark's heart, awakening a latent power within him and accelerating the restoration of his physical form. Years pass, and at long last, Eric Stark's body is wholly restored, yet his consciousness remains in a deep slumber, ensnared in a dreamscape. Within this dream, he revisits his life prior to his traverse into the Marvel Universe. He recalls the anguish of losing his parents at a tender age, the torment he endured from classmates during his school years, and the ostracism he faced from colleagues in the workplace, ultimately relying on fantasies to sustain his hope for survival. He remembers the chilling indifference of humanity as he sacrificed himself to save a young girl, only to be struck down by a vehicle, unbeknownst to Eric. As this dream unfolds, a shadow of darkness seeps deeper into his soul. Suddenly, he awakens, his long-closed eyes fluttering open, severing the grip of his tormenting dream. Who am I? Where am I? He murmurs in anguish. After a protracted moment, clarity dawns upon him. He recollects his identity and the circumstances that led him to this peculiar place. Anger ignites within him as he recalls the events preceding his unconsciousness. Through gritted teeth, he vows, I better not discover who you are, or I shall reduce you to mere pulp. Simultaneously, he curses the treachery of the assailant who had the audacity to ambush a man in his 30s by exploiting the chaos of the cosmic explosion. Had it not been for his remarkable fortitude, he surely would have perished. After venting for a time, Eric cannot shake off his indignation regarding this incident, but realizes that the immediate priority is to escape this wretched place. Consequently, he hastily inquires of the system within his mind. System, do you know where I currently am? With a chime, the system's voice resonates once more in his consciousness. The host is presently located in the void following the destruction of the Marvel Universe. Upon hearing this, Eric quickly follows up with another question. Then do you know how I can return to the original Marvel Universe? The system replies, this system does not possess teleportation capabilities, thus it is beyond its means. The host must devise a solution independently. The host is informed that their strength has completely dissipated and will require a considerable amount of time to restore. Until then, the host is advised against engaging in reckless behavior. Upon hearing this, Eric Stark's lips curled in irritation as he retorted, how have I acted recklessly? I have been compelled into this situation. He continued to argue his case passionately, but his words fell on deaf ears. Noticing the system's silence, Eric Stark mistakenly assumed it had acknowledged its error and ceased further protest. After a moment of contemplation, Eric Stark resolved to summon the Emperor, hoping to harness the power of the Emperor's armor to transport himself back to his original universe. Thus, he integrated the 5 elements bloodline into himself and called out, Emperor. Instantly, the Emperor transcended the void and appeared before Eric Stark. He then merged with the Emperor's armor, attempting to teleport himself back to his former universe. However, after his efforts, Eric Stark realized that his ignorance of the original universe's location rendered him incapable of such a transport. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly disengaged from his transformation. After a brief period of despondency, Eric Stark conceived another approach. He recalled that the Kamen Rider Decade could traverse the dimensional barriers, which might facilitate his return to the original universe. Resolute in his decision, he exchanged for a high-level character summoning card from the system. As for why Eric Stark did not directly exchange for the power to manipulate the dimensional barriers himself, it was due to a concern that, in the event of failure, he would at least have someone to converse with, rather than facing the solitude he currently endured. Subsequently, Eric Stark utilized the high-level character summoning card to specifically summon Tsukasa Kadoya, who had been slain by the Overlord, just as he had summoned Evolto. Tsukasa was brought forth by Eric Stark. Upon awakening and surveying the dark void surrounding him, Tsukasa furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this the afterlife?" Eric Stark, Hearing Tsukasa's words, chuckled and replied, "This is not the afterlife, Wang Xiaoming. Your journey is far from over. A new adventure is about to commence." Tsukasa turned his head in confusion and inquired, "Then where is this? Why do you call me Wang Xiaoming?" In response to Tsukasa's question, Eric Stark smiled and said, "Reflect upon your memories, and you will understand, Wang Xiaoming." After a moment of deep thought regarding his revived memories, Tsukasa comprehended the situation and stated, "I see. So, you brought me to this world." "Indeed," Eric Stark affirmed. "Thus, your journey is not yet complete, Wang Xiaoming." Tsukasa's expression darkened as he retorted, "Do not call me Wang Xiaoming. My name is Tsukasa Kadoya, remember it." Eric Stark, still smiling, nodded and replied, "Very well, Wang Xiaoming." Upon hearing the words of Eric Stark, Min Shursher's lips twitched as he rolled up his sleeves and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You scoundrel." Noticing Min Shursher's intention to take action, Eric Stark hastily waved his hands and said, "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. It was merely a jest. Min Shursher, right? I understand." When Min Shursher realized that Eric Stark had called him by name, he shot a fierce glare at him, slowly retracting his fist, which was as large as a sandbag. He then continued to inquire, "What is your purpose in bringing me to this world?" Eric Stark instantly responded with fervor, "It is for world peace, to uphold love and justice, too." However, upon hearing this, Min Shursher's lips twitched again, and he promptly interrupted Eric Stark, exasperatedly stating, "Get to the point." In response to Min Shursher's interruption, Eric Stark let out a wistful sigh before solemnly declaring, "The truth is, I can no longer return to my original world. I hope you can use your abilities to help us escape this place together." Chapter 71, The Fractured World. Upon hearing this, Monya Shur remarked, "My ability requires me to sense or have previously visited that world in order to open the dimensional barrier leading to it. If I were to traverse the barrier without knowing the destination, it is highly probable I would be transported to an unknown void." Eric Stark, filled with anticipation, gazed at Monya Shur and inquired, "Can you sense any worlds we may journey to now?" After closing his eyes for a moment to concentrate, Monya Shur furrowed his brow and replied, "I do not sense any accessible worlds. I cannot even open the dimensional barriers to the realms of the other Kamen Riders I have previously visited." Eric Stark's countenance fell at this revelation, and he lamented, "Are we truly trapped in this place?" Monya Shur shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Originally, it was only you who was trapped here. Now, I find myself ensnared as well." Eric Stark, slightly abashed, chuckled and said, "Let us not dwell on such trivialities. At least we have each other to converse with, do we not?" Monya Shur, weary of the banter, sighed and stated, "For now, we can only proceed onward in hopes of sensing a world soon." With that, he disregarded Eric Stark's presence and chose a direction to walk. Eric Stark, undeterred, promptly followed Monya Shur. Thus, the two continued their journey, quenching their thirst and hunger with the water and food Eric Stark had exchanged from the system. Time slipped by as they traversed the desolation, until at last, Monya Shur sensed a world they could access. Without hesitation, he opened the dimensional barrier and stepped into the new realm alongside Eric Stark. Initially, both expected that upon their arrival, they would find a place to rest comfortably. However, upon entering the world, they were met with the grim reality of a shattered existence, a wasteland left in the wake of destruction. The sky above was cloaked in a dismal gray, littered with the ruins of collapsed skyscrapers entwined with creeping vines, while the air was thick with the stench of decaying vegetation. This apocalyptic scene bore no signs of life. Both Eric Stark and Monya Shur felt a pang of sorrow. After having glimpsed hope, it was cruelly extinguished. Yet they did not succumb to despair, and instead began to wander through the devastated landscape, searching for any signs of survivors. However, after scouring the remnants of this broken world, they found only skeletal remains and no living souls. Just as they were preparing to depart, Eric Stark caught a glimpse of movement amidst a pile of rubble. As Eric Stark scrutinized the figure before him, he was astonished to discover that it was, indeed, a humanoid being. However, as this individual stood with their back turned to Eric and their form obscured by voluminous garments, he could not ascertain whether they were male or female. Nevertheless, Eric was filled with exhilaration, for they had finally encountered a living soul in this desolate world. He beckoned his companion, Monya Shur, and together they hastened towards the figure amid the ruins. Upon nearing the individual, Eric discerned that they were draped in a black cloak, their head concealed beneath a hood, and they appeared to be hunched over, seemingly searching for something amidst the debris. Noticing that the person seemed oblivious to their presence, Eric approached from behind and called out, "Hey, are you the only survivor in this world?" At the sound of Eric's voice, the figure froze momentarily, yet they did not turn around nor respond, remaining silent and still. Unknown to Eric, the instant his voice reached them, the individual swiftly drew a dagger concealed within their garments. Mistakenly believing that his call had startled them, Eric paid it no mind and reached out to pat the person on the shoulder, eager to glimpse their face. However, as his hand made contact, the figure whirled around and lunged at Eric with the dagger aimed directly at his heart. The The movement was fluid and devoid of hesitation. Eric was taken aback by this sudden aggression. He barely had time to react before the dagger pierced his chest. Minya, witnessing the shocking scene, rushed forward to check on Eric's condition. Fortunately, although Eric had lost all his strength, the resilience of his corporeal form remained intact. This ordinary weapon posed no threat to his physical being. Rather, the dagger shattered upon contact with his body. The assailant was equally startled, having not anticipated the extraordinary hardness of Eric's physique. In a panic, they attempted to retreat, but Eric, regaining his composure, seized the individual by the throat and lifted them off the ground in a fit of anger. Eric was incredulous that a mere pat on the shoulder had provoked such a violent response. He had not intended any harm. Had it not been for his formidable physicality, that strike could have proven fatal. Enraged, he tore away the cloak, eager to unveil the identity of this mysterious assailant who had resorted to violence without provocation. As Minya approached, relieved to see that Eric was unharmed, he too turned to regard the figure. To their astonishment, beneath the cloak stood a woman with striking golden hair. Both Eric and Minya were taken aback, realizing that this agile combatant was, in fact, a woman. However, even upon discovering that this individual was a woman, Eric Stark exhibited no mercy. He tightened his grip around her neck and said fiercely, "Speak. Who are you? What is your name? Why did you attempt to take my life without a word? Fail to answer, and I shall not hesitate to unleash my wrath." Matoy, observing from the side, refrained from intervening. After hearing Eric Stark's words, the woman opened her mouth but could not utter a sound, her face flushed with a deep crimson. Noticing her distress, Eric Stark released his grip, letting her collapse onto the ground. Once freed, the woman coughed a few times, gasping for the fresh air. Eric Stark, seeing this, chose not to rush her, patiently awaiting her response. Chapter 72, The Decision to Overthrow the Time Management Bureau after taking a few breaths. The woman cautiously turned to Eric Stark and slowly said, "My name is Sylvie. I have been forced to this world due to being hunted by certain individuals. I mistook you for one of my pursuers, which is why I attacked you outright." Eric Stark was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman was indeed Lady Loki. After some contemplation, he perceived this as a potential opportunity to return to their original universe. Thus, he inquired of Sylvie, "The ones pursuing you belong to the Time Management Bureau, correct?" Sylvie's heart raced at Eric Stark's words, and she responded, "How do you know? Could it be that you too are being hunted by the Time Management Bureau?" Eric Stark chuckled in response, "I merely surmised that. We ventured here in search of a means to return to our original world and were inadvertently drawn into this realm. We are not being hunted by the Time Management Bureau. However, if they were to become aware of our existence, it is highly likely they would send agents to eliminate us. While we are indifferent to their pursuit, I would not shy away from confronting them should they come." Sylvie, hearing the dismissive tone Eric Stark adopted regarding the Time Management Bureau, replied skeptically, "Do you truly comprehend the might of the Time Management Bureau? Before them, all your abilities would be rendered ineffective. Only technological weapons and the most basic instincts would hold any value. They are not easily vanquished." Detecting the skepticism in Sylvie's voice, Eric Stark confidently asserted, "The Time Management Bureau may restrict your powers, but they cannot stifle ours. If we were to engage in combat with their agents, we would undoubtedly dispatch them with ease." As Sylvie listened to Eric Stark's unwavering confidence and gazed into his assured eyes, she felt a flicker of belief in his words begin to take root within her. Just as Eric Stark was about to suggest that Sylvie lead them from this world, the bewildered Manji interjected, "Wait a moment. Can someone explain what this Time Management Bureau is? Why would they come after us upon discovering our presence?" In response to Manji confusion, Eric Stark elucidated, "The Time Management Bureau is an organization that transcends the timelines, dedicated to supervising, adjusting, and ultimately balancing the myriad timelines within the multiverse, which is rife with infinite variables. To better manage these timelines, they eliminate those that do not conform to their standards and eradicate individuals who disrupt their designated timelines. This ensures the existence of a singular timeline that they can completely control, which they refer to as the sacred timeline. The existence of individuals like us creates alternative timelines beyond their control. Therefore, once the Time Management Bureau becomes aware of our presence, they will inevitably seek to eradicate us to maintain the uniqueness of their sacred timeline." Upon hearing Eric Stark's words, Minyashi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I never imagined such a presence could exist. The future of the world is inherently uncertain. Only with infinite possibilities can it truly be considered a future. It is utterly unforgivable that they dare to obliterate the boundless potential of what lies ahead." Noticing Minyashi's fervent discontent, Eric Stark chuckled. "Then shall we endeavor to dismantle this organization? Let us restore genuine infinite possibilities to this world." To this, Minyashi replied with unwavering conviction, "Indeed, now that I am aware, I shall certainly confront them." Seeing Minyashi's resolute demeanor, Eric Stark nodded in agreement. "Very well. Our next objective shall be to overthrow the Time Management Bureau." He then turned to Sylvie and inquired, "Lady Loki, You must possess a means to exit this world and reach the Time Management Bureau, correct? Still astonished by how quickly Eric Stark and Menyashi decided to confront the Time Management Bureau, Sylvie instinctively responded, I do have a way to leave this world. But I will need to devise another method to reach the Time Management Bureau. Eric Stark nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us depart this world for now. With that, he gestured for Sylvie to guide him and Menyashi away. At that moment, Sylvie regained her composure and objected. I never said I would accompany you to assault the Time Management Bureau. If you wish to go, do so without me. However, Eric Stark replied with a smile. Do you truly wish to continue being hunted by the agents of the Time Management Bureau? Rather than that, why not join us in our endeavor to confront them? Once we defeat the Bureau, you can return to a normal life. Consider it well. Do you prefer to remain like a stray dog, fleeing from them? Or will you choose to fight for your own future alongside us? Sylvie found herself in a state of inner turmoil. She certainly did not wish to endure a life of relentless pursuit any longer. Yet she harbored doubts about whether merely the three of them could indeed overthrow the Time Management Bureau. Ultimately, however, her yearning for a life of freedom triumphed over her rationality. For she recognized that failing to seize this opportunity might mean she would never defeat the Bureau and attain a tranquil existence. Thus, Sylvie resolved within herself. Her gaze steady as she declared to Eric Stark and the others, You are right. I will join you. Eric Stark, upon hearing her words, smiled warmly. Trust me. You will be grateful for having made the right choice. Sylvie nodded in agreement, then added, However, before we proceed, we must first devise a feasible plan. I will not accompany you to certain doom without one. In response to Sylvie's statement, Eric Stark asked, Do you currently have any viable plans? Upon hearing this, Sylvie contemplated for a moment and then remarked, We must first make thorough preparations and then deliberately lure the agents of the Time Management Bureau into a trap. This way, we can seize their time travel machines and transport ourselves to the Bureau. Subsequently, we can devise a plan to undermine it from within. However, this approach carries significant risks, as we are unaware of the dangers that may await us inside the Bureau. After pondering Sylvie's suggestion, Eric Stark responded, Your method has merit, yet what if? After we acquire their time travel machines, they proactively close the passage to the Time Management Bureau? In reality, we need not complicate matters so. Instead, we could intentionally draw the agents out and feign being captured back to the Bureau. Once we are within its confines, we can initiate our sabotage. As for the risks involved, they are virtually negligible for us. Chapter 73. The three captured by the Time Management Bureau. After listening to Eric Stark's words, Sylvie hesitated slightly. But can you truly assure me that we will not encounter danger within the Time Management Bureau? Upon hearing this, Eric Stark smiled, recognizing Sylvie's concern regarding their abilities within the Bureau. Choosing not to speak further, he retrieved the Dark Kiva transformation device from the system and handed it to Sylvie. He then infused her with the bloodline of the Feng Eir and instructed, Try calling its name, extend your hand for it to bite you, and then utter transform. Eric Stark's intention was merely to set up a strategic move without expecting any reward in return. Following his guidance, Sylvie called out, Kivet. After being bitten by Kivet Bat 2, she confidently declared, Transform. Kivet Bat 2 then flew to the belt that appeared at Sylvie's waist, transforming her into Dark Kiva. As Sylvie experienced the surge of power coursing through her, she exclaimed in disbelief, I can't believe I have attained such formidable strength in an instant. Eric Stark, hearing her exclamation, chuckled. Now do you believe we can defeat the Time Management Bureau? Blushing slightly, Sylvie replied, Yes, I truly believe you can overcome the Bureau. At that moment, Tsukasa Kadoya interjected, Since you have bestowed the power of Dark Kiva upon her, might I also request the return of my own strength? Eric Stark suddenly remembered that he had yet to return Tsukasa's power and smiled sheepishly, of course. He then retrieved the Decade driver and some rider cards from the system, handing them over to Tsukasa. Having completed these tasks, Eric Stark turned to Sylvie and said, Then let us set off immediately. Nodding in agreement, Sylvie produced a watch-like device from her pocket. She instructed Eric Stark and Tsukasa to hold onto her as she activated the device to transport the three of them away from the shattered world they had known. In an instant, they found themselves in an alley. Eric Stark turned to observe their surroundings. The sky and buildings appeared normal, and he could even hear the honking of cars on the street. The air was no longer tainted with the stench of decay. Gazing at this scene, Eric Stark couldn't help but exclaim, How wonderful! We have finally arrived in a normal world. Tsukasa echoed his sentiment. Indeed, after wandering in the dark void every day, I was about to be sick. Now that we are in a normal world, we must take the time to rest. Eric Stark clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. Let us find a hotel and enjoy a good rest. Then, Eric Stark and Miniature set out in search of a hotel where they could rest. At that moment, Sylvie, still bewildered, exclaimed, Hey, weren't we supposed to devise a plan to draw out the Time Management Bureau? Why are you two now seeking a hotel? Without turning back, Eric Stark replied, Sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood. Moreover, we cannot immediately lure out the agents of the Time Management Bureau. It would be wiser to rest first and then strategize our approach. Sylvie pondered upon Eric Stark's words and conceded that he had a point, thus resignedly following him and the others in their quest for a place to rest. The three soon found a hotel and secured 3 rooms to enjoy a peaceful night's respite. The funds for their stay were provided by Eric Stark, who had exchanged universal gold coins from the system. The next day, feeling revitalized and invigorated after a restful night, Eric Stark gathered with the others to discuss their plan to lure out the agents of the Time Management Bureau. To Sylvie, who had long been pursued, this task seemed trivial. She suggested creating a significant ruckus to attract the attention of the Bureau, while Eric Stark and Minya would engage in a confrontation, feigning defeat and allowing themselves to be captured. Upon hearing Sylvie's proposal, both Eric Stark and Minya found her plan feasible. Consequently, the trio wasted no time in executing their scheme. Sylvie first approached a bank, deliberately exposing her face during the robbery before making her escape. After this, the three took refuge in an abandoned farm, uncertain of when the Time Management Bureau would come after them. They resolved to wait there for the agents to make an appearance. Weeks passed without any sign of the Bureau. During this time, Eric Stark gathered information about the world around him and realized it was not the same as the one he had departed from. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, he was not overly disheartened. After such a prolonged wait, the trio concluded that their earlier disturbances had been too subtle to attract the Bureau's attention. Thus, they began to strategize ways to create a greater stir that would make it easier for the agents to discover them. Just as they prepared to set forth, a group of individuals clad in protective gear suddenly appeared on the farm. The agents of the Time Management Bureau had finally located them. As the three stepped outside, they were immediately surrounded. From the crowd of agents emerged a middle-aged man, none other than Mobius M. Mobius, the one who had relentlessly pursued Sylvie on multiple occasions. Mobius first directed his gaze towards Sylvie among the trio, remarking, "Loki, there is no escape for you this time." He then turned his attention to Eric Stark and Mina Schur, declaring, "You two will inevitably wreak havoc upon the timeline, and we shall stop at nothing to apprehend you and deliver you to the Time Variance Authority to answer for your transgressions. Thus, I implore you to surrender without delay. Surrounding you, we have left you no avenue of escape." Upon realizing that these individuals were indeed the agents they had been anticipating from the Time Variance Authority, the three exchanged glances and feigned an escape. Observing this, Mobius let out a derisive snort and commanded, "Everyone, advance together and seize them." Instantly, the surrounding agents encircled Eric Stark and his companions. The trio, recognizing the predicament, pretended to engage in a struggle with the agents, ultimately feigning defeat and allowing themselves to be captured. As Mobius witnessed Eric Stark and his companions being apprehended, a satisfied smile graced his features. He then commanded the agents, "Escort them to the Time Variance Authority for trial." With that, he led the way, teleporting to the Time Variance Authority. Unbeknownst to Mobius, however, was the fact that once Eric Stark and his companions arrived at the Time Variance Authority, a triumphant smirk appeared at the corners of their mouths. Chapter 74. Encounter with the Conqueror Kong. However, upon being taken into the Time Management Bureau, Eric Stark and his companions chose not to immediately revolt. Instead, they resolved to wait until they could confront the higher-ups of the Bureau. Before long, the trio was escorted to a chamber reminiscent of a courtroom. There, they found a corpulent black woman who seemed to have been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. This woman was none other than Judge Levena Laurel of the Time Management Bureau. Eric Stark and his companions listened as Levena enumerated their alleged crimes in great detail, subsequently pronouncing their death sentences. Noticing that the Conqueror Kong had yet to make an appearance, Eric Stark decided it was time to take action. After signaling to Sylvie and Minya, the three swiftly freed themselves from their restraints. Mobius and Judge Levena, witnessing the ease with which Eric Stark and his companions escaped, exchanged alarmed glances and called out urgently for reinforcements. They attempted to flee the premises, but Eric Stark and his allies were not inclined to let them go so easily. The trio effortlessly dispatched several agents present in the courtroom and blocked the escape routes of Mobius and Judge Levena. With a grim countenance, Mobius demanded, "Who are you people?" "Exactly?" Upon hearing this, Eric Stark shook his head and smiled, bemused that Mobius would dare to pose such a fatal question in front of Minya. As anticipated, Minya's lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to deliver his iconic line. However, just as he was about to speak, Eric Stark interjected swiftly, "I am merely a passing masked rider. Remember that well." This interruption instantly disrupted Minya's incantation. With a scowl, Minya glared at Eric Stark and retorted, "Don't steal my lines, you scoundrel." Sylvie, standing nearby, glanced between Eric Stark and Minya, puzzled by the absurdity of their quarrel over a mere line. Eric Stark, choosing to disregard Minya's ire, cheerfully responded, "Do not fret over such trivialities. It matters not who says it. Let us first deal with them." Minya's mouth twitched, yet he refrained from continuing the argument. Just as the trio was preparing to confront Mobius and Judge Levena, a contingent of armed agents stormed in, encircling Eric Stark and his companions. Under the cover of numerous agents, Mobius and Judge Lavena made their escape from the courtroom. Observing this, Eric Stark opted not to impede their flight, but instead turned to the surrounding agents and remarked to Minya and Sylvie, "In that case, we must resort to more serious measures." Minya and Sylvie exchanged knowing smiles, understanding Eric Stark's intent. Thus, the three drew forth their belts and began their transformation. After a flurry of sound effects and visual spectacles, Kamen Rider Decade, Armor Hero Emperor, and Kamen Rider Dark Kiva made their simultaneous entrance. Upon transforming, Tsukasa Kadoya playfully remarked to Eric Stark, who had donned the Emperor armor, "Your armor is quite impressive." Eric Stark, instead of responding directly, smiled and said, "Let us engage in a grand battle." Nodding in agreement, Tsukasa and Silver prepared to confront a faction of agents from the Time Management Bureau. Shortly thereafter, the trio effortlessly dispatched all the agents. Once the agents were dealt with, Tsukasa and Silver were eager to pursue the fleeing Mobius and Judge Lavena. However, Eric Stark halted their advance. Perceiving their confusion, he calmly explained, "They are merely insignificant pawns within the Time Management Bureau. The true orchestrator is a man named Kong. He is the mastermind we seek. There is no need to chase them. Our priority is to locate Kong." Tsukasa, intrigued, inquired, "How do you possess such detailed knowledge?" Silver, though unable to articulate her thoughts, mirrored his perplexity. Eric, observing their inquisitive expressions, chuckled, "I am privy to much more than this. It is but a fragment of my knowledge. Our immediate concern is to find Kong swiftly, lest he elude us." Tsukasa and Silver nodded, refraining from further questions. Thus, Eric Stark, Tsukasa, and Silver commenced their search for the elusive mastermind, Kong, within the Time Management Bureau. Their quest soon led them to an office where Eric, noticing the Infinity Stones scattered across the desks of the Bureau's employees, had a sudden epiphany. Without hesitation, he gathered all the Infinity Stones. Fully aware of their ineffectiveness within the Bureau, yet considering their potential future utility. Even if they proved unnecessary, they could serve as collectibles. Consequently, Eric unceremoniously appropriated an impressive haul of over 50 Infinity Stones, sufficient to assemble several complete sets. With the Infinity Stones secured, Eric departed amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers. After searching through several more rooms, the trio finally arrived before Kong, the hidden antagonist of the Time Management Bureau. Upon recognizing their intentions, Kong exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he graciously invited them to sit and share the rationale behind his desire to manipulate the timeline. Eric Stark, unhurried, settled down with Tsukasa and Silver to listen attentively as Kong began to unfold his narrative. Then Kong revealed to them that each timeline would spawn an evil variant of himself. The reason he sought to control the timelines to maintain a singular path was to prevent the emergence of these malevolent variants. Should Eric Stark succeed in killing Kong, it would inevitably lead to these evil variants conquering the entire universe. After stating this, Kong allowed Eric Stark and the others to deliberate on whether to take his life. If they still wished to proceed with the act, he would not resist. After hearing Kang's words, Monoma found himself in a state of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Shiver was already eager to take action. Had it not been for Eric Stark's restraint, she might have already plunged a dagger into Kang's heart. Eric Stark, however, remained indifferent to the situation, expressing no strong opinion on whether or not to kill Kong. Nonetheless, he decided to wait for Monoma to reach a conclusion before proceeding. Chapter 75. Return to the main universe. Tony captured after much hesitation. Minyasi ultimately refrained from indulging in unwarranted bloodshed. He addressed Kong, stating, "If you agree to cease erasing timelines, we shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing Minyasi's words, Kong chuckled and replied, "My very existence is predicated on the obliteration of superfluous timelines, and your existence will inevitably spawn new ones. Thus, our relationship is one of irreconcilable conflict. Only the demise of one party can truly bring it to a close. If you wish to prevent me from erasing additional timelines, your only recourse is to eliminate me. Moreover, I have endured for far too long and am weary of it all. Dying at your hands would be a form of liberation." Minyasi, upon hearing this, ceased his attempts at persuasion. Consequently, the impatient Shiva lunged forward and plunged a dagger into Kang's heart. Yet, in his final moments, Kong harbored no resentment. Instead, he felt a sense of release. Exhausting his last vestiges of strength, he looked at Eric Stark and the others, saying, "I wish you good fortune." Thus, the mastermind controlling countless temporal lines, Kong, met his end. After Shiva struck down Kong, Eric Stark and his companions expelled everyone from the Time Variance Authority. Subsequently, having acquired the coordinates of the main universe, they planted numerous timed explosives within the confines of the Authority, intending to obliterate it entirely. Once this was accomplished, Eric Stark utilized a transmitter left behind by the Time Variance Authority to transport himself, Minyasi, and Shiva to the main universe. Shortly after they departed, the Time Variance Authority was utterly annihilated in a cataclysmic explosion. On a solitary island in the main universe, Three figures suddenly materialized from the void, none other than Eric Stark and his companions, having been transported from the Time Variance Authority. Perhaps due to the destruction of the Authority, their transmission was interrupted midway, resulting in a malfunction of the device. Fortunately, they returned to the main universe unscathed, albeit with the transmitter rendered completely inoperable. With a sigh of relief, Eric Stark expressed, "It is fortunate that we arrived safely in the main universe despite the transmitter's failure. Had we been consumed by the rift in space, it would have been quite troublesome." Min Yasi and Shivel nodded in agreement, sharing a palpable sense of relief. Indeed, we nearly became victims of the spatial rift. Once they had gathered their composure, they realized they were situated on a desolate island. Thus, Min Yasi promptly opened a portal to the city, facilitating their escape from the island. 3 months prior to the return of Eric Stark and his companions to the main universe, in the United States of America, Tony Stark, the renowned playboy, billionaire, and genius inventor, was showcasing Stark Industries' most advanced weapon, the Jericho missile, to the American government in the Middle East when he was ambushed and abducted by terrorists. His whereabouts remain unknown. Upon receiving this distressing news while vacationing in Florida, Evolto hurriedly packed his belongings and returned to America. Utilizing the genetic markers he had previously acquired from Tony Stark, Evolto pinpointed his location. He then transformed into Bloodstock and single-handedly infiltrated the terrorist hideout with his nebula smoke gun. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, imprisoned in a cave, was preparing to construct a metallic armor to assist in his escape from the terrorists' clutches. However, before he could commence his task, he was startled by the cacophony of screams and gunfire echoing from outside the iron door. After a short while, the chaos subsided, leaving Tony and his companion Ethan bewildered as they contemplated the unfolding events. Suddenly, the heavy iron door was violently kicked open. Startled, Tony and Ethan instinctively retreated to a corner, casting uncertain glances toward the entrance. Standing amidst the debris of the collapsed door was none other than Evolto, who had just dispatched the terrorists. Tony and Ethan, gazing at the enigmatic figure clad in armor, swallowed hard, uncertain of this man's true identity. Fearing for their lives, they raised their hands in surrender, signaling that they posed no threat. Observing Tony's fearful demeanor, Evolto couldn't help but chuckle and decided to tease him. In a deep, ominous tone, he declared, "Tony Stark, I have been hired to take your life. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Hearing these words, Tony's face paled, his expression shifting to one of despair. He glanced at the lifeless bodies of the fallen terrorists outside, realizing that this formidable individual, who had swiftly vanquished numerous foes, had come to end his life. A sense of fatalism washed over him. He believed that the day would be his last. Yet, the instinct for survival ignited within him, compelling him to plead with a forced smile, "Sir, regardless of who sent you to kill me, I am willing to offer double, no, 10 times the price if you would spare my life." Evolto, however, scoffed at the proposal. "Do you truly believe I am a man who would betray his principles for mere money?" With that, he raised his weapon, aiming it directly at Tony. The weight of despair settled in Tony's heart as he realized his fate was sealed. Resigned, he closed his eyes and began to reflect on his life, preparing to embrace his end. Mother, Pepper, farewell. Uncle Eric, let us meet again in our next life. Just as Tony closed his eyes, awaiting his demise, Ethan suddenly rushed forward and clutched Evolto's hand, shouting, "Tony, flee." Evolto was taken aback by Ethan's willingness to risk his own life to buy time for Tony, silently acknowledging Ethan's courageous act. Upon hearing Ethan's voice, Tony opened his eyes and beheld this scene. Unleashing a cry of anguish and fury, he then charged towards Evolto, grasping the other hand alongside Ethan. The sight of Ethan and Tony, undaunted in their defiance of death, left Evolto both amused and perplexed. Deciding to drop the pretense, he swiftly deactivated his transformation and addressed Tony, saying, "All right, I was merely jesting with you. Please release me." Upon witnessing the untransformed Evolto, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Uncle Evolto, how can it be you? What brings you here? And how did you transform into that form?" He then relinquished his hold on Evolto. Seeing Tony recognize Evolto, Ethan too let go, equally astonished as he gazed at Evolto. Chapter 76. A gift from 30 years ago. Upon hearing Tony's words, Evolto smiled and replied, "It was Pepper Potts who informed me of your disappearance, prompting my return to rescue you. As for how I came to possess this knightly armor, the tale is rather lengthy, so I shall succinctly share it with you." Evolto then inquired of Tony, "Do you recall my previous mention of having fought alongside your father?" Tony, reflecting on this, responded with a somber tone, "I remember. It was after that battle that my father vanished, much like Uncle Eric." Noticing the melancholy that enveloped Tony, Evolto gently placed a hand on his shoulder and continued, "Indeed, it was that very battle. We were clad in the knightly armor your father had developed, confronting an individual intent on annihilating the world. Fighting alongside us were Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, and your Aunt Peggy Carter. In our quest to save the world, your father and Steve disappeared, while Bucky fell in battle. Ultimately, only Peggy and I remained alive. After that confrontation, the world fell into a state of peace, and we never transformed again. You were but a child then, and both your uncle and father wished to shield you from danger. Hence, I chose not to disclose this to you. Tony fell into silence, the memory of losing his uncle resurfacing painfully. Shortly thereafter, he lost his father as well. This profound dual blow drove the young boy to close off his heart, unwilling to revisit those painful memories. As he grew older, he refrained from seeking information regarding these events, fearing the reopening of his emotional wounds. He resorted to a hedonistic lifestyle, hoping to numb himself with alcohol and forget his past pain. The strategy proved effective, as he seldom reflected on his earlier sorrows. Yet today, Evolto's words stirred the painful memories once more. Evolto, observing Tony's anguish, felt a pang of compassion. Over the years, he had watched Tony grow, coming to regard him as his own child. Thus, he offered words of comfort, saying, "Tony, be strong. After all these years, they would not wish to see you in such despair." Tony, gathering his emotions, managed a faint smile and replied, "I understand." Noticing Tony's demeanor, Evolto refrained from further consolation and suggested, "Let us return. We must not cause your mother undue worry." Tony nodded in agreement and turned to Ethan, saying, "Ethan, you should come with us." However, Ethan declined, stating, "I will not accompany you. I must go save my homeland." Respecting Ethan's decision, Tony merely assured him that he could reach out if he ever needed assistance. After escorting Ethan to the airport, Tony and Evolto made their way back to Stark Manor. After escorting Tony to Stark Manor, Evolto bid farewell and departed alone. Pepper Potts, who had been anxiously awaiting Tony's safe return, immediately expressed her concern, asking, "Tony, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Tony, warned by Pepper's genuine care, replied with a reassuring smile, "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine." Hearing her son's voice, Maria Stark trembled as she emerged from her quarters. Tony hurriedly approached to support his mother. Upon seeing her weary son, Maria's eyes filled with tears as she sorrowfully remarked, "Tony, it brings me such relief to see you unharmed. I cannot fathom how I would cope if I were to lose you one day. Please, refrain from selling weapons in the future. We are not in need of money. All I wish for is your safety. I have already lost your father, and I cannot bear the thought of losing you as well." With that, Maria could no longer hold back her tears. Tony, witnessing his mother's distress, embraced her and vowed, "Do not worry, Mom. I will heed your words. Stark Industries will no longer engage in weapons sales." In truth, even without Maria's plea, Tony had already resolved to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries. His recent experiences had opened his eyes to the devastation caused by the arms he once sold, fostering significant personal growth within him. After comforting his mother, Tony took the time to freshen up. He then enjoyed a delightful dinner with Maria and Pepper before retiring for a restful night. The following day, after a good night's rest, Tony convened a press conference to announce the permanent closure of the weapons division at Stark Industries. The revelation startled everyone present. Obadiah Stane, upon hearing Tony's declaration, felt a chill run through him and, suppressing his fury, urgently questioned Tony, "Tony, don't you think this decision is rather hasty? What will Stark Industries be capable of after shutting down the weapons division? Are you aware of the financial losses this will incur?" Tony, oblivious to the simmering anger in Obadiah's gaze, smiled and replied, "I am fully aware of the implications. While I have yet to determine the path forward, I am resolute in my decision to close the weapons division." With that, he elegantly turned and departed. Obadiah, watching Tony's retreating figure, felt a surge of murderous intent build within him. "Tony, since you refuse to continue being a golden goose after your brush with death, do not blame me for being ruthless." Upon returning home, Tony sat on the sofa, contemplating the future direction of Stark Industries. The clean energy sector seemed promising, but he knew he needed to further refine the miniaturized nuclear reactor before proceeding. Just as Tony was contemplating the enhancement of his miniature nuclear reactor technology, JARVIS approached him and said, "Sir, please follow me. I have something to present to you." With that, he led the way to the laboratory. "What is it? What could it possibly be?" A wave of curiosity washed over Tony, yet he followed JARVIS to the lab. Upon arrival, JARVIS guided Tony to a wall and revealed a secret passage leading underground. Tony, astonished, inquired, "JARVIS, why have you never informed me that our laboratory harbored a hidden chamber all these years?" In response, JARVIS smiled and explained, "Because within this secret chamber lies a gift bestowed upon you by Mr. Eric 30 years ago. Mr. Eric instructed me to present this power to you when you were ready to inherit it in the future. Until that time, I was unable to disclose this information. Now, however, I believe the moment has come to entrust these items to you." Chapter 77. The growth of Tony. Upon hearing those words, Tony was momentarily taken aback, a pang of sorrow welling up within him as he mournfully asked, Is this a gift from Uncle Eric? Memories of joyfully frolicking with Eric Stark flooded his mind. Yet, Tony swiftly steeled himself and followed Jarvis into the hidden chamber. Once the lights illuminated the room, he beheld the state of the concealed space. It was evident that years of neglect had rendered it a haven for dust. Within the chamber stood a colossal apparatus of uncertain purpose, accompanied by a table atop which rested a safe. Jarvis activated the room's cleaning function, and instantly, the dust was eradicated, revitalizing the chamber. Subsequently, Jarvis entered the safe's code, revealing its contents before Tony's eyes. Inside lay 3 items: a 01 driver, a high-leap locust program sublimation key, and a USB flash drive. Confounded, Tony inquired, "What are these?" Jarvis elucidated. "These are the 01 driver and the high-leap locust program sublimation key, specifically prepared for you by Mr. Eric. Once you equip the 01 driver at your waist and insert the key, you will be able to don the 01 armor for combat. After donning the armor, you can connect to Satellite Z and learn the precise methods of usage. This satellite was placed in the cosmos by Mr. Eric 30 years ago. Moreover, this belt has been exclusively authorized for your use, meaning only you can wield it. The USB drive contains the manufacturing data for additional keys and the creation details for the advanced artificial intelligence, Shimagia. You can also utilize this apparatus to fabricate other keys." Stunned by Jarvis's revelation, Tony exclaimed, "Did these items truly originate 30 years ago? I feel as though I couldn't replicate them even now. And an advanced artificial intelligence? How could that have been created 3 decades ago?" In response to Tony's astonishment, Jarvis replied, "I am equally perplexed as to how Mr. Eric managed to create these items. He merely entrusted them to my care. Additionally, I am the first advanced artificial intelligence crafted by Mr. Eric." Nodding in resignation, Tony remarked, "Very well." As he scrutinized the 01 driver, Jarvis continued, "Years ago, Mr. Eric recorded a video message for you. Would you like to view it, sir?" Without hesitation, Tony set the 01 driver aside and urgently responded, "Yes, Jarvis, please play the video." "Of course, sir," Jarvis replied, and soon after, he projected the video recorded by Eric Stark. In the footage, Eric Stark was seen smiling as he sat on a sofa. Tony gazed upon the familiar figure, and his eyes immediately welled with tears as he covered his mouth, desperately stifling his sobs. Soon after, he heard the familiar voice emanating from the video. "Tony, I've been having a rather ominous premonition lately. I fear something may happen to me, so I recorded this message for you in advance. Do you still remember your dream of becoming a hero? By the time you see this video, you should have received the gift I promised you. I hope that, no matter what happens in the future, you remain strong and never abandon the hope within your heart. Now, I bequeath to you the spirit of Kamen Rider. You must carry it forth diligently. Lastly, I want to tell you that whatever choices you make, both your father and I will always be proud of you." The video concluded, yet after hearing Eric Stark's words, Tony could no longer contain his sorrow and began to weep audibly. Just then, Pepper Potts, who had come to find Tony, rushed in upon hearing his cries. Seeing Tony in anguish, she enveloped him in a tight embrace, anxiously asking, "Tony, what's wrong? What happened?" Through his tears, Tony managed to chuckle, "I'm fine. I just received the most wonderful gift." Though Pepper was puzzled as to why one would cry upon receiving a gift, she sensed that now was not the time to inquire further. After a brief period, Tony's sobs subsided, and he found solace in letting go of past pains. Silently, he vowed, "Uncle Eric, Dad, rest assured. The world you saved will now be protected by me. I shall honor the name of Kamen Rider. Just watch over me." Once Pepper noticed that Tony's emotions had stabilized, she cautiously asked, "Tony, can you tell me what happened? You haven't shared anything since your return, and I'm quite worried about you." Tony felt a warmth in his heart at Pepper's concern, yet he was also embarrassed at having cried like a child in front of her. His face flushed with shame, wishing he could disappear into a crevice to evade the awkwardness of the moment. However, seeing that Pepper was genuinely concerned and not mocking him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, Tony feigned composure as he replied to Pepper, "I just received a gift from J.A.R.V.I.S. that my Uncle Eric left for me before he went missing. This gift is incredibly precious to me. It reminds me of the times I spent with Uncle Eric during my childhood. That's why I couldn't help but cry." Upon hearing Tony's words, Pepper's worries finally eased, and she smiled warmly, saying, "Ah, I see. A gift that transcends over 30 years of time. The bond you share with your uncle is truly admirable." Upon finishing her words, Pepper suddenly recalled what she had learned about Tony's past from his mother, Maria Stark. Ever since the loss of his uncle, Eric Stark, Tony had been clandestinely weeping almost every day. Eventually, he shut himself off emotionally, seeking solace in alcohol to numb his pain. He devoted all his time to inventions, keeping himself so busy that he had no moments of respite. He had been evading the memories associated with Eric Stark, reluctant to revisit the anguish of that time. However, today, Tony found himself confronted once more with the scars of his past. It was conceivable that he was in deep emotional turmoil. merely putting on a brave face to spare her worry. This thought made Pepper anxious again, prompting her to ask, Tony, are you truly all right? After all, you have always. Upon hearing her words, Tony realized that Pepper was concerned he might suffer due to the resurfacing memories. He gazed gently into her eyes and replied with a reassuring smile, rest assured, I am genuinely fine. I no longer suffer from the pains of the past. I have let go. Chapter 78. Obadiah Stane transforms into a monster as Pepper Potts gazed into Tony Stark's eyes and smiled. She realized that he had truly laid to rest the painful memories of his past. A sense of relief washed over her, and she felt joy at Tony's newfound peace. However, just as the atmosphere between Tony and Pepper grew increasingly intimate, an untimely voice interrupted their moment. Sir, there is someone at the door seeking your attention. Jarvis announced calmly, having detected a visitor at the entrance of Stark Manor. The disruption left both Tony and Pepper with a torrent of frustration coursing through their minds. Irritated by the interruption, Tony snapped at Jarvis. Who is it? I'd like to know which fool has chosen this moment to visit me. It is your dear friend. Colonel Rhodes, Jarvis replied. Upon hearing this, Tony let out a sigh of relief. All right, I didn't expect it to be my good buddy. With that, Tony and Pepper made their way to the living room. Upon meeting, Tony and Rhodes embraced warmly. Hey, brother, I'm thrilled you've returned safely. I just couldn't make it back in time due to my mission, Rhodes said, his tone tinged with remorse. However, Tony would never hold such trivial matters against his close friend. He waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's all right. We don't need to fuss over such things. Seeing that Tony bore no ill will for his absence, Rhodes felt his own guilt dissipate. He then continued with a grin. I'm here for a routine inquiry. The military wishes to understand how you were captured and subsequently rescued. Tony recounted the events of his abduction and rescue to Rhodes, but chose to omit any mention of Evolto, fabricating an alternate explanation instead. After the standard questioning, Rhodes took his leave. After sharing a kiss with Pepper, Tony retreated to his laboratory to resume his work on optimizing and securing his invention of the miniature nuclear reactor technology. He intended to enhance its energy generation efficiency, safety, and confidentiality, envisioning the new reactor as a clean energy solution and a cornerstone for Stark Industries' transformation. With his brilliant mind at work, Tony completed the new miniature nuclear reactor technology within a matter of days, feeling a sense of relief at the accomplishment. Following some final preparations, he convened a press conference to unveil this groundbreaking news to the world. As anticipated, the announcement of his invention sent the assembled journalists into a frenzy, marking yet another headline-worthy revelation. Just as Tony reveled in the chaos he had created, an unidentified reporter posed a pointed question. Mr. Stark, didn't T. Stark Industries declare a permanent closure of its weapons division? Why, then, are you still selling weapons to other nations? Are the words you previously spoke mere fabrications? As soon as this question was posed, an eerie silence enveloped the press conference. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Tony was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the reporter's inquiry, reflecting on the closure of the weapons department and the prohibition against Stark Industries selling arms. Was the journalist deliberately attempting to draw his attention with such a provocative statement? Perturbed, Tony retorted, I have indeed prohibited Stark Industries from selling weapons. Present your evidence before making such claims, lest I be compelled to pursue legal action against you. To his surprise, the reporter remained unfazed, calmly retrieving several photographs from his bag and handing them to Tony. These images were taken just yesterday, clearly depicting weapons sold by Stark Industries. As Tony scrutinized the photographs, he noticed the unmistakable Stark Industries emblem on the weaponry, prompting a wave of doubt to wash over him. Could it be that someone within Stark Industries was clandestinely smuggling arms behind his back? This unsettling thought caused Tony's composure to falter, and he addressed the reporter with renewed seriousness. Thank you for your evidence. I will undoubtedly uncover who is responsible for the smuggling of these weapons. With that, he turned on his heel and exited the press conference, determined to investigate who was covertly selling Stark Industries creations. Upon returning home and conducting a meticulous examination, Tony's suspicions converged on a particular individual, Obadiah Stane. Despite the revelation, Tony found it difficult to accept this unsettling reality, as Obadiah was not only a stalwart of Stark Industries but also a close associate of his late father, Howard Stark. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the truth regarding who was selling Stark's weaponry, Tony resolved to delve deeper into Obadiah's background. He summoned J.A.R.V.I.S. to conduct a thorough investigation into Obadiah Stane. The findings only served to heighten Tony's suspicions of Obadiah's involvement in the illicit arms trade. However, J.A.R.V.I.S. was unable to procure the crucial evidence needed to substantiate these allegations. Consequently, Tony decided to enlist Pepper's assistance in surreptitiously obtaining transaction records from Obadiah's personal computer. After reviewing the illicit materials that Pepper had acquired, Tony not only confirmed Obadiah's role in the smuggling operation but also uncovered a far more harrowing truth. The entire abduction plot had been orchestrated by Obadiah himself. Furthermore, Obadiah's intention was to eliminate Tony, yet an uneven distribution of dealings with terrorists inadvertently granted him a chance to survive. Upon grasping the full scope of these events, Tony's anger surged, and he declared his intention to imprison Obadiah Stane. Yet, even in his fury, Tony refrained from taking lethal action against the man who sought to end his life. Unbeknownst to Tony, as he was perusing information about Obadiah Stane, the latter had discovered that his intentions to murder Tony had been compromised by Pepper Potts. With a glint of cold menace in his eyes, Obadiah proclaimed, "Tony, I had not intended to eliminate you so swiftly. After all, you have now conceived the groundbreaking invention of the miniature nuclear reactor. I would prefer not to extinguish your life before acquiring this technology. However, your actions have left me no choice. I must take your life before you expose me. It is a pity that this technology will vanish in such a manner." With those words, Obadiah's eyes glowed crimson, and his white steam erupted from his body. He transformed into a monstrous rhinoceros creature. Now in his grotesque form, Obadiah cruelly laughed. "Once you are eliminated, Stark Industries will fall entirely into the hands of our supervillain syndicate. Haha." Chapter 79. Tony transforms to battle the Shuka minions just as Tony was preparing his materials to contact Rhodey. A horde of Shuka minions clad in black and white bodysuits stormed into Stark Manor. The air was soon filled with their eerie shrieks. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. hurriedly approached Tony, urgency etched across his features. "Mr. Stark, Stark Manor is currently being invaded by unknown assailants. You must evacuate immediately." Startled by J.A.R.V.I.S.'s words, Tony responded with urgency, "J.A.R.V.I.S. Go protect my mother. I will retrieve the 01 driver. Remember, ensure my mother's safety at all costs." Without delay, Tony dashed to the laboratory to fetch the 01 driver. Upon receiving Tony's command, J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly raced toward Maria Stark's bedroom to secure her. Shortly after the actions of Tony and J.A.R.V.I.S., the Shuka minions began to breach the doors. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and all the staff at Stark Manor had already departed. Otherwise, more lives would have been unnecessarily lost. Once inside, the Shuka minions surged into the living room, numbering around 50 or 60. As they wreaked havoc while searching for Tony, he finally acquired the 01 driver. Turning swiftly, Tony confronted the Shuka minions who had infiltrated the laboratory, his face flushed with anger. "Who sent you wretches?" he demanded. However, his words were met with silence, and the minions let out a guttural cry before charging at him. Reacting swiftly, Tony executed a roll to evade their assault, only to be taken aback when he noticed that a single punch had shattered the floor beneath him. "What?" he exclaimed, relieved he had opted for avoidance rather than confrontation. Had he not dodged, that blow could have cost him his life. As the relentless Shuka minions pressed their attack, Tony utilized a nearby column to evade once more. Seizing the opportunity while the minions were still reorienting, he equipped the 01 driver around his waist and inserted the Rising Hopper program key into the device. Instantly, the belt 3D printed a metallic grasshopper, accompanied by an exhilarating sound effect. Progrise. Jumping high rise. Rising Hopper. A leap to the sky transforms into a rider kick. After several leaps, the metallic grasshopper landed upon Tony, completing his first transformation. In that instant, his consciousness connected with the satellite Zaya, initiating his learning of the 01 system's operational methods. In a mere heartbeat, Tony mastered the combat techniques of the 01 system, feeling as though he had become a seasoned warrior. After exhaling slowly, Tony immediately voiced his curiosity. "Who are you? How do you possess such power?" However, the Shuka minions appeared oblivious to his question, continuing their assault on the transformed Tony. Mistaking them for mere bioweapons incapable of speech, Tony decided to forego further pleasantries, charging forward to obliterate the minion that had just attacked him. Yet, as he dispatched this foe, more Shuka minions, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the living room. Tony, however, felt no sense of pressure. He had already discerned that this group posed no real threat to him. Thus, he paid them little mind. Concerned solely for the safety of Jarvis and his mother, Maria Stark, Tony resolved not to linger and engage with the minions any longer. He swiftly retrieved the briefcase sword and plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the Shuka minions. In that moment, Tony resembled a deity descending from the heavens, dispatching each foe with precision and ferocity. In a matter of moments, over 50 intruding Shuka minions were effortlessly eradicated by him. With the minions vanquished, Tony had no time to revel in his prowess. He hurried toward Maria Stark's bedroom to ascertain her safety. Upon seeing her unharmed under Jarvis's protection, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, alleviating his worries. However, when Maria laid eyes on Tony's transformed figure, she did not recognize him and mistook him for an enemy. Yet, having weathered many storms, Maria was no fragile woman. Suppressing her panic, she feigned calmness and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you attacked Stark Manor?" Tony, caught between amusement and exasperation, quickly reverted to his original form and replied, "Mom, it's me. The intruders have been defeated." Upon realizing it was Tony, Maria exhaled in relief, her fears subsiding as she rushed forward to grasp him, her voice laced with concern. "Tony, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Wishing to ease her worries, Tony smiled and reassured her, "Don't fret, Mom. I'm completely fine. Those foes could not harm me at all." He then curiously asked, "Mom, aren't you interested in how I transformed like this?" At this, Maria's expression turned somber as memory surfaced in the past. "When your father and uncle battled a mysterious force, I witnessed Steve and Bucky's transformations. Moreover, during your childhood, you always dreamed of becoming a hero. Given how fond your Uncle Eric is of you, he must have prepared something to help you fulfill your dreams. From that moment, I knew you would one day fight dangerous enemies, just like them. I shall not deter you, for it is the very spirit your father and uncle have long wished for you to inherit. However, I implore you to prioritize your safety above all else. I have already lost your father. I cannot bear to lose you as well." Upon hearing these words, Tony, not wishing to cause his mother further distress, smiled and reassured her, "Rest assured, Mother. I shall place my safety first." Maria Stark, upon hearing Tony's vow, nodded, understanding that he would instinctively prioritize the protection of the innocent in times of peril. This is the enduring legacy of the Stark men. Yet, as a mother, she still yearned for Tony to affirm his commitment to safeguarding his own well-being. Although the intruding henchman had been dispatched by Tony, he felt an unsettling sense of insecurity about Stark Manor. Thus, he promptly addressed Maria Stark and J.A.R.V.I.S., stating, "Mother, Stark Manor is no longer safe. We may face further attacks. We must leave at once." With that, Tony resolutely guided Maria Stark and J.A.R.V.I.S. away from Stark Manor. Chapter 80. Pepper is kidnapped. After escorting them to his safe location, Tony began to ponder the motives behind the recent attack on him. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him, and he instinctively reached for his phone to contact Pepper, urging her to find a place to hide. "Pepper, you must find a secure place immediately. Obadiah has just sent people to assault Stark Manor, and he is likely to target you as well." Upon hearing Tony's words, Pepper gasped in alarm. "Tony, are you and Aunt May all right? Are you hurt?" Tony felt a warmth in his heart from Pepper's concern, but quickly replied with urgency, "I'm fine. You need to find a safe location right away. I will come to get you." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Pepper responded promptly, "Okay. I will find a secure place to hide." Just as Tony prepared to offer more advice, a sudden explosion erupted on the line. Tony's heart raced as he shouted, "Pepper, are you okay? Please tell me you're unharmed." Yet, the line was met with silence. Only the cacophony of distress and explosions echoed back. Panic surged within Tony as he repeatedly called out Pepper's name. After a few seconds, Pepper's voice finally broke through in a state of panic. "Tony, I'm okay. I'm under attack too. They're launching rockets at the building." Hearing her voice relieved Tony somewhat, but he quickly urged her, "Pepper, you need to escape through the emergency exit. I'll be there soon. Remember to prioritize your safety." "You must." Before he could finish, Pepper's terrified scream pierced through the phone. "Hey, a monster, Tony. A monster is coming for me." Tony's expression shifted to one of alarm as he shouted, "Pepper, get away from there." Without hesitation, he commandeered a nearby car and sped towards Pepper's location. As he drove, he spoke rapidly into the phone, "Pepper, run as fast as you can and get away from that place. I'm on my way." But then, a horrific scream from Pepper echoed through the line, followed by an unsettling silence. "Pepper, Pepper." Tony cried out, desperation creeping into his voice, but there was no response. His face darkened, and a fierce determination filled his eyes as he seethed with rage towards Obadiah. "Obadiah," he growled, slamming his foot down on the accelerator, pushing the car to its limits as he raced to the scene of the chaos. Suddenly, a familiar voice of a middle-aged man came through the phone. "Tony, Pepper Potts is now in my custody. If you wish to save her, come to the docks. But hurry, otherwise, her life is forfeit." With that, the line went dead. Upon hearing the words of Obadiah Stane emanating from the telephone, Tony's countenance darkened, and he bellowed with fierce intensity, "Obadiah, you are truly despicable." He then executed a swift drift, heading towards the harbor. After concluding his call, Jarvis, who had been closely monitoring Tony, immediately apprised Maria Stark of the situation. "Madam Stark, I must take my leave. Tony is in peril, and I must assist him. I have already contacted Colonel Rhodes, who will soon return to ensure your safety. Please remain here." Maria Stark, upon hearing this, anxiously inquired, "Is Tony all right?" Jarvis offered a reassuring smile, responding, "Rest assured, madam. Tony is currently safe, however. He is about to embark on a mission to rescue Miss Pepper Potts, which may prove perilous. Hence, I must provide him with assistance before it is too late." Feeling a sense of relief, Maria urged, "Then you must hurry. Do not concern yourself with my safety." Jarvis nodded affirmatively, stating, "Very well, madam." With that, he exited the secure facility, racing towards Stark Manor in a vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Tony, speeding in his car, arrived at the harbor location mentioned by Obadiah Stane. Yet upon arrival, he was met only with a multitude of shipping containers and no sign of any individuals. With no other option, Tony disembarked to search for Obadiah's whereabouts. As he ventured deeper into the harbor, he finally discovered Pepper Potts, bound and suspended in the air. Upon seeing her, Tony's concern erupted, and he shouted, "Pepper, are you all right?" His voice roused the unconscious Pepper, who, upon awakening, emitted several pained groans, realizing her precarious situation. Instantly, terror gripped her, and she cried out, "Ah! Ah!" Tony, noticing her distress, urgently reassured her, "Pepper, do not fear. I will have you down in no time." He then began to devise a method to rescue her. As Pepper, amidst her fright, heard Tony's voice and spotted him below, her panic began to subside. With lingering trepidation, she uttered, "Tony, I saw a creature resembling a rhinoceros. It was terrifying." In response, Tony comforted her, "Do not be afraid. I am here. No matter what happens, I will protect you." At that moment, Tony discovered a path to ascend and rescue Pepper. However, just as he prepared to rush forward, Obadiah Stane emerged from behind a shipping container, disdainfully declaring, "Tony, do you truly believe you can save Pepper Potts alive? You are barely able to save yourself." Startled, Tony looked up at Obadiah atop the container, his fury igniting as he retorted, "Obadiah, you scoundrel. What do you intend to do?" Unfazed by Tony's wrath, Obadiah cast him a fleeting glance, calmly stating, "I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Then, with a casual flick, he dismissed the troublesome presence before him. He shook his head and continued, "I had no intention of ending your life so swiftly. After all, you have astonishingly created a miniature nuclear reactor, a groundbreaking invention that could usher the world into a new era. My original plan was to wait until I fully comprehended the details of your invention before taking your life. However, I was taken aback to discover that you had uncovered evidence of my collusion with terrorist organizations to target you. This revelation compels me to eliminate you. The goose that lays golden eggs, sooner than anticipated. Tony, you have left me with no choice. Blame yourself for paving your own path to destruction." Upon hearing these words, Tony was engulfed by a tempest of anguish and fury, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions as he questioned, "Why? I have always regarded you as a mentor. Why have you chosen to betray me?" Chapter 81. Tony's struggle against Obadiah Stane. Upon hearing Tony's words, Obadiah Stane let out a contemptuous snort, mocking him, "Do not jest. You have always been nothing more than a tool for my profit. My proximity to you and your father was merely a strategy to seize complete control over Stark Industries by earning your trust. All of this is merely a figment of your imagination." Tony, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of disillusionment towards Obadiah, with anger etched on his face. He gazed defiantly at Obadiah and declared, "I will undoubtedly stop you. You shall never possess Stark Industries." Obadiah responded with a derisive scoff, sneering, "Do not think that escaping from the minions I sent means you can speak so boldly, while I am unaware of how you vanquished them. My power is worlds apart from theirs. You can scarcely fathom the extent of my strength. Soon, you shall meet your despairing demise at my hands." With that, Obadiah unleashed a furious roar, his eyes glowing red as steam erupted from his body, transforming him into a monstrous rhinoceros creature. Witnessing this sudden metamorphosis, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What on earth are you?" Meanwhile, the suspended Pepper was struck with panic, crying out in alarm. Obadiah, relishing their terror, cackled, "I am the third-generation modified entity of Super Shocker, the rhinoceros beast. You shall be ground into mere pulp beneath my magnificent power." Tony, perplexed, inquired, "Super Shocker? What is that?" However, Obadiah dismissed the question with a disdainful huff, retorting, "There is no need for the dying to know so much." He then leapt down from the container, advancing slowly towards Tony, deliberately instilling pressure upon him, seeking to shatter both his hope and his body in his moment of panic. As Obadiah approached, Tony wasted no time hesitating. He swiftly activated the 01 driver and the Rising Hopper program key, initiating his transformation. Progrise. Jump to rise. Rising Hopper. A leap to the sky culminates in a rider kick. With the familiar sound resonating around him, Tony merged with the metallic grasshopper and transformed into Kamen Rider 01. Surprised by the transformation, Obadiah remarked, "I did not expect you to invent a rider armor. I must admit, I underestimated you. You defeated my minions using that armor. Did you not? However, even as Kamen Rider, you cannot hope to match my might." With unwavering confidence, Tony retorted, "I hope your strength matches your bravado." Without hesitation, Tony charged at Obadiah Stane. At the moment their fists clashed, Tony's punch was instantly thwarted, struck fiercely in the chest by Obadiah Stane. He let out a cry and was sent flying. "What?" Tony had presumed that this transformed monster, Obadiah Stane, would not possess strength surpassing that of the previous shocker minions he had defeated. However, he was taken aback by the vast disparity in power, thus already at a disadvantage. Tony underestimated him and was easily knocked down by a single blow. Gasping in pain, Tony clutched his chest as he struggled to rise. Casting a wary glance at Obadiah Stane, his heart racing with anxiety, observing Tony, who had been felled by his fist. Obadiah mocked him as he got back on his feet, saying, "What's the matter? Weren't you going to stop me? Why do you hesitate to attack? It seems your arrogance does not translate into strength." Tony, attempting to maintain a facade of bravado, retorted, "Don't get me wrong. I'm merely contemplating how to choose your demise." Yet inwardly, he grappled with how to confront the overwhelming power of Obadiah Stane. Unfazed, Obadiah scoffed, "Ha! A defiant little brat. Let's see if your bravado can withstand my punches." With that, he lunged forward again. Tony, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively dodged to the side. However, Obadiah swung his arm towards him. Tony narrowly leapt backward, evading the attack, but Obadiah relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a flurry of punches that forced Tony to retreat. Struggling to keep up, cornered against a shipping container, Tony found himself with nowhere to escape. Despite his dire situation, he could not devise a strategy against Obadiah, his anxiety mounting and his expression grim. Watching from above, Pepper Potts was equally concerned for Tony, yet felt powerless to intervene. With Tony trapped, Obadiah charged up for another punch aimed at him. Tony leapt just in time to evade the blow, but the container behind him was obliterated by Obadiah's strike. Tony inwardly sighed in relief for narrowly avoiding the attack. Frustration began to bubble within Obadiah as he taunted, "Is dodging all you can do, Tony? Do you really think you can thwart me by merely evading?" Tony chose not to respond to the taunt. He had discerned that while Obadiah possessed immense power, his speed was inferior to his own. Realizing this weakness, Tony felt a surge of confidence as he declared, "I've found your vulnerability. Soon, you shall be dealt with." Obadiah Stane, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively, exclaiming, "Oh, anyone can boast, so spare me your bravado." With that, he hurled a shipping container directly at Tony. However, this time Tony did not evade. Instead, he drew forth his briefcase sword and cleaved the incoming container in two. With sword in hand, he charged toward Obadiah Stane, intending to exploit his own speed to mount an offensive. Observing that Tony had finally ceased his evasive maneuvers, Obadiah Stane also surged forward, eager to engage Tony in a direct confrontation. Yet, Tony had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. As he approached Obadiah Stane, he deftly maneuvered around him, leveraging his speed. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Obadiah Stane seethed with anger, demanding, "Tony, do you dare to confront me head-on? Stop leaping around like a grasshopper." To which Tony retorted mockingly, "My speed surpasses yours. Naturally, I shall evade your attacks. Only a fool would engage you directly." Chapter 82. Tony, forced to revert from transformation upon hearing this, Obadiah Stane, consumed by rage, struck Tony with a powerful blow. Tony, seizing the opportunity as a chink in Obadiah's armor finally revealed itself, grinned triumphantly. Swiftly maneuvering behind Obadiah, he brought his sword down fiercely upon Obadiah's back, causing him to stagger. Just as Tony believed he had succeeded in wounding Obadiah, the latter regained his composure abruptly. Slowly turning, he twisted his neck and taunted, "Such a feeble attack, Tony. Are you merely tickling me?" Tony, momentarily taken aback, muttered in disbelief, "No way. My attack failed to breach his defenses." Observing this, Obadiah decided it was time to cease playing with Tony and prepare to eliminate him with full force. With a tremendous exertion, Obadiah struck the ground before him, unleashing an explosion that reverberated with his immense strength. A cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring the vision of those present. Caught in the aftermath of the blast, Tony felt a surge of dread as he lost sight of Obadiah. He hastily rose, scanning for any sign of his adversary. However, instead of spotting Obadiah, he was met with a barrage of containers hurtling towards him. The obscured vision left Tony with no time to evade. All he could do was exclaim, "Oh no," before being overwhelmed and buried beneath a heap of containers. Seeing Tony crushed and unresponsive, Pepper Potts was instantly overcome with grief. Tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Tony." Obadiah, observing the scene, let out a chilling laugh, declaring, "Tony, after being struck by so many containers, I wonder if you'll ever rise again." He lingered for a few minutes, noting Tony's lack of movement, before erupting into triumphant laughter. "Tony, it appears this grasshopper cannot leap any longer. Ha ha ha." In stark contrast to Obadiah's mirth, Pepper's heart shattered at the sight of Tony's stillness. Her cries echoing with despair, "Tony, it's all my fault. If it weren't for coming to save me, you wouldn't be in this predicament." After a spell of laughter, Obadiah turned to Pepper with a sinister grin, saying, "Do not grieve. I shall soon send you to reunite with him." Yet, contrary to his expectations, Pepper felt no fear in that moment. Her heart, already laden with despair, sought to follow Tony into the void. Thus, She paid no heed to Obadiah's words, fixating instead on the spot where Tony lay, silently shedding tears as she thought, Tony, I will join you shortly. Obadiah Stane noticed that Pepper was fixated on Tony, utterly ignoring him, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. With a disdainful snort, he declared, Since you care for him so much, I shall graciously expedite your reunion in hell, becoming a pair of doomed lovebirds. He then advanced towards Pepper, intent on eliminating her as well. However, at that moment, the container pinning Tony suddenly stirred. Obadiah halted, turning his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Upon hearing the noise, Pepper's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. In their shared gaze, Tony emerged from the container, having used his briefcase as a makeshift weapon to carve an escape just before being crushed. Seeing Tony emerge unscathed, Pepper's tears of despair transformed into tears of joy. Yet, Obadiah, witnessing that Tony was still alive, narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Tony, you truly are resilient. How could you survive this? Gasping for breath, Tony managed a faint smile, replying, Of course, for Lady Luck has always favored me, Tony Stark. Obadiah scoffed dismissively, But what can you accomplish in your current state? You are no match for me. You merely prolong your demise by a few moments. To this, Tony responded with a hearty laugh, Perhaps, but I shall fight until the very last second. Until the end, no one knows what may transpire. For it is only through unwavering hope that miracles can occur. I, inheritor of Uncle Eric's spirit, shall always believe in this truth. Obadiah sneered derisively, What a tiresome sentiment. Allow me to shatter your hopes. With that, he lunged toward Tony. Enraged by the insult to the spirit he cherished, Tony shouted, You scoundrel. To insult such a spirit, I will not let you go unpunished. He charged at Obadiah. Yet despite his fury, he could not bridge the chasm of power separating them. Obadiah effortlessly struck him, causing sparks to fly and cries of pain to erupt. Tony was then sent flying by a swift kick, unable to rise for quite some time. Suspended in the air, Pepper was heartbroken at Tony's plight, crying out in anguish. Tony, enough. It is already too much. Do not continue this fight. You must leave. Please, just go. In response to her pleas, Obadiah mocked, Tony, you cannot escape my grasp. Yet, upon hearing Pepper's voice, Tony's resolve only strengthened. With a slight smile, he declared, I am the Kamen Rider 01. Inheritor of Uncle Eric's and my father's indomitable spirit, sworn to protect the world as they do. How could I possibly? How could I just flee like this? In that moment, Tony let out a furious roar, determined to unleash his most powerful attack, the night kick, against Obadiah Stane. Unfazed, Obadiah merely scoffed and channeled his strength into a brutal charge aimed at Tony. Although Tony had concentrated all his power into his leg, it paled in comparison to Obadiah's might. As their legs collided, the standoff lasted but a moment before Tony was sent hurtling away, thoroughly defeated. Moreover, the impact forced him to revert from his transformation. Upon witnessing Tony's reversion, Obadiah mocked, Tony, it seems your hope cannot conjure miracles. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Tony rose, fixing a steadfast gaze upon Obadiah, and resolutely declared, Even so, I shall not relinquish hope. Chapter 83, Tony's final defeat of Obadiah upon hearing this. Obadiah Stane scoffed disdainfully, Oh, Tony, is this your last words? Allow me to put an end to your life. With that, he seized a massive rock and hurled it forcefully towards Tony. Pepper, frightened by the scene unfolding before her, shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight of such cruelty. Tony, witnessing the enormous stone hurtling towards him, too closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Yet, a sense of regret filled his heart as he thought, I'm sorry, Uncle Eric, Father. Forgive me for not being able to uphold my promise to protect this world any longer. I'm sorry, Pepper, I couldn't save you. Forgive me, Mother. I have broken my word. Everyone, please forgive me. At that critical moment, a shadow suddenly rushed in from the side, tackling Tony and allowing him to evade the deadly blow. This shadow was none other than J.A.R.V.I.S., who had just completed the creation of a new key at Stark Manor and was racing to the rescue, arriving just in time. He saved Tony from the clutches of Obadiah Stane. Obadiah, taken aback by the unexpected intervention, focused his gaze to discover it was Tony's loyal butler, J.A.R.V.I.S. This sudden turn of events was difficult for Obadiah to accept. He could not fathom why, whenever he believed Tony was doomed, fortune seemed to favor him. Could it be true, as Tony claims, that the goddess of luck is always on his side? Obadiah struggled to reconcile this elusive notion, yet the frequency of such surprises greatly unsettled him. While Obadiah remained bewildered, Tony, saved by J.A.R.V.I.S., opened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, J.A.R.V.I.S., what are you doing here? Confusion clouded Tony's mind. J.A.R.V.I.S. was supposed to be with his mother. So why had he suddenly appeared here to save him? J.A.R.V.I.S. responded with a slight smile when Mr. Stark and Miss Pepper finished their call. I acquired intel about this rhinoceros creature through network surveillance, realizing that you would struggle to defeat this beast using only the high jump locust program. I immediately rushed to Stark Manor's secret chamber to create a new key. Once it was completed, I hurried here to deliver it to you. Tony nodded in understanding but then asked, but I instructed you to protect my mother. Why have you been monitoring my situation? J-A-R-V-I-S. Replied with a smile, my purpose, as designed by Mr. Eric, is to protect and assist you, Mr. Stark. Hence, your safety is my utmost priority. Before I left your mother, I informed Colonel Rhodes to ensure the safety of Mrs. Maria. Therefore, you need not worry about her well-being. Tony felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that J-A-R-V-I-S was created by Uncle Eric to safeguard him. Tony then inquired, can the newly crafted key defeat Obadiah? Jarvis nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed. The newly forged key is the Breaking Mammoth Program Ascension Key, which possesses a formidable power far surpassing that of the High Leap Locust Program Ascension Key. It grants the ability to crush adversaries with immense strength and mass. With that, Jarvis handed the Breaking Mammoth Program Ascension Key to Tony. Gazing at the key in his hand, a confident smile returned to Tony's face. Jarvis, you go save Pepper. I'll handle Obadiah. Jarvis nodded silently and proceeded to rescue Pepper. At that moment, Obadiah Stane regained his composure. However, upon noticing Jarvis's actions, he merely cast a fleeting glance and chose not to intervene, allowing Jarvis to assist Pepper. Obadiah's intention was to eliminate Tony completely, ensuring he would not have another chance to survive. As for Pepper and Jarvis, their fates would be sealed once Tony was dealt with. With a sinister grin, Obadiah issued a death threat to Tony. Tony Stark, I will not grant you another opportunity to live. I will utterly reduce you to a pulp, ensuring you have no chance to rely on luck again. In response, Tony slowly rose from the ground, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, is that so? I, too, will wager my life to bring you down. With that declaration, he raised the Breaking Mammoth Program Ascension Key, activated it, authorized it, and inserted it into the 01 drive, commencing his second transformation. Suddenly, a colossal mech materialized above Tony. Progress. Giant waking. Breaking Mammoth. Larger than life to crush like a machine. As the transformation sound echoed, Tony was enveloped in a beam of light, merging with the mech. Once connected, the mech morphed into a gigantic robot. Overjoyed by his new appearance, Tony exclaimed, incredible. This time, I can certainly defeat Obadiah. Upon witnessing Tony's transformation into the immense robot, a sense of foreboding crept into Obadiah's heart, yet he feigned calmness and mocked. Do you really think that growing larger will enable you to defeat me? Such naivety. At that moment, dawn broke. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced the darkness, illuminating Tony's back and making him appear resplendent. Conversely, Obadiah squinted in pain as the sunlight filtered through Tony's silhouette, forcing him to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. Tony tilted his head. Basking in the warmth of the sunlight, and with unwavering resolve, he declared loudly to Obadiah, this dawn will mark the end of your life. This ray of morning sun is your funeral. With that, he charged directly at Obadiah. Upon hearing this, Obadiah Stane erupted in furious outrage, exclaiming, do not jest. You insufferable brat. The one destined to perish here is you. With that, he charged at Tony without hesitation. However, bolstered by the immense power of the colossal mech, Tony swiftly subdued Obadiah's strength in their clash. After delivering several powerful blows, Tony sent Obadiah flying with a decisive strike. Following this, he unleashed a devastating night kick. With a resonating sound effect, he leapt high into the air, aiming a kick at Obadiah. After tumbling several times, Obadiah managed to rise, seething and bellowing, what nonsense. How could I possibly lose to a punk like you? He then retaliated with a savage charge. Yet, in this pivotal confrontation, Obadiah found himself deeply embedded in the ground from Tony's kick. Nevertheless, he painfully rose, laughing maniacally at Tony, declaring, Tony, do not assume that defeating me equates to victory. Whether it be Stark Industries or the world, everything will ultimately belong to us, the Super Shoker. Sooner or later, you will meet the same fate as I. Ha 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 ha. With that, Obadiah erupted in a fit of maniacal laughter before exploding. Chapter 84. Post-war recovery. Initially, the victorious Tony found himself in a state of elation. However, after listening to Obadiah Stane's final words, his joy swiftly evaporated. Stane's ominous message filled Tony's heart with trepidation for the future, as he was entirely oblivious to the enigmatic organization known as Super Shoka. Given the formidable power exhibited by Stane, it was evident that this organization was a terrifyingly immense threat. The fleeting moment of happiness for Tony was replaced by a furrowed brow and eyes laden with worry about what lay ahead. In a moment of distress, Tony reverted to his normal self. At that instant, the rescued Pepper Potts rushed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing her distress, Tony set aside his own concerns and gently patted her back, reassuring her, do not worry, it is all over now. Yet, Pepper continued to bury her head in his chest, sobbing persistently. The harrowing events of the previous night and the emotional roller coaster had nearly pushed her to the brink. Tony, feeling helpless, allowed her to cry to her heart's content. After what seemed like an eternity, Pepper finally ceased her tears. Her eyes red and filled with remorse as she confessed, "I'm so sorry. I just couldn't help it." Tony, shaking his head with a smile, replied, "It's perfectly normal." At this juncture, J.A.R.V.I.S. interjected, "Miss Potts, we should vacate this location at once. Mr. Stark has sustained multiple injuries and requires immediate medical attention. Moreover, you two should have your injuries examined." Blushing in response, Pepper nodded silently. The three then departed in the vehicle driven by J.A.R.V.I.S. 3 days later, while Pepper's wounds had nearly healed, Tony remained confined to his hospital bed. The battle from 3 days prior had left him with several fractured ribs and injuries of varying severity, rendering him unable to rise. At that moment, Pepper stood by his bedside, her gaze fixed upon him with indignation. "Tony, why did you not inform me that there were so many shrapnel pieces around your heart? If I hadn't accompanied you for the hospital checkup, how long did you intend to keep this from me?" As she spoke, tears began to flow once more. In light of her distress, Tony was at a loss for words and could only manage a sheepish smile. "Pepper, I was wrong. I didn't mean to worry you." Her fury ignited. Pepper retorted, "Do you not realize that your silence makes me even more anxious?" Sensing her rising anger, Tony quickly raised his hands in a gesture of calm, earnestly promising, "I assure you, should anything arise in the future, I will inform you without delay." Seeing the sincerity in his demeanor, Pepper's anger subsided, and she stated, "I have arranged for you to see a top-tier surgeon who will remove the shrapnel from your chest." However, Tony had intended to further argue his point. But upon seeing Pepper's eyes welling with tears, he quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, I shall heed your words." Upon witnessing this, Pepper's sorrow transformed into a smile as she reassured Tony, "You need not fear the surgery's outcome. The doctor I have booked possesses unparalleled expertise. He has never faltered, even in the most intricate neurosurgeries. You can proceed with confidence." Hearing her words alleviated Tony's apprehensions, and he responded with a smile. "I never expected you to discern my worries so precisely." Pepper shot him an exasperated glance, proudly declaring, "Of course, as your personal assistant, I understand you even better than you do yourself." Tony chuckled at her remark, choosing silence, for he recognized the truth in her words. A few days later, Tony was wheeled into the operating room, embarking on the procedure to extract the shrapnel near his heart. The surgeon was none other than the future Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange. However, with history altered by Eric Stark, it remained uncertain whether he would still ascend to the role of the Sorcerer Supreme. Under his skilled hands, Tony's surgery concluded flawlessly, though it resulted in an extended recovery period. Nevertheless, Tony remained anxious, preparing to enhance his strength to confront potential future challenges. First, he instructed Jarvis to utilize the data left by Eric Stark to create several additional keys. These new keys brought him immense delight, diversifying his combat strategies significantly. For instance, the Shark Biter key granted him the capacity for underwater combat, while the Hawk Flyer key enhanced his aerial capabilities. The Flame Tiger key allowed for greater agility in close-quarters battles, accompanied by fiery assaults. The Frost Polar Bear key endowed him with the ability to freeze and control his foes. Collectively, these keys equipped Tony to adapt to various combat scenarios, effectively addressing his previous shortcomings. Tony was confident that should he face Obadiah Stane again, he would effortlessly triumph over him, unlike their initial encounter where he was utterly overpowered. Moreover, in the data left by Eric Stark, he discovered even more formidable key designs, yet he faced numerous obstacles in their immediate production. However, Tony felt no urgency, as the current keys were sufficiently effective for his needs. As long as he did not encounter multiple adversaries akin to Obadiah Stane, he had no reason to fear for his safety. Additionally, he planned to take advantage of his immobilized state to have Stark Industries manufacture substantial quantities of the Shumagarath for everyday use. Based on the information left by Eric Stark, not only does this transformation, facilitated by its own miniature nuclear reactor, enable Stark Industries to evolve into an energy enterprise, but it also positions the company to dominate the realm of artificial intelligence through the utilization of Shumagarath technology. Furthermore, there exists a more profound motivation behind Tony's actions. He believes that should he encounter a cataclysmic event beyond his capacity to confront alone, he can leverage these Shumagarath entities scattered across the globe to form humanity's ultimate line of defense. This initiative is a covert strategy devised by Tony, one known solely to him, prompted by the words of Obadiah Stane in his final moments. Following his confrontation with Stane, Tony not only experienced personal growth but also developed a broader perspective, transcending national boundaries to consider the welfare of humanity as a whole. With this newfound maturity, Tony resolved that upon the healing of his wounds, He would dismantle all the weapons previously smuggled out of Stark Industries by Obadiah Stane. Chapter 85, The Return of Eric Stark 1 month later. Although Tony's injuries had yet to fully heal, he was at least able to rise from his bed and walk. Thus, at Tony's behest, Pepper Potts assisted him in completing the discharge paperwork, and they returned to Stark Manor for his convalescence. Just as Tony and Pepper were indulging in tender moments in the living room, an unexpected visitor arrived at Stark Manor. This individual was none other than Phil Coulson, a loyal subordinate of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, known for his receding hairline and amiable demeanor. As the doorbell rang, Pepper opened the door to find a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean appearance standing on the threshold. Coulson, upon seeing Pepper, promptly produced his credentials and greeted her with a warm smile. "Good day, Miss Potts. I am Phil Coulson, a senior agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I have come on behalf of the organization to ask Mr. Tony Stark a few questions. I kindly request your cooperation." Upon learning that Coulson was there to see Tony, Pepper glanced at the credentials and permitted him entry into Stark Manor. Once inside the living room, Coulson approached Tony, who was seated on the sofa. "Mr. Stark, greetings. I am Phil Coulson, a senior agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I am here to..." Before Coulson could finish, Tony interjected, "Wait a moment. What organization did you say you were from?" Coulson maintained his smile and replied, "The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Upon hearing this, Tony was taken aback. "Oh my God. I never imagined you could remember such a lengthy name." Coulson somewhat awkwardly chuckled and said, "Many people have raised this issue as well. We have applied for a name change and hope to soon adopt a more succinct title." Tony, uninterested in their naming predicament, inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss? If you're here to purchase weapons, I kindly ask you to leave." Coulson, of course, had no intention of departing. He smiled and stated, "I am here to ask you a few questions, not to procure any weapons." Tony frowned and pressed, "What do you want to know?" Coulson, delighted to finally get to the crux of the matter, directly stated, "Our surveillance has revealed that the individual in the yellow armor who battled a creature at the port a month ago was indeed you, correct?" Tony, not denying the claim, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that was me." Coulson smiled and continued, "Do you possess any knowledge regarding the origins of that creature? After all, both you and Miss Potts had close encounters with it." Tony hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the details he was privy to. However, realizing that his individual investigation into the super creature would pale in comparison to an official inquiry, he ultimately decided to share the pertinent information with Coulson. After a moment of reflection, Tony replied that creature was originally a shareholder of Stark Industries. "I have no idea how he transformed into such a monstrosity. However, he mentioned that he had been transformed by a being known as Super Shoka. Yet, I have found no information regarding this organization. You may wish to investigate, and if you uncover anything, kindly inform me." Upon hearing this, Coulson pondered momentarily and replied, "Super Shoka, you say? Very well, we shall conduct an inquiry." He then inquired, "Might you be willing to sell us your armored suit? We could offer a handsome price, or perhaps exchange it for something of equal value." Tony's expression darkened at this suggestion, and he retorted with displeasure, "Do I appear to be someone in need of money? I would never consider selling it. You might as well abandon that notion." Observing Tony's refusal to part with the 01 armor, Coulson attempted to appeal to his emotions, saying, "Mr. Stark, by selling us the suit, you could aid countless individuals. I assure you, it would not be employed in warfare." Tony merely scoffed at this, for as a capitalist, he harbored no trust in governmental assurances. He was certain that should the government acquire the 01 armor, they would replicate its technology for military use. Growing impatient, Tony declared, "Enough. When I say I will not sell, I mean it." He then turned to Pepper and instructed, "Pepper, kindly escort our guests out." Understanding his cue, Pepper promptly stood and addressed Coulson, "Mr. Phil Coulson, please take your leave. Mr. Stark requires rest for his injuries." Faced with this dismissal, Coulson could only rise and follow Pepper out of the premises. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Tony's plan for Stark Industries to mass-produce the Shimagia was proceeding steadily. Meanwhile, Eric Stark, along with Minyashur and Shiver, had arrived in the city. Upon observing the smartphones in the hands of passers-by, Eric Stark immediately realized that many years had elapsed since his departure. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He felt joy at returning to the main universe, yet a pang of nostalgia for the changes that had transpired in the world. Eager to reunite with his long-estranged nephew and brother, Eric Stark promptly instructed Minyashur to teleport the three of them to New York. Upon arriving in the city, Eric Stark swiftly procured a sports car and sped towards Stark Manor. After a short while, the trio arrived at the gates of Stark Manor. Gazing upon the familiar surroundings, Eric Stark's heart swelled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, a sentiment often described as the nervousness of returning home. Just as he was about to open the door, Pepper approached the entrance of Stark Manor. Noticing the trio's furtive demeanor, she immediately stepped forward to warn them. What are you three up to? Are you daring to steal from Stark Manor? Do you wish to invite trouble? Eric Stark found himself both amused and exasperated at her accusation, thinking, do I truly need to steal from my own possessions? Minyashur and Shiver shared a discreet chuckle at the unfolding scene. As Eric Stark turned around and beheld the visage of the fiery Pepper Potts, he immediately recognized her as Tony's future spouse. With a smile, he remarked, so you are Tony's wife. Pray tell, do I need to announce my return home to you? Upon hearing this, Pepper's cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is his wife? Moreover, this is undeniably the Stark family estate. When did it become yours? As she spoke, Pepper felt a flicker of familiarity with the man before her, though she could not quite place him. Tentatively, she inquired, who are you? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Understanding that she might have seen his photograph, Eric Stark replied, I am Tony's uncle, Eric Stark. Chapter 86. Farewell of Morishita and Shivel. Upon hearing the news, Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, how is that possible? Tony's uncle has been missing for over 30 years. How could someone as young as you exist? Eric Stark chuckled softly and replied, the story is quite lengthy. Let us wait until I meet Tony to elaborate. With that, he led the way into Stark Manor. As Eric Stark entered the estate, Jarvis received the news and promptly rushed to the laboratory, addressing Tony. Mr. Stark, an important guest has arrived. You will surely be eager to meet him. Tony, engrossed in his work with a wrench in hand, responded with a laugh. Oh, really? There's someone I can't wait to see. Who is it? With a subtle smile, Jarvis replied, it is Mr. Eric. He has returned. At this, Tony's body froze, and the wrench slipped from his grasp, hitting the floor as he swallowed hard and asked incredulously, are you certain? Jarvis nodded affirmatively, smiling, I am absolutely certain. Tony's anxiety surged, and he swiftly smoothed his hair before darting out of the laboratory. Just as he reached the living room, Eric Stark entered. Gazing at the figure before him, unchanged from his memories, Tony's eyes welled with tears. He stammered, Eric. Uncle. Eric Stark, noticing that Tony had grown even taller than himself, felt his own eyes moisten. He stepped forward, embracing Tony with warmth, and gently said, I have returned, Tony. Upon hearing those words, Tony could no longer contain his tears, which streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed like a child. Uncle, I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again. Eric Stark softly reassured him, do not worry. I will not leave again now that I am back. Tony managed to smile through his tears and choked out, yes. From now on, I will protect you and ensure you are safe. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Eric patted Tony's shoulder and smiled, very well. Once Tony had dried his tears, he invited the others to sit before continuing, Uncle Eric, where on earth have you been? How is it that you appear unchanged? Recalling his own experiences, Eric Stark's expression darkened as he replied, I do not know which scoundrel ambushed me, casting me into a void from which I nearly could not return. Fortunately, I encountered Morishita and Shivel, and together we made our way back to this world. Then, Eric introduced Morishita and Shivel to Tony and Pepper. Gratefully, Tony responded, thank you, Mr. Morishita and Miss Shivel, for assisting my uncle in returning to this world. As a token of my gratitude, I shall cover all your expenses in this realm. Though Min Shershur and Zivier were unaware of the reasons behind Eric Stark's reluctance to divulge his entire experience to Tony, they chose not to undermine him. Upon hearing Tony's words, they refrained from dissent, smiling as they replied, no need for formalities, we are merely assisting one another. At that moment, Eric Stark turned to Tony and inquired, where has your father gone? Why has he not yet returned? Tony fell silent at the question, observing Tony's sudden quietude. Eric Stark felt a pang of alarm and, with a grave expression, urged, please tell me, what has happened to your father? With a heavy heart, Tony responded, he vanished shortly after your disappearance, during a battle alongside Steve Rogers. We have received no word since. Hearing this, Eric Stark felt a sharp ache in his chest, as if something were obstructing his breath. Anger swiftly followed. He had explicitly instructed Evolto to ensure Howard Stark's safety, limiting him to simple trials. Yet now, Howard Stark was missing. Eric Stark surmised that Evolto was behind this misfortune, igniting within him an urge to eliminate Evolto. However, lacking his full strength, he could not locate Evolto immediately. Thus, he stifled his fury and asked Tony, have you encountered someone named Evolto over the years? Eric Stark believed that if Evolto was indeed responsible for Howard Stark's disappearance, he would not spare Tony Stark either. Yet, Tony appeared to be unscathed, leaving Eric Stark perplexed about the circumstances. Upon hearing Eric Stark's inquiry, Tony nodded and replied, after my father's disappearance, Evolto did seek me out. Moreover, he has continuously provided assistance throughout the years. This revelation deepened Eric Stark's confusion, prompting him to ask, did he mention how your father vanished? Tony replied, he claimed ignorance, stating that he was occupied with Peggy Carter, fending off other foes at the time. After the battle concluded, They searched extensively but found no trace of my father or Steve Rogers. Eric Stark was left speechless, uncertain whether Evolto was lying or genuinely unaware of the specifics. Recognizing the multitude of enigmas surrounding this matter, he resolved to seek out Ancient One for clarity, as her mastery over the forces of time and space would surely illuminate the truth. Contemplating this, Eric Stark glanced at the invasion progress of the Kamen Rider Zeo world, discovering that after over 30 years, the invasion had only reached a mere 46. Pondering this figure, Eric Stark wondered if the low progression was due to Ancient One's absence from interfering. However, Eric Stark could not be bothered to delve deeper into the matter, as he was destined to summon more troublemakers in the future. After conversing for a while longer, Maria Stark returned. Upon seeing Eric Stark, her face lit up with joy. Yet, thoughts of the still missing Howard Stark dampened her spirits once again. Nonetheless, she quickly regained her composure. After all, so many years had passed, and she had long since accepted this reality. Eric Stark found himself at a loss for words, as he too was unaware of what had transpired with Howard Stark. After the group enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, Minyashur and Shiver bid farewell to Eric Stark. Eric Stark inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to stay?" Minyashur lazily replied, "I am merely a traveler. It is impossible for me to remain in one place indefinitely. Moreover, I am eager to explore this new world." Shiver added, "I, on the other hand, would like to find a place to settle down. After being pursued for so long, I now yearn for a life of tranquility." Chapter 87. Summoning the shrimp dumpling. Upon hearing their decision, Eric Stark refrained from further persuasion, instead smiling as he remarked, "Then do take your time to unwind. Until we meet again." Both Minma and Shiver nodded in acknowledgement, departing Stark Manor with the bank card Tony had provided them. After they left, Eric Stark stretched languidly before retreating to rest. The following day, invigorated and refreshed, Eric Stark, having finished breakfast with Tony and the others, ventured to a secluded location. He intended to meet the Supreme Sorcerer, now referred to as the Sorcerer Supreme, Gui. Once assured of his solitude, Eric called into the air, "Master Gui, I wish to meet with you." Confident that Gui could hear his words, he awaited a response. As anticipated, scarcely had Eric's voice faded when a familiar golden portal materialized before him. A faint smile graced Eric's lips as he stepped through the portal. On the other side, Gui awaited him, seated with a welcoming smile at a table. Without hesitation, Eric took a seat on the chair prepared for him by Gui and spoke slowly. "Master Gui, I seek to understand the events of 30 years prior, the battle between Howard Stark and Evolto." Gui nodded slightly, saying, "At that time, Evolto intended to apply pressure to Howard Stark through a clone, aiming to awaken his latent genius form. However, the unexpected involvement of Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes diminished the clone's power. Consequently, Evolto resolved to evolve the clone into its complete form to intensify the pressure. Just as the clone was transitioning into this perfected state, it was suddenly seized by an unknown entity. This mysterious figure aimed to eliminate Howard Stark and his companions, yet, for various reasons, inadvertently facilitated Howard's awakening of his genius form and Steve Rogers' evolution into the Creator King. Thus ensued a fierce battle, which tore a rift in the world. In their bid to save the world, Steve Rogers and Howard Stark vanished into the chasm. Eric Stark exhaled slowly, absorbing the revelation. "So that is the truth. Are they still alive?" Gui nodded, smiling gently. "Indeed, they are alive, but the immense force of the explosion fragmented time and space, casting them into the future. Their return is not far off." Relieved, Eric Stark expressed, "That is good to hear." He then added, "If that is the case, I would kindly ask you, Master Gui, to escort me back." Gui nodded, effortlessly conjuring a portal leading back to Eric's origin. After expressing his gratitude, Eric Stark departed. Yet Gui gazed after him, his expression filled with complexity. With a deep sigh, Gui remarked, "All of this is in pursuit of a rightful future." Upon returning to Stark Manor, Eric Stark felt a surge of relief upon learning that Howard Stark and Steve were safe. He intended to share this good news with Tony and Maria Stark. As for why Eric Stark did not allow Gui to reverse time to save Howard and Steve, the answer was singular. He understood that due to the paradox of time, even if one traversed time to alter the past, it merely spawned a new timeline without affecting the outcome of the present one. Thus, Eric Stark never entertained the notion of changing the past, for it would be futile. Before long, Eric Stark conveyed this uplifting news to Tony and Maria Stark, who expressed great joy upon hearing it. Although they were uncertain how long it would be before Howard Stark and Steve reappeared, the assurance of their safety was sufficient for their contentment. After addressing these matters, Eric Stark began to contemplate how to embark on future plans. Firstly, the current era had essentially fulfilled all the conditions necessary for creating the powers of the Kamen Rider world. Secondly, having lost all his powers, he could only rely on the Emperor armor for formidable combat prowess. Hence, it became imperative to forge powerful riders. The initial consideration was the invincible player, as he was arguably the strongest Kamen Rider aside from the omniscient king. Should someone capable of awakening the power of the all-powerful player acquire this strength, The survival rate of humanity in future confrontations against the Celestial Group would significantly increase. With this thought in mind, Eric Stark resolved to summon Dan Kuroto, the one endowed with divine talent. As for why he did not establish a dream gaming company himself, it was because Eric Stark intended to exchange for even more powers from various tokusatsu worlds. It was impractical for him to manage the powers from every tokusatsu universe alone. Thus, he preferred to summon aides to assist in governance, allowing him to remain the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, the absence of the shrimp dumpling, known for its divine artistry, would undoubtedly diminish the enjoyment of this world. Considering Dan Kuroto's abilities, he might even develop more formidable powers within the Marvel Universe. Consequently, Eric Stark ventured to a secluded spot to summon Dan Kuroto. He exchanged for a high-level character summoning card from the system, designating it to summon Dan Kuroto, who had met his demise by a kick from a vehicle. Soon enough, the card summoned Dan Kuroto, just as before. As Dan slowly opened his eyes and caught sight of Eric Stark, he cast a fleeting glance at him, raised his head with pride, and declared, "Mortal, have you resurrected me, a being of divinity? State your purpose, and perhaps I shall grant your wish if it pleases me." Eric Stark listened to the 3-year-old Tan Lidu utter such juvenile remarks, nearly succumbing to laughter. However, in an effort to leave a favorable impression on Tan Lidu, Eric discreetly pinched himself to suppress his amusement. After all, he would need Tan Lidu's assistance in the future and could not afford to alienate him. Thus, Eric smiled and remarked, "I do not wish for you, blessed with divine talent, to fade away quietly, for I believe your abilities have yet to be fully realized. I am eager to witness the extent of your divine prowess, and for that, I am willing to invest all my efforts to support you. All you need to do is unleash your divine talent to its fullest." Upon hearing this, Tan Lidu's admiration for Eric Stark surged to 60, and his expression softened. As he appreciatively responded, "I am pleasantly surprised that you can recognize my divine abilities. You are quite remarkable. However, my divine talent is boundless and will never reach its limits. I shall forever remain an unparalleled deity." Haraha. As he spoke, Tan Lidu began to showcase his exaggerated facial expressions. Chapter 88. The Earth Transformation Project. As Tan Lidu concluded his performance, Eric Stark continued, "Allow me to establish a dream game company for you. With your exceptional talent, it should flourish swiftly." Tan Lidu, filled with pride, replied, "Of course. I shall transform the Dream Game Company into the world's leading gaming enterprise." Eric Stark, with a knowing smile, responded, "Is it merely the world's pinnacle you aspire to? Do you not wish for the Dream Game Company to become the foremost gaming establishment in the cosmos?" Tan Lidu, puzzled, inquired, "The cosmos? Has this world truly discovered other forms of life within the universe?" Eric Stark chuckled, "Indeed. This world is not only home to other life-bearing planets but also to true deities. So, do you possess the courage to rival the divine?" Tan Lidu, slightly displeased, declared, "Regardless of the deity, they shall ultimately be beneath my feet. My divine talent is invincible." He laughed heartily, growing increasingly animated. Eric Stark, observing Tan Lidu's enthusiasm, remarked, "Certainly. Your talent shines as brightly as the sun, and I eagerly anticipate the moment you trample the deities." Tan Lidu's admiration for Eric Stark surged by 30. As he gazed at him with satisfaction, "I am pleasantly surprised by your understanding of my divine talent. Very well. I acknowledge you as my companion." Eric Stark's eyes sparkled with joy as he replied, "It is indeed an honor." Tan Lidu's fondness for him increased by another 10. Following this exchange, Eric Stark contacted Zola, the head of the consortium he had initially founded, instructing him to establish a large dream game company. Although Zola was somewhat perplexed by Eric's desire to create a gaming enterprise, he dared not question his superior's orders. After briefing Zola, Eric Stark added, "I shall also assist you in establishing a hospital and selecting some gamers. This will facilitate the acquisition of game data to develop superior cartridges, while also providing us with allies for future confrontations with other deities." Tan Lidu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. My sole concern is how to elevate the Dream Game Company to a cosmic level. Everything else is up to you." Thus, Eric Stark contacted Zola again to acquire a hospital, transforming it into a charitable institution named Holy City Hospital. After addressing all necessary matters, Eric Stark realized that Zola would require some time to implement these tasks. Consequently, he instructed Zola to procure a manor for himself as a future residence. Eric then took Tan Lidu to the manor for a night of rest, planning to show him his game company the following day. The next morning, Tan Lidu, brimming with anticipation, urged Eric Stark to take him to the game company. In a moment of desperation, Eric Stark found himself compelled to rise early, accompanying Tan Lidu to the central building of the Dreamland Game Company, established by Zola for their benefit. This edifice had originally housed a considerable technology research and development firm, yet fell prey to the formidable financial consortium, Consortium X, which held sway over half the world's wealth. Consequently, it was unsurprisingly acquired by Zola. transforming it into Tan Lidu's Dreamland Game Company. Upon arriving at the Dreamland Game Company, Eric Stark smiled at Tan Lidu, saying, "Look, this entire building belongs to you." Hearing this, Tan Lidu's face lit up with a broad grin as he exclaimed, "This is the starting point for my conquest of the world. It shall become the greatest gaming company on the globe." Without further ado, he eagerly stepped into the Dreamland Game Company. Eric Stark watched Tan Lidu bounce with enthusiasm. Reminiscent of an elementary school student on a field trip, he mused to himself that it was no wonder Tan Lidu was often referred to as the 3-year-old student. With a soft smile, he followed him inside. Once they reached the office on the top floor, Tan Lidu gazed out over the breathtaking skyline of New York. His heart swelling with excitement as he declared, "This will become the center of the world." Eric Stark, choosing not to interrupt Tan Lidu's youthful exuberance, recognized the importance of allowing the 3-year-old student some indulgence. When Tan Lidu finally composed himself, Eric Stark inquired, "Lidu, do you have confidence in transforming the Dreamland Game Company into the world's largest gaming enterprise within 3 years?" Tan Lidu scoffed at the question, responding, "What a joke. Based on my investigation of the games released in this world yesterday, I could elevate Dreamland Game Company to the #1 position within a year. After all, comparing my games to theirs is akin to a dimensional assault." Eric Stark remained unfazed by Tan Lidu's audacious claim, having grown accustomed to his character. It would be far more alarming if Tan Lidu suddenly adopted a humble demeanor. Thus, Eric Stark smiled gently, saying, "I shall await your progress. For now, let us cultivate some gaming viruses for the future." Tan Lidu shot Eric Stark a sidelong glance, a hint of surprise in his voice as he asked, "Oh, are you planning to do what I once did, using gaming viruses to manipulate and control human life?" Eric Stark shook his head with a chuckle, replying, "Not at all. I have no interest in controlling human lives. My aim is merely to transform the entire Earth into a realm of gaming, ensuring that fierce battles do not lead to its destruction." "You can accomplish that, can't you?" With unwavering confidence, Tan Lidu responded, "Of course. There is nothing my divine abilities cannot achieve. However, to reshape the Earth into a gaming domain, I will require a vast amount of gaming data. It cannot be achieved overnight." After a brief pause, he shifted the topic, asking, "But why do you wish to transform the Earth into a gaming realm?" "I have never harbored such a wild idea." Eric Stark gazed out at the scenery and calmly remarked, "In the future, the Earth will encounter a myriad of formidable foes, alongside numerous masked riders. It is my desire to create opportunities for ordinary people to survive." Upon hearing this, Dan Keto expressed his confusion. "In that case, would it not be more efficient to infect all of humanity with the game disease and subsequently collect their life data? As long as the data remains intact, not only could they be resurrected at any moment, but it would also be a simpler solution than transforming the Earth into a gaming domain." Eric Stark, with a resigned smile, replied, "Perhaps I am being overly sentimental. I cannot bring myself to dictate the fates of everyone. My only hope is that they can experience the better aspects of humanity in their direst moments, allowing more benevolent souls to survive in the future." Dan Keto, indifferent, responded, "Do as you wish. The choice is yours." Chapter 89. Establishing the museum. Upon hearing the suggestion, Eric Stark replied with a sense of resignation, "Let us take it slow. There is no rush for the moment." Suddenly, as if recollecting something, Eric exchanged the primordial collapse virus from the system and handed it to Tandy. He then waved his hand and said, "I shall take my leave for now. The Dreamscape Gaming Company is in your hands." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Tandy, observing Eric Stark's retreat, paid him no mind. Instead, he settled into the president's chair, crossing his legs as he contemplated the future development plans for Dreamscape Gaming Company. After leaving the Dreamscape Gaming Company, Eric Stark continued to ponder his next steps, aimlessly wandering the streets. As he meandered, he arrived before a library. Gazing at the building, he was instantly reminded of the libraries back on Earth. Considering that he had already established the Dreamscape Gaming Company, he thought, why not also create a museum dedicated to the research of the Gaia memory? With this idea in mind, Eric promptly exchanged for the Earth Well and the research materials on the Gaia memory. However, upon completing the exchange, he found himself at a loss regarding who to entrust the Gaia memory project to. After all, the Earth Well, which could connect to the Earth's library and reveal all information on the planet, could not be entrusted to someone with ulterior motives. Otherwise, not only would all of Eric Stark's efforts be compromised, but it could also plunge the world into peril. Therefore, it was imperative to find someone entirely trustworthy to oversee this project. Yet, among those Eric Stark held in high esteem, none seemed suitable to take on such a responsibility. As Eric pondered for a considerable time without arriving at a suitable candidate, he suddenly overheard a conversation among a group of young students. "Have you heard? Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, just held a press conference." One of his companions replied with a hint of exasperation, "Doesn't he frequently hold press conferences? I bet he is just showcasing another new invention." The excited speaker interjected, "Indeed. This time, Tony announced that Stark Industries will be unveiling an advanced artificial intelligence bionic robot, the Shimagia, After watching the presentation, I could hardly tell the difference between these robots and real people. Upon hearing this, Eric Stark smacked his forehead, feeling exasperated with his own stubbornness. Since he could not find someone to oversee the Gaia memory, why not customize a Shimegia? This way, he would not need to worry about finding a trustworthy individual, and he could ensure that the one responsible for the project would never betray him. With this revelation, Eric Stark immediately contacted Zola, instructing him to acquire a spacious location to commission the construction of a museum. Then, Eric Stark hurried back to his estate. Upon his return, he immediately summoned Shumagarath from the system, programming her to remain eternally loyal to him and heed only his commands. After completing this task, Eric instructed her, Yaz, you will henceforth oversee the Gaia Memory Project. Once the library is constructed, I shall entrust you with the research materials pertaining to the Earth Well and Gaia Memory. In the meantime, your responsibility is to supervise the construction of the museum. Upon hearing this, Yaz smiled and replied, Of course, Master. Eric, satisfied, nodded and responded, You need not call me Master any longer. Simply refer to me as Mr. Eric. Yaz complied with a nod, saying, Understood, Mr. Eric. Subsequently, Eric equipped Yaz with a program to prevent any incursions by Akira before allowing her to proceed on her own. Having completed these tasks, Eric reclined lazily on the sofa, leisurely contemplating the future development of the world. However, as he mused, he suddenly recalled the powers of the Empty One and the Ajita he had left behind 30 years ago. He wondered if anyone had inherited the power of the Empty One and how many had awakened the power of Ajita. With this thought, Eric resolved to utilize the Earth Well to connect with the Earth Library to uncover this information. As his consciousness linked with the library, he swiftly learned that 30 years ago, Wenwu had inherited the power of the Empty One. Confounded, Eric struggled to comprehend how Wenwu could inherit such power. Yet, as he delved into the details of the situation, he ultimately grasped the reasons behind Wenwu's inheritance. Beyond mere luck, it was due to his alteration of the fate of the entire Taro village, sparing the 30-year-old Wenwu from the anguish of losing his wife, leaving him with love for Ingli rather than hatred. Thus, through a series of fortuitous events, Wenwu perfectly inherited the power of the Empty One and subsequently fought alongside the 5 armored warriors of Taro village against the occasional onslaught of anomalous beasts. After understanding the sequence of events, Eric found himself both amused and perplexed. He could not help but quip, I have encountered the Empty One wielding a sword, staff, and crossbow, but this is the first time I have witnessed the Empty One adeptly employing 10 rings. Moreover, the power he wields is astonishing. However, as this was Wenwu's fortune, Eric felt no inclination to intervene. Transforming a villain into a hero struck him as a commendable outcome. As long as Wenwu remained unaffected by the ultimate dark forces looming ahead, this would indeed be a favorable conclusion. Eric then continued to observe the developments of Wenwu's family, discovering that although Shang-Chi's mother had survived, Shang-Chi had still chosen to leave home. The relics and Ingli hope that Shang-Chi and her sister Su Shaoling can inherit their powers and continue to combat the forces of darkness. Therefore, they have been training Shang-Chi and Su Shaoling in martial arts since childhood. However, Shang-Chi harbors no desire to fight, leading her to flee from home. Although Wenwu and Ingli have always been aware of Shang-Chi's whereabouts, they have refrained from forcing her to return to battle, likely wishing for her to pursue the life she desires without interference. In contrast, Su Shaoling has always aspired to inherit Ingli's power, aiming to take her mother's place in the struggle against dark forces. Consequently, she has relentlessly honed her skills, resulting in her fire bloodline concentration exceeding 85. After summoning the Flame Dragon armor, she possesses formidable combat abilities. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi, who has run away from home, has become a mere bellhop in a hotel, with her bloodline concentration hovering around 80. Thus, her combat prowess pales in comparison to that of the ever-training Su Shaoling. Were it not for her inherently higher bloodline concentration, Shang-Chi and Su Shaoling would undoubtedly be akin to a heap of mud, incapable of support. Chapter 90. The Emergence of the Sealed Dark Power, Black God, Eric Stark. Upon witnessing the circumstances, found himself at a loss for words, expressing his disdain. Is there something wrong with Shang-Chi? Instead of inheriting a prosperous family business, he chooses to work as a doorman at a hotel. I simply cannot fathom what occupies his mind. With a resigned sigh, Eric Stark chose to disregard Shang-Chi's affairs and turned his attention to the records of individuals who had awakened the Ayatollah power over the past 3 decades. However, upon consulting the information within the Earth's library, he was astonished to discover that not a single individual had awakened the Ayatollah power in that span. This revelation left Eric Stark perplexed. How could it be that no one had awakened? In his confusion, Eric Stark inquired of the system. Do you have any insight into this matter? The system responded, this is likely due to the absence of dark power, Black God, in this world. The Ayatollah power was originally a gift from the light power, White God, to humanity, intended as a means to combat the dark power, Black God. It represents the manifestation of light power, White God, within humanity. The lack of dark power in this world has resulted in the Ayatua power not perceiving the threat posed by it. Consequently, the light power has remained dormant within the human bloodline, rendering awakening as Ayatua impossible. Once the host brings the dark power into this realm, it shall activate the dormant light power, allowing humanity to awaken as Ayatua. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Eric Stark finally comprehended why there had been no awakenings of Ayatua over the past 30 years. It was due to his failure to bring forth the power of the Black God into this world. Understanding the reason, Eric Stark promptly exchanged the Black God along with its sealing apparatus from the system and deployed it upon a desolate beach, awaiting its discovery and activation. Days later, a fishing enthusiast, drawn to the sea, stumbled upon the sealing apparatus of the Black God. When did this come to be? Could it be a treasure washed ashore? The fisherman, cautious, scanned his surroundings and, finding no one else, approached out of curiosity. He struck the apparatus several times, eager to discern its contents. However, after circling the sealing device several times, he found no apparent locks. Could this be it? He pondered, eyeing a gear-like object on the sealing apparatus. Curiosity piqued. The fisherman climbed onto the apparatus and began to turn the gear. As he did, a faint trace of dark power began to emanate from it. Yet, the fisherman remained oblivious to this subtle energy. After the gear had turned a few times without further activity, he muttered, "What a worthless contraption," and prepared to depart to the shoreline for fishing. At that moment, the faintly released energy triggered the unsealing of a revered entity within the apparatus. A beam of imperceptible light emanated from the device, gradually coalescing into a dark-hued jaguar entity. As the jaguar formed, it emitted an enigmatic utterance, then directed its gaze towards the fisherman. Upon hearing the sound, the fisherman turned to look and was instantly paralyzed with fear, his face paling as if he were on the brink of death from fright. "A monster!" he shrieked in terror, scrambling away from the beach in a panic. The jaguar, observing the fleeing fisherman, had no intention of pursuing him. For if not absolutely necessary, the dark deity forbade them from taking the lives of ordinary humans. Should a revered one kill an innocent, the dark deity would unleash ruthless retribution upon them upon awakening. Their true targets were those humans imbued with the power of light, capable of awakening into the realm of the semi-divine. This was the command bestowed upon them by the dark deity. After the fisherman departed, the jaguar contemplated attempting to unravel the seal of the dark deity. However, as it approached the seal, an unseen force repelled it. Realizing that the dark deity was not yet ready to awaken from its self-imposed slumber, the jaguar rose, uttered an incantation in an unknown tongue, and departed to fulfill the deity's orders. Meanwhile, the fleeing fisherman remained oblivious to the fact that his ordinary status had spared his life. In his haste, he remained haunted by the fear that the jaguar might pursue him further. Thus, he hurried to the police station to report the incident, hoping the authorities would eliminate the jaguar and ensure his safety. "Brother, are you jesting with us? Is there truly such a thing as a jaguar person in this world? Have you been fishing under the sun for too long, succumbing to heat-induced hallucinations?" They laughed. Yet, after the fisherman recounted his harrowing experience, the officers dismissed his claims as mere delusions. Other officers, overhearing his words, chimed in with laughter, asserting that it was undoubtedly a figment of his imagination. Frustrated by their disbelief, the fisherman shouted vehemently, "You rascals! Who the hell would joke about such a thing? Every word I speak is the truth. I was nearly killed by that creature. If you doubt me, come with me to the beach. The mysterious device must still be there." The officers, noticing the fisherman's unwavering conviction, ceased their mockery and decided to accompany him to the beach to ascertain the truth of his claims. Together, they arrived at the shore where the dark deity's sealing device was discovered. However, upon reaching the beach, they found no sign of the so-called jaguar entity. Only the enigmatic device remained. One officer remarked, "See, I told you it was merely his imagination. There are no jaguar monsters here." At this, the fisherman erupted in fury, retorting angrily at the officer, "You fool! I told you it was a monster. It surely would have fled. How could it remain standing here? Are you foolish? Or is it? Perhaps it has now ventured elsewhere to commit heinous acts." After uttering this, he gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon the speaking officer. The officer, intimidated by the fisherman's menacing stare, was rendered speechless. Observing this, the other officers quickly intervened to ease the tension. "All right. Let us all refrain from further remarks. We should first examine the device buried in the ground." Only then did the fisherman divert his gaze. Subsequently, a group gathered around the seal of the dark deity. However, after circling the device several times, they found nothing particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, the officers noted that the device possessed certain unusual characteristics. Consequently, they arranged for a crane to transport the device for further examination by specialists. Upon inspection, these experts discovered that the device was an ancient instrument, seemingly containing something of significance. Instantly, everyone was struck with disbelief. How could such a meticulously crafted apparatus exist from that era? Thus, the experts eagerly sought to open the device and unveil what treasures lay within, meriting its preservation.